Pakistan. The holding of the founding Congress of the Third World Forum in December 1974 in Karachi gave me the opportunity to get to know the country better. Beyond what I had learned through reading and discussions with exiled intellectuals, Pakistan is a criminal creation of British imperialism, part of the political strategy of undermining Indian unity. Whatever one may think of the Congress Party, and I am strongly critical of it, it should be recognized that it succeeded in defeating this strategy and creating a multinational Indian Union managed through a secular, electoral democracy. It was successful all along the line, except with the Muslim Indians. The fundamental alliance of imperialism and fundamentalist theocratic Islam is thus the origin of the separation of the two Pakistans, West and East. The latter later became Bangladesh. What resulted was this absurd, ultra-reactionary state, always managed by Islamo-military dictatorships, yet faithful friends of Washington, which took over from the British as the dominant imperialist power. Here is yet another reason to doubt the sincerity of the Western powers' rhetoric about democracy. Pakistanis are nothing other than Muslim Indians who share history, territory, languages, and civilizations with other Indians, the Hindu majority. However, the majority of this country's intellectuals have internalized the views of theocratic Islam, to the point of forgetting the country's origin and believing it to be the authentic product of the unchangeable specificity of Muslim civilization. This theory, cherished by all of contemporary Islamic fundamentalism, had originally been elaborated, in fine detail, by experts of the British intelligence services from which Maulana Maududi, one of the key figures of contemporary fundamentalism, derived much of his inspiration. Entire fragments, taken word for word, from the British reports can be found in this ideologue's works. The reports suggest propaganda topics to develop systematically with the aim of breaking the unified Indian national movement. That Islam is not susceptible to modern interpretations based on the separation of politics and religion, or that the idea of evolution and adaptation is alien to Islam, or that Islam does not allow the coexistence of a Muslim minority and others in the same state. But the aim of gathering all Muslims in the same state, with no respect for any other dimension of identity, linguistic and historical, has not stood the test of time. Bangladesh separated from West Pakistan and ended up acknowledging what it is, Muslim Bengal. Modern Pakistan's ruling classes have, moreover, treated the people just like their political ancestors, conquerors of northern India, had done in the past as a conquered and dominated people, whether it preserved its original religion or embraced Islam. In Pakistan, these same ruling classes gave themselves an additional specificity of dubious origin. I verified this more than once, saying to them, somewhat provocatively, that Pakistanis are nothing other than Muslim Indians, and moreover, that Muslims are as numerous in India as in Pakistan. The response I received was always the same and quite instructive. No, we are not Indians, we are from Central Asia. I pointed out to them that this origin in Central Asia was indeed that of the Turco-Mongol conquerors of all of northern India, not only the northwest. But these conquerors had never been more than a tiny minority who dominated a people that had remained Indian. The proof is that Pakistan's official language, Urdu, is nothing else than Hindi written with the Arabic letters of Persian, and that no people of Pakistan speaks a Turkic language of any kind from Central Asia. But Pakistan needs this absurd origin myth to appear different, just as it needs the theocratic Islamic theory to reject the idea of a pan-Indian state. The impasse in which the Pakistani ruling classes have trapped their people is tragic. Cheap comprodorization and an obstinate rejection of democratization under the pretext that this idea is foreign are an expression of that. An Islamo-military dictatorship is then the rule. The attempts to escape from that tradition, implemented by Zulfikar Ali Bhutto in the middle of the 1970s, and later by his daughter, have always been cut short. Benazir Bhutto, who is presented in Western media as a heroine of democracy and sometimes of secularism, had nevertheless chosen to provide resolute support to the Afghan Taliban, without which they probably would never have conquered Kabul. She was badly rewarded for it. She had not understood that Islamists wanted nothing other than all the power for themselves alone. I shall not pretend to know how the people of this country live with these problems today. Feroz Ahmad and Iqbal Ahmad have produced excellent analyses on these questions. Pakistan is just as multinational as India. It is made up of 4 distinct nationalities: Punjabis, Pathans, Sindhis, and Baluchis, without counting the Tibetan peoples of the Pamir Mountains. To these 4 peoples should be added the Muhajir, that is, the Indian Muslims who immigrated to Pakistan, willingly or under duress, since the partition in 1947. The large number of these refugees in Karachi reduced the Sindhis to minority status in their own province. The latter, of course, do not want to accept that change in their status, and a permanent civil war, latent or open, between these two communities has continued to wreak havoc for the past 50 years. The Baluchis have also revolted against the de facto domination of the Punjabis and Pathans, a nomadic people of small numbers. They were exterminated, and it is not the least of the paradoxes that this actual genocide was perpetrated by the Ali Bhutto government, anxious to make gestures of goodwill to the ultras of the military Islamic clique. That did not bring him good fortune, since he was later, in 1979, forced out of office and hanged by this same clique. The void created in Baluchistan was later filled by an influx of immigrants Pathans from Afghanistan, who today dominate the province and are in a state of quasi-secession. The Bengalis of the former East Pakistan straight out seceded, as is well known. India is recognized and constituted as a multinational state. Pakistan refuses to do that because its absurd theocratic Islamist ideology will not recognize any identity other than Muslim and denies nationality. The result is appalling and is here, like elsewhere in political systems that claim to adhere to Islamism, an almost certain guarantee of permanent civil war and social decomposition. This is the case, for example, in Sudan or in Algeria, where the Islamists claim that there are neither Arabic speakers nor Berber speakers, but only Muslims. The alternative to the criminal partition of British India had been the creation of a large multinational federal state. That is what India is, despite the limitations of its political and social system. In most Indian states, while the Hindus are in the majority, Muslims make up a not insignificant minority, 12% for all of India. The former Northwest province Sindh and Baluchistan would have formed 3 Indian states with a very large Muslim majority. Greater Punjab, like Greater Bengal and Kashmir, could have been 3 other states that would have been half Muslim and half Hindu or Sikh. Reasonable proposals like this were made at the time. But the Muslim leaders, who claimed to speak on behalf of the people and were supported by the imperialists, preferred partition. All non-Muslims were mercilessly chased out of Pakistan, following the theory of the theocratic state. India did not respond in the same way, although obviously the ill treatment suffered by Muslims at the hands of fanatical Hindu groups was partly responsible for the exodus that followed partition. Certainly Islamism is not always accompanied by the negation of the nation. When a regime that claims to be Islamist governs a strong and ancient nation, is the case in Iran or in Turkey. Islamism can coexist with a heightened nationalism, here anti-Arab. This is all the more so in the case of Iran, where there is a coincidence between Iranian nationality and the Shia form of Islam, organized into a quasi-national church. But such coincidences are never acknowledged because they conflict with theocratic dogma. The latter is invoked in turn to deny the rights of minorities in Turkophone Azerbaijan and in Kurdistan. Militant Islamism has another disastrous effect, the negation of the pre-Islamic history of the peoples in question. In Egypt and Iran, attempts are made to convince the people that their history did not exist before the 7th century by lumping all previous eras into one indistinct mass called Jahiliyyah, era of ignorance, while Pakistan is proclaimed to be non-Indian. Critical sociologists and political scientists from these countries have forcefully analyzed the ravages of these jarring disjunctions. The pre-Islamic past is not only in a past that, as glorious as it was, has completely disappeared. The ancient civilization of these countries was transmitted to really existing Islam and even shaped it to a large extent. Without this past, there would not have been an Islamic civilization. Attempting to extirpate it is tantamount to impoverishing the societies in question, yet that is exactly what the fundamentalists propose to do. Do they not condemn the Arab Islamic philosophy of the brilliant centuries of the Abbasid Caliphate because it had not broken with Hellenism? If this philosophy was as rich as it was, that is precisely because it had not ignored the centuries of the supposed Jahiliyyah. It should be no surprise that an ideological hodgepodge of this type must be accompanied by forms of exploitation, themselves archaic and savage, which are forbidden to be questioned since they existed in the Islamic past, and thus are not prohibited. Pakistan provides the most striking example of this, where there are entire regions, like Bahawalpur, in which serfdom and a particularly harsh treatment of serfs are still in place. Unquestionably, no less violent forms of exploitation exist elsewhere, such as India. But social movements can challenge these, and their right to do so cannot be negated by any theocratic dogma. It is important to note here that theocratic dogma, with all that it implies concerning the negation of national identities or attempts to erase history, is not a monopoly of Muslim history. The Church in medieval Christianity did not behave any differently. But it must be recognized that in the contemporary world, only Islamic theocratic dogma has sufficient political power to establish itself in an actual absolute government. How can this be explained? I connect it closely with the rise of new middle classes produced by the expansion of peripheral capitalism, doomed to be no more than comprador social classes with subaltern status in the world system, and willing to accept this fate as compensation for the material advantages that it procures for them. These uneducated and traumatized classes are victims of an incurable dissonance. They want to benefit from the material advantages of the modern world under the most vulgar form of consumption, but reject freedom of thought. The backward-looking religious illusion is not the only means by which they succeed in reconciling a compradorized submission to dominant capitalism and protection of a supposed identity. Ethnic chauvinism can fulfill the same functions. All forms of populism have prepared the terrain for this slide into an impasse with no way out, even when, as in the Arab countries, this populism accomplished real reforms that were indispensable and attenuated the violence of exploitation. Here we must speak of an Islamist regression that has arisen as a response to the crisis of an earlier populism, as in Turkey. This regression was greatly encouraged by the increase in petroleum revenues. Archaic Saudi Arabia, poor in olden times, could not exercise any attraction over the new Arab bourgeois classes. It should not be forgotten that Egypt traditionally used to subsidize Mecca and Medina, which were incapable of welcoming pilgrims with their own resources. The combination of the sudden fortune accruing to the Gulf from the petroleum industry and the permanence of the archaism that no local force threatened, to the great satisfaction of the imperialists, gave rise to an incredible myth. The fortune was precisely the result of the archaism. Theocratic Islamism, like other forms of the dissonance found in the comprador classes of the modern periphery, argues for the reconstruction of states on homogeneous foundations that would supposedly be guaranteed by religious or ethnic unity, even if it is accomplished by ethnic cleansing or the extermination of religious minorities, and the fragmentation of the world into appallingly anti-democratic political systems built on these foundations, all of which would be integrated into the world capitalist market. This project is the exact opposite of the internationalism of peoples, the humanist response to the cosmopolitanism of capital. In fact, this is imperialism's plan, even if it be presented under the insidious form of respect for communities, of which Anglo-American racist ideology is particularly fond. It is the basis of the strategic alliance between the hegemonists of Washington and the religious or ethnic reactionaries of the periphery. This is the program followed by the Third World's comprador classes, the popular. Classes have nothing to do with it. They are the unfortunate victims, easily manipulated up to now for various reasons. Central Asia. Central Asia has always strongly attracted me. This is so not only because of its magnificent landscapes, but also because I want to know a bit more about its peoples, who succeeded in conquering China, India, Europe, and the Middle East, strongly affecting Islamic civilization. These peoples are frequently treated as barbarians in official histories and in popular consciousness, but they are certainly deserving of a more nuanced assessment. Reading the great Russian historians, the only ones, in my opinion, who have studied the region with subtlety and attentiveness, had convinced me that to understand their role in the shaping of the world was an important question for advancing historical materialism. An opportunity was offered to me by UNESCO's Silk Roads program. Directed by the Senegalese Doudou Diène, his organizational and diplomatic skills are remarkable, as is his subtlety. This program allowed me to visit Xinjiang, Central Asia, still Soviet at that time, and Mongolia. Isabel accompanied me for the last 2 parts of the program, each of which lasted 1 month. These were not occasions for rambling as tourists, but serious study trips. The excellent historians who participated in these programs, more specifically, the Russians and other Soviets of the time and the Chinese, led discussions of the greatest interest. The analysis that I offer of the ancient system of globalization, the one that capitalism had dismantled and then replaced with a modern system dominated by Atlantic Europe, owes much to these discussions. Too many Westerners in the group, however, fell too easily into exoticism. Journalists and television crews behaved as if that were too often the case, with a lot of arrogance despite their ignorance. Maybe a way of hiding it. There were also some remarkable specialists. For example, there was an expert in Buddhist art, the conservator of the Guimet Museum in Paris, and also an expert in Mongol singing, an extraordinary and beautiful way of singing in which the sound comes from the lungs and the throat by, I don't know what kind of technique, so unique that the Mongols could not believe their ears when a Frenchman reproduced it to perfection. There were also spies, an Israeli charged with contacting the Jewish communities of Soviet Central Asia, as well as Americans and Japanese who did not have any historical knowledge, but were specialists in communication strategies or mineral wealth. I was sorry that Easterners, Arabs, Turks, and Iranians, who should have been among those most interested in the region, were absent. The UNESCO team supporting Doudou Diène was highly competent and extremely kind, making the trip relaxed and enjoyable and helping us forget the strains of the difficult roads. But beyond learning about the region's historical past and contemplating the scenery, the trip allowed me to discover some interesting aspects of its modern problems. The contrast between the perfect organization of the trip in China, the disorder of the one in the Soviet Union, and the total absence of any form of organization in Mongolia, while it is almost a caricature, is nevertheless significant. Xinjiang. I arrived in Beijing late. I thus joined the caravan, which was already at the doorsteps of Xinjiang, at Dunhuang, at the end of the corridor that connects China proper, the province of Gansu, to Mongolia and Xinjiang. I went as far as Lanzhou by plane. Then from there, thanks to the kind assistance of my Chinese friends in the academy, I traveled by automobile to meet the caravan. The trip was quite educational for me. My visit to the capital of this interior province, among the poorest in China, provided an opportunity to assess the incontestable progress made due to the effective redistribution of the means of accumulation, mainly financed by the wealthier coastal provinces. This is an aspect of the strategy of interprovincial integration, often ignored by both defenders and critics of the capitalist path followed by the government. This impression was strengthened when I traveled through villages at the slow pace of car traffic in China. My guide interpreter from the academy was a very friendly young man, and we chatted about everything, including politics, obviously, and quite freely, as is the case in China. We stopped unexpectedly here or there in a large village to drink tea or eat something in some sort of cafe, restaurant, general store. I don't know exactly what to call this type of store that is found everywhere in China, generally managed by the commune. People were always welcoming. The peasant clients were jovial and curious. coming up to me and asking where I came from, who I was, if I like the local cuisine, did I like the village, etc. These places were relatively clean, except for the toilets, of course. The impression I had from the quality of the buildings and the accommodations was of poor Europe in the 19th century, but not desolate scenes as elsewhere in the capitalist Third World, even in countries that are considerably wealthier. The UNESCO caravan had left Xi'an, one of the capitals of ancient China, starting and ending point of the long-distance trade of that time. I had had the opportunity in an earlier trip with Isabel to visit Xi'an and admire its vestiges, murals, and old temples, and the incredible cemetery of giant statues of the Imperial Army, an artistic and historical treasure of China. The corridor formed by the western finger of Gansu offers an unforgettable scenery. On the left side, heading west, we passed the high peaks of the Qinghai, towering up to more than 5,000 meters, while on the right was the Great Wall, which we continually approached or veered away from, separating rural and peasant China from the Gobi Desert and Mongol herders. In Dunhuang, I marveled at early Buddhist caves. There I joined our group. At each of our stops, we were urged to participate in a 3 or 4 hour discussion that Chinese historians presented about different aspects of the region's history and the role it played in the relations between China proper, India, and the Byzantine and Islamic Middle East, such as the formation of the Uyghur peoples and states, religious developments, Buddhism, Nestorian Christianity, Islamization, social structures, modes of agricultural production, irrigation and trade, technology transfers, artistic styles. In other words, it was good historical materialism as a whole. What struck me, and perhaps others as well, was the extent of the vestiges of enormous cities that had disappeared. In Turpan, we descended to an oasis located at the lowest point on the planet, 168 meters below sea level. This marvelous small city presented a distinctive characteristic that I have found nowhere else. Some of the streets, even some of the widest open to automobile traffic, were entirely covered by a trellis bearing grapevines. Traveling around, then on foot, by bicycle, or in a horse-drawn carriage, was done in the shade, and it was even possible to collect a few refreshing grapes from above one's head in passing. Kashgar, last stop on the trip, was the historical capital of the Uyghur Turks, in close contact with Western Turkestan of the Uzbeks and Tajiks, and, through them, with Persia and India. To the east, Kashgar commanded the 2 roads that lead to China proper, bypassing the terrible impassable Taklamakan Desert by either the north or the south. To the west, it commanded access to the main passes that allow a traveler to bypass the Pamir Mountains through the roads of Afghanistan, leading to the Khyber Pass to Peshawar. This entire region of very high mountains and pleasant valleys was closed to our expedition. To visit Afghanistan had become, of course, quite impossible. The heart of the Kushan state, where the 3 roads from Iran, India, and China met, was thus off limits to us. Fortunately, Isabel and I had traveled through this area in 1973. Kashgar is a pretty city full of history and charm. We also visited the former pre-1914 consulates of Russia and Great Britain, odd places, that had been active centers for espionage and intrigue between the 2 powers, which watched each other carefully and fought each other for control of the region. Throughout the trip, I talked about everything, the past, Marxism, international and Chinese politics, with Chinese colleagues. But, as almost always in China, at exactly 12 noon, regardless of the interesting discussion, we had to stop. At midday, it was time to eat. The Chinese stopped all activities, whatever it might be. Extremely fond of food, for them there was nothing that could justify being late. For example, there was a terrible risk that the food might get cold. And during the meal, it was forbidden to talk of anything other than the food. You tasted, commented, critiqued. The interrupted discussion was only resumed once the meal was over. Starting from the middle of the last sentence uttered before we ate, I noted with amusement. In Kashgar, I had a strong urge to climb up the Pamirs. Peaks of more than 7,000 meters surrounded us. I discussed at length the car trip by the highway that led to Pakistan. There was almost insurmountable resistance by the Chinese with all possible and imaginable pretexts. The fears were not political. The highway was open to commerce and tourism, but simply the expression of the incredible fear the Chinese, in this case, peasants from rice-growing plains, had of high mountains. There were landslides. It was too cold, the road was too dangerous, etc. But I was stubborn and succeeded in getting what I wanted, a car and a driver. A Chinese accompanied me the whole trip, 3 or 4 hours of a steep climb, the same amount of time to go back down, seated next to me, eyes closed, paralyzed with fear. The Chinese soldiers at the last stop before the pass leading to Pakistan laughed, as I did, rousing him, saying, "It's over," and giving him some tea, which he drank with shaking hands, without daring to look at the incredibly beautiful peaks. I believe he will never forgive me for having persuaded him to accompany me. Xinjiang is an autonomous province, originally inhabited exclusively by Muslim Turkic-speaking Uyghurs. Today, living next to Chinese immigrants who are dominant in the vast areas open to agriculture by large-scale irrigation works. This coexistence is not without problems, and I am not one of those who deny its reality. The administration is certainly often arrogant in its behavior, but that is just as much the case in China proper. Even though as many Uyghurs as Hans carry out administrative work in Xinjiang, It is certainly experienced as Chinese by the majority of indigenous inhabitants. The progress achieved thanks to the government in education and health, although it has made it possible for this people to escape from incredible poverty and terrible, so-called feudal forms of exploitation, does not always compensate for offended nationalism. Most of the Western visitors who were part of our caravan endlessly protested and straight out insulted the Chinese whom they treated as imperialists. This was unbearably arrogant, all the more so since some of them were visibly intelligence agents of the real imperialist powers. I found the same behavior from the defenders of the rights of peoples in Soviet Central Asia and Mongolia. The official who was in charge of our caravan was himself Uyghur. He had studied Arabic in Damascus and spoke it perfectly, with a pronounced Syrian accent. In Nanjing, I met a Chinese woman who had studied Arabic in Cairo and spoke Baladi, or native or local Egyptian Arabic, to perfection. She had even adopted the appearance of an Egyptian woman. The official did not know any Western language. He spoke only Chinese, Uyghur, Russian, and Arabic, and that made a good number of the Westerners in the caravan furious. So, you don't speak any foreign languages? Well, yes, for us Arabic and Russian are foreign languages. I discussed with him and other Chinese the problem of Xinjiang without the least discomfort. I told them what I really thought. I did not defend Chinese policies unreservedly, but on the contrary expressed my fear that the government was incapable of resolving the national problem in Xinjiang and Tibet correctly. Yet I remained completely hostile to Western views that support the separatists of these two countries. The government of the People's Republic has freed the Tibetans and Mongols from a slavery in the proper sense of the word that supported the ruling class of Buddhist monks, the Dalai Lama in the lead. Just like earlier, the Democrats of the West supported the Islamists in Afghanistan. Today they are instruments in the U.S. hegemonic strategy of attempting to break up China. The interests of peoples have nothing to do with it. The U.S. hegemonists have proven the point themselves, with their unconditional support for the worst regimes, the most criminal imaginable. Their rhetoric about democracy and rights of peoples has no credibility. The possible independence of Tibet and Xinjiang would inevitably end in unbelievable social regression and a strategic, perhaps even military, takeover of these countries by the United States. This is the actual aim of the strategy pursued by Washington and its European and Japanese allies. Former Soviet Central Asia. Our visit to Soviet Central Asia took place in quite different conditions. This was in July 1991, 1 month before the attempted coup d'état against Mikhail Gorbachev, his defeat, the collapse of the government, and the breakup of the USSR. The UNESCO caravan had departed from Merv, last stop of the Turkmen nomads, gateway to the Silk Road leading to Persian Khorasan with its historic cities of Mashhad and Nishapur. Having left Paris late, Isabel and I joined the caravan in Khiva by plane via Moscow. Traveling on acceptable roads in a caravan of autos, we visited historic cities, Khiva, Bukhara, and Samarkand. These cities were certainly interesting and beautiful in their way. Our colleagues, Russian and other Soviet historians, were very likable and the best guides one could have. The discussions they led at the sites we visited, and above all later in the evening at the hotel, were of the highest quality. Having read the best Russian and Soviet works on the region, and its history translated into French or English, I always had questions to pose. I believe I received the best answers possible. Renovation of the monuments was impressive, too much in a way, since some of them, notably Tamerlane's gigantic constructions in Samarkand, were practically redone. Although these renovations had scrupulously respected the originals, the impression they gave is of something too new. I only saw something similar in Luxembourg, where the superb old city has been renovated so well, so properly repainted, that the impression given was that of an imitation of an old city recently constructed, which was not the case. But as impressive as these monuments were, they remained to my taste a little too much like a caravanserai, having borrowed their styles here and there. They did not have the subtlety of the Persian monuments of Qom, Isfahan, and Shiraz. These Central Asian monuments embodied the relationship that existed between the culture of the Turkic nomads and the Persian source of its inspiration, the same thing, but less delicate. From Samarkand, we branched off to the south, toward Amu Darya Oxus River, which we met at Termez, the gateway to Afghanistan, that is, the ancient Bactria of Alexander the Great, later the Kushan state, hub of Persian-Indian-Chinese relations. This was the setting of the route of the Iron Gates traveled by Alexander, all the more impressive since a violent storm accompanied us the whole length of this part of the journey. The long discussions that followed helped me to realize the importance this region had in the pre-capitalist past, and made me understand why Transoxiana, the Khwarezm of Islamic civilization, which is always wrongly thought of as a semi-barbarous periphery of the Caliphate of Baghdad, produced many thinkers, philosophers, and scientists of the highest quality. Traveling back toward the north, we reached Dushanbe, the Tajik capital huddled up against the feet of the Pamirs, a modern, Soviet-style city of no great interest, and then descended down to the garden-like Fergana Valley from Kokand. Despite the best efforts of Daududien and the entire efficient and friendly UNESCO team, the trip's organization was chaotic. Every day we left very late, 2 hours or even more. Something was always missing: fresh water, gasoline, a driver, 2 guides, or 3 papers. Soviet style. Consequently, we obviously always arrived everywhere late, but whatever. People at our destination either waited for us or did not do so. The plan, always extremely detailed and distributed at the outset, was continually revised. That reminded me of my Syrian friend Shalak's witty remark, which, in turn, reminded me of an Arab proverb: all action is made according to a plan, but the plan is improvised. At dinner, it was always the same surprise, the same pilaf fatty rice with mutton, pompously offered to us as the delicious local specialty. The same specialty everywhere then? It could be hot, cold, or reheated. But when you were hungry, it was edible. The Chinese would never dream of traveling without a cook professional or advanced amateur. The Russians, on the contrary, hardly ever think of these things. Many others think of them even less than they do. Notwithstanding this, Soviet Central Asia was not the hell that the contemporary dominant media wanted us to believe. It takes a remarkable degree of bad faith to conveniently forget that, in 1917, Russian Central Asia was more destitute and squalid than Bangladesh. Today, it looks like a poor Europe. But of course, it is suggested that it should be compared to Germany to properly assess the socialist disaster. For more than a half-century, the most advanced regions of the USSR, Russia, and Ukraine in particular financed the improvement that, as relative as it was, should be credited to the system. The Western powers have done the exact opposite. They have never stopped pillaging their dependent peripheries. The Karakum Desert south of the Amu Darya and the Kazilkum Desert between the latter and the Sir Darya are among the most arid regions in the world. Gigantic irrigation works have made their valleys into a new Egypt. Plantations of prickly shrubs and cacti, seeded by airplane along agricultural areas to protect them from drying winds, have transformed a large portion of the deserts we crossed into steppe. If any European colonialism could be credited with even 10% of such achievements in Africa, there would be no end of harping about its successes. Thus, emphasis is systematically placed on the environmental destruction associated with this type of development. Too much water used by irrigation, which increases the drying up of the Aral Sea, too many chemicals used for agriculture, overfishing in the inland seas, etc. All of that is correct. It is also the case that the Soviet system completely ignored all considerations of this type. Moreover, it shared with capitalism this disregard for nature in which it saw only a resource to exploit, which has been no less destructive in Japan or the northeastern United States. As a version of the development of what I call capitalism without capitalists, the Soviet system did not sin from too much socialism, but, on the contrary, by ignoring the principles of socialism. At the outset, it had to work under the conditions of a poor country. Consequently, it left striking images of ugliness, each of its large cities surrounded by a cemetery of all kinds of detritus, old material thrown there any old way. Could it have been done differently or better? I believe so, and I think we should never stop trying to do better. That being said, it remains the case that without the irrigation works, the region would not be able to support the population that today makes up its nations. The reproach that Russian reactionaries now make to the Soviet regime is that it spent too much on Central Asia. On the political and social plane, Central Asia was certainly no better than the rest of the Soviet Union. The autocracy that predominated there, far from being the result of socialism, was instead its negation. But once again, we must not confuse a left critique of the system with the right critique offered by the dominant media. The nationalities policy implemented in the region was not above suspicion. Great Russian arrogance was a reality. Yet the borders of the republics were designed not to create problems, as some would like us to believe, but to resolve them. These borders, purely administrative as in Yugoslavia, were not intended to become the borders of independent states. They could thus be designed to resolve different kinds of problems. Separating territories populated by Turcophone Uzbeks from Persophone Tajiks was aimed at ending their mutual hostility. All of Transoxiana was Persian, and it was Turkified by a nomadic conquest that had not yet ended on. The eve of the Russian Revolution. The alternative to these complicated borders, or enclaves as in Armenia and Azerbaijan, would have been the transfer of the populations involved, an attenuated way of saying ethnic cleansing. The complicated line of the borders did not hinder transportation, communications, and economic integration. It also did not prevent the creation of an immense state, like Kazakhstan, to give dignity to the unfortunate nomads of the steppe, even though much of its territory had already long been Russianized. It is the breakup of this region into 5 states that presents a problem, and will present more tragic ones in the future. It is not my intention here to discuss the new problems now confronting the peoples of the region due to the intervention of the United States, and its attempt to control the region's petroleum resources. I shall only say that, in my opinion, the best and probably only acceptable solution, but it is far from being the only possible or even the most probable one in the immediately visible future, requires the reconstruction of a genuine commonwealth of independent states CISs and a rapprochement with Russia. The journey through the region was, on all these levels, quite educational, at least for me. The tensions, quite visible, such as the absurd controls at the pseudo-frontiers of the era, were mollified due to Dowdo Dien's immense diplomatic skills, but also due to the efforts of many of our Soviet partners. There was an Uzbek politician, a member of the Communist Party at the time, as he had to be. Today he would have to be in the government's party, always the same, who was skillful and, well, nice. He was undoubtedly calculating, but relaxed, and called on us to get back into our vehicles by crying out in Russian to your horses. There was a driver who read Les Rois Maudits, The Accursed Kings, translated into Russian, of course, a series of 7 historical novels by Maurice Drouin during our long walks. How many drivers in the West would have the same curiosity? Mongolia. In the following summer, in 1992, Isabel and I participated in the 3rd stage of the Silk Roads program. From Ulaanbaatar to where we flew via Beijing, we traveled through the western part of Mongolia to Kobdo. The outbound and return trips were by different routes, 4,000 kilometers in all, the driving surface neither asphalted, of course, nor even covered with earth. No Silk Road ever passed through Mongolia, but for diplomatic reasons, UNESCO had granted the request of this country to be part of the program. The trip was still interesting, though for different reasons, primarily to make the acquaintance of this unusual country. Of the 3 teams, this was by far the worst organized. I would even go so far as to say that it was not organized at all. The fault certainly did not lie with UNESCO, but completely with the local authorities. The so-called communist government had just given way to a victorious liberal coalition in the first round of multi-party elections. Later, this same coalition would give way to a return of the former communists. Traffickers of all sorts, who had come to draw the quickest profit from economic liberalization, had invaded the hotels in Ulaanbaatar. The reservations made for our caravan had not been honored. We were lodged in a sort of vacation resort for young people located about 10 kilometers from the city. It was a nice place, although of limited comfort, shared bathrooms and showers. The water was rather cold than hot. Above all, there was the loss of time for those of us who wished to see more of the capital. We visited it all the same, of course. It was a Soviet-style city without any great architectural interest. But the end of our return trip coincided with a pseudo-national festival dedicated to the rehabilitation of Genghis Khan, who definitely would not be in favor with the Soviet regime. As a feudal conqueror, he represented what the revolution had aspired to combat. The new regime attempted to substitute legitimacy based on nationalism for the preceding one, whose socialist values had exhausted their mobilizing potential. The Genghis Khan celebration was a grand spectacle of Mongol horsemen, superb on their small horses, dressed as during the era of the Great Khan. It was a very beautiful spectacle, certainly, but devoid of any political or social content. We discovered that the country lacked tourist facilities to the extent that we would have to camp. A Canadian tent and a single blanket were given to each of us. The nights in Mongolia, even in summer, can be very cold. We discovered later that there was a supply of blankets, but that the Mongol staff had undoubtedly intended to steal them. After much grumbling and almost a revolt, prepared to attack the truck where they were hidden. In the end, we were given extra blankets. Everything was in keeping with this. The field kitchen was a real antique piece, which would have been at home in a military museum. It was a rolling cast iron stove, equipped with a high chimney, fueled with wood and weighing I don't know how many tons. It must have belonged to an imperial army of the 19th century, Russian or Chinese. This field kitchen did not leave before us, it left with us pulled by a truck. That meant that it would only join us at the campsite chosen for the day, 2, 3, or even 5 hours later. We then had to wait much of the night before being able to eat something, or wait to eat the evening meal for breakfast the next day. It is actually not accurate to call it a meal. There was no proper cook, but simply a man or woman responsible for lighting the stove and boiling an old and poorly butchered sheep in the cauldron, garnished with some old cabbages. We had each been given a bowl at the outset, into which this disgusting soup was served, the only utensil we had for everything: eating, washing, brushing teeth, shaving, possibly even for use for other nightly needs. It was up to us to wash it in the stream not far from the campsite. A Swiss woman who was part of this adventure, what was she doing in this hell? Ultimately cracked up and cried, shouting, "I wouldn't give this to my dog to eat." But eat it we did, since there was nothing else. Isabel and I were the type of people who knew how to adapt to anything, or almost anything. In any case, we were more resistant than most. The young people in the group, pretentious journalists, looked at us scornfully at the outset. These old people would not hold up, they thought, but they were the first to complain of the difficulties imposed on them by their profession. A poor Indian journalist who was a vegetarian stoically ate biscuits for 1 month. She was a charming woman, full of humor, and also quite adaptable. In China, had eaten a delicious dish, a hot pot of mutton with legumes, spices, and other ingredients, accompanied by fine rice noodles. The dish was called the Mongol pot. Upon returning to Beijing, I said to a Chinese friend that I had never eaten the Mongol pot in Mongolia. He told me that it was a dish from northern China. So why is it called that then? The Mongols have never invented anything in culinary matters, so it was necessary to attribute something to them, he responded. In any case, the Mongol meal in question was served as soon as it was ready at any hour, and thus served as breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Many of us had taken the precaution of bringing along boxes of Nescafé and tea and some biscuits, which provided some relief from the everyday fare. We traveled in 3 types of vehicles: U.S. Jeeps, Soviet Jeeps gas, and ordinary city buses. This was the opportunity to discover the extraordinary qualities of Soviet equipment. These ordinary buses went everywhere, climbed up rocky slopes at a 45-degree angle and crossed rivers, with the water rising up to our feet in the vehicle. It was continually necessary to repair the sophisticated U.S. Jeeps, even tow them, but obviously in the buses the seats were of wood and the backs were rigid. The Mongols who accompanied us were not particularly interesting people, fairly ignorant. Half of them got drunk on vodka beginning in the morning, shouted and groaned, sometimes violently quarreled. The chef himself did not display any exemplary sobriety. Toward the evening, when it was time to look for a campsite, our Mongol guides were only relatively helpful. All of that would have turned into drama without Dudu Dien's extraordinary competence. Setting up the tents took all the more time since we were not all, at the outset, experts in the activity. In any case, I was not. The country's climate was always extraordinarily violent and changed quite abruptly. One day, we camped near a large and beautiful lake. There was beautiful weather, but then, all of a sudden, a wind of unbelievable power appeared. The lake was transformed into a stormy ocean. We tried to keep our tents upright, standing in front of their doors, firmly holding the pegs. Isabel's tent, solidly anchored, held, but mine did not. The wind passed, the night came, and everything had to be redone. On the scientific side, there was nothing comparable to the quality of information gathered in China and the USSR. The Mongol group did not include historians comparable to the Chinese or Soviets. Only one of them, an old communist in plain clothing who refrained from drinking, had something to say. I talked to him then in a sort of Anglo-Russian pidgin, occasionally calling on the few and bad interpreters. He was an administrator, rather than a scientist, but he knew his country well, its problems and history. As far as the other foreigners were concerned, they were frankly mediocre. There was a West German woman, actually a specialist in Mongol history, who was reactionary enough to tremble with excitement over the worst stories of Genghis Khan's conquests and massacres. If she had been a little older, she would have reacted the same way to stories of the victories of Hitler's panzers. No doubt about it. There was also a stupid and ignorant American woman who probably would not have been able to find Mongolia on the map of Asia before the trip. What was she doing there? UNESCO had not rejected her application because, while the United States boycotted the organization, UNESCO fell over itself to indulge the Americans. This was a lame attitude. This American monopolized the use of a more comfortable U.S. Jeep. There were a couple of quiet and unbearably egotistical English people. There was a very competent French musicologist. He is the one I mentioned earlier who perfectly imitated the Mongol songs, who was quite likable. Also in the group was the charming Indian journalist I mentioned above. And, of course, there was Dudu Dien's secretarial team, Isabel Moreno and others, who were remarkably polite and efficient. These friends made the trip, which could have been quite difficult, pleasant, and enjoyable. The impression I had of the modern society was that the progress achieved by the government that resulted from the 1920s revolution was rather modest, once the people were freed from the slavery in which the Buddhist church had held them. Of course, there was nothing democratic about the government, but the administration, as arrogant as it was, did provide some services, which abruptly disappeared with the capitalist liberalization. No more schools, no more community clinics, even no more commercial services. The private sector did not take over from the abolished state trading enterprises, as anyone endowed with the least bit of good sense could have predicted. What is more, the stock farmers no longer found the minimum of essential products, a little tea, some matches, or oil for their lamps. In return, they no longer marketed the surplus from their herds. And to cap it all, for this country that has many more goats, cows, and sheep than people, there was no more meat in the markets of Ulaanbaatar. Who can be surprised that the Mongols had re-elected the former communists to lead their country? The misery caused by this disappearance of trade was attenuated a bit by the sudden appearance of itinerant Chinese traders, as in the 18th century. But it is better than nothing. Thanks to one of them, who had spotted our caravan from far away and had rushed to join us, we were able to replenish our stock of tea and biscuits. In addition, I bought a magnificent and super warm-down jacket that increased my comfort during the cold nights. In spite of everything that I just wrote, Isabel and I do not regret making this beautiful trip. The reward was worth the strain. The scenery was incomparably beautiful and difficult for me to describe. In any case, it was unmatched in many ways, the color of the Altai Mountains and of the sky. Etc. There were herds of wild goats and herds of Asian camels with 2 humps. All of that would be impossible to see without traveling thousands of kilometers off of any roads. But it was also the only way to get to know the Mongol people a little. It is well known that the Mongols are equestrians, but you have to see them living in their own environment to understand the unity of the man or woman and his or her mount, their shared life. There was a children's race from 5 to 6 years old, boys and girls seated on their horses without saddles, their braids flying, covering 50 kilometers at full gallop. This is difficult to picture when you have not seen it. In the camps, we tasted cheese, hard as a rock, but so good after the daily fare of old, mutton. Some appreciated the fermented mare's milk, but not I. Dudu Dien, in his capacity as a leader, was invited to eat sheep's tail, pure fat, no meat. This wealth of delicacies for the Mongols is, as one probably can imagine, rather repugnant, despite its utilitarian nutritional functions for the severe cold. Daudu submitted to this preferential treatment with incomparable self-control. As everywhere, human beings behind their faces hardened by the conditions of their life are nonetheless sensitive. A young Mongol running through the countryside returned carrying wild berries, which he offered to Isabel. Another wanted to give her a wolf cub with which he was playing. Isabel almost gave in, but there could be no question of crossing the frontiers with this wild animal. There was much nature, but very little in the way of monuments. There were a few abandoned Buddhist monasteries that the new government was proposing to restore and revive. Most of our Western fellow travelers were enraptured by the Buddhas crammed into these monasteries and were indignant that they had been closed by the communist terror. I was not the only one to be irritated along with Isabel by these attitudes. Numerous Mongols, old and young, were no less so, and reminded these Westerners that the monks who lived well without working held their people in slavery and subjected them to untrammeled exploitation. That their power had been overturned by a popular revolution, and that if the monasteries were closed, it was because from the moment monks had been required to work in order to eat, there were no more candidates to the monastic life. The ruins of Genghis Khan's capital, Karakorum, are quite modest in size and do not compare with the dead cities of Xinjiang or with the vestiges of cities in Uzbekistan, which shows the modest role of Mongolia in history. There were large conquests, to be sure, but short-lived. Marco Polo, who visited Karakorum in its heyday, made clear that the city had only 30,000 or so inhabitants. This is also confirmation that the Silk Roads did not pass by there. Upon returning to Ulaanbaatar, we had the possibility during a brief meeting with critical intellectuals from the Center for History who had been excluded from the trip to supplement a little, and more seriously, our information on the country, India. There are very few other so-called emergent countries beyond China if we exclude from the list the certificates of convenience issued by the World Bank. Due to their continental size, India and Brazil weigh heavily in the development of the international balance of power. South Africa, finally rid of political apartheid, already exercises a marked influence in southern Africa. Thailand and Malaysia and others are committed, it is said, to development paths that should not be reduced solely to the implementation of neoliberal formulas. India, like China, is a continental country that cannot be ignored if we are interested in the future of the world system. Fortunately, the Indian intelligentsia, dominated by the left in the broad sense of the term, has often produced high-quality analyses that are, moreover, easily accessible since they are published in English. A good number of these intellectuals are acquaintances or even personal friends, sometimes active in forum networks, and it is always a pleasure to have a discussion with them. But I have always believed it necessary to supplement knowledge acquired in this manner with site visits. I thus give much importance to the impressions that I have retained from multiple trips to India during the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s, during which I visited some of its large cities: Delhi, Varanasi, Patna, Mumbai, Bangalore, Madras, Hyderabad, Kolkata, and their monuments and palaces, but also their slums, and also saw the countryside in the Ganges Valley and in the Deccan. Even if these visits were always relatively brief and certainly did not deserve to be called study trips, the fact of having often been accompanied by intellectuals of worth, the best guides possible, is an advantage from which most other visitors to India have not had the opportunity to benefit. Current Indian society is, for me, totally unacceptable. I am certainly not one of those, numerous among Westerners, who admire Hinduism and its rhetoric on nonviolence. I share the opinion of critical Indian intellectuals who emphasize the social disaster associated with the domination of the concept and practices of dividing society into castes. It is not my intention here to offer any sort of analysis of this fundamental dimension of India's history, culture, and social organization, as well as its relations to ancient and modern social classes and forms of exploitation, its interweaving with modern colonial development and contemporary peripheral capitalism, and its functions in the system of governments and in political life. An abundant and serious literature exists on all these subjects. I will only say that this cruel reality invalidates all rhetoric about nonviolence. Indian society is, in fact, particularly violent. British colonialism bears major responsibility for the persistence of the caste system, unparalleled in the modern world. With its characteristic cynicism, British imperialism systematically reinforced the power of the traditional dominant exploiting classes, rajas, zamindars, and others, and integrated them into the general system dominated by capital. Without such an alliance, it would have been impossible for the English to govern and exploit this immense country for their benefit. With their well-known hypocrisy, the British attempted to justify these villainous alliances by praising local specificity, particularly the caste system, and respect for traditions, the worst, of course. The result is that India presents scenes of human misery on a scale rarely seen elsewhere, except for Pakistan and, of course, Bangladesh. The rhetoric praising Indian democracy, in contrast with its absence in China, passes over this major fact in total silence. No statistic is necessary to know that, thanks to its revolution, China presents no comparable spectacle. It suffices to travel by road through the two countries, which I have done often, to be convinced of that, if one is honest. India's dreadful poverty is such that, during her first trip there in 1973, Isabel found it difficult to bear the strong emotions produced by this spectacle. We were in Delhi in the summer, staying in a magnificent hotel whose name I have forgotten, which was a veritable fortress, isolated from the real country. Leaving the hotel simply to see the city, we came across a child literally dying from hunger who grabbed my foot, imploring us for something. What could we do except flee from the scene, powerless, ashamed, and in tears? The next day, we took the plane to Kabul. Such realities especially limit the meaning and impact of electoral democracy and the achievements made by the Indian national bourgeoisie, which founded and led the Congress Party. Here again, in contrast with the enthusiasm that most third-world anti-imperialist nationalists, including on the left, show toward the Indian ruling class, one of the leading lights of active non-alignment in the Afro-Asian world, and there are positive aspects to this stance. Of course, Indian intellectuals have never been the victims of such blindness. By emphasizing, on the contrary, the class conflicts of contemporary India, the ambiguities of bourgeois nationalism in its relations with dominant international capital. These intellectuals have often been more perspicacious than most of India's admirers, both Westerners and Third World nationalists. Anticipating long in advance the fatal consequences of the Congress Party's erosion, the rise of Hindu fundamentalism and regionalisms, the spread of corruption and the formation of mafia-like groups, and the pro-Western capitulation of the middle classes. Having had the opportunity to visit India frequently during the last 3 decades, I could see these changes spread almost physically in the change of style in successive generations of the ruling classes. The parents dressed in the traditional manner or in a plain Western style, ate Indian food, cultivated politeness, and hid their fortunes. The children arrogantly displayed their wealth and imitated the American middle classes in their style of dress, speech, and life. Whereas the comparison between India and China is largely favorable to China, and consequently, we can only conclude that the revolution has yet to be made in India. The comparison between India and Pakistan is quite in favor of India. India of the Congress Party had chosen the principle of a secular, multinational state, whatever the limitations in the implementation of this principle in the Indian social context. It nonetheless holds potential for changes in a favorable direction, in contrast with the impasse that the dogma of the theocratic state has made for Pakistan. Hindu fundamentalism itself is not or not yet comparable with the fundamentalism the Islamist ruling classes impose on Pakistan and elsewhere. It is even, in large part, a reaction to the opposing fundamentalism. As I have already said, there are no Hindus in Pakistan, they were all expelled, but there are many Muslims in India. The majority of those who lived in what became India remained there. The Indian state has declared itself to be secular. Thus, it does not prohibit the construction of mosques. Something I saw for myself is that in regions where the Muslim minority makes up less than 5% of the population, that minority never hesitates to build mosques as large as possible, close to all the Hindu temples, and to install powerful speakers in them. Can you imagine the Christian minority in Egypt doing likewise? Even after protests by Hindu parties, the Indian government has always had only one response. The state is secular. Religious communities have the right to build as many religious buildings as they want and where they want them. Indian secularism is nevertheless threatened today by the Hindu rights access to the government. India was built on the principle of Bharatva, from the country's name, Bharat, a concept of citizenship nationality affirming the community of nations and linguistic groups of the subcontinent. The right's intention is to replace that principle with the principle of Hindutva, which refers to the community of Hindus, thereby excluding Muslims and Buddhists. The left, and a good part of the Congress Party, have been fighting with determination against this religious fascism. They succeeded in getting an inquiry into the massacres of Muslims in Maharashtra, which openly revealed the complicity of the administration. We can only compare with sadness the boldness of such an inquiry with the pusillanimity of the denials that the Egyptian authorities always produce during similar incidents in which Copts have been the victims. What I have attempted to summarize in the few paragraphs above is not only the result of my impressions from traveling in India and from my readings. It is also the product of long discussions with numerous Indian intellectuals, taking advantage of the invitations that I frequently received from universities, especially Jawaharlal Nehru University in Delhi, but also from grassroots organizations, unions, the communist parties, both Marxist and Marxist-Leninist, particularly during the electoral campaign in February 1998. Journals and reviews Economic and Political Weekly in Mumbai, Frontier in Kolkata, or publishers Rainbow Publishers, for example. The list of my Indian interlocutors, who are often friends as well, is long. Hyderabad hosted the Asian Social Forum in January 2003, and Mumbai was the host for the World Social Forum in 2004. At the Hyderabad and Mumbai forums, I was impressed by the strength of the grassroots organizations that participated: unions, peasant organizations, associations of Dalits, the untouchables, in other words, something other than NGOs, as well as by the scope of the debates and the seriousness of the participants. India will certainly be at the center of the reconstruction of a front of Asian and African peoples. India is also, as everyone knows, rich in historical remains and varied, sometimes fabulous, natural scenery. Isabel and I took the opportunity to see everything tourists should see in Delhi and the surrounding region, particularly the Taj Mahal in Agra, but also the first foothills of the Himalayas in Himachal Pradesh on the road to fabulous Srinagar, capital of Indian Kashmir. The Ganges Valley that we traveled through by train, making sure to stop at the important places, Allahabad, Varanasi. Patna looked a lot like the countryside of the Nile Delta in Egypt. There was the same richness of the soil, same types of crops, same alarming population density, same abysmal rural poverty in the villages. Although considerably even more terrible in India, due to the agrarian reforms of the Nasserist regime, many sites of the past have disappeared. Hordes of beggars, children with trachoma-infected eyes, men and women in rags, cripples, and lepers, just like I remembered from my childhood. From Hyderabad to Bangalore, we traveled across the Deccan by automobile. The scenery here was totally different than in the north, reminiscent of the Sudanian savanna of West Africa. The villages gave the impression of being a little less poverty-stricken. The architectural vestiges of the past were quite different. In the north, there were Mongol remains and the styles imported by the ruling class of the Muslim government, mosques and forts. In the south, Hindu temples abound. I was not very receptive to their style. The architecture was not really to my liking, too often overloaded with mediocre sculptures. But I must say that some of these great temples, Lapakshi, some 60 kilometers north of Bangalore, the one in Mysore, a few in Madras, were very pleasing due to the blend of stone, here with beautiful sculptures and the invading tropical vegetation. Hyderabad was an interesting city, notably the ruins of the old dead city. Bangalore, like Madras, offered the pleasant spectacle of a somewhat organized urban area, unusual in the Indian subcontinent. Apparently, Pondicherry on a small scale and Goa on a larger one were built according to actual plans. I have not, however, had the pleasure of seeing these cities. The British did not accomplish anything like that. They always neglected indigenous towns and cities, treated with the greatest contempt. The small number of colonists isolated themselves in the suburbs, wealthy in terms of their residences, but always horrible in their lack of taste and racist arrogance. Bangalore, at least the city center, was clean and tidy. This was also an exception in India. And I must admit that for many reasons, the temperament of the people, less poverty perhaps, and the filth was not as predominant. I like southern India better than northern India. Mumbai must be seen. Economic capital of the country, the Shanghai of India, Mumbai, was the only large Indian city that immediately plunged you into an urban atmosphere, not into an enormous village. Its dominant comprador class, just like its English administrators, lacked fine tastes, and the mixture of the two have given the horrors of what I call the Bouchier and Company style to products spread across the Gulf region, the Sea of Oman, and the coast of East Africa. The pleasant Corniche was worth a look. There was a more active cultural life in Mumbai than elsewhere, including Delhi. Thanks to my Indian friends, I had the chance to drink a beer or had a bite to eat in several of the cafes, not well known to foreigners, where original, unconventional, and interesting artists, poets, filmmakers, journalists, and politicians gathered. In Delhi, social and cultural life was more stilted. Perhaps this was so because it was the capital, or maybe it was a difference in temperament. Guesthouse International held way too many events and symposia, to its benefit, of course, including those in which I participated, such as the meetings of forum work groups. Nevertheless, I appreciate the comfort provided by this institution, compared with the dilapidated guest houses at the universities. India, a great power? I give particular importance to the presence of our WFA and TWF networks in India for obvious reasons. This presence is facilitated by the quality and number of our Indian friends who actively participated in our meetings, just as we frequently participated, and I do personally, in meetings they organized in Delhi, Kolkata, and elsewhere in India. I shall consider here 6 large meetings in which we participated between 2000 and 2013. Some of the participants were Amia Bagchi, Vice President of the World Forum for Alternatives, Jayati Ghosh, who heads the Ideas Network at the Jawaharlal Nehru University in Delhi, one of my best sources of information for critical economic analysis, Ahmad Ejaz, Sunandra Sen, Seema Mustafa, Prabhat and Utsa Patnaik, the late Vinod Raina, and many others. I should also mention the Secretary of the WFA, P.K. Murthy, the Director of ActionAid, Sandeep Chakra, Indian publishers that distribute our works, and the Indian Communist Party's CPIM and various branches of the former CPIML, presented the following text during these meetings and took into account as much as possible the observations it provoked. Having already passed the mark of 1 billion inhabitants and showing economic growth rates better than the world average, India has quickly been ranked among the rising powers of the 21st century. I have doubts on this conjecture. The reason for these doubts lies in the decisive importance that I give to the fact that independent India has not dealt with the major challenge with which it is confronted, radically transforming the structures it inherited from colonial capitalism. British colonialism essentially transformed ancient India into a dependent agrarian capitalist country. To this end, the British systematically constructed clear-cut forms of private property in agricultural land that excluded access to it by the majority of the peasantry. These forms made possible the formation of large properties dominant in the north of the country and were more favorable to the medium-sized properties of a relatively well-to-do peasantry in the south. The majority of the peasants found themselves transformed into members of a poor peasantry, practically without land. The price paid for choosing this capitalist path of agricultural development is the incredible poverty that afflicts the vast majority of the Indian people. Indian communists originally predicted that this heritage would be called into question and included a radical agrarian reform in their program, the land to those who work it, in practical terms to all the peasants. The bourgeois and the Congress Party never made such a reform. In India, progress is blocked by this colonial heritage and reinforced by the effects of the persistence worsened in some ways of the ideology of castes. The lower castes, today called the Dalits, and the assimilated tribal populations account for a quarter of the population, around 250 million people. Deprived of all rights, in particular access to the land, they form a mass of quasi-slaves that are the collective property of the others. Their inferior status, somewhat analogous to that of the helots in ancient Sparta, allows others to draw from this mass of available workers, those they need for a particular task and a particular period of time, paying them a pittance. The persistence of this condition reinforces the reactionary ideas and behaviors of the others, and encourages the exercise of power by and for the benefit of the privileged minority and contributes to attenuating, even neutralizing, the possible protests of those of the exploited, the majority, whose status places them between the exploiters, the minority, and the oppressed of Dalit status. Of course, British colonialism had refrained from questioning this organization, hiding behind the hypocritical pretension of respecting traditions, which the English had not respected when it was convenient to them, such as when they privatized landed property. The governments of independent India have continued this tradition. The Hindu right, of course, has nothing to say on the subject. The United States, by means of NGOs that defend human rights, attempts to manipulate the protests of the Dalits in the same way and contain them within harmless spaces to facilitate the overall management of capitalism. This situation is, perhaps, on the way to being surpassed by the radicalization of struggles, particularly the Naxalite Maoist peasant insurrections. These insurrections have certainly been defeated in the sense that they have not succeeded in establishing and stabilizing popular power in liberated regions. They have nonetheless initiated a qualitative leap in challenging both the property structures inherited from colonialism and the organization of castes, and in that sense, could perhaps be only a prelude to future revolutionary mobilizations. The sudden emergence of Dalits on the political scene, a major social occurrence of the last 2 decades, is undoubtedly a result of Naxalism, at least in part. The Congress governments of independent India implemented a national project that suffered from the ambiguities of the liberation movement itself. This project claimed to be anti-imperialist, and it was in the sense that modernization and development required national liberation beforehand. But it stopped there and believed it possible to impose on the dominant world system, globalized capitalism, the adjustments indispensable for Asian and African nations, to assert themselves as equal partners in this system, and, by this means, gradually overcome the handicaps of their delay. The communists have often expressed a clear awareness of this contradiction and the limitations that it imposed on the possible achievements of the system. But for various reasons, among others the influence of the Soviets, the non-capitalist path, the majority of communists in Asia and Africa ended up offering more or less as critical support to the national-populist projects. The fissure created by the opposition between Maoists and the Soviets sometimes attenuated the scope of this support, particularly in Asia in this context. The Indian communists, the CPIM, as well as the Maoist CPIML have, as a whole, kept their distance from the Congress Party's National Populist Project. Despite its limitations, the successes of India's National Populist Project under Jawaharlal Nehru and Indira Gandhi were not negligible, on the economic as well as political levels. Colonialism had, from the beginning, carried out a systematic deindustrialization of India, then quite advanced, to the benefit of an industrializing Great Britain. Independent India thus gave first priority to industrialization. This was systematically designed to a certain extent, at least during the first plans under the Nehru governments, and combined private Indian large industrial capital with public sector companies, which were promoted to make up for the inadequacies of the productive system inherited from colonialism, and to speed up growth and strengthen basic industries. The project was capitalist as a whole, in the sense that the relations of production and the technologies selected did not call into question the fundamental logic of capitalism. But it could be said that in this sense, the experiences of really existing socialism, including China, were not that different, despite the exclusivity of public property. The Indian project was, all the same, less radical, in the sense that the degree of delinking its productive system from the dominant world system was less systematic than it was in the USSR or China, where wages and prices, planned in principle, were actually detached from any comparison with those of the world capitalist system. This characteristic of the Indian project, which is found in the other non-communist national populist experiences in the Arab world, for example, was closely linked to the fact that the social structures inherited from colonialism were not called into question. These differences between Indian national populism and Chinese communism account for the visible differences in the results allowed by each model. The rates of growth of industrial and agricultural production in India were not at the time bad, they were much higher than they had been in the colonial era, and were above the world average for post-war capitalism at the time in a phase of rapid expansion. But they remained, in broad terms, below those of China. Moreover, while Chinese growth was accompanied by an obvious improvement in living standards for most of the working classes, that was not the case in India, where growth exclusively benefited the new middle classes, a minority, even though they grew in numbers to the point of rising from 5 to 15% of the total population of the country in 30 years, while the poverty of the majority working classes remained unchanged, even marginally worsened. Liberal rhetoric ignores all these fundamental facts. That is why I do not subscribe to the optimistic conclusions that many futurologists have drawn. India will be on the way to achieving accelerated growth that will raise it to the status of a modern great power, like China. China retains up to now the advantage of the heritage of its radical revolution, whereas India is saddled with the handicap of its heritage from a colonialism that has not been called into question. Of course, independent India's political successes are not unimportant. India is, unlike China, a multinational country, and British colonialism had succeeded in imposing its power only by exploiting the diversity of Indian peoples and states. The success of the national liberation movement in this area, unparalleled elsewhere in the colonial world, is to its credit. The movement actually succeeded in uniting the 10 or so large nations of which the country is composed into a single nation. It is not important that the label given to this nation, Bharat, from which the concept of Bharatva or Indianness is derived, might be debatable from a scientific or parascientific viewpoint. India is now a nation, the lived reality of which prevails over all its components. Up to now, the feeling of belonging together has won out over the assertion of local identities, linguistic, among others. The national liberation movement suffered only one setback, and that was in its desire to include Muslims in the creation of the new Indian nation. Here, the British succeeded in foiling the Indian national project and forcing the creation of the artificial states of Pakistan and Bangladesh. Yet it remains the case that the Muslims who remained in India, around 15% of the total population, even if sometimes they appear to pose problems that the Hindu culturalists exploit, when they do not provoke them, are properly integrated in all aspects of the social and political life of the country. The secularism of the Indian state, which even the Hindu culturalist wave has not succeeded in calling into question, lies behind this success. The comparison between the behavior of governments and the majority Indian society with regard to their Muslim minority, and the behavior of Muslim-dominated governments and societies with regard to their Christian minorities, for example, demonstrates the positive importance of secularism, a democratic advance that is not found in other regions of the world, in the Arab and Muslim world in particular. Undoubtedly, this overall positive judgment could be qualified. The repression of Sikh demands which cost Indira Gandhi her life, and the Kashmiri mess demonstrate the limitations of the system's capacity to manage national questions properly, even if they are described as something else. But it remains the case that the Delhi governments have found ways to correctly manage problems with all the great nations of the Indo-Aryan North and the Dravidian South, and consequently give a solid reality to federal unity, which is much more centralized than the terms of the Constitution would lead you to believe. The experience of contemporary India demonstrates the indisputable superiority of the democratic option and the hollowness of arguments in favor of supposedly more effective autocratic management. That is the case despite the obvious limitations and the class content of both bourgeois democracy in general and its actual practice in India. This option, to the credit of the national liberation movement, the Congress Party, and the Communists, was probably the only effective means to manage diverse social and regional interests, even if they be limited to those of the privileged classes, and bring about popular support for the project of the minority making up the hegemonic bloc. On the international plane, independent India attempted to give substance to the front of the South in the non-aligned movement that came out of the Afro-Asian Conference in Bandung without allowing its border conflict with China to call this openly anti-imperialist strategy into question. The erosion of the national-populist project necessarily had to happen in India as elsewhere for the same reasons, the specific limitations and contradictions of this project. This erosion and the delegitimation of the government that accompanies it have given an opportunity to obscurantist forces to launch an offensive. Supported by the dominant comprador class and a large portion of the middle classes, as soon as their expansion slowed down or even gave way to growing difficulties, encouraged by the rhetoric and maneuvering of U.S. imperialism. In India, these obscurantist illusions have a name, Hindutva. This term designates the claim that priority should be given to adherence to the Hindu religion in defining the authentic identity of the country's peoples. It is opposed to the concept of Bharatva, which refers to the nation. Of course, the assertion of Hindu identity in question does not entail calling into question the colonial heritage in the areas of landed property and respect for the hierarchies of caste. In this sense, as Indian communists have continued to point out, the obscurantist illusions perfectly serve the interests of comprador power and imperialism. The specificities that they liberally sprinkle throughout their para-national, even para-anti-imperialist rhetoric are completely empty. They encourage a revival of communitarian practices here anti-Muslim that the colonial government had used in its time to deal with the rising aspirations for a unified, modern, democratic, and secular national liberation. Nothing in this context distinguishes this regression from that which affects other societies in the periphery that are victims of the same erosion of the populist national project, in particular Arab and Muslim societies. The parallel with political Islam is striking. The construction of a socially progressive alternative as part of an authentic alter globalization remains difficult. It will be a long march. For India, building such an alternative necessarily implies that adequate responses be given to 4 challenges, even if only gradually. First challenge, provide a radical solution to the peasant problem, based on recognition of the right of all the country's peasants to have access to the land in the least unequal conditions possible, which implies, in turn, abolition of the caste system and the ideology that justifies it. In other words, India needs to accomplish a revolution as radical as the one that occurred in China, or at least commit itself to major changes that move the country in that direction. Current peasant struggles are certainly not insignificant. The frequency, geographic extent, and violence of those struggles are visible. But they remain confused and pursue diverse and sometimes contradictory objectives. The best organized struggles, those that sometimes win victories or at least force the authorities to retreat, are those of the middle peasantry whose demands are clearly confined within the logic of capitalism and the market. These demands concern the management of prices and conditions of access to inputs and credit. Consequently, these struggles are often led by rich peasants, who are also victims, in the current phase, of the demands imposed by global capitalism, the comprador class, and the subservient state. The struggles of the poor and landless, including the Dalits, still manifest themselves, on the whole, as explosions without any long-term strategy. Second challenge, construct the unity of a labor front by bringing together segments of the relatively stable working classes and those that are in a more precarious position. This is a challenge common to all countries in the contemporary world, more particularly to countries in the system's periphery, characterized by the tremendous destructive effects of the new pauperization, massive unemployment, precariousness, growth of the impoverished informal sector. It must be recognized that the working class organizations that the national liberation movement, including communists, had succeeded in mobilizing with some effectiveness, and which consequently formed the social base for the political forces of the older left, are today confronted with a challenge of unprecedented scope. The social compromises of the past between capital, state, and fractions of the working classes, the unionized ones in particular, are today called into question by the offensive of imperialism and comprador elements. While new social structures have resulted in a loss of effectiveness by older forms of organization and action, trade unionists, communists, and popular movement militants have the responsibility to open debate on these questions and invent new forms of struggle that will lead to advances in participatory democracy and make it possible to define together the steps of a joint strategy for the long term. Third challenge, maintain the unity of the subcontinent and renew the forms of association of the different peoples that make up the Indian nation on reinforced democratic foundations. It is imperative to thwart imperialism's strategies that always pursue, beyond tactical choices, the objective of breaking up large states, which are better able to resist imperialism than microstates. Fourth challenge, articulate international political choices around the reconstruction of a front of peoples from the South in the first place. The solidarity of Asian and African peoples in conditions that, of course, are no longer those that existed during the formation of the non-aligned movement in the Bandung era. First priority must be given in the current phase to defeating the U.S. project for military control of the planet. Also, Washington's political maneuvering, which aims at hindering a serious rapprochement among India, China, and Russia, must be thwarted. The political and social forces that present an obstacle to India's commitment to the directions mentioned above are sizable. They form a hegemonic bloc that brings together 1/5 of the population. Behind the large industrial, commercial, and financial bourgeoisie and large landowners are the great mass of rich peasants, the middle classes, and the upper ranks of the bureaucracy and technocracy. These 200 million Indians have been the exclusive beneficiaries of the national project as it has developed up until now. Doubtless, in the current moment of triumphant extreme liberalism, this bloc is breaking up under the effect, among other things, of the check put on the rising social mobility of the lower middle classes, threatened with casualization, impoverishment if not pauperization. This conjuncture offers to the left the possibility of developing tactics, if it knows how to take advantage of the situation, likely to weaken the cohesiveness of these reactionary forces in general, and more specifically their comprador orientation as transmission belt for the domination of globalized imperialism. But it also offers opportunities to the Hindu right, in case the left fails. It is often said in India that this nation of 200 million individuals, which alone forms a large market comparable in size to that found in several large European countries, represents the future of the country, while the majority of 800 million miserable Indians is a millstone. This reactionary opinion, beyond its odious character, the poor should be exterminated, is completely stupid. The privileged minority has that status only because it has access to the exploitation of the country's resources and the overexploitation of its workers, which make up the majority. The minority forming this bloc, then, is in a situation that excludes the possibility of reproducing in India a historical capital, labor compromise similar to the social democrat option of the developed West. The view that likens peripheral Fordism to the Fordism characteristic of the developed centers proceeds from a mistaken assessment of the import of each of these two situations. Western Fordism connects the majority of the working classes to the benefits of capitalist expansion, whereas Fordism in the peripheries operates solely to the benefit of the middle classes. India is not the only example of this. Brazil and contemporary China are in similar situations. The fact that the cohesiveness of this hegemonic bloc is managed by political democracy, as it is practiced in India, does not attenuate its reactionary class nature. On the contrary, it is an effective means of asserting it. This hegemonic bloc is integrated into the logic of dominant capitalist globalization. Up to now, none of the diverse political forces through which this hegemony is practiced have called it into question. It can now be understood why the Indian national project remains fragile and vulnerable, ultimately incapable of achieving its self-assigned objective to make India a modern capitalist great power. This vulnerability results in frequent opportunist behavior by the Indian political class, most often justified in terms of short-term realpolitik. This opportunism is not only destructive, in the long run, of conditions for constructing both a progressive national alternative and an alter globalization that supports it. It also blinds its defenders to the extent that they lose sight of the vulnerability of Indian unity and the possible maneuvers of imperialism that aim at destroying it. There should be no illusions on this score, even if today Washington's diplomacy chooses, for a moment and for tactical reasons, to support India and its unity. Its longer-term project is to break up this large country and thereby destroy its capacity to become a great power. Subjection to the requirements of inclusion in global capitalist expansion reinforces centrifugal tendencies. This subjection accentuates the regional inequalities of development. Do we not already hear the privileged in Bangalore, favored by the expansion of new technologies, say that an independent Karnataka would derive greater profits from globalization than Karnataka as an Indian state? Currently, there are elements of a sovereign policy in India, notably in the industrial policies of the private national industrial monopolies, supported by the state. But there is nothing more. General economic policies remain wedded to liberalism, dramatically accelerating the pauperization of the majority of peasants. Nepal, 2008, a promising revolutionary advance. During our trips to India, Isabel and I took the opportunity to take a few vacations in Kathmandu, Nepal's capital. A tourist hub in the Himalayas, it offers the most magnificent mountain scenery imaginable. The city has its charm, despite the grime. At the time, it was also the place where human wrecks from drug use came to live out the agony of what remained of their lives. Young people, boys and girls, hippies from Europe, the United States, and Australia offered a sad spectacle, thin as cadavers with pale complexions, lying in filthy hovels, awaiting the end of their earthly journey. I had always closely followed the struggle led by the Maoists in Nepal, just as I had the Naxalites in India. Their strategy appeared to me to be the only one capable of responding to the central challenge, the peasant question, which is closely linked to the problem of the caste structure. Beyond the advances and retreats, and probably errors, as someone not involved in these struggles, I do not consider myself able to offer any judgment. To do so would appear as pure and simple arrogance. I saw no fundamental choice possible other than the one they chose: connect the peasant revolution with the abolition of castes. The victory won in Nepal thus appeared to me as the beginning of possibly significant revolutionary advances in that country as well as the Indian subcontinent. I thus responded immediately to the invitation from the political bureau of the CPN Maoist in 2008. In Kathmandu, I was received by Prime Minister Prachanda and by Chandra Prakash Gajorel, member of the political bureau, who subsequently participated in some of the meetings organized by the WFA-WF. I was also able to make a general survey of the important questions confronting the country and the party, with the trade unions, peasant organizations, brought together by the Rural Reconstruction Service, the Forum for Democratic Media, and the magazine Red Star. I must say that the in-depth and lengthy discussions in which I participated, sometimes with leaders and sometimes with rank-and-file activists, taught me much more than I could have expected. But when, back in India, in Hyderabad, Delhi, and Kolkata, I attempted to continue these discussions, I most often encountered a wall of absolute refusal on the part of most, even among the leaders of the Indian CPIM. What follows is thus more a mission report, which I submitted to the party leaders. A liberation army that supports a widespread revolt of the peasantry reaches the gates of the capital where the people, in turn, rise up, drive away the royal government, and welcome as their liberator the CPN Maoist. The effectiveness of this revolutionary strategy no longer needs to be demonstrated. This is the most radical, victorious revolutionary advance of our era, and, as such, the most promising. Just imagine, for comparison, that the FARC of Colombia had succeeded in mobilizing the entire peasantry of the country, impossible to imagine, had coordinated their victory with an urban popular uprising chasing Uribe away from Bogotá, equally impossible to imagine, and were thus able to lead a new revolutionary government. This victory in Nepal created the conditions for the initial success of a national, popular, and democratic revolution, characterized as an anti-feudal, anti-imperialist revolution by the CPN Maoist itself. The widespread urban revolt, combining the working and middle classes, forced all political parties to proclaim themselves to be revolutionary Republican. That had never been what they thought several weeks earlier, before the Maoist victory, having made the choice of peaceful struggle and reformism, placing their hope in elections. The other Communist Party, the CPN-OML, had itself joined the reformist camp and denounced the adventurism of the Maoists. The CPN-Maoist deliberately chose to make a compromise agreement with the parties in question. The Congress Party of Nepal, the CPN-UML, and others concluding that they had gained a minimum of legitimacy by their support for revolution, which could not be contested in the aftermath. This compromise, described as a peace accord by the UN authorities that advocated it, transferred the responsibility for drafting the new Republican, Democratic, and Popular Constitution to a constituent assembly. The multi-party elections gave the Maoists first place in the formation of a victorious coalition, and thus confided responsibility for the reins of government to their leader, Prachanda. For the first time in the country's history, and in the history of the entire Indian subcontinent, authentic elected representatives of the people, poor peasants, informal urban workers, ordinary women, were seated in the assembly. Future major challenges. The compromise agreement does not settle future problems. On the contrary, it reveals their full significance. The challenges confronting the revolutionary popular forces are huge. 1. Agrarian reform. The peasant uprising resulted from a correct analysis of the agrarian question made by the Maoists. The strategic conclusions they drew from that analysis were also correct. The great majority of the peasantry, made up of the landless, often Dalits in some regions of the country, overexploited tenant farmers, and poor. Small property owners could be organized into a united front and go over to the armed struggle. Land occupation, including giving Dalits access to the land, refused by the caste system in India, reduced land rents paid to property owners, etc. For these reasons, the uprising organized by the Maoists gradually spread throughout the country as its army inflicted defeats on the state's armed forces. But it is true that the moment the revolt in the capital opened the gates to the CPN Maoist, the People's Army had not, or not yet, succeeded in disintegrating the state's armed forces. Strongly supported and equipped by the Indian government and the imperialist powers. In the current period of compromise, two lines are advanced by the political forces represented in the assembly. The line defended by the Maoists, a radical revolutionary agrarian reform, guaranteeing access to the land and to the means necessary to live on it, to all of the poor peasantry, the large majority, without yet touching the property of rich peasants. And second, the imprecise line defended by the other parties of a moderate reform, which would require, moreover, even before the law determines its contours, the return of the old order in the regions liberated by the peasant revolt. 2. The future of the armed forces. Two armed forces coexist at the present time. This coexistence obviously cannot be continued indefinitely. The CPN Maoist suggests that the two should merge. Its opponents fear they say so publicly, that such a merger might result in the soldiers of the state armed forces being corrupted by Maoist ideology. But they propose nothing, and dare not demand the dissolution of the People's Army. 3. Bourgeois democracy or people's democracy greater than. This is a major question, and it lies behind all debates in the Constituent Assembly, in the political parties, in the people's organizations of peasants, women, and students, in the unions, and in various associations in which the politicized sections of the middle classes are mainly found. There are defenders of the conventional view of democracy, reduced to the existence of multiple parties, elections, the formal separation of powers, the independence of the judiciary, among other things, and the proclamation of fundamental human and political rights. This is, moreover, the general formula in which the dominant ideology on the world scale, relayed by the major media, including those of the Western countries, attempts to confine the debate. The Maoists observe that the fundamental rights on which the proposed democracy is based place respect for private property at the top of the hierarchy of so-called human rights. In counterpoint, the Maoists defend the priority of social rights without the effective implementation of which no social progress is possible: the right to life, food, housing, work, education, and health. Private property is not sacred. Respect for it should be limited by the requirements for the implementation of social rights. In other words, some defend the concept of democracy separated from questions of social progress, the bourgeois and dominant concept of democracy, whereas others defend the concept of democracy linked to social progress. The debate in Nepal is not confused, but it is often polemical. The defenders of Western-style democracy include in their ranks authentic reactionaries who, even yesterday, hardly protested against royal autocracy, or were content with minor protests, hoping ultimately to be more favored by the autocracy. But they also include in their ranks undoubtedly sincere Democrats who are not very attentive to the real miseries the working classes suffer. The NGOs that defend democratic rights, mobilized en masse within this context, and are widely supported from outside the country, speak on behalf of the moderate cause. Some are content to say that conventional and limited democracy is better than nothing, as if more are impossible. Others impugn the motives of the Maoists, calling them inveterate communists, Stalinists, totalitarians, imitators of the Chinese autocratic model, and the like. The Maoists do defend themselves rather well in the face of these pernicious attacks. They remind their critics that they do not challenge the private property of peasants, artisanals, or even capitalists, whether national or foreign. However, this stance would not prevent nationalization if national. Interest demands it, for example, prohibiting foreign banks from imposing integration of the country into the globalized financial market. They challenge only feudal landed property, whose beneficiaries had been clients of successive kings, authorized to dispossess peasant communities. They do not challenge personal rights or the independence of the judiciary charged with guaranteeing respect for them. In fact, they wish to add to this program without reducing it to those additions by inviting the Constituent Assembly to formulate not only the broad principles of social rights, but also the institutional forms necessary for their implementation. The people's democracy that they define in this way remains, of course, something to be invented gradually through the intervention of both the self-organized working classes and the state. Obviously, there is no guarantee that protects the future from the risks of slipping either into an autocracy of state power or, equally possible, an opportunist alignment on what appears to be possible for the moment, thereby showing support for the moderate line of their competitors. But by what right should experimentation be condemned in advance when it is well known that the questions raised here are the focus of a serious debate within the party, where multiple opinions are accepted? The Maoists of Nepal have developed an innovative view of the question of socialism. They abstain from reducing the construction of socialism to the achievement of all aspects of their current program, that is, radical agrarian reform, people's army, people's democracy. They describe this program as national popular democratic, opening the way but no more to the long, possibly centuries-long transition to socialism. They do not use the expression socialism of the 21st century. 4. The question of federalism. The extreme diversity of Nepal's peasant communities expresses the diverse physical and human geography of the Himalayan valleys. It is not a question of 2, 3, or 4 ethnicities, but of 100 communities, certainly related by language Nepali or Tibetan and religion Hindu or Buddhist, but nevertheless proud of their distinctive characteristics. The peoples of these communities want to recover the use of their lands, which was expropriated by the supporters of conquering generals serving the kings, 2, recognition of their dignity, and 2, equality of treatment. But they harbor no aspiration for secession. The federal republic system, advocated by the Maoists, can certainly meet the demands of the Nepalese peoples. It nonetheless carries the danger of being used by opponents of the central government, if need be. 5. The question of the country's economic independence. The United Nations classifies Nepal in the category of less developed countries. The modern administration of the state and social services, as well as the infrastructure, consequently depend on foreign aid. The current government is aware, it seems, of the necessity of freeing itself from this extreme dependence. But it knows that this can only be done gradually. Food sovereignty is not the major problem in Nepal, although self-sufficiency in this area is associated with often deplorable food rations. The organization of more efficient and less costly marketing networks for peasant producers and urban consumers is, on the contrary, a problem because it involves the interests of intermediaries. The organization of small-scale production, half artisanal, half industrial, capable of reducing dependence on imports, will require difficult work and time to produce acceptable results. Maoist views on an inclusive model of development, that is, benefiting the working classes directly at each of the stages of its deployment, as opposed to the Indian model of growth associated with an exclusive social model, benefiting only 20% of the population and condemning the other 80% to stagnation. If not pauperization, is evidence of a principled choice that one can only support. Its translation into effective implementation programs has yet to be worked out. Revolutionary Nepal must deal with the fierce hostility of India, whose ruling class fears spillover effects. The endemic revolt of the Naxalites could, drawing upon the lessons learned from the victories achieved in Nepal, seriously challenge the stability of current modes of exploitation and oppression in the Indian subcontinent. This hostility should not be underestimated. It is one of the reasons for the military rapprochement between India and the United States. India is capable of mobilizing considerable material and political resources. Among other things, it is financing the formation of a political Hindu alternative on the model of the Indian BJP, similar to the political Islam in Pakistan and elsewhere, the political Buddhism of the Dalai Lama and others. Support from the United States and other Western powers, particularly Great Britain, is focused on these reactionary projects. A powerful Nepalese political Hinduism would have an opportunity to crystallize if the achievements, even modest, of the new Nepal began to stagnate for too long. Outside intervention could then also mobilize Nepali reactionaries and even provoke secessionist movements. The use of foreign aid, always conditional even if it is not acknowledged, and the demagogic rhetoric on human rights and democracy, supported by NGO networks, have a role in the enemy strategy. The current compromise delays the implementation of the radical reform program that lies behind the popularity of the Maoists. It tends to encourage a certain willingness in the ranks of the political leadership itself to be content with what the compromise allows, thereby preparing the terrain for the reactionary counteroffensive. But there is no reason to despair. The Maoists repeat publicly that the working classes have the right to remain mobilized and continue their struggle to achieve their program. Whatever the results of deliberations are in the Constituent Assembly, The Maoists have not fallen into the trap of electoralism. They carefully distinguish what they call their social base, social constituency, consisting of the majority poor peasants, urban workers from the lower classes, students and youth, women, patriotic and democratic parts of the middle classes, from their electoral base, electoral constituency, that, like all electoral bases, fluctuates. To transform this grassroots social base into a dominant and organized social bloc as an alternative to the feudal comprador bloc of the overthrown government is the objective of the long-term struggle of the CPN Maoist. I shall say no more about this. Of course, I follow changes in the situation as much as possible and take note of what might appear to be retreats, but I maintain my confidence in the future of the struggles in this beautiful Himalayan country. I shall not go into the 2 magnificent hikes that Isabel and I made at the feet at 30,500 meters of Annapurna and Everest. Sri Lanka. I was given an opportunity to become acquainted with Sri Lanka in 1976 when I was invited to the Non-Aligned Movement Summit held in Colombo. The forum has always paid a lot of attention to the development of non-alignment, and the Secretariat of the movement has frequently consulted us, whatever that term might mean. But, as is well known, the NAM has never succeeded in creating a permanent secretariat. Perhaps it has not wanted to do so to avoid the possibility of internal contradictions coming to light. From that point of view, perhaps it made a reasonable choice. But still, its ministerial conferences and summits have never been sufficiently prepared. Some good national secretariats have more or less compensated for this weakness. This was the case with the Indian Secretariat that, on several occasions, invited me to come and discuss some of the important problems of the moment. The latest, in February 1998, was a working session on the Southeast Asian financial crisis, in which some of the most distinguished names in economic and political thinking in India participated. On that occasion, I offered a few points for consideration aimed at reviving the movement by retaining its name, but supplementing it in order to adapt its meaning to the new situation, non-alignment on globalization. I had had other opportunities to discuss these problems with Chinese leaders, a mixed group from the academy, the party, and the government. In response to the question they had posed to me, is there a lowest common denominator that would make it possible to reconstruct a front of countries from the South states and peoples against us? Hegemony? In Africa, Zimbabwe had earlier had responsibility for preparing one of the NAM summits. Nathan Chamuyarira, then Minister for Foreign Affairs, had invited me to discuss with him the movement's crisis and the requirements needed to adapt to global changes. The 1976 Colombo Summit was held soon after the movement, and the Group of 77 presented a proposal for a new international economic order to UN organizations, particularly UNCTAD. At that time, we had formed a discussion group within the new forum and in the IDEP, to which I had submitted a working paper. The NAM Secretariat had asked me to come to Colombo and present the content of this document to a group of experts and ministers charged, in turn, to inform the summit about it. Indira Gandhi, who had come unexpectedly to hear the conclusions of the group at the end of a long session of perhaps 8 hours of discussions, had impressed me, and everyone else, I believe, as a politician of the highest intelligence. She asked 3 or 4 short but crucial questions, formulated on the spot, and offered 2 or 3 short but remarkable comments that brought out weaknesses or contradictions in speeches on the subject. This summit was for me extremely interesting because of what I was able to learn through discussions with various people, but the outcome could not have been other than the adoption of the New International Economic Order project. I considered the chances of its being accepted by the Western powers to be exactly 0. It was really no more than a pious hope, expressing the desire of the ruling classes in the periphery to see the capitalist centers adjust to the requirements of the periphery's populist model, which was beginning to run out of steam. Unfortunately, history quickly proved me right on this point. In opposition to this strategic option, I proposed a program that emphasized internal reforms that expanded the space for action by the working classes, which could thereby strengthen the autonomy of the Third World and its capacity to negotiate with the North from a stronger position. I presented this proposal in terms that were the most acceptable for the audience. I seized the opportunity of my invitation to prolong my stay in Sri Lanka and, after the summit, get to know the country's critical intellectuals. Most of them were aligned with the populist strategy of the country's left, openness to the market and accelerated growth with a human face, as will be said later, combined with vigorous social programs, education and health in particular. But already some saw the contradictions and limitations of this strategy, the risk of getting bogged down, which could lead to an explosion. History proved them right. Several years later, the Sri Lankan miracle, more a miracle of the World Bank that led to disaster, came to an end, and the ruling classes, hard-pressed, chose to divert popular protest by organizing the ethnic conflict from which the country has never recovered. Southeast Asia. Are they emergent countries? The functions given to some Asian countries are not different from those given to African colonies, subjected to the pillage of their resources. Suharto's Indonesia was a colony for pillage, of its forest resources in particular, and post-Suharto Indonesia remains so today. The World Bank rhetoric that respectable growth rates associated with such pillage are indices of emergence is something of a bad joke. I do not believe that the fate reserved to countries that I know only from my readings, Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, is any different. The huge explosions of people's anger that chased out Suharto in Indonesia, Marcos in the Philippines, or Musa Traore in Mali have not changed anything. The working classes were not prepared to effectively face the challenges involved with getting their country out of its status as a pillage colony. But the major responsibility of public opinion in the wealthy countries of the West should not be glossed over. The dictatorships were supported until the very end by the imperialist powers, and the criminal repression they carried out was never the subject of visible protests in Europe and the United States. After these dictatorships had been overthrown by their peoples, and them alone, the Western powers continued their economic, financial, and political interventions with the aim of maintaining these countries in their miserable status, using the World Bank, the IMF, and the European Union as intermediaries. This criminal policy has elicited no visible protest from the public, which has been taken in by the empty rhetoric of the newly arrived democracy. Some ecologists point out here and there the negative effects on a global scale of the destruction of the natural resources in question, but we hear hardly more than that. Thailand. In Thailand, I was greeted by a good team, Kian Theravit, Suthi Prasartsit, and others, in 1973. Thailand is certainly not exclusively a paradise of sexual tourism for Europeans, Americans, and Japanese, or just a country of magnificent beaches where we spent some enjoyable days, I admit. It is also a country of an open, active, and combative people whose Indo-Chinese culture, a mixture of civilizational elements from the West and the North, that I was able to begin to understand better thanks to my local friends. This mixture has been successful on some levels, in my opinion, but not so much on others, at least according to my personal taste, and that of Isabel. The palaces and groups of pagodas appeared over-ornate to us, a little like the caravanserai style. The canals are frequently admired in Bangkok, but not all visitors see the poverty of the people who travel about on them and often live there. Despite the system's economic success, up to the financial crisis that struck in 1997, social inequalities have continued to worsen, and it can be seen. No statistic is necessary to convince you when you have visited the country on several occasions over the course of the last 25 years, as I have done. Traffic congestion is the biggest success of this miracle. The city, charming in its own way at the outset, is ruined by the construction of huge urban highways, as ugly as can be imagined, and made worse by aggressive advertising in US-style bad taste. But these transportation routes surround islands of people abandoned to poverty, without streets or sidewalks worthy of the name. The bourgeois and consumerist middle classes, the social base of the regime, do not really care. They never travel on foot, always on the highways despite the congestion to go from the island fortress of their homes. Palace villas for the wealthiest or blocks of flats available for those with middle-class incomes protected by walls and armed guards, to another island fortress, the business district. That always takes hours, to the point that those traveling on the highways have invented a system of mobile toilets that can be transported in the vehicle. Thailand, in spite of the horror of its dominant comprador bourgeois class, has sizable assets, in my opinion. It is a genuine nation that also has had the good fortune of never having been traumatized by colonialism. Thus, there is no neurotic rhetoric about asserting identity. There is a ruling class that does not hide its willing acceptance of the wealth offered to it by capitalism without, of course, granting any room for democratic values. There are the working classes who know perfectly well that they can expect nothing from the system, and to the extent possible, fight it. An intelligentsia that sides with the people is present, and has always been so in modern times. It has provided anti-fascist officers for the army, and leaders for the Communist Party and Maoist guerrillas. It now provides cadres for a powerful democratic movement, which combines a critique of the capitalist options of the ruling class and of the regionally and globally dominant system, with progressive social proposals and their democratic management. It is probably the active presence of a modern and critical intelligentsia that explains the important place that the student movement continues to occupy in the life of the country. In contrast with the situation in most third world countries, which are characterized by a strong political and cultural degeneration of the university and student world. The financial crisis, which arrived in 1997, was not a surprise for the analysts of the Forum's working group. 7 years earlier, in a study published by our Forum, an analysis of the miracle's contradictions led to the prediction of a crisis that, up to the last detail, was subsequently confirmed. I am certainly proud of my colleagues whose most celebrated competitors, experts from the World Bank and others, could never understand the subtlety of their analysis. I am, like everybody, closely monitoring the battle in Thailand between the yellow shirts, who are mobilizing the openly anti-democratic and comprador middle classes, and the red shirts, who defend the interests of the working classes, even though the political leadership of their movement can be criticized. But no surprise, the Western media takes sides against democracy, even in its basic electoral form, when the results are not acceptable to the imperialist monopolies. Malaysia, which I have visited on several occasions beginning in 1973, has experimented over the past 25 years with a capitalist development similar to that of Thailand, with similar successes according to the criteria of dominant conventional opinion, that of the World Bank, and weaknesses, brilliantly highlighted by its critical intellectuals, Jomo Sundaram, and Hussein Ali, among others. But it was obvious, for me at least, that Malaysia does not benefit from the same advantages as Thailand does. There is no nation in the strong sense of the term, but only a country shared between different communities. The Chinese community monopolizes capitalist entrepreneurship and supplies the majority of the qualified workers, while the Malays monopolize political power. That functions well enough so long as the interests of the political ruling class and those of the capitalists converge. That has been the case up to now, since the state's active intervention is aimed at supporting private accumulation. That did not prevent the Chinese of Singapore, who are the overwhelming majority of the population in this city, from deciding that it was better to separate from the former Malaysia to form their own government and make this city-state into an industrial and financial center for the region, if the crisis were to continue and deepen, if dominant international capital were to succeed in imposing its views, forcing a retreat of the state in the name of the principles of globalized neoliberalism, which would be perfectly fine for the multinationals and the comprador Chinese bourgeoisie, but not the Malay political ruling class. The unity of the dominant local bloc could be seriously threatened. These internal tensions could become all the more dangerous, since social struggles could be expected to become more radical. How will the Malay peasants, the feudal classes that often control them, the proletarians of the cities, often Chinese and Indian, and plantations, and the middle strata found in all communities react to these new challenges? It is difficult to say, but historical experience teaches us that a recourse to communitarianism, or even to Islamic fundamentalism for the Malays, could be the means by which some political forces might hope to renew lost legitimacy. The current crisis is not, in my opinion, a conjunctural one to be overcome by reviving the model responsible for the growth of the last 25 years, but rather it is the signal that this model has exhausted its potential. All of Malaysia's progressive and democratic forces should expend some energy in analyzing this crisis. Such forces exist, fortunately, despite the repression that accompanied the miracle praised to the heavens by the World Bank. The illusions fostered by this miracle have now dissipated, so we can hope to see these forces flourish again. In the immediate post-Second World War period, these forces crystallized around a combination of the efforts necessary for achieving national independence and those necessary for socialist revolution, following the model of communism, current at that time. The defeat of this project, in common with all of Southeast Asia, except for Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, did not lead to the disappearance of the aspiration for both freedom and social justice among the peoples of the region. Of course, a remake of the past is not the appropriate response to the new challenge, which has arisen in local and global conditions that are quite different from those that characterize the post-war period. Fortunately, no one thinks along those lines, and there is no nostalgia for the past, as there still exists perhaps in the Philippines. It is difficult to say, then, how a program of democratization and social progress could be reformulated for the coming period. Nevertheless, Malaysia and Thailand are today put forward as emergent countries. I have already expressed my reservations about this. The model of industrial delocalization from which these countries supposedly benefit is not synonymous with constructing an autonomous and integrated industrial system. And the term ersatz capitalism, to which I have sometimes referred, is still accurate. In recent meetings organized by the WFA-WWF, I have had the possibility of discussing these questions with new Malaysian participants, Francis Loh, Tian Chua, Chu Chong Kai, activists with new political parties, Parti Sosialis Malaysia and the People's Justice Party, along with my old acquaintances, Jomo Sundaram and Hussein Ali. These discussions have taught me much about the resurgence of promising struggles in the country. The Philippines. Successive complications had always delayed my trips to the Philippines until 1997. I was finally able to accept an invitation from some liberation theologians. George Asanero, at the time coordinator for the forum's activities in Southeast and East Asia, is himself Filipino, and I have had the opportunity to discuss his country's problems with him, of course, but also with Renato Constantino, key figure of the post-war progressive revival, and his son-in-law Randolph David, who was active in the fall of Marcos, and with Francisco Nemenzo and others encountered in our working groups. The history of the Philippines is tragic. Filipinos summarize it humorously in one sentence: 400 years in a Spanish convent, 40 years in a Hollywood musical comedy, 4 years in a Japanese concentration camp. I will add, flung into capitalist globalization at the end of this glorious preparation, the extremely bloody and corrupt Marcos dictatorship, established and supported by Washington, which never gave one thought to human rights violations and the absence of any elementary form of democracy, came to an end, though it was not actually brought down. The end of the dictatorship was brought about mainly by an urban rebellion organized by the New Social Movement, a combination of grassroots organizations for defense of democracy, environmental groups, feminists, and religious groups belonging to the liberation theology current. There is no shadow of doubt that the dominant local comprador bourgeoisie, and behind it, the diplomacy of the United States, succeeded in containing this movement by getting it to support the questionable figure of Corazon Aquino, if it did not manipulate the movement altogether. That is why another fraction of the country's historical left, which had taken the initiative to lead a rural guerrilla struggle under the leadership of a more or less traditional communist party that began to move toward Maoism in the 1960s, has remained severely critical toward this rather heterogeneous new left. It accuses the latter of lacking a defined doctrine, of being based mainly on the middle classes, of having no strategy, and consequently, of being manipulated by the local ruling classes in Washington. This guerrilla movement, established in the mountains of Luzon Island, has never been successfully driven out. It continues to fight. The defenders of the new urban strategy argue that the guerrillas simply survive without any prospect of being able to liberate the country, the cities and rich rural plains. I listen to the two viewpoints defended by militants for whom I retain the highest respect. The arguments of both are solid, as are ultimately the critiques they make of each other. I do not have the temperament of a sermonizer. There are, unfortunately, too many of those. I thus always refrain from deciding in favor of one group or another, and always respect their opinions and courage. I was thus always satisfied with saying what I really think and hope. Would it not be possible to overcome the inadequacies of both positions? Supposing that the crucial points of the mutual critiques are correct, and I believe they are, through a rapprochement rather than continuing a polemic that encourages mutual stubbornness, Manila is a disaster, just like Bangkok, crisscrossed by urban highways that surround appalling slums, bourgeois quarters organized into fortresses, crazy traffic, etc. What remains of the old Spanish colonial city, minuscule compared to the Metro Manila agglomeration, is quite pretty and makes you nostalgic. For a Spanish convent, the revolt of the Moros, the Muslims of Mindanao, does not make much sense to me. The Moros are not victims of any discrimination. The idea that because they are Muslims, they should have their own independent state only convinces those who accept the ideological rhetoric of Islamism and communitarianism. It is, then, a movement able to be manipulated, and one that probably is manipulated by Washington. The small war ultimately pits only criminal bandits, on the Moro side, against the brutal army of a system that, by nature, is incapable of responding properly to a challenge of this type. This works out quite well for those who want to reap the benefits of such a conflict. Once again, I am referring to Washington, Indonesia. Indonesia has been, for me, a country almost completely off limits since 1966. I had known the leaders of the Communist Party at the beginning of the 1960s. I had also listened to the functionaries of the Sukarno government in meetings of the non-aligned movement. The relationship between these two dominant forces that had emerged from the War of Liberation reminded me of what happened in Egypt during the same time period. For the communists, the choice was between aligning with the populism of the government or seriously attempting to go beyond it. And in the communists' case, there would have to be some decision about the means to be used. Sukarno reminded me a lot of Nasser. Fundamentally anti-communist, these two heads of state sought to counterbalance the influence of the popular, left by similar means, depoliticize the population by banning debate, corrupt and flatter the tendencies of the petite bourgeoisie on which their power was based, and encourage reactionary currents, particularly Islamism. The biggest difference was that the Indonesian Communist Party, Partai Komunis Indonesia, was much more powerful than the Egyptian party and consequently had to be accepted as an equal partner, legally recognized even though it was subject to a surreptitious repression. In a certain way, Syria and Iraq stood between the Egyptian model and the Indonesian one. In any case, the clever game these anti-communist populist leaders thought they were playing was turned against them. In the end, they were brought down by the right, supported by imperialist interventions. In Indonesia, precisely because the Communist Party was so powerful, the overthrow of Sukarno's populist regime required a bloodbath unparalleled in contemporary history. Suharto did not act alone. The Islamists participated, as did the CIA, which carefully planned the massacre of at least 500,000 people, men, women, children, and the elderly. If today it is a question of setting up an international tribunal for this type of crime, then the government in Washington should be the principal accused. But of course, no such thing would be considered, as if it is possible to imagine the President of the United States offering his apologies to the Indonesian people, which would be the least of it. Among the criminals of our time, such an international tribunal will only try those who have not given complete satisfaction to the imperialist masters. Nevertheless, in 1973, I attempted to contact survivors who had not transferred their allegiance to the combined dictatorship of Suharto and Washington after Sukarno's fall in 1966. This was very difficult given that the horror of the recent massacre and the terror, perpetrated among other things by the systematic practice of torture on the least suspicion, using lists supplied by the United States, paralyzed scattered individuals. It is in these conditions that I met some people whose names it is now possible for me to reveal. Suharto's fall. The main person was Adisa Sono, at the time a fighter for democracy and social justice, and a critic of the dependent capitalist development strategy advocated by Washington via the World Bank. But gradually, Adisa Sono moved closer to the government, and particularly to B.J. Habibie, who took over for a time after Suharto. It is not unimportant that Habibie proclaimed himself to be the protector of the Islamists. That was the condition Washington set to support him, and by this means, attempt to stop the popular fervor that ended Suharto's dictatorship. The economic and financial crisis was not, as the dominant media claim, the cause of the dictatorship's collapse. Rather, it became a means of managing such a crisis in the interests of international capital and the local comprador bourgeoisie. Underlying this was the refusal by the working classes to pay the price of that type of management, and in support of this refusal, the Powerful mobilization and massive intervention of the youth and the students ended Suharto's power. Unprepared to face the challenge of a mass democratic and social movement, the dictator, as is often the case, reacted incorrectly for the United States. He attempted a last-ditch demagogic nationalist reversal. It is at that point that those who suddenly discovered he had flouted democratic norms abandoned him. Then the questionable Habibi was pushed to the forefront. It remains the case that nothing is yet settled in this country in turmoil, despite the apparent stability brought by the election of Sukarno's daughter. No way of managing the crisis has appeared up to now that would satisfy either the imperialist masters or the popular social movement, which has not abated. In any case, returning to the year 1973, a visa for Indonesia had been granted for Isabel and me for a tourism trip. We landed at Denpasar and spent several days of vacation on Bali's splendid beaches. At the time, Bali was not yet overrun by hordes of Japanese, Australians, and others. There were a few hippies. Visiting this island, whose population has remained Hindu, also helped us understand the true history of the Indonesian people, the pre-Islamic roots that the fundamentalists, here as elsewhere, want to erase. This would, of course, result in a trauma, as I pointed out earlier. The alliance of U.S. diplomacy and the fundamentalists is thus preparing other horrors and massacres to come. This is certainly known in Washington, but it is desired. It is the most effective way to make sure that Indonesia never becomes a stable country, thus potentially autonomous and capable of rejecting U.S. hegemony. Once again, the official rhetoric of Western diplomacy on democracy, manipulated by the media, does not have the least credibility. The question of Timor-Leste. I am returning to the question of Timor-Leste that I broached in an incidental way in the first French edition of Volume 2 of these memoirs. I had the opportunity to discuss the question with the leaders of the liberation movements of this country. I refer here to the work published by Araujo in 2014 on the subject. The oppression to which the odious Suharto government had subjected this people recalls the practices of the government, in Khartoum, no less odious, toward the peoples of South Sudan. It should be remembered that the imperialist powers, led by Australia, supported the annexation made in these conditions. They feared that the choice of armed struggle by the Timor-Leste movement, inspired by the movements in the Portuguese colonies of Africa, would favor radicalization. But it is clear that when the Western powers and Australia changed tack and came around to supporting the cause of independence, they did so because they no longer feared such radicalization. Their intervention, via the UN, ended this possibility and allowed for the establishment of a compliant government, as in the former Portuguese colonies of Africa. This government now sees to it that Timor-Leste continues in its destructive colonial status. The inability of populist governments and rightist dictatorships in the Third World to resolve this type of problem appropriately is almost congenital and bears a decisive share of responsibility in the revolt of the victims of their dictatorship. But is separation the solution? Or will it almost inevitably create countries that are too vulnerable to be able to resist imperialist-dominated globalization, while large countries like Indonesia are capable of asserting themselves, on condition, of course, and moving in a genuinely popular and democratic direction? The support of independence demands by public opinion in the imperialist countries, profoundly influenced by government manipulation, is, for me, a cause for real concern. Australia, following Washington's lead, has ambitions to be a regional imperialist power. Government and public opinion intervenes with that in mind, which convinces me even more that this danger is real. Such interventions are really quite shameless. What credence can be given to campaigns by the Australian government and press against French colonialism in New Caledonia? If Australia does not have a problem with indigenous inhabitants, is that not simply because it systematically exterminated them and refused all citizenship rights to the few survivors until recently, 1967, I believe? The genocide of the Tasmanians is well known for having been the most perfect in history. There were no survivors, not even a single infant. Racist Australians did not consider adopting them, which created a problem for linguists since nothing is now known of the language that disappeared with its people. And Australia wants to preach to others. Korea. The economic development of South Korea is different from that of the Southeast Asian countries. However, lumping the two development paths together is frequently done. The World Bank, of course, ignores the concept of peripheral capitalism and consequently makes no distinction between the economic model found in peripheral capitalist societies and models characteristic of central capitalist societies. Its view of the world is flat and without subtlety. The most diverse forms of capitalist expansion are all put into the same category and classified by reference to a single criterion, the growth rate of the GDP. In this way, Korea, Thailand, and Malaysia are all presented as success stories, miracles, attributed without any distinctions to the virtues of the market. No effort is made to understand how the market in question is regulated by state policies that are different from one country to another and one time period to another. But most left activists in Asia and elsewhere make the same mistake, though with different arguments. Since they oppose the pro-capitalist and pro-United States options of the Seoul government, they reduce the Korean model to a variant of dependent capitalist development, thus essentially similar to the development found in the countries of Southeast Asia. Most left activists in the Western world treat China's capitalist development in the same way and lump it together with other models from East and Southeast Asia, even other third world countries. In my opinion, I think this way of lumping together different models of capitalist development is trivial. It is just a polemical procedure that eliminates the central questions concerning the nature of the hegemonic bloc, its relations to the dominated classes, and therefore its strategies vis-à-vis imperialism. The hegemonic blocs in Southeast Asia are compradors, and they open their countries to penetration by multinational companies. Yet the state policies implemented fulfill important functions in the system. First, they maintain, through severe repression, low-cost labor power, while ensuring that the middle strata benefit from the economic expansion, inviting them to the joys of consumerism and to support the choice of an anti-democratic political system. Second, they force dominant international capital, principal beneficiary of the arrangement, to associate the local comprador bourgeoisie with its pillaging operations and thereby lend support to the prodigious enrichment of that bourgeoisie, whether that be through pure and simple corruption or through the creation of reserved and protected companies. This type of growth, even if it were strong for 2 decades, has not caused Indonesia to leave behind the traditional quasi-colonial model, based mainly on the destructive exploitation of natural resources forests. In particular, in Thailand and Malaysia, growth has been based more on the expansion of manufacturing industries, with the participation of local private capital Chinese in the case of Malaysia. The vulnerability and fragility of these models, whether the results have been quite mediocre the Philippines or apparently brilliant Thailand and Malaysia, are obvious. Work groups from the forum demonstrated this, and the crisis confirmed it. Depending largely on foreign financing and technology, having developed no expertise in these areas in order possibly to take them over, the model deserves to be called ersatz capitalism. The hegemonic bloc in Korea is completely different. Its leading element is statist, in the sense that the dominant class and the state are practically merged. This state strategy, then, is nationalist, and if it resorts to multinational corporations and their technologies, it does so in accordance with the imperatives of a plan that outlines the stages of a rise through the hierarchy of production. The development of capacities to absorb technologies through the emphasis put on training and the rules imposed on multinationals in these areas. The construction of a system of monopolies, chaebols, that could be called either private or public, and are a means to maintain control over ownership of capital, etc. Korea, through its choices for international alliances, is the only case of a non-socialist third world country that is attempting to leave peripheral capitalism and set itself up as a genuinely new center. The United States accepted this choice for a certain time and even supported it by unilaterally opening its market to Korean exports, for example, for specific geostrategic reasons. Washington tolerated here what it fought elsewhere. The Korean War had also forced the local ruling class to make concessions to its people that were not very likely elsewhere, particularly in agrarian reform aimed at satisfying peasants attracted until then by the competing model of North Korea. These conditions allowed the working class to undertake successful struggles that resulted first in an improvement in wages, then led to an attack on the anti-democratic system of political power. I was thus not very surprised when an invitation reached me in 1984 from Korean intellectuals and academics. I immediately realized that I had been attentively read. In Japanese, my main works are always translated into this language with larger print runs than in French or English, or even in Korean translations for university use, later taken over by commercial publishers or Chinese, an odd circulation of translations made by the Academy of Sciences in Beijing. I also realized that, in spite of very harsh repression, the left and even Marxism had a strong presence in the intellectual world and was, moreover, not isolated but, on the contrary, able to maintain organized relations with the worker and peasant worlds, mediated by students of working-class origin. Our discussions were thus extremely interesting and tackled all aspects of the problem. In Korea, I met militants who, while declaring themselves to be Marxists and Maoists in general, had been able to avoid many of the simplifications widespread elsewhere. Without the existence of all this intellectual ferment, it would be difficult to understand the extent of the social and political movement that has shaken the country in recent years. Having become friends with these comrades, I was able to visit this very beautiful country in their company, traveling by rail and road from Seoul through inland cities such as Daegu, to its southern coasts and the port of Busan, where I visited the impressive naval shipyards. Korea's success is a real danger for imperialism. This country can become a competing power, all the more so since its reunification is probable and will occur in conditions that have nothing in common with those that allowed Bonn to annex East Germany. This country could shift to the left in a way that is difficult to specify in advance, but significant social and political forces, which have continued to strengthen in recent years, are fighting to move the country in this direction. There was nothing surprising then, for me, that the 1997 financial crisis was the opportunity for Washington and its Japanese and European allies to attempt to ruin Korean potential. The financial crisis Korea is experiencing is a minor one, no different, for example, than what France and Great Britain have experienced at least 10 times over the post-war decades, without the authorities in Washington resorting to what they are attempting to impose on Korea today. It is minor in the sense that the Korean external deficit, measured in relative terms in reference to the GDP, for example, and in terms of longevity over how many years, is below that of the United States. Now, what do we see? The IMF attributes the crisis simply to the existence of monopolies in Korea, as if the large US, Japanese, and European companies were not the same, and proposes their dismantlement and the transfer of the most lucrative parts to American monopolies. In the same way, then, we should expect the IMF to propose to resolve the American crisis to cede Boeing, which is a monopoly as far as I know, to Airbus, its European competitor, which is also a monopoly. Bill Clinton would have ordered Michel Camdesis's former managing director of the IMF removed from office at the very moment he attempted to implement such a ludicrous proposal. Is it surprising, then, that the Korean press unhesitatingly speaks of a new Korean war, with Washington as the designated aggressor? In my opinion, this war is likely to last. It will probably experience ups and downs. But it is not certain that the United States and its allies will end up victors. The crisis has caused Korea to step back from its project of emergence. The liberalism imposed by the United States and Japan has encouraged the chaebols to free themselves from control by the national state. No longer instruments of the state, they have become its masters. The chaebols have been transformed into a financial oligarchy, similar to what is occurring elsewhere. And, like elsewhere, the interpenetration of the private interests of this oligarchy with those that dominate the United States and Japan has caused the prospects for Korea's emergence to recede. And North Korea? There is certainly no reason to be enthusiastic about Pyongyang's political model. But is the principle of president for life, and even a dynastic transmission of the office, so different from what exists in other countries that are not subject to nasty criticism from the Western media clergy? We have never heard this clergy call for the trial of Cameroon's Paul Biya, for example. North Korea was, until the end of the 1950-53 war, proceeding along a more promising development path than South Korea. An agrarian reform and industrialization were the foundations and led to a higher per capita GDP and growth rate than in the South. This is why subsequently the United States and Japan, with President Park, were forced to tolerate the commitment of the new national state to the path that made possible the Korean miracle, while they fought the same choice elsewhere in the global South. Unfortunately, particularly after the collapse of the USSR, North Korea has severely regressed. It was unable, like Cuba, to rise to the challenge. But in some areas, it has moved ahead: nuclear technology and ballistic missiles. These achievements would have been impossible without an excellent education system and support industries. The Western media never say that, though. The question of Korean unity is central today. If it happens tomorrow, it will not follow the German model, with the pure and simple annexation of the North and its subjection to the system currently established in the South. This unity will be better balanced and will thus give Korea the possibility of becoming a genuine emergent nation. The United States and Japan know and fear this. That is why they fight the aspirations for unity of these two parts of a single historical nation and, for that reason, raise military tension and impose sanctions. Latin America: end of the Monroe Doctrine, popular advances. Latin America and the Caribbean have had a very different history from that of the Asian and African countries. All modern societies of the American continent result from a particular form of colonization that fulfilled decisive functions in the mercantilist system of Atlantic Europe, at that time the nascent center of global capitalism. This history has very little in common with the history of African and Asian societies subjected to a later expansion of triumphant industrial capitalism. In Africa and Asia, societies preserved their earlier national and cultural identities, their languages, and to a large extent, their non-Christian religions. Their systems, called tributary or communal in my analysis, were subjected to and deformed to serve the expanding industrial capitalism. Thus, these societies retained for a long time distinctive features described as feudal in the simplified analyses of modern national liberation movements. The formation of modern America resulted in the far more complete destruction of indigenous societies, or in the most extreme case, their outright elimination through systematic genocides, as the one carried out by English in North America. All of America was Christianized, at least formally, and adopted the use of European languages, even if this observation has to be qualified when discussing the Creole Caribbean and the regions with dense Indian populations, in the Andes and Mexico. The participation of the English, French, and Dutch in the conquest of America and the establishment of a mercantilist system is easy to understand. These three countries were in the avant-garde of nascent capitalism. Since the continual wars of the 17th and 19th centuries between these three mercantilist powers ended in the resounding victory of the British, it is not surprising that the French and the Dutch were all but expelled from the continent to the evident benefit of English colonization. But how do we explain the expansion of Spain and Portugal in America when, at the end of the 15th century, these two countries could hardly be characterized as mercantilist capitalist societies? I believe that the Reconquista is behind this incredible conquest of America. The year 1492 saw both the expulsion of the Muslims from Andalusia and Christopher Columbus's voyage. The Reconquista had given rise to the formation of large feudal armies led by warlords throughout the Iberian Peninsula. After having chased out the Muslims, these armies would probably have continued their conquests into North Africa. The discovery of America offered them an alternative area for expansion, which turned out, moreover, to be immensely wealthier. But these armies had not been formed on the basis of mercantile capitalist relations similar to those that had crystallized in Northwest Europe. They thus carried to Iberian America different mindset, still widely marked by European feudalism. It is these forms that posed a problem for the later characterization of Latin American societies. The core of the mercantilist system lay in the plantation slavery colonies, mainly for growing sugarcane and cotton. This was a Portuguese invention developed in the Cape Verde Islands and then spread on a large scale throughout the Antilles, the English colonies in the southern part of North America, and the Brazilian Northeast. The importing of African slaves influenced the creation of this main mercantilist periphery. In areas with dense Indian populations, Mexico and the Andes, the Spanish subjected the indigenous inhabitants to a slave-like status in connection with mines rather than plantations, and spread a form inspired by the Iberian feudal tradition, the encomienda, which was gradually transformed into latifundia, which were integrated to various degrees into the expanding world capitalism. A similar system of large holdings was established where there were no indigenous populations, or where they did not exist in large numbers, in the southern cone, Brazil, Uruguay, Argentina. Relying on immigration from the Iberian Peninsula, Italy, Germany, and elsewhere, in Indian regions this system integrated the Christianized indigenous inhabitants to varying degrees in its own brutal and extreme way. But it was only in Mexico that this integration increased in any real sense of the term due to the Peasant Revolution of March 20, 1910. A true Hispano-Indian nation resulted from the agrarian reform, and populism was built by the PRI on the foundation of this authentically popular revolution. The development of capitalism in Northwest Europe also produced, particularly in England, an excess proletarianized population that provided large numbers for the colonizing of America. The formation of New England was due to this. This settler colony of small landholders built a self-reliant commodity economy that was of little interest to the dominant mercantilist system, which thought it had no future. The successful colonies, the ones that the experts of that time described as miracles, for reasons quite similar to those invoked by World Bank experts today, became Haiti and Northeast Brazil, whereas the self-reliant and poor New England produced the United States. The revolutions of the late 18th and early 19th centuries hardly merit that characterization, although they are central in modern American ideology. They were only revolts by the local ruling classes against administration by the mother country and involved no social transformation. Thus, it is not by chance that the leaders of the North American War for Independence, Washington and the others, were all slave owners and remained so in the United States they created. It was the same with the Creoles of Latin America. The only true social revolution of that time was the slave revolt in Saint-Domingue, Haiti. Undoubtedly, during the wars of independence in Latin America, there were progressive leaders who envisaged more than just a transfer of power from the mother country to the local ruling classes and said as much. Bolivar is one of those, and the glorification of his name by Venezuela's Bolivarian Revolution is a case in point. Yet it remains the case that the wars of independence were what they were, and ended in a simple transfer of power to the benefit of local property-owning classes, without the people themselves seeing their lot improved in any significant way. In these conditions, the 19th century had to end in the emergence of a new center, and only one for the entire hemisphere, the United States, which began in New England, and then integrated into industrial capitalism the other parts of the Americas, as peripheries providing agricultural and mineral raw materials. Gradually, the latifundia lost their original parafeudal characteristics to become a form of capitalist property in land. Ultimately, the various American societies became peripheral capitalist. In this sense, the socioeconomic structures in Latin America became more like those of Asia and Africa, which also were transformed into forms of peripheral capitalism. It is within this new context, which has very little to do with centuries of mercantilism, that a cycle of people's revolutions began in the Americas, including the Mexican Revolution of 1910-1920 and the Cuban Revolution that triumphed in 1959. Certainly, the Latin American people have never lacked courage. The history of the 1920s and 1930s is filled with, often glorious, revolts against the latifundia owners and the lackeys of imperialism. In Nicaragua, Sandino, and in El Salvador, Farabundo Martí led the uprising of their peoples, perhaps inspired by the glorious Mexican Revolution. In Cuba in 1933, inspired by San Martin, a revolution overthrew the pro-Yankee Machado dictatorship. In Peru, opera attempted to give new strength to Indian peasant masses. In the 1920s, Luis Carlos Prestes in Brazil led a column of landless peasants in revolt in a long march that earned him the name the Knight of Hope. But the fact is that none of these revolts succeeded. The dictatorships reconstructed on their ruins, that of Somoza in Nicaragua and Batista in Cuba, lasted peacefully for decades after, until Castro's victory in Cuba in 1959 and the Sandinistas' triumph in Nicaragua 20 years later. I shall deal with Cuba in Chapter 6. I do not think it useful to give a quick explanation of these defeats in my memoirs. Each case has its own unique history that was later the subject of serious analyses and debates. Each time I had the good fortune of being involved in these discussions, in the 1970s and 1980s, I found them very rewarding. I do not think that the main cause of the defeat can be attributed to local communists in the 1920s and 1930s. There were very few outside of the Southern Cone, as well as the Comintern, which claimed to direct their strategies. Besides, the Comintern understood very little about Latin American societies outside of the Southern Cone, where Spanish and Italian immigrants had brought with them the workers, anarchists, and socialist traditions of Latin Europe. Being sizable, communist parties apparently could be formed here in Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile, which the Comintern leaders could understand and in which they invested all their hopes. But they also first misled them into hopeless adventures. Socialist revolution was thought to be on the agenda everywhere, then forced them to align themselves with the diplomacy of the Stalinist USSR. Without taking into account the difference separating the societies of peripheral capitalism from those of the European centers, the Comintern committed the same blunders in Asia and Africa, but the peoples of these continents did not always submit to the strategies it advocated. The communist parties in China and Vietnam were able to assert their independence. National liberation movements, whether led by communist parties or not, as in India, Indonesia, and the Middle East, followed their own path in accordance with the social content of their leading forces. Thus, I understand the uniqueness of Latin American history in terms of the nature of its ruling classes, fundamentally comprador from the beginning, completely dazzled by the attraction exercised over them by Europe, later the United States. Popular revolts suppressed in these conditions made way for regimes that, from Mexico's southern border to the border separating the Southern Cone from the Andean region, were only vulgar dictatorships established on the basis of relative stagnation. On the other hand, in the Southern Cone, social movements, which remained alive despite revolutionary disillusions, opened the way to various forms of Latin American populism, initially in Brazil and Argentina, and later more widespread after the Second World War. Still, the first 2 decades of this post-war period turned out to be calm, since Latin America easily aligned itself with Washington and the communist parties were quiet. While these decades were a great turning point in the modern history of Asia and Africa, I knew this history only through readings, and, in fact, like most Asians and Africans, did not really assess Latin America's specificities, as I mentioned in my 1994 book Rereading the Post-War Period. My readings had initially led me to become acquainted with desarrollismo developmentalism, proposed as an ideological framework for the development strategy of the 1950s and 1960s. Then, beginning in the second half of the 1960s, I familiarized myself with the first critiques of this theory made by the new Latin American left. Desarrollismo had only ever partly convinced me. Certainly, it advocated a development that could be described as autocentric in a certain way, through local industrialization called import substitution, protected from the devastating competition of the imperialist oligopolies. But it assumed that the local bourgeoisie would be able to manage such a project. That is, it assumed that this bourgeoisie was national, in the sense that we give to the term, i.e., anti-imperialist. The theory distinguished the latifundia owners, considered to be the exclusive beneficiaries of integration into the world market, and, consequently, opposed to industrialization from the national bourgeoisie, which the intelligentsia could represent through modernization of the state. It was necessary to accept the price of this modernization and the financing of the primitive accumulation it conveyed. This price included the absence of democracy, which would come after as the natural product of the formation of a new middle class. What the theory ignored then was that the middle classes in question would be the exclusive beneficiaries of the new development, and in order to subject the working classes to the exploitation necessary to this end, they would not at all choose to initiate a democratic transformation of political life. Import substitution merely substituted imports of equipment and technology for the earlier imports of consumption goods. This was, then, a form of integration into the world system, and not a form of delinking, and was quite acceptable to the imperialist oligopolies. In other words, this change replaced the old class, the latifundia owners, that acted as transmission belt for imperialist domination, with a new comprador class of the same kind, the middle classes and their state. Modernization became a synonym for modernization of exploitation, replacing the labor of peons with wage labor, having relatively high modern productivity paid at minimal levels in factories. Modernization of poverty, slums taking the place of impoverished villages, and modernization of dictatorship, scientific police forces, torture, and death squads taking the place of gangs at the service of caudillos. The left of Third World Marxism, to which I belonged, could not but reject this theory. We saw in that theory an ideological legitimation of the joint project of imperialism and the local bourgeoisie, comprador by nature, even if it were in new forms corresponding to changes in capitalism. Since we had read Mao's New Democracy at the beginning of the 1950s, we were persuaded that the bourgeoisie of the peripheries could not be national, could not imagine any other development than one incorporated into the requirements of globalization. To break with this dead-end path, which ended in the deepening of polarization between centers and peripheries, synonymous with the contrast between imperialism and dominated peoples, the necessary delinking could only be done under the leadership of the working classes. Here we meant the working class and the poor peasantry who would open the way to contravening the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal bourgeois revolution and transform it into the first step of a socialist revolution. The debate around these questions went back to the end of the 1950s in Asia and Africa, quickly following the contours of the Sino-Soviet conflict. On the Soviet side, requirements emanating from the Cold War were privileged. It was necessary to submit to the concessions required by coexistence. the only way to avoid nuclear war, it was claimed in Moscow. Socialism would triumph because the socialist countries would show higher growth rates than those of the capitalist world, thus would catch up and even bury it, as Nikita Khrushchev had proclaimed. Mao advanced another theory of world capitalism, focused on the permanence of imperialism. The main enemies of capitalism, then, were those who threatened imperialism, that is, those who, having read New Democracy mentioned above, combined national liberation and socialist revolution. From 1957 to 1960, with Maoism, the question was clear-cut from this point of view. In this debate, which mainly took place in Afro-Asian contexts, Latin America seemed to be absent. Desarrollismo satisfied those whom we called revisionists, and it was not by chance that the Latin American communist parties, who were aligned with Moscow against Beijing, supported it. I explained this situation by the particularities of Latin American history briefly recalled above. The ruling classes of this continent had always belonged to the world capitalist system. They were a product of it. They had thus always turned their attention toward the model represented by the dominant power of the moment, England in the 19th century and the United States after 1945. The ideology they conveyed, and which was imposed as the dominant ideology in their societies, did not call into question the capitalist model, and their belonging to the European cultural tradition certainly facilitated their support for that model. Moreover, capitalism did not appear to include any cultural aggression. On the contrary, it was only by submitting to capitalism that it would be possible to catch up and become what was desirable, like Europeans and North Americans. The communist parties and the intellectual left of Latin America joined the partisans of Desarrollismo on one fundamental point. The enemy of progress viewed as catching up was the hegemonic bloc of latifundia owners, described as feudal, in reference to its presumed ancestor, Iberian feudalism, and not the bourgeoisie. Then things began to change in Latin America. The triumph of the Cuban Revolution, when Fidel Castro and his forces entered Havana on January 1, 1959, was a definite challenge for Desarrollismo, as well as the electoral strategies of the communist parties. The Cuban Revolution had its ups and downs, the break with Che Guevara after 1963, followed by his trips to Africa in 1964, and his death in the Bolivian Maquis in 1967. Then 1968 erupted and presented another challenge, on the global level for all leftist intellectuals. On the level of theoretical analysis, André Gunder Frank's writings also marked the beginning of a break, advancing the thesis that Latin American societies are capitalist and not feudal, have even been capitalist since the mercantilist centuries, mercantilism itself considered to be the first phase of capitalism, and were never feudal. Toward the end of the 1960s, particularly after 1968, a new theory took form that was later known as the dependency school. In fact, this school gave itself the name, an unfortunate choice in my opinion. In any case, I was interested in these three major changes: the Cuban Revolution, the appearance of a left that declared itself to be to the left of the communist parties in several countries, sometimes even supporting the Maoist view, but that was the exception in Latin America, and the development of new theses concerning peripheral capitalism. I had already read quite a few of the early writings that came out of this new moment, and the names of the founders of the new Latin American school were no longer unknown to me when I decided to establish meaningful contact with them, and subsequently go see what was happening for myself. The first trip, with Isabel, occurred in the summer of and led us to Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Peru, and Bolivia. The following year, I attended the General Assembly of CLACSO, the Latin American organization that inspired us to create Codesria. Then we organized the first major meeting of critical intellectuals from Africa and Latin America at the IDEP in 1972.36. Isabel and I also visited Venezuela and were welcomed by Hector and Adicea Michelena, back home in their country after their stay at the IDEP in Dakar. I also subsequently visited Chile on several occasions, the last time shortly before the fall of Allende in 1973, for our first constituent meeting of the Third World Forum, and also went to Mexico, once at the invitation of President Luis Echeverria Alvarez. But the misfortune of my tight travel schedule forced me to continually postpone the visits I would have liked to have made to the Caribbean. I had the opportunity to visit Jamaica only in 1989, where I met my friend, Norman Gervin, whom I had also invited to the IDEP in Dakar. The Latin America that I visited in the 1970s was going through one of the darkest periods of its tradition of violent dictatorships, although the system was beginning to weaken. These were nations formed by colonization that did not exist prior to that, as Brazilian scholar Emir Sater has written. Consequently, the ruling classes never imagined themselves as existing outside the globalized capitalist system of which they were the product. The state apparatus, particularly the armed forces in these countries, considered its main function to be repression of the people. These are the characteristics that explain the astonishing submission of these ruling classes to Washington's diktats. In return, Washington and its armed forces never considered Latin America as a dangerous zone for its hegemonic project. All of that probably explains the astonishing ease with which the Organization of American States was created in 1948 at Washington's initiative, an organization described by isolated critics at the time as the United States Ministry of Colonies. The Latin American ruling classes took Washington's side during the Cold War without the least hesitation and always refused to support the non-aligned camp, which remained strictly Afro-Asian except for Cuba. From 1945 to 1960, while the Asian and African peoples, and even their bourgeoisie, in part at least, were involved in endless struggles against imperialism, silence reigned in Latin America. When the CIA overthrew President Jacobo Arbenz of Guatemala in 1954 for attempting an agrarian reform, the Latin American states said not a word. The victory of the Cuban Revolution in 1959, however, heralded the beginning of a possible end to the system. Washington and the Latin American ruling classes immediately worked together to isolate Cuba. In 1961, President John F. Kennedy announced the famous Alliance for Progress. Of course, this initiative was certainly misnamed because it was really an alliance to maintain the status quo, that is, against progress. The Democrat Kennedy became then the protector of the worst dictatorships, the initiator of their modernization, and the intellectuals, minions for hire such as the illustrious Samuel Huntington. The CIA sociologist attempted to justify this choice by declaring simply that democracy is the enemy of progress, defined of course as the expansion of capitalism. Another of these intellectuals was the no less illustrious Robert McNamara, then Secretary of Defense and responsible for the intensification of the Vietnam War and massive terrorist bombing campaigns of civilian populations, probably inspired by the strategy the Nazis implemented during the Spanish Civil War. Washington was then at the heart of the worst aggressions against Third World peoples. The CIA organized the massacre in Indonesia in 1966. It did not hesitate to organize assassinations or coups against elected democratic governments, like Chile's Popular Unity government. Washington's true friends in Latin America were the Brazilian and Argentine generals, the Castelo Brancos and Jorge Videlas, who are responsible, among many atrocities, for the thousands of the disappeared, whose police were trained in scientific torture techniques by North American instructors. No public expression of regret has ever come from the democratic governments in Washington for these acts of terrorism and massacres. It will never come, we can be sure of that. The Latin American left began to organize a riposte to the criminal arrogance of Washington and its local accomplices. Splitting from fearful communist parties, it advocated armed struggle. Rural guerrillas adopted a simplified version of Maoism, encircle the cities from the countryside, without worrying too much about the conditions in which Mao had developed this thesis concerning the military dimension of the revolution. Others opted for urban guerrilla action, without always clearly defining the boundary between that and terrorism. In Central America, the rebellion in Guatemala had continued. Douglas Bravo and the FALN in Venezuela, Camilo Torres, and the ELN in Colombia, Carlos Marigela, and Polop in Brazil, the Tupamaros in Uruguay, the Montoneros in Argentina, the Mir in Chile, and others elsewhere took center stage during a large part of the 1960s and 1970s. Obviously, I had followed these developments closely, and through the Maoist Journal Revolution, sometimes witnessed their first elaborations. I met some of the leaders of these organizations during the 1970s in Latin America. I must say, without any false modesty, while I have much respect for the courage of these comrades, and despite the friendship I rapidly developed with some of them, I was not especially impressed by their analyses. Their Marxism often seemed superficial, sometimes almost reduced to the caricatural assertion that the people are spontaneously revolutionary and await only the courage of a minority to proclaim the revolution and, consequently, act to follow them. The attempt to theorize this strategy, undertaken by Regis Debray in his 1967 Revolution in the Revolution, straightaway seemed childish to me. Certainly, the criticism these comrades made of the Communist parties seemed correct. The latter had reduced the idea of mass struggle to that of the electoral contest when it existed, or the demand for elections. This gradual alignment on positions, almost strictly reduced to the demand for democracy, contrasted sharply with the courageous class struggle undertaken by some of these same parties in the 1930s. It certainly corresponded to their failure, but also to the opportunism of post-war Soviet diplomacy. The demand for democracy, if it is not accompanied by a program for social transformation, and by activities undertaken with that aim in mind, in my opinion, always remains rather unconvincing. The peoples of the capitalist periphery generally do not believe it very much. This is so, not only because the tradition of the democratic bourgeoisie is absent in these regions, but even more because experience has taught these peoples about the fragility and emptiness of reformist governments that follow electoral victory. But one cannot make a legitimate critique of the electoral strategy by simply replacing the watchword of electoral struggle by that of armed revolution. It is still necessary to combine possible armed struggle with consistent mass struggle, a lengthy preparation without which armed insurrection or guerrilla warfare will have little hold over the working classes. I was not convinced that the comrades who were critical of revisionism actually combined their call for guerrilla warfare with the necessary mass struggles. But these judgments might appear cut and dried and should be nuanced. The revisionists, the term used by Maoists to refer to defenders of the official line advocated by communist parties aligned with Moscow, obviously always confused the issue and attributed the origin of this leftism to Che Guevara. Che is a much more complex person. We know him a bit better today than at the time he was active, since some of his writings always brief, usually personal notes, have finally been published. Che's judgment on Soviet society has turned out to be accurate, well in advance of his time. In the middle of the 1960s, Che had seen that the October Revolution had exhausted its potential, and even that the USSR had lost the battle of the technological revolution underway in the capitalist world. Che had seen that the theory that claimed Latin America was more feudal than capitalist, in which a preliminary passage through national capitalist development was seen as necessary, and thus the demand for bourgeois democracy justified, served only as an alibi for an actual alignment with the strategies of the dominant comprador bourgeoisie. Che had not been unaware that armed insurrection was only the last phase of a process that mass struggle had begun. But, undoubtedly, he also felt hurried and consequently overestimated the nature of the advances that mass struggle had been able to produce. Since Asia and Africa had been involved in anti-imperialist movements since 1945, Che took the side of those who, in these movements, set themselves the objective of radicalizing the social content of their struggles. That also allowed him to propose a strategy to break Cuba's isolation. The collusion of American imperialism, its European allies, and the ruling classes of all Latin America had isolated Cuba since the beginning of the 1960s. To survive, Cuba was forced to rely on the USSR, the only country capable of breaking the blockade and providing it with the oil without which the local economy could not function, and protecting it against U.S. military attack, which had been planned, then put off after the defeat at the Bay of Pigs in the missile crisis. Cuban diplomacy well understood the importance of the stakes, and Cuba dared to confront the Monroe Doctrine, scrupulously respected by all Latin American ruling classes to this day. It thus took initiatives whose implementation I followed closely, coinciding with the creation of APSO and its congresses in Cairo, Accra the same year, and Conakry 1960, date of the official birth of the organization. But a contradiction had cut across APSO from the beginning that totally paralyzed it. On the one hand, the governments that resulted from the radicalized, therefore populist bourgeois national liberation movements chose a diplomatic alliance with Moscow, which allowed them to reject the diktats the Western powers attempted to impose on them in the name of the supposed necessities of the Cold War they had started. Delhi, Jakarta, Cairo, Damascus, and Moscow, of course, benefited from this. But on the other hand, there were movements that had not yet triumphed, as in Algeria, the Portuguese colonies, South Africa, that naturally sympathized with Beijing's theses, particularly the contention that imperialism was the main enemy. In Winneba, Ghana, in 1965, at a conference I followed closely as I was visiting Ghana at the time, the Sino-Soviet diatribe hid a quiet conflict between the representatives of states and those of movements. This was precisely the moment when Che had come to Africa in the hope that some of the movements in question, Lumumba's in particular, could, by becoming more radical, offer better prospects for pursuing liberation from the imperialist yoke. I mentioned above my reactions to Che's proposals and to his more detailed observations, which were unknown until much later. It was in this context that Cuba took the initiative to propose a tricontinental conference in Havana in 1966, where Latin America would join Asia and Africa. The procrastination and reservations of some, particularly the non-aligned governments and Soviet diplomacy, led to the creation of a separate organization for Latin America, LASO, established in Havana in 1967, parallel to APSO. But unlike the APSO, which was supported by the majority of independent Asian and African states, LASO could only unite movements in conflict with Latin American governments, all of which were in Washington's camp. These movements were forced to clash with traditional communist parties and undertake the violent struggles mentioned above. Havana needed to remain on good terms with Moscow, on which Cuba depended for its survival. I have made this long introduction because what I discussed with our Latin American comrades at the time and subsequently up to the present, when the transformations of the world system gathered pace and put an end to the post-war arrangement, only makes sense when placed in this context. Brazil, a new emerging power? In Brazil, the first friend to receive me in 1971 was Fernando Henrique Cardoso, who then directed the CBRAP, and courageously and determinedly faced one of the most savage dictatorships known in our time. At the time, we agreed on most things, and I admired, and still do, the work he had written in collaboration with the Chilean Enzo Faleto. We easily agreed that a large Afro-Latin American meeting was necessary, which I organized a year later in Dakar, where Fernando Henrique and his wife, Ruth, visited us in turn. Cardoso was one of the originators of the critique of desarrollismo, one of the founders of the dependency school. Breaking with the dominant Marxist tradition, he lucidly analyzed the comprador character of the bourgeoisie in peripheral capitalism, which was based on latifundia owners in the first stage of its formation, which was not feudal, as Eurocentric scholastic Marxists depicted it, and then committed to an industrialization project that was just as dependent. Cardoso would now say all his youthful writings should be forgotten. If that be true, that is really too bad, because these writings count, and will continue to count among the strongest analyses produced by modern Latin America. I met other Brazilians elsewhere, in exile in Europe or in Chile during Allende's time, or even in Mexico. Theotonio dos Santos, the late Rui Mauro Marini, the young, at the time, Emir Sader, who became one of the leading minds of the renewal in the 1990s, Maria da Conceição Tavares. And the ancestors, Darcy Ribeiro and Celso Furtado, the first Brazilian I met, along with Jorge Amado, in Paris when I was still a student. We wandered through several places in this continent-sized country, once again to see for ourselves what it was like, even if quickly. The northeast Bahia, its surroundings, and the Sertão, the incomparable Rio de Janeiro, the terrible Sao Paulo, and the lamentable new capital, Brasilia. I would have much to say if I knew how to write on these topics. Welcomed by friends, we had the privilege of seeing things that we would not have been able to see as ordinary tourists. Whether that be the opportunity to visit the historic churches and buildings of Old Bahia or Candomblé, the lively cafes in Rio, its chic neighborhoods and favelas, and the astonishing tropical forest in the middle of the city, Sao Paulo gave us the impression of being a terrible place, like all the large cities of the Western Hemisphere, including, of course, those in the United States. Sao Paulo is the result of an unrestrained capitalism that is found only in the Americas. This is the product of a specific history, of course. There were fortress-like residential areas where the tremendously wealthy bourgeois found refuge, mainly black working-class districts, run down and as dangerous as those found in Chicago, New York, or Los Angeles, and intolerable favelas of poverty and shame. Here we found all the vices of the United States. In the first place, racism as a legacy of slavery, and in addition, the material poverty of the industrialized Third World. At that time, Brasilia presented only the appearance of clean architecture and urban planning, so well ordered that the city appeared lifeless. Several generations will have to pass by before an urban life can be created. That is obvious. The magnificent exhibition Brazil 500 Years that we saw in Sao Paulo in 2000s really brought out the Brazilian problem. All the wealth of its artistic culture is the product of the black and mixed race Northeast. Brazil is certainly a captivating country. Yet that does not mean that the horrible aspects of its society should be accepted. Of course, there is the racism that most of the intellectuals do not want to see, because that hampers their defense of the Brazilian nation. And then there is the systematic murder of children. Abandoned by the hundreds of thousands, they grow up alone like wild animals and are murdered by gangs of killers who are not really murderers so much as hunters paid by shopkeepers and other petite bourgeois, quite simply because the petty theft of these children bothers them. There is not a single country in Asia or Africa where such ongoing savagery can even be imagined. For me, this is the proof that pure capitalism, that is, the unilateral triumph of the law of the market, is synonymous with pure barbarism. Such barbarism can only be tempered either by the survival of earlier social relations that are alien to pure capitalism, the family in Asia and Africa, or by the successes of popular and democratic struggles, those of the working class in Europe. The entire Western Hemisphere, from Alaska to Tierra del Fuego, is marked by a savagery that can only be explained by the history of its formation within the context of mercantilism outlined above. Isabel and I discussed these questions with many Brazilian friends and other Latin Americans. We presented our hypothesis to Celso Furtado for his opinion, that this savagery is found more in the behavior of the newly arrived immigrants who came to America to make a fortune at any price than in that of the old Brazilians. Celso confirmed the soundness of our intuition. The question of why there is so much brutality in the society is certainly one of the most complex, and the phenomenon has so many diverse aspects that no unilateral causality can explain it. One of the devastating results of slavery, usually hardly mentioned, is the destruction of the idea of family. When human beings are treated as beasts, they end up behaving as such. Should we be surprised then that in entire segments of society built on the basis of slavery, even 1 century after its abolition, women and children abandoned by their husbands and fathers, and children even abandoned by their mothers, though this is less frequent, are so numerous? Savagery under its various forms is certainly not exclusive to the Americas. After all, the World Cup for barbarism was won by the Nazis in a European society generally classified as belonging to the civilized world. I am not a defender of the pre-capitalist world, reserving the label savage only to the effects of the law of capitalist profit. 1,000 types of barbarism, in the treatment of others, peoples and ethnicities foreign to the group, and or frequently women, are as old as humanity. But in our era, it frequently happens that manifestations of barbarism in these forms, far from being vestiges of the past, are actually revived by the impasses in which the modernization of peripheral capitalism traps its victims. The violence caused by religious fundamentalism and ethnic genocide is an example of this. Such savagery is undoubtedly less visible today in the societies of central capitalism. If it persists, it is largely only in areas such as the exacerbation of male chauvinism or in the treatment of animals. There is then, perhaps, a transhistorical dimension to the carnalitas, a term preferred by the late Yves Bonneau. It was the peculiar construction of capitalism in the Americas and the motivations that drove most settler colonialists, whose pioneer spirit is often praised, that favored such a barbarous form of capitalist development. Brazil appeared to me to be a typical case in this respect. New immigrants from the end of the 19th century, who came above all from Germany, Poland, or more generally Central and Eastern Europe, and incidentally also from Lebanon, had not chosen Brazil and could just as well have landed in the United States. In either case, the same mindset was at work. Having given up all hope of collective struggle in their former societies, which is not a reproach, it was the result of circumstances over which they had no control. They clung to hopes of success in an individual struggle within the jungle that was open to them. I revisited Brasilia in 2002, and it appeared to be the perfect horror. It was not so much that the Corbusier-style collective housing units, imagined at the time as a liberating innovation, then presented the drab appearance of unimaginatively designed French public housing, or that Oscar Niemeyer's architecture did not appear to me to have deserved the praise it received. The horror was the result of the hyper-functionality that was retained as the basic organizational principle: the hotel district, a district for banks, the street for restaurants, and even one for pharmacies, etc. It was as if it had been simply forgotten that each district of a real city must itself form a cell where one can live, find a pharmacy, grocery store, cafe, or restaurant nearby. A visit to the mausoleum of Juscelino Kubitschek quite bluntly clarified the reasons for this urban failure. The populism that dominated the world of the 1930s to the 1950s here was quite manifest in images of an extremely repetitive banality. Photographs of the great leader, addressing admiring crowds, promises of rapid modernization, wealth and power, a childish worship of the leader, display cases filled with his awards and everyday objects, etc. All of that can be found in Ataturk's mausoleum, for example. Populism views everything from above and kills all spontaneous initiatives, the thing that historically made cities, the real ones, that is. Manaus was what one would expect. The memory of the crazy era when rubber was king, at the beginning of the last century. Many of the very beautiful vestiges were being restored. But Amazonia revealed to me that the Indian presence in Brazil was much stronger than I had imagined. There was an almost dominant physical presence and unexpected Asian cultural traits. The small lodge in the forest seemed to us as if it were managed by Vietnamese, as much by the personal attention as by its perfect organization. Isabel remarked that the feathers that were used in large numbers and varied colors in Carnival were probably the contribution of the Indians, since there was nothing equivalent to them in Africa. Carnival was, for me, more a masquerade than anything else, despite the exuberant and extraordinary imagination the Brazilian people clearly demonstrate in organizing it. The samba could be monotonous, but above all there was a certain hyper-commercialization. The entire carnival experience was used by the system to make people forget the reality of poverty, just like the running of the bulls and other circus games. Porto Alegre has become a capital, having already hosted the World Social Forum 4 times between 2001 and 2005. The forum in Amazonia, organized in Belém by its sympathetic mayor, Edmilson Rodrigues, in which Isabel and I participated in 2003, was also an opportunity to visit São Luís, the St. Louis of Brazil. Founded by Richelieu at the same time as the town of the same name in Senegal, the latter to send the Negroes and the former to receive them. The architecture of the two places is similar, understated, and beautiful. In recent years, I have had the opportunity to see a little more closely. Thanks to comrades and friends, Emir Sader and Giorgio Romano Sciutte, what became of the organized popular forces in this large country, since they seem rarely active at the present moment, the PT, the MST, and the CUT. For me, Brazil is one of the weak links in the world system. That is why one has a duty to be demanding with regard to its avant-garde. The possibility of what could be achieved is large. Will they do it? That is the question. The main danger is, in my opinion, produced by the European illusion, which is a strong presence in a large part of the activist leadership, encouraged by the PT's European friends, who are a bit too numerous. What I mean by the European illusion is the idea that Brazil could imitate the European lefts of yesterday and today, and maybe of tomorrow, forgetting a little too much that Brazil belongs to the system's periphery, not to its center. There is already more than enough proof that this illusion encourages electoralist temptations, which, as always, entail their dose of opportunism. From the Salvador Allende experience in Chile to the permanent crisis in Argentina, this illusion, which finds its roots in the cultural history of the continent, as I pointed out above, has already had devastating effects and led to many aborted movements that could have moved in a different direction. I met Lula in 2001, and he impressed me as a first-rate politician, intelligent and modest, who knew how to listen and respond with non-stereotypical arguments. But will he and the others resist the temptation? Will the PT avoid, in this case, a break between its leadership and its grassroots activists? There are already indications of such a break. Or will the party succeed in overcoming the heterogeneity of the social interests it has to bring together and invent new methods that allow democratic, social, and anti-imperialist advances? All that is also possible. Brazil is confronted with a threefold challenge: social progress, democracy, and national independence. Advances in these 3 directions must be simultaneous so they can mutually support one another. Populism had a national and social project, but it was hardly democratic. The nationalist dictatorship despised social progress and was horrified by democracy. Fernando Henrique Cardoso sacrificed social aspects and independence for democracy. It was up to Lula, elected and re-elected with a large majority, and then up to the president who succeeded him, to push the country in the 3 directions simultaneously. I am of the opinion that modest but parallel advances are, in the long run, better than leaps in one direction that sacrifice the others. Brazil, unfortunately, does not currently appear to be committed to this path. Brazil is often presented too quickly as a good example of emergence, and I have a few observations to make about that. I gave priority in my travel plans to visits that would allow me to follow the changes in this large country closely. My repeated visits, among others during the World Social Forums held in Porto Alegre in the beginning of the 2000s, gave me the opportunity to discuss these questions with our Brazilian colleagues. Paulo Nakatani, vice president of the WFA and leader of one of the best working groups on the critique of contemporary capitalism, João Pedro Stedel MST, Ronaldo José PCB, Plino Sampaio involved with agrarian reform, and others. There are certainly elements of a sovereign politics in Brazil, led by large Brazilian private industrial and finance capital and large-scale capitalist agrarian concerns. But here, as in India, the general economic policies remain liberal, providing no solution to the problems of poverty in a country now 90% urbanized. Although that is attenuated by redistributive measures of social assistance. In Brazil, as in India, the government's hesitation to go further encourages ambiguity in the behavior of large capital, tempted by a search for compromise with international capital. The exploitation of Brazil's fabulous natural wealth in deplorable conditions, destruction of the Amazon basin, reinforces even more the attempt to insert the country into the established system of globalization. I would add that Brazil is fully subject to the vagaries of financial globalization since the financial management reforms introduced by Cardoso, which have not subsequently been questioned. Paulo Nakatani, who is one of the best specialists on these questions, I will dare to say one of the best in the world, not only has judged the disastrous effects of financial globalization, but has also put forward ideas that would allow Brazil to overcome these effects. The situation was different in India, which had long maintained control of its financial system, but this is now on the way to being reversed. Argentina. Isabel and I have visited Argentina twice, in 1973 and 2003. On our second visit, we hardly recognized the society since it seemed to us that it has changed so much. Argentina's history is unparalleled. In 1900s, Argentina was one of the top countries in terms of income per capita. Argentines, despite the most scandalous inequality in the distribution of wealth, believed they had built, once and for all, a new Europe in the American paradise, one where the prosperity contrasted sharply with the poverty of the regions from which the migrants had come. Our first visit, which coincided with Juan Perón's return in 1973, brought home to us what I do not hesitate to describe as an erotic political culture produced by the inexorable decline afflicting the country. I do not intend this description as an insult. History is replete with similar declines to which para-religious or para-ethnic fundamentalisms are witness. For me, Argentina is the example of a country in the periphery of world capitalism that refuses to acknowledge its status, under the pretext that it feels itself to be European. This European dimension did not bother us. Isabel and I are not lovers of exoticism, and the Europeanness of Buenos Aires, which we expected, was not a disappointment to us. Most people have much difficulty in understanding that peripheral societies can, in exceptional circumstances, be rather well off. The peripheral character of a society is defined by the fact that it is not an active actor in shaping the world system, to which it must only adjust itself, through a process of permanent structural adjustment. To use the expression I have used for more than 50 years, the oil-rich countries of the Persian Gulf are a good example, and I can only imagine, with a shiver down my spine, what their reaction might be if they returned to poverty tomorrow, probably much worse than that of the Argentines. I will say that in ongoing globalization, there are globalizers the centers and the globalized the peripheries. It is easy to understand that the loss of wealth, if the latter, is associated with Europeanness, may be experienced not only as intolerable, but also as inexplicable. Received by the important novelist Jorge Sabato in 1973, we were literally flabbergasted by his words and actions. An extreme male chauvinist, he seemed anxious to show it through the imposed behavior of women, silent and respectful, carrying dishes of food and ashtrays to the master, etc. There were illuminating remarks. We Argentines are pure Europeans, no Negroes or Indians here. So, what a reason to be proud. But maybe Jorge Sabato was only an exception, the type of person who might just as well be encountered elsewhere. Unfortunately, Argentine politics only reinforced my judgment that here it was a question of a neurotic polity. Yet, the decline in Argentina's position in the world resulted in a mass social movement and workers' struggles that had quite a significant impact, and produced one of the first great explosions of modern populism, beginning in the 1940s with Perón. Today, we can smile when presented with images of that time, the adulation of the leader. But Argentina had no monopoly over that kind of thing, and the all-too-quick identification of this populism with fascism is not correct. Peronist populism was anti-imperialist and progressive in its own way. The excesses of language and manners by the general and his wife, Eva, should not take anything away from the positive measures made in favor of workers. We can find the later excursions of the aged leader who did not want to be separated from the armored casket of Eva Los Restos de Eva amusing or macabre. But there is something more serious that is problematic here. At the time, no one seemed to have gone beyond Peronist populism. I was always then worried and sometimes truly irritated that all the activists and politicians that I met said they were Peronists. Peronists of the left, the extreme left, the center, the right, the extreme right, but everyone was always a Peronist. I do not believe that such a phenomenon, which I have seen nowhere else, can only be explained by political reasons or by the class struggle. I have known in Argentina many brilliant intellectuals and charming personalities. Enrique Oteiza, the true initiator of Claxo, who gave to the Dependencia school its worldwide reputation, is a friend of extreme refinement, which he combines with a flawless activist spirit. Moise Konikoff, whom I saw both in Paris and Buenos Aires, was always so generous, even if he chose to make a foolish political career. Oscar Braun, whom I invited to join the IDEP team, was devoted to his teaching, as the best always are. Attilio Boran succeeded Oteiza at Claxo and brought it back to its glory days after it had succumbed for a time to the charms of triumphant liberalism. But is it by chance that all these friends felt some repugnance toward the Peronist phenomenon? Is it by chance that, consequently, remained attached to an old communist party even when it turned out unable to define any effective strategy whatsoever to go beyond populism, even though it clearly saw its limitations? All the same, the page of Peronism is perhaps on the way to being turned. After the odious Jorge Rafael Videla dictatorship, Washington's man, bathed in the blood of thousands of the disappeared, murdered daily by his police, trained by experts from the United States. Followed by the Carlos Menem farce, another Washington man, this time from the neoliberal era, the conditions seemed ripe for a renewal of social and political struggles freed from the specter of Perón. Videla, like Saddam Hussein, ended up losing his grip, believing that reconquering the Malvinas would provide a foundation for the national legitimacy of his government. The Malvinas are Argentines just like Kuwait is Iraqi. Both of these dictators then became, without meaning to, enemies to bring down. The new democracy, by joining the neoliberal camp, subject to the diktat of U.S. financial capital, could only lead to disaster. Dollarization, hailed by the World Bank as the way to salvation, ended in a resounding failure at the end of 2001. The middle classes were then suddenly pauperized in the extreme, losing all their savings, which were stolen by the banks, us ones, of course, pure and simple pillage. But they did not react as one might have feared, that is, by a move toward fascism and a repudiation of democracy, its credibility undermined in public opinion. On the contrary, and to their honor, they led the gigantic mass movement of the piqueteros. Our second visit to Argentina took place after this movement. The working class itself, fragmented as elsewhere by neoliberal policies, is open to the possibility of renewing its ways of organizing and acting. The new union, the CTA, to which our Cuban-Argentine friend Isabel Rauber introduced me, is working to invent new forms of organization capable of uniting organized workers, the unemployed, and the precarious workers, and, with that in mind, advance and enrich democratic practice. There are pioneering experiments underway on a world scale. In such conditions, there are serious reasons for optimism. The construction of a united front of workers and the definition of terms for an acceptable social compromise for the middle classes are possible. Their realization would give Argentina the leading role in Latin American liberation and in progressing beyond low-intensity bourgeois democracy. I must say that in this atmosphere, I learned much over the cycle of lectures and debates that the CTA organized for me in August 2003, and the excursions from district to district, from Buenos Aires to Rosario and to Neuquén. I shall pass over the delightful excursions to the Tigre district, the splendid delta of the Parana, to wild Patagonia, and to the Andes where another Fujiyama towers up, almost exactly on the other side of the world from the original. I shall also pass over any discussion of Gardel and the tango, a brilliant Italo-Castilian synthesis. Chile. I visited Chile for the first time a little after the electoral victory of the Popular Unity Up and President Salvador Allende in 1971. Socialist and communist leaders, particularly Clodomiro Altamira, Gonzalo Martner, and Pedro Vuskovic, opened the doors of ministerial offices where they worked and explained their program to me. It was not a question of a socialist revolution that would completely abolish private property, but only a program of radical reforms. Nationalization of the copper mines with fair compensation to the owners' North American oligopolies. An agrarian reform that would reduce the size of latifundia and satisfy the minimal demands of poor peasants and the landless, themselves well organized. As well as laws and reforms in favor of wage workers, also strongly organized. It was a question, then, of a program that would replace the brutal form of capitalism dominant in the Americas with civilized capitalist management by means of advances for the working class. In other words, to do what the best social democrats had done in Europe in the post-war period. It was also a question of strengthening the tools for national management of the economy by reducing the means of action for dominant foreign capital. From there, it would be possible to examine prospects for the longer term. For the moderates, Christian Democrats like Osvaldo Sunkel and perhaps some socialists like Juan Samavia, these reforms were maybe an end in itself, letting history decide the later developments allowed by these reforms. For others, dominant in the socialist and communist organizations, these reforms would open the road to a gradual construction of socialism. The New Left was powerful in the country and had played an important role in the mobilization and organization of the working classes. The Christians of Mapu, whom I knew through one of their important ideologues, Franz Hinkelammert, one of the leading figures in the new theology of liberation, was a strong and active wing of this new left. The MIR, whose leaders were introduced to me by André Gunder Frank, his wife Marta Fuentes, Marta Harnacker, a Chilean who subsequently chose to live and work in Cuba, and numerous Latin American refugees, particularly Brazilians, who followed the same line as this new left, was the dominant leftist organization in popular unity. I was invited everywhere, to the universities, hotbeds of activity in this historic moment, and to very long evenings, night until the early hours of the morning, of discussions organized by different people at their own homes in the Latin American way. I listened and freely shared my personal opinions. But as I have already said, I am not the type of person who sermonizes, above all to activists who carry on actual struggles in the field. At bottom, the only thing that worried me, very much even, was the naivete of the government leaders about Washington's probable, for me, certain reaction to their program. It was this naivete that bothered me, and not the limitations of the reforms implemented. The reforms were an imperative first step. One could see afterward if the dynamics of the social movement would make it possible to go further. But even if it would not have been possible, at least immediately on the heels of the UP's victory, one could be sorry about it, but the reforms would have to be done in any case. History advances as it can. What I feared then was that the United States would not even tolerate the UP's reform program. For me, it was obvious that to lay a finger on the excessive profits of the North American oligopolies was to hurt the most sacred part, the only sacred part, of the U.S. body. Interpreted as a declaration of war in Washington, these reforms were immediately the occasion for a violent intervention by the United States. Neither rhetoric on democracy, which has no credibility for me when it is orchestrated by the media in service to Washington, nor the least respect for the sovereignty of peoples and nations, would stop the implementation of U.S. aggression. With cynicism, U.S. foreign policy never hesitates to assassinate a president, whether elected democratically or not, to cause the massacre of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, as in Indonesia, of ordinary human beings by a dictatorship established with its support, in order to restore the excess profits of its threatened corporations. Of course, the United States looks for and finds local allies, and there are always some, particularly in Latin America, where the wealthy classes and the armed forces are loyally devoted to it, just as it exploits the possible errors which even democratic governments can commit of its opponents. I continue to repeat this scenario to all my Chilean interlocutors, and was astounded that a large majority of them did not believe it. A G. Frank, a pessimist by nature, but clear-thinking and without any illusions about what the leaders of the United States are, and some comrades from the MIR were the only ones to share my fears. Subsequent events, unfortunately, proved me right. When I visited Santiago again in 1973, a few months before Pinochet's coup d'etat, the situation had deteriorated considerably, less from errors committed by the UP government than from the implementation of the strategies of the alliance between Washington and local reactionary forces. The strike by truckers, demonstrations by loud fascist groups, which were not repressed, hailed by U.S. media as demonstrations by Democrats, all of that smelled of trouble. The leaders, however, remained phlegmatic, and it seemed to me, maybe even unaware. Occupied full-time by all these discussions, I did not have the possibility of seeing a little of the country, except for a short trip to Valparaiso. There, local comrades invited me to taste the excellent shellfish, the locos, in a wooden casino built on the sea, in the style of those we know in Egypt. It was a very enjoyable day. The visit to the fabulous Andes, where the Union of Copper Miners expected me, and to the coastal fjords where students from the provincial university had invited me, had to be put off until later. The later never came, of course, because of the Pinochet coup d'etat. What I personally regret the most, from a tourist point of view, is not having had the opportunity to see Tierra del Fuego, but who knows, perhaps in the future. The Chilean people charmed Isabel and me very much, even beyond the numerous meetings with comrades and friends. The encounters here or there with students or others were always very friendly. As for the daily earthquakes, could get used to it quite quickly, it seemed. Yet, I remember having been witness to a much more violent jolt. We were meeting in the basement of the ECLAC building. Enrique Iglesias presided. A muffled rumbling, if it were coming from the beyond, stopped short all discussion. Iglesias quite calmly said after a half-minute of cold silence, "Remain calm and in your seats. This building was built to resist the strongest quakes." I can then say that the Third World Forum, born that day in 1973 in Santiago, made the earth shake, or that the earth made it shake. Choose your omen. I then also visited the ECLAC itself. There were many excellent analysts, talented economists and sociologists. Leftist political refugees, Brazilians and Argentines mainly, but also Peruvians, Colombians and Bolivians were always welcomed with kindness, which is all to the credit of the tradition begun by Raúl Prebisch and continued by Iglesias. However, I found the works of the Desarrollismo school rather insipid in comparison with what the Dependencia authors were then producing, represented here by the works of political refugees. On this occasion, I met Prebisch, with whom I had a long discussion. I did not hide my critical opinion of Desarrollismo. I was impressed by his caliber, culture, extraordinary modesty, and his way of listening attentively. His always astute responses displayed a profound doubt, which is often characteristic of real thinkers. He did not dismiss the critiques of desarrollismo and seemed indeed to understand its contradictions and limitations, but he did not believe a better alternative was possible. Prebisch continued to age well, becoming more radical with the passing years and the lessons of history. I saw him again some 15 years later in 1988 in Vienna, where we discussed the Brandt Report and the new prospects for globalization. This time we were on the same page and made the same critique of the naivete of the European social democrats who dominated the scene. They did not understand the reasons for the failure of desarrollismo. You saw them, he said to me. Peru. In 1971, Aníbal Quijano, Julio Kotler, and their group in Peru welcomed Isabel and me. They were probably almost alone at the time in there. Criticism of Juan Velasco Alvarado's populist government, which had just chased out Washington's traditional lackeys. The atmosphere altogether reminded me of Nasser's Egypt. Same rhetorical style, same nationalist emphasis and social indecisiveness, same contempt for democracy. Lima is a beautiful city, and its Plaza de Armas is a monument of Spanish colonization. In spite of the ethnic mixing, the Indian type dominates. The truly urban population of the capital gives the impression of being quite Hispanic. In the slums, which continue to grow, this is maybe not the case, and recent rural immigrants are more Indian, it was explained to me. The shock comes as soon as one ascends into the Andes. Isabel and I reached Cusco by plane, a small DC-3 or 4 that turned in a frightening spiral into the bowl in which the city sits, surrounded by 7,000-meter peaks. From there, we took a marvelous trip to La Paz via train, a boat across Lake Titicaca, and then a taxi from the border to the Bolivian capital. What a landscape! To travel through a pass at an altitude of more than 5,000 meters on the Altiplano populated by magnificent herds of llamas leaves an unforgettable impression. At the rail terminus in Puno, we had to spend the night, although everything had been supposedly arranged by the agency in Lima that had organized our tour. The hotel, if the inn where we stayed could be called that, claimed to know nothing. Moreover, the hotel had only a dormitory where Isabel and I, still completely dressed, were tightly packed together under dubious-looking blankets next to 20 loudly snoring Indian peasants. We traveled over a small part of Lake Titicaca by boat, then continued on to La Paz. From Cusco, we also visited Machu Picchu. The small train ran along a frightening precipice. To the left, the Andes peaks. To the right, the drop to Amazonia. And in between was a winding embankment 2 meters at the widest on which the rails were placed. The beauty of the place made up for the fright of the trip. And what a reward, the ruins of Machu Picchu, photos of which are distributed throughout the world on postcards, are even more imposing when seen in person, as was to be expected. But even more astonishing is that the existence of these ruins was held secret for 3 centuries. The fact that the local Indian peasants, who went there to practice their religion, had maintained such a level of solidarity in keeping silent before the Spanish conquistador, says more about the national reality of the country than all the scientific analyses could produce on the subject. My impression that there were still 2 countries was convincingly confirmed, even if there were nuances that must be pointed out. I shall return to this matter. Bolivia. At the border with Bolivia, there was a long wait while negotiations with customs officials and the police took place. The army was visible everywhere, and we were afraid of the stern faces of the Indian peasants that made up its ranks. Finally, we were in the taxi. The road went through the beautiful Altiplano, halfway between the border and La Paz, completely surrounded by a desert. In the middle of nowhere, as the English say, was a gigantic cathedral. It was abandoned but not fallen into ruin, testifying both to the madness of the conquistadors and the wealth of the silver mines they plundered. This was an echo of the glorious beginnings of capitalism, built on the corpses of millions of slaves, as Marx recounted in his analysis of primary accumulation. In La Paz, it was as if we had arrived in another country. The revolution had just triumphed. There were red flags everywhere and banners with the usual slogans. Received by the leaders of the revolution, well-known Trotskyist leaders, I took note of their astonishing remarks. This is a proletarian revolution, comrade. We will not make the same error as those imbeciles, the false communists in China and elsewhere, who united the peasants with their movement and thus caused it to lose its proletarian purity. Here, it is the working class that is in power, and it alone. Peasant leaders had been received by this government, which had straight out refused to promise them anything whatsoever. Above all, not an agrarian reform that would make possible the formation of a bloc of property owners hostile to socialism. I contented myself with saying to the Trotskyist leaders, "Your pure revolution will only last the space of 1 morning. The army of Indian peasants will not revolt against their reactionary officers. They will obey them to crush you." La Paz lived in a phenomenal illusion. Its site reminded me of Barcelona in 1936, at the high point of the PUM, some images of which I have seen in documentaries. In the evening, the friends who had welcomed us took us to a popular cabaret. This was a sort of tavern where you ate a little, drank even more, and listened to a popular singer strumming a guitar. These were amazing songs, partly in Spanish, which I understand, and partly in Quechua, which had to be translated for me. "We have had enough of you, the Spaniards, and your religion, etc.," sang these singers. There were 2 countries, I said earlier, but our interlocutors, intellectuals of course, a little embarrassed, attempted to minimize the meaning of the words. We left La Paz a few days later. 1 week later, the army carried out the 130th Bolivian coup d'etat, or maybe the total was a bit higher, putting an end to the festival. There were mass arrests, assassinations of militants, etc., the well-known song. The Indians ended up winning all the same with the presidency of Evo Morales, which is a truly revolutionary advance. Venezuela. In Venezuela in 1971, our very dear friend Hector Silva Michelena and his wife, Adicia, welcomed us with characteristic generosity. The couple had spent 2 years at the IDEP at my invitation. Hector is a man of exceptional quality, with wide-ranging knowledge, a subtle reading of Marxism, solid argumentation, and compassion. His 2 brothers, Ludovico, a brilliant philosopher who died too young as an alcoholic, and the late Jose Silva, a sound political scientist, also became our friends in Caracas, like all the others of their small group. Notably, Heinz Sontag and Armando Cordova. Venezuela is certainly not Mexico, and our friend Alonso Aguilar told us in the plane that took us from Caracas to Mexico that the Venezuelan bourgeoisie was rastaquera in French, a social upstart, especially from a Mediterranean or Latin American country, nothing like that of Mexico. Caracas was famous for businessmen of this type, originally owners of bars and brothels, and connected with diverse mafias from around the world rather than managers of less conspicuous businesses and industries. The oil money had not altered things, of course. The nouveau riche-style palatial villas in questionable taste, massive gold bracelets, and white suits and shoes dominated the bourgeois landscape. As for the middle and working classes, McDonald's, plastic, and US-style prefabs had triumphed. The horrible slums were perhaps the most authentically Latin, American thing remaining in the country. The Michelenas took us through part of this extensive country. We saw the pretty tropical Caribbean coast, Maracaibo and the horror of the oil boom, the peaks of the Andes, and the small city of Medina de los Andes, a Hispanic haven lost in a wonderful location. It was 40 years later that I returned to Venezuela to participate in the Caracas session of the World Social Forum in 2006. I found a country that had nothing in common with the one I had known. A true social revolution, it is not excessive to say so, had occurred in the sense that finally we could see Indians, blacks, and mixed-race people, the majority of the population, elsewhere than in the street. Until the arrival of Hugo Chavez, all the powers in the country were reserved for the whitest of the white, strictly European in origin. This change is not, in my opinion, of secondary significance. It is the proof that political power, but nothing more, has passed to the representatives of the Venezuelan people as it really is. It is the proof that the Chavez government is not that of some soldier, one of mixed race at that, but the result of a real mass movement. That augurs well for many new possibilities that could ultimately be conducive to necessary radical social transformations. That is the new challenge confronting the Venezuelan people. It is well known that a large number of Venezuelan intellectuals, recently of the left, have taken positions that are not critical, but clearly reactionary. This is the case probably because they did not support the emergence of the people from the street, as has happened. I was not too surprised at that. The oil rent had truly corrupted the middle classes. To see these intellectuals strut about in sumptuous villas was always unsavory and unacceptable to me. Mexico. In 1973, I was invited to the Claxo Assembly in Mexico. Again, I was confronted with the same phenomenon of 2 countries in one. Here, however, I shall offer some different comments. I had arrived on Friday, and the assembly was not to begin until Monday. On the weekend, I ventured out as a tourist. Equipped with a good map, I visited everything important to see. The cathedral impressed me, not so much by its architecture and size than by the spectacle of the faithful. Men and women, young and old from the working classes, all or almost all with Indian physiques, or at least of mixed race, participated in a half-Spanish, half-Indian liturgy, shaking paper flowers, plastic skeletons, curious objects, and holy images no less unusual because of their Indian faces and feathered heads. On Monday, in the great meeting hall of Claxo, there was a completely different human landscape. Once again, we were in Barcelona or Madrid. I had the audacity to say, yesterday I was in Asia, today I am in Spain. This does not cause you any problems? I believe my remarks were not at all well received. In visiting this large country a little with Isabel, I noted all the same that Mexico was neither Peru nor Bolivia. We went to 2 Indian regions, the superb Oaxaca and in Mayan Yucatan, to Merida and nearby Chichen Itza. I believe that a foreign observer, if he were attentive to this type of thing, would understand that Mexico is one nation, only one, Hispano-Indian, if you wish to call it such. My hypothesis is that this nation is the result of the Great Revolution of the 1910s and 1920s. Beyond the romanticism inspired by Zapata's peasant cavalcade and others, beyond the fact that the bourgeoisie put an end to this popular revolution, it remains the case that the revolution put an end to the colonial heritage for good. That is not the case in the Andean countries, which have yet to experience a similar transformation. Mexico is a beautiful country that I believe I know a little better than others. I owe this advantage to my numerous Mexican colleagues, above all to Pablo González Casanova and his wife Marianne, both are very dear friends. Pablo is, because of his stature, a leading Mexican politician, respected by all democratic and popular forces in his country. Our discussions are always, for me, a way to enrich my knowledge of Mexico and Latin America. Mexican colleagues, such as Alonso Aguilar and others, also helped me find my way through the twists and turns of Mexican politics, which are very complicated. Mexico City was certainly a city well worth knowing, for the liveliness of the historic parts, the richness of its museums, its cultural life, and intense politics. But it was terribly polluted by automobiles, fueled with poorly refined gasoline. Perched at an altitude of 2,500 meters, oxygen was thinner there. Moreover, since it was located at the bottom of a basin, it received all the noxious effects from the suspect smoke and fumes generated by its industries. But, if you were wealthy, you could always escape this hell and find refuge in one of the magnificent small cities nearby, such as Cuernavaca. I went further to Guadalajara and Puebla, and can no longer remember how many talks I made in the country's universities. The pyramids, well known to all tourists, were certainly worth the trip. The ascent was easy, but the descent was terrifying because of the vertigo. President Echeverria had shown a stronger interest in intensifying relations between Mexico and Asia and Africa than his predecessors and successors. He sought me out during his official trip to Dakar I believe, and invited me to Mexico to continue the discussion we had barely begun, due to lack of time, in the Senegalese capital. I accepted, simply because I thought all initiatives that set out to strengthen a front of the global South were always worth supporting, even if it was clear that the objective conditions, that is, the social nature of the governments in question, limited the potential scope of such actions. Echeverria had organized a grand fiesta in a fabulous hacienda that Cortés had built on a remarkable site along the route of his conquests. I was seated next to the president, who posed many, intelligent and precise, questions to me about the world economy and the problems of Asia and Africa. I responded frankly, as I am used to doing, explaining my arguments, but the music was so loud we could barely hear each other. I then told the president straight off, perhaps our conversation would be a little easier if the musicians were to move farther away from you. Echeverria burst out laughing and responded, impossible. I am only the president, and in Mexico, musicians take precedence. The conversation was thus resumed in the quiet of his office at the presidential palace in Mexico City. Echeverria probably wanted to exploit our forum in a certain way, and the first choice that had been made for our bureau in Latin America was unfortunate and might have encouraged some ambitions of the PRI bureaucracy. We quickly put things right and ended any ambiguity about the forum's objectives. During a recent trip to Mexico, I saw firsthand the social and political disaster produced by the country's membership in NAFTA, the common market of the United States, Canada, and Mexico. I even went so far as to speak of the suicide of the Mexican nation. My friends in the country considered that judgment too harsh. Let me explain myself. The uncontrolled opening to trade and capital, including speculative capital movements, cannot result in anything other than the systematic pillage of Mexico's natural resources, the destruction of its peasantry, and lumpen development. The fabulous enrichment of the new oligarchy, Carlos Slim and others, does not compensate for this disaster. Mexicans are thus condemned to attempt to cross en masse the most protected border in the world, a wall of shame and crime in comparison to which the Berlin Wall was a joke. Are the immigrants, then, going to reconquer the United States, as it is all too quickly said, or at least the West, which had been stolen from Mexico in the 19th century? You would have to be incredibly naive to believe this fairy tale. Immigrants to the United States always end up accepting their submission and subscribe to the American dream. If I remain optimistic, despite my unreserved judgment that the Mexican dominant class is responsible for nothing less than national treason, it is because I am convinced that the Mexican people, which already made a great revolution, will make a second one. It will combine revolutionary social advances with the reconquest of Mexico's independence, the renewal of creative Marxist thinking, which I have noted among young communists, and the interest they exhibit in participating in debates we organize are good indicators of this. The West Indies, the English-speaking Caribbean and Haiti make up a world that has little in common with Latin America beyond the geographic proximity. Center of the mercantilist slave system, the region is consequently among the most ravaged by the history of capitalism, Jamaica. In Jamaica, I was welcomed by my friend Norman Gervin, one of those I had originally invited to join the IDEP, and by Kari Polanyi. Carl Polanyi's daughter and a longtime friend whom I first met during one of her trips to Dakar at the beginning of the 1970s, and then later at McGill University in Montreal. She split her time between Montreal and Kingston. Right away, I met a group of Anglophone West Indians, sparkling with mischief and humor. Norman had been strongly active in supporting the national-populist experiment of the first Manley government, and then withdrawn to the university, and had no illusions after Michael Manley's return to power in the conditions of the new liberal policies to which the Jamaican government believed it was forced to subscribe. The subject of our discussions focused on globalization in general, a subject on which Norman always has much to say, having meticulously studied the strategies of the multinationals that pillage his country. I visited this small country in the company of these good friends. There were beautiful beaches separated from the rest of the country, which was considered too aggressive for tourists, by barbed wire, watchtowers, and U.S.-style armed security officers equipped with all kinds of devices. Isabel had imagined, in one of her caricatures, this way of organizing tourism in the Third World. Jamaicans recount with humor that, in passing along the barbed wire, they give the finger to the North Americans, but that the latter, upon returning home, say that the people of the country are so hospitable and nice and always wave to them, but in a funny way. I saw desolate scenes of land devastated by an unrestrained plantation agriculture that destroyed the soil, and the human beings, in this context, slaves. Fugitive slaves had taken refuge on these abandoned lands. Along the coast, we could see a U.S. submarine, always there, I was told, in the country's territorial waters without permission, as if to remind Jamaicans that U.S. arrogance had no accountability. During my stay, an amusing incident occurred. An Air Jamaica plane had been inspected in Miami and found to be transporting drugs. U.S. television, which could be easily viewed in Kingston, questioned the passengers. A good little bourgeois from Jamaica, a housewife who went to shop in Miami every month, declared straight out, this is the Wednesday flight, but everyone knows that for many years now this is the one for drugs. There is so much that it smells strong, that the U.S. Customs Service might be implicated in this traffic, and the search probably due to a fight among mafia gangs, including North American ones, or to a disagreement between them and the corrupt customs officials, was not mentioned or even implied. The role of the media was to attribute responsibility for the traffic solely to the drug suppliers, never to the U.S. importers and their accomplices in the Yankee administration. I knew Haiti through my readings and my discussions with exiled Haitian activists. Long a refugee in Mexico, the late Gerard Pierre Charles and his Dominican wife, Susie Castor, are among my friends and with whom we stayed in Port-au-Prince. Having returned to the country as soon as that became possible, with the first election of Jean-Bertrand Aristide, Pierre Charles invited me there. CREFT, an institution active in the left opposition, and its leaders, Lena Kerbin and others, organized the visit. The mass conference in which François Houtard and I participated in 1999 reminded me of the best moments of great popular mobilization. The slave uprising in Saint-Domingue at the end of the 18th century was the first revolution in the Americas, and it was not until the Mexican Revolution of the 1910s to 1920s, followed by the Cuban Revolution in the 1950s and 1960s, that the continent experienced others. Neither the War of Independence of the 13 English colonies, nor those of Latin America that followed, were revolutions, since they did not challenge the social relations established by the dominant classes of mercantilist capitalism, including, of course, colonial slavery, but only involved the transfer of political power from the mother countries to the local dominant classes. It is not then a coincidence if the leaders of the American Revolution were all slaveholders and that they did not even see the contradiction between their democratic rhetoric and their status. In Saint-Domingue, on the other hand, it was the victims of the system who revolted, not its beneficiaries. But the slaves who freed themselves had no other social aim than to become free peasants, thereby ensuring family self-subsistence and nothing more. This sympathetic and human project was completely contradictory to that of dominant world capitalism because it did not allow the local ruling classes any way to insert themselves into the dominant system. These classes then used state power and terrorist forms of exercising that power to reconstruct large property holdings, tax small peasants, and thus favor the production of what the world market would buy, sugar, coffee. But the strong and continuous resistance of the free Haitian people has never allowed this form of peripheral capitalist exploitation to have any great success, unlike elsewhere in the Americas. This popular resistance, despite the impasses in which it has often found itself, fueling outbreaks of violence, makes Haiti a captivating country, at least for me. This history gives a particular responsibility to the country's intellectuals because it is up to them to help ensure that this popular will is part of a larger effort worthy of its humanist aspirations. Throughout the 19th century, these intellectuals did not do this. They instead offered support to the project of the dominant classes, which was to become part of the world system. The communism of the Third International offered another possibility, that of leaving this system and building socialism. The vicissitudes of historical communism, and, in the end, its excesses and collapse could inspire a return to the illusions of integrating into global capitalism. But they could also free socialist thinking and action to take a new step forward. This is all the more so since Cuba, a neighboring country that made a revolution and succeeded in avoiding the collapse we have come to associate with the Soviet model, will perhaps advance in a new direction of this sort, which would be difficult but not impossible. This might also be the case since, throughout the West Indies, the choices on offer are the same. The peoples of this region have learned to fight, and globalized capitalism has nothing to offer them except tourism and mass immigration. The subject of these choices was at the center of all the discussions that I had with activists from Haiti, Jamaica, the Dominican Republic, Cuba, and the other Caribbean islands. More than elsewhere, the fault line is visible between those who do not want to give up the possibility of an improved integration into global capitalism based on serious internal social and political reforms, regional cooperation, and the possible strengthening of a front of the South capable of demanding real negotiations with the imperialist North, and those who fear that such attempts will ultimately only end in new illusions. It is not easy to choose between these two approaches. The reformists here are nevertheless radicals and should not be confused with a comprador bourgeoisie that is content to benefit from globalization as it is. The revolutionaries are not necessarily irresponsible adventurers or outmoded dogmatists. Both are the products of valiant peoples, courageous in their tradition of struggle. The North American establishment is well aware of this, and that is why it considers the Caribbean a dangerous region and never hesitates to use the most odious and violent means to intervene and destroy any attempt by these peoples to liberate themselves and achieve social and democratic progress. Its continuous support for the Tontons Macoutes in Haiti, its hypocritical military interventions in the name of democracy, aimed at making any democratic progress impossible, its invasion of Grenada, its unconditional support to the Contras in Nicaragua, its daily threats and provocations against Cuba, and today its support for Aristide, whom it bought, all these provide daily proof of its true intentions. Faced with that, the attitude of Europeans remains timorous and, in fact, often simply aligns with Washington, the Dominican Republic. As opposed to Haiti, the Spanish part of Hispaniola, the Dominican Republic, could be integrated into the world capitalist system with less difficulty. For obvious reasons, this part of the island was much less populated during the insurrection of the French colony. It was liberated by the Haitians instead of having done so itself, then protected by the late preservation of Spanish colonialism, and ultimately integrated into the North American space to which it provides heavy immigration and some drugs, it goes without saying. The vestiges of this first Spanish colony Columbus landed here, and the first capital of the Viceroyalty of America are impressive, beautiful, and well preserved. As in Cuba, Mexico, and Brazil, the importance of these monuments and ancient cities, in contrast with the desert that is the United States, is testament to the fact that the social project of the Spanish and Portuguese was considerably richer in its cultural aims than that of the English in North America. The island, which Isabel and I crossed in a beautiful journey, is obviously magnificent. In the Spanish part, the poverty of the working classes seems less visible than in Haiti. Thanks to Isabel Rauber, an activist in popular movements in several countries of the region, we could see how the working classes attempt to organize themselves as an autonomous force. The result of all that is a rather confused government, which could be characterized as a social democracy of the poor. Yet it has been positively active in an attempt at a North-South dialogue worthy of the name, just as Max Puig demonstrated in the course of discussions between the EU and the ACP for the renewal of the Lomé Convention. The academics of the Dominican Republic welcomed me with unexpected pomp and offered me the honorary title of professor at the University of Santo Domingo in 1999. This was a testament to their sincere anti-imperialist feelings. The French West Indies. Upon returning from Haiti and the Dominican Republic, the stop in Guadeloupe offered a striking image. The French West Indies, like the other islands, had been subjected to the horrors of slavery and had remained impoverished colonies until the Second World War. The French today have completely forgotten that the transformation was the result of a struggle in favor of departmentalization assimilation, that is, becoming an integral part of France as an overseas department, led by local communists and those of metropolitan France, against the old colonial mindset of the right and social democracy. Without the communists, the West Indies would have remained colonies, and probably their peoples would have undertaken a struggle for independence as in the English West Indies. The choice of assimilation, that is, the effective application of the laws of metropolitan France in all political, social, and economic areas, marginalized the choice of the pro-independence forces. Today, this choice is expressed through the justified revolt against the vestiges of racism, on the way to extinction anyway, and above all, against the ravages of tourism. Assimilation has occurred in the conditions of a system that has remained capitalist, although the communists of that earlier time had thought of it in terms of a socialist transformation. As such, it has included the reproduction of the inequality imminent to this system, but attenuated in terms of quality of life by emigration, the opening of services to West Indians by the French civil service, tourism, and economic and social subsidies. In 2003, on our way to Belém, Isabel and I passed through French Guiana. One must see the Space Center. Impressive and reassuring when one knows that the technology used, French in this case, is equal to that of the United States, and could easily surpass it if the importance of the stakes were understood. Put an end to Washington's arrogance. As a student in Paris, I knew a good number of communist militants and leaders from the West Indies and Reunion, and shared their choice, assimilation. I do not believe they were wrong. Unquestionably, their socialist hopes were disappointed. But the struggle for socialism can and must be continued, today side by side with other segments of French society. This struggle has no less a chance of success than that undertaken by the other West Indians in opposing the American ogre. The Haitian people originally made a similar choice, to benefit from citizenship in revolutionary France. The Montagnards understood that, to the point that some among them were capable of formulating this superb thought. They, the slaves of Saint-Domingue, have conquered their liberty, they are citizens. But Napoleon, prisoner of his conservative and thus colonialist prejudices, was not made to understand this. Emergence or increased pillage of natural resources? The functions attributed to certain countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are no different than those the pillage colonies in Africa and Asia fulfill. This status still characterizes Venezuela and Bolivia, suppliers of oil and minerals and nothing more. Certainly the established governments, Chavez, followed by Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela and Morales in Bolivia, which arose from authentic popular advances, are aware of this and would like to promote genuine systematic policies that allow them to get beyond this status of raw materials supplier. Beyond the objective difficulties this aim encounters, there is not only the declared hostility of the imperialist powers, but also that of sizable segments of Western public opinion, once again successfully manipulated by the media clergy that serve the pillaging monopolies. In the Caribbean, after the sugar-growing era began its decline, the dominant forces on the world scale could propose nothing other than tourism and the super-exploitation of local labor in enclaves, subjected to the direct dictatorship of international capital, beneficiary of exorbitant financial advantages as new foci of economic activity. I had the opportunity to discuss these questions in Jamaica, Haiti, and Cuba. I made the observation that the proposed development path straightaway excluded even a timid beginning to constructing an integrated economy at the national and regional levels, an imperative condition to meet the minimal requirements for social and political progress. The democratization of Latin America, 1980-2000. Latin America's political culture was profoundly transformed during the 1980s and 1990s, and its societies began a real democratization far beyond, I believe, anything attempted in Asia, the Middle East, and Africa, except South Africa. I am not speaking here of appearances, that is, the superficial adoption of so-called principles of a multi-party system in elections, sometimes almost honest, usually just a masquerade, and the occasional recognition of some human rights in theory and practice. These reforms, made fashionable by the dominant media, in no way guarantee the democratization of society, not even really that of political life. They are, to a large extent, only a convenient way to manage the crisis for dominant transnational capital in the current phase of chaos. I am speaking here of serious things, of the democratization of political culture and ideological interpretations. From this viewpoint, the majority of Latin American societies seem to be on the way to making a qualitative leap. The traditions of autocracy in the management of relations between governors and governed, between leaders and masses, between party leaders and rank-and-file activists, including in left, even revolutionary and Marxist parties, of course, between men and women, between central power and local communities, are all being strongly shaken by a growing awareness and multiform actions. I owe my understanding of all this to my friend P.G. Casanova, who emphasizes that this is indeed a new reality crystallizing, and I am convinced of the strength of his arguments. The beginning of this deep democratization is real. It is not a question of pious wishes and illusions nourished by superficial transformations. It is a question of a real groundswell. Nothing comparable, it seems to me, has been undertaken in Asia and Africa. As a whole, the demand for democratization, and I deliberately say democratization, considered as a deep and long process, and not democracy, defined in general as a state of being amounting to some partial concepts with limited significance, remains alien to the political culture of both the ruling classes and the dominated classes. There are even many signs of regression in these areas, such as the support of both the dominant and the dominated for the mirages of fundamentalism, whether that be religious or ethnic. These regressions empty the so-called democratic reforms when they are implemented of any serious content. There are unquestionably exceptions of various kinds and of varying scope. In Korea, China, in its own way, India, where a certain dose of democracy and political management appears to be solidly rooted, and South Africa, thanks to the victory over apartheid. But these are only exceptions, still fragile or even threatened. But in Latin America, as in the Asian and African exceptions, the aspiration of peoples to democratization of social and political relations immediately comes up against the constraints imposed by capitalist globalization, inequality in income distribution, mass pauperization, and the exclusion of so-called marginalized strata, all fatally generated by submission to the requirements of globalized capitalist liberalism. Weaken democratic advances, empty them of any actual content, and, if the submission to liberalism were continued, would reduce their scope to what I've called elsewhere low-intensity democracy. The imperative task today is to define overall strategies, economic and political, that would secure the mutual reinforcement of democratic aspirations and aspirations to social justice, a term I do not like very much, because it is elastic and ambiguous, but I use it to designate all of the reforms necessary to ensure maximum equality and social integration. These strategies necessarily imply a refusal to submit to neoliberalism and a willingness to begin with the principle that the markets, as it is said, should be regulated to serve a real development for the benefit of the working classes. The degree of awareness of this new contradiction and the responses given to it vary from one country to another and from one political current to another. I have followed with as much attention as possible the ideological renewals that prepared the ground for this qualitative leap. In particular, I have monitored debates within the revolutionary left, in which I have participated as much as possible. At the center of these debates is the abandonment of all aspects of Stalinist dogma, including those related to the organization of the party and social movements, and the critique of the revolutionism promoted by militant movements of the 1965-1975 decade as a substitute for the former. The Zapatistas in Mexico, the PT in Brazil, the neo-Maoists in China, the name they give themselves, and the radical new tendencies that are arising in and around the communist parties in India and South Africa, are in the forefront of these debates. I would not say that these new forces have already defined credible, powerful, and effective alternatives. I would only say that they have the potential to do so. In contrast, the Islamic, Arab, and African worlds seem still to be stricken with sterility. I have followed with equal interest the birth and development of another new, radical current represented by liberation theology. Among the Christians of Latin America and the Philippines, I am among those who think that this current is an important component of a necessary radical transformation. Initiated, it seems to me, by the writings of Gustavo Gutierrez beginning in 1968, this current quickly brought together leading thinkers of the highest quality, such as Leonardo Boff, Franz Hinckelamert, and François Huttart. I have learned much from the writings of the last, who has become a gentle and reliable friend. I participated in some of the important debates opened by the liberation theologians, in particular as a participant in their Congress at Manila in 1997. The important figures I met in these debates, Israel Batista, Sam Cobia, James Oporia Aquaro, Xavier Gorostiaga, and others, have since become some of my permanent interlocutors. But the movement's success does not lie exclusively at the level of thought. The liberation theology current has not only led lots of small actions at the grassroots level, but of course, all great movements begin with many small actions. It has succeeded in becoming a mass movement, and, as in Brazil, in asserting its presence at the level of the Conference of Bishops. Unfortunately, this turned out to be only momentary because the counteroffensive launched by the conservative church under the leadership of the Pope is working to support the construction of a right-wing, and even extreme right-wing, fundamentalist Christian backfire, and has succeeded in forcing the movement to retreat. Here, as elsewhere, there are advances and retreats. That is the law of any serious war. Democratic movements with more strictly and immediately political scope, mainly dominated by the urban middle classes but supported by the workers, have forced back the dictatorships of the South American cone beginning in 1985. That these movements have benefited from the sympathy of the Western powers, including obviously Washington, if only because these dictatorships were worn out and had lost their usefulness in managing the crisis, does not cancel out the positive character of this evolution in the middle classes. Elsewhere, particularly in the Islamic and African worlds, the middle classes have adopted very different attitudes and have slid toward religious or ethnic fascism, also supported by Washington. In both cases, it is the same. These classes accept submission to the diktat of neoliberal globalization, and this is all that interests the dominant powers of large transnational capital. The result of these Latin American democratic movements is simultaneously an advance political democracy and a retreat the neoliberal impasse that weakens the democratic advance. The F.H. Cardoso government, which supported this path against Lula's PT of that era, is the best example of this impasse. The economic stagnation in which neoliberalism has inevitably trapped Brazil contradicts all the promises that mechanically unite markets and democracy. The same approach, in a more vulgar version, characterized Menem's Argentina. In Chile, the compromise with the armed forces, which had long remained under Pinochet's command, has attenuated even more the scope of political democratization, here strongly limited. Three developments appear, or appeared, more promising. First, the doors opened by the Neo-Zapatista uprising in Chiapas, the date of which coincided, and not by chance, with the signing of the NAFTA treaty that integrated Mexico into the economic space of the United States. Neo-Zapatism is a victory on two levels. First, the movement has not retreated into regionalism ethnicism, but has found an immensely favorable response throughout Mexico. This is proof both that the Mexican nation exists, and this is a positive fact, and that the democratic aspiration is a powerful presence in that nation. On another level, the methods of mobilization and organization, and the political language that Subcomandante Marcos initiated, are an incomparable advance and a true response to the challenges of our era. I shall pass over in silence the society events organized by the Friends of Chiapas, in which I refrained from participating. The future will obviously tell us who will ultimately win in this current phase, the Democratic Alliance, inspired by Neo-Zapatism, which will have to simultaneously move the country out of the neoliberal impasse imposed by NAFTA and go beyond its original theory. The objective is not to take power, etc., or the alliance of conservative Mexican forces and Washington. I could see for myself the transformations undergone in Latin America during the last 2 decades, the scope of which is positive, although unquestionably limited, as always. In many respects, the society is no longer the same as the one I had known during my earlier trips and through my readings. But perhaps the same can be said about nearly all societies in the world. The positive Latin America appears to have entered into a process of real democratization, not so much in that governments now as a whole are elected, though doubtful in some cases, as in Peru with the forced re-election in 1999 of Alberto Fujimori, who had to flee shamefully a little later, rather than the result of military coups. Much more important is that the working classes are truly beginning to feel a need for autonomous democratic expression. In Mexico, the intelligent strategy adopted by the movement in Chiapas has succeeded in allowing the Neo-Zapatistas to escape from the regional indigenous ghetto to become the active avant-garde component for the general, democratic demands of the Mexican people. Isabel and I were in Mexico when the movement organized an informal popular vote, not organized by the state in 1998. shown through various districts by a group of activists to whom we had been introduced by our friend P.G. Casanova, we could observe the seriousness of the campaign. That this campaign was as successful as many official elections is an indicator that, I believe, has few equivalents in the contemporary world. The result confirmed the renaissance of a powerful radical leftist force. This same process of democratization is at work elsewhere. In the Dominican Republic, as in Cuba and Haiti, guided by grassroots activists who were leading multiple activities, in particular Isabel Rauber and our friends in Haiti, we could also see how these expressions of the need for political and social democracy effectively contribute to the repoliticization of the working classes, give them a new confidence in themselves, and help them overcome the tradition of following charismatic, or supposedly charismatic, leaders. Brazil, visited frequently from 2000s, provides reasons to be confident about its possible future. Powerful leftist social forces are working everywhere in the country. I had the opportunity to have discussions with some of the leaders from the MST, the CUT, and the PT, and listen to analyses of the challenges and difficulties. I am thinking above all of Amir Sater's analyses. I have fond memories of some of these militants: the metal worker Tarcisio Secoli, organizer of a rural cooperative, Roberto Viella, a senior member of the Carlos Marighella group, the union advisor Giorgio Romano Chute, F.H. Cardoso's U-turn, I see no other term to describe his. Allegiance to the Brazilian right could probably be explained by the personal ambition of a man who was always considered presidential, and ended up completely submitting to the achievement of this project. Personal character traits, of which I had been well aware and had suspected in the past, appear to me today to explain this change. Faced with this reality, the rose-tinted images of the government that a large number of Europeans, such as Alain Touraine, had propagated through the media should make us smile. Every coin has a reverse side. Democratic aspirations in Latin America have not been accompanied by an unequivocal rejection of the dominant neoliberal rhetoric. Social struggles are generally defensive and fight a specific unacceptable consequence of the implementation of the neoliberal project by the dominant classes. On the other hand, most of the basic principles of the ideology of contemporary capitalism are accepted, either because of a lack of critical thinking or because a socialist alternative does not appear credible. Intellectuals have a particular responsibility in this state of affairs, and their abdication of this responsibility serves to perpetuate dangerous illusions. The Latin American lefts continue the tradition of turning to the West, the models of central capitalism found in the United States and Europe, which I can explain only by the fact that their historical, cultural, and linguistic origins are found in Europe. Today, these lefts believe it possible to imitate the European Social Democrats, never mind how miserable they became by switching their allegiance to liberalism, and seek to draw closer to them by joining the Socialist International, for example. The idea that the challenges confronting their societies are specific to peripheral capitalism, and that these challenges should rather encourage them to contribute to an anti-imperialist front with Asia and Africa is not immediately obvious to them. The democratic trajectory followed in Latin America reaches its limitations here. That is why the current efforts at democratization still appear to me to be vulnerable, fragile, and maybe even reversible. It is not only that the masters of the global system, the United States establishment, are quite capable of a reversal in favor of violent dictatorships, if maintaining the privileges of capital require it, and I have no confidence in the conjunctural, democratic rhetoric of this establishment. It is also the case that the peoples themselves, disappointed by the low-intensity democracy associated with liberalism, could again plunge into illusions of one kind or another. Yet the election of Chavez in Venezuela, followed by Morales in Bolivia and Rafael Correa in Ecuador, are certainly good revolutionary advances that open the real possibility of a new path in the direction of inventing a socialism for the 21st century. In Latin America, as elsewhere, insofar as the struggle for democratization of society in all its dimensions, which implies the total rejection of the liberal project, is not combined with a strategy to renew the prospects for socialism, then the advances realized here or there will remain fragile. For example, in Mexico, the end of the PRI dictatorship is now complete. But to whose benefit? To an illusion that connects formal democracy and submission to liberalism and Washington's hegemony? What can the Mexican people expect? Is not the alignment of the Sao Paulo Forum with the so-called Buenos Aires consensus an indication that the threat of this false resolution of the dilemma also concerns other countries of the continent? We are confident that the new radical Mexican left is fully aware of the nature of the challenge. In the face of these real dangers, the late Celso Furtado was certainly exemplary in his stance. Invited to attend his 80th birthday celebration in May 2000s, I was not surprised to hear him present one of the most radical, coherent, and powerful critiques of liberalism, and he did so, moreover, in the captivating region of the Brazilian Northeast, in its charming historic capitals, Recife and João Pessoa, which I visited on this occasion. In a country like Brazil, which is perhaps one of the weak links of the liberal capitalist system, it is important that this voice continue to enjoy the prestige due to it. Central America has always remained the site of a quasi-permanent rebellion since the 1920s, the early movements of Sandino and Martí, and, despite bloody and long dictatorships, like those of Somoza in Nicaragua and those in Guatemala after the overthrow of Arbenz, firmly supported by Washington, financially and militarily, the fire has never stopped smoldering. The Sandinistas' victory in 1979 and the extension of the struggle with the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front of El Salvador in the 1980s were not surprising. At least, they were not surprising to me. I had the opportunity to meet militants from these movements before and after their victories, and, beyond the natural respect that I have for all courageous combatants of popular anti-imperialist movements, I always, in the main, shared their analyses, which appeared to me to offer a serious critique of Stalinist dogma and of the leftist response to the former, and strove to integrate the democratic dimension. They gave some real and important proof of that after their victory. Unfortunately, that did not prevent backsliding by the Nicaraguan government, which encouraged the Washington interventionists in their support for the Contras, and, in the end, led to the electoral defeat of 1989. I followed the unfolding of this drama quite closely, analyzed with the highest lucidity by our friend Gorostiaga. Also, as a result, the Farabundo Martí Front was forced to agree to a minimal compromise in El Salvador. Daniel Ortega's return to power in 2007 in Nicaragua, even if obviously the conditions are not the same as those in the initial revolutionary experience, must nevertheless be considered as a positive indicator. The hopes invested in this type of affirmative reaction to the challenge of our time should not, for all that, be dismissed out of hand. Under other forms, mass struggles will be able to advance the implementation of strategies that successfully link anti-imperialist liberation and democratization. But for the time being, the defeats in Central America have tilted the balance in favor of the choice to engage in electoral struggles rather than mass struggles, class struggle, started by Lula's PT in Brazil. This choice was crystallized by the formation of the São Paulo Forum, which unites important organizations and parties from most of the major Latin American countries. These parties have, moreover, scored gains in the electoral arena, the significance of which it would be wrong to underestimate. Lula had been very close to winning the presidential elections in Brazil against Cardoso, a luxury candidate for the right, as my old friend Darcy Ribeiro said, and he actually won it several years later. Subsequently, to conquer the councils in gigantic cities such as São Paulo, Porto Alegre, or Montevideo is not within reach of just any movement. But these advances, victories even, cause problems in turn. They encourage electoralist illusions, as always. They hinder the stabilization of coherent and effective offensive strategies that aim at combining democratization and social progress, which implies abandoning neoliberalism. In this area, the Forum of São Paulo and the PT, which forms its spine, have truly disappointed me, I must say. I have found nothing in the debate sponsored by them, which I have followed closely, that has demonstrated sufficient awareness of the nature of the challenge. I was not then surprised when this forum began to show signs of running out of steam, marked both by the crisis within the PT and the position taken by the signatories of the Buenos Aires Consensus, formed by the main associated parties that believed they were able to win elections in their respective countries, such as the Chilean Socialists, the Argentine Radicals, and the Mexican Democrats. It is well known that all these parties ended up subscribing to the idea that globalized liberalism had become a permanent fact of life for the present and the future. What a huge mistake, in my opinion. At the very moment these large Latin American parties, in which so many hopes had been placed, subscribed to the neoliberal nonsense, the world crisis of neoliberal capitalism broke out in East and Southeast Asia. In these regions, anti-liberal reactions were taking shape, the closure of capital accounts by China and India, implemented by the ruling classes themselves, which are not always particularly democratic. It was at this very moment that the Chilean socialists chose to place themselves to the right of this country's timid Christian Democrats, dreaming perhaps of rivaling the zeal of Tony Blair and Gerhard Schroeder. Their deviation encouraged by the Socialist International. The Andean countries appear to have remained largely outside the continent's general developments. In Peru, the insurrectional approach of the 1960s and 1970s has been perpetuated under the dramatic form of the pseudo-Maoist Shining Path. In Colombia, the civil war seems to be never-ending. Dictatorship is, for the government in Washington and the dominant classes, the only way to manage stagnation and the crises in Colombia, Peru, and of course, Bolivia. New victories, new challenges. I shall return later. See Appendix in Chapter 7, Is the World Social Forum Useful for Popular Struggles? To our critique of social movements that, since the beginning of the century, are now part of the forums, and to the place the World Forum for Alternatives occupies in the social forums. My responsibilities as an activist within these movements allows me to speak from the inside, because I am as close as possible to the debates within all these movements in Europe, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. I stand with all those who think that these movements must become collective actors for the transformation of the world, conscious and clear thinking, capable not only of analyzing, but also, and above all, of organizing what we call convergence and diversity, of fighting the battles together and winning them. The Bamako Appeal is part of this approach, as Houdert and I pointed out. From this point of view, Latin America appears to be in advance of the other continents. The movements that have mobilized there are not small marginal organizations or movements limited to the middle classes. as is still often the case elsewhere. There are large popular, in the good sense of the term, movements, leading into action masses of people counted in the millions. That is what I call a revolutionary advance. We could discuss the reasons that have allowed this qualitative leap, the benefit of democratic conditions better than elsewhere, and independence of the movements from the traditional political parties. The fact is that these movements have initiated changes that have allowed electoral victories hardly imaginable elsewhere. Lula's victory was the first on the list. This was unquestionably a victory of the working classes. That is why a possible defeat of the experiment would be nothing less than disastrous. This victory was followed by that of Nestor Kirchner in Argentina, running against the dominant liberal programs. A large-scale popular movement in Venezuela carried Chavez to victory, won difficult electoral battles and a referendum, and then defeated the coup d'état fomented by local reactionary forces and the CIA. The Indian people of Bolivia carried Morales to the presidency. Correa was elected in Ecuador and Ortega in Nicaragua. Other victories are possible. In Peru, the candidate of the right just barely won the election in May 2006 over the movement's candidate. In a country that has experienced so many vicissitudes, the excesses and then defeat of the shining path, this new situation is not insignificant. In Mexico, the rise of the new left is well advanced. The emergence of the indigenous peoples is occurring in this context. It is not a question of separatist communitarian demands, as is so often the case elsewhere. Rather, these are citizen demands that take aim at the fundamental problem of defining the continent's nations, which should now be called Indo-Afro-Latin nations. Yes, then, these are important victories. But whenever we talk about a victory, we are also talking about new challenges to be met. It is important to assess fully the true extent of these challenges. These victories were not the result of what are ordinarily called revolutions, which would be in a position to make a clean sweep and commit the society to radical transformations. The movements are in the government, but the economic and social power, most of the institutions, such as the judicial system, remain under the control of large local and foreign capital, latifundia owners, and their political servants. In Brazil, faced with Lula's government, these reactionary forces still have a strong presence in the Congress, the states, and municipalities. It is the same elsewhere, even in Venezuela and Bolivia. In these conditions, what should be done? How can left forces begin and advance the necessary transformation of social relations in a direction favorable to the working classes? I have no advice to give on these subjects, but maybe some warnings. I am not against the politics of small steps. I do not think that one can do better and more in the circumstances. But I am one of those who think that the conflict with the dominant interests of oligopolistic world capitalism and its local reactionary allies is inevitable. The choice in favor of realistic solutions and adjustment to the requirements of liberal globalization, as European social liberals, the World Bank, and others advocate, can only be disastrous. Unfortunately, this choice is the one that has the attention of Lula's government, as proven by its rushing to rescue the WTO confronting difficulty in Hong Kong in 2005. The defeat of the WTO would have been an immense victory for the peoples of the South, launching the construction of an authentic multipolar world. Lula's Brazil preferred the illusions of the emergent countries, flattered by the Western powers, and, in the last analysis, defended the interests of its latifundia owners, side by side with India. The construction of a front of Latin American nations against the arrogance of the United States has now become imaginable. That is the aim of ALBA. The organization is founded on political solidarity in which economic relations are based not on the concept of a common market, as with Mercosur, but on that of the construction of complementarities, beginning with those involving access to and use of natural resources. Promising advances in Latin America. In Latin America, advances begun in the preceding decades are now confronted with difficult choices that will decide the future. In Venezuela, a major difficulty will be moving beyond the economy of oil rent and building a still non-existent productive agricultural industrial system to condition the commitment of the country to the long road of progress towards socialism. In Bolivia and Ecuador, responses to the two issues of going beyond the current model of lumpen development and settling the national question, more precisely, the institutional definition of multinationality, remain uncertain. In Brazil, the central question is this: is the historical compromise established by Lula and the PT, which combines limited social advances and the unquestioned progress of democracy with preservation of the economic and political powers of the owning classes, modernized latifundia owners and industrial monopolies, viable in the longer term? In these conditions, the emergence of Brazil also remains quite fragile. My responsibilities in the WFA have permitted me several visits to Caracas during the last few years. I have attempted to follow the development of the struggles more closely, in particular at the invitation of Chavez, several ministers, Marta Harnacker, Centro Miranda, and communist intellectuals generally critical. I deplore the negative attitude toward this evolving experiment displayed by many intellectuals who, in the past, were on the left, and sometimes on the left of the left. This experiment remains quite capable of further advances, despite the huge character of the challenge, to construct an economy that the oil rent has destroyed from top to bottom. Its possible failure will only set the country further back. The WFA held its Congress in Caracas in 2008, thanks to the generous support of Carmen Bojorquez, then Minister of Culture. The best invitation I received from Latin America came in 2010 from Bolivian Vice President Álvaro García Linera in La Paz. 1 month to travel around this huge country. From the Altiplano, Isabel and I have the good fortune to be able to handle high elevations to the Amazonian forest. I knew about the courageous and victorious battles led by the Bolivian people, the water war in Cochabamba, the surrounding of La Paz, forcing the president, Washington's puppet, to flee, and the rebirth of the Indian nations, only through my readings. Very frank discussions with groups of rank-and-file militants and leaders, including Vice President Garcia Linera, Oscar Oliveira, Oscar Vega Camacho, Raul Prada. The staff of the MAS certainly contributed to helping me better understand the nature of the challenges and the responses given by the various currents of the Bolivian left. David Choquehuanca, Minister of Foreign Affairs, gave me the most beautiful gift, a splendid facsimile of Che's notebooks, a gift that brought Isabel and me to tears. My visit to Ecuador had been postponed several times. The WFA working group, led by Napoleon Saltos and Victor Hugo Gijon, is undertaking its activities with much energy and persistence. My reading of recent works by Hautart, who has chosen to live in Quito, concerning good living, buen vivir, has been highly rewarding. Finally, in 2011, I participated in a meeting of an excellent WFA working group. Concerning problems specific to Ecuador, I shall refrain from passing any judgment about the rightness or wrongness of the claims made by the indigenous movements opposed to Correa's government. I regret only one thing, that time did not permit me, and without Isabel, it would not have made sense anyway to visit the exceptional Galapagos Islands. I shall say no more about any of this in my memoirs. It is really Hautart who has taken on the responsibility of coordinating the activities of the WFA in Latin America. Thanks to his unlimited dedication and keen intelligence, he has succeeded in making the WFA's presence in Latin America a political reality of some importance. To draw up a list of colleagues active in our associated networks and the meetings they have organized is better left to Hautart, not me. For my part, I will say only that I have always learned a lot each time that I have had the opportunity to participate in these meetings. All the same, I should like to call attention to one more name, in addition to the comrades mentioned earlier in connection with Brazil, Cuba, Venezuela, Haiti, Mexico, Argentina, and Ecuador, Wim Dierk Exens in Costa Rica, Eastern Europe, the USSR, and Russia, the end of the tunnel, really existing socialism in Eastern Europe and the USSR. I should begin by saying that I do not like the expression really existing socialism used in this title. It was invented by Rudolf Bahro and implied that the governments in question were fundamentally socialist, but that they had been subject to deformations, serious for some, less so for others, but able to be overcome so that possible reforms could push these systems toward a better socialism. Such reforms might be guided by a type of market socialism or by an approach based on forms of democratization that would lead to a decline in market and economic alienation. Were the systems in question reformable or not? The question is wrongly put. There is no society that is unable to be transformed. The future is always open and depends on social, political, and ideological struggles that are undertaken in response to the problems confronting that society. For me, the Soviet systems were condemned to be transformed or disappear one day or another. I wrote that in 1960. But they could have evolved or even fallen to the right, the center, or the left, and that would have depended on the struggles that might have developed. Obviously, I would have liked it if they had evolved or fallen to the left, that the dominated classes had forced developments to move in that direction or succeeded in reversing the existing situation with a strong movement that opened this alternative. Such a hope was in no way absurd or illusory, and to struggle to make it a reality was the only defensible principle of political action, in my opinion. I would even have considered an evolution to the center as positive, that is, a reform that provided stable foundations for a time, to a market socialism that combined collective forms of dominant property and wide recourse to a regulated market. Within the context of the long transition to socialism, such a step is not necessarily absurd, but they fell to the right in the end, that is, the worst alternative came to triumph. This can be explained, but it was certainly not the only possibility. Dominant opinion in the Western world never thought that socialism was possible. Having been decreed as non-reformable, when these systems fell and gave way to a pure and simple capitalist restoration, what I call falling to the right, they said that it was the case because no other alternative could exist. This is why the expression really existing socialism pleases them. It both demonstrates that socialism is an impossible utopia and defines the essential character of the systems in question. For me, these systems were not socialist. I shall not go back over the analyses that led me to see them as particular varieties of capitalism without capitalists, I once wrote. I will add that those who speak of really existing socialism never discuss capitalism in the same terms. The dominant so-called liberal ideology speaks of capitalism in abstract terms as a rational ideal type without a history. That allows it to avoid having to confront the reality of capitalism, and especially the opposition between its central and peripheral forms, imminent to its globalized expansion. I have already mentioned my early visits, when still a student, to 3 popular democracies, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Hungary. I returned to 2 of these 3 countries more than 35 years later, when their so-called communist governments had collapsed. In September 1991, in the pretty and small city of Venice, located on a lake southwest of Budapest, I participated in a colloquium in the course of which the infamous Oleg Bogomolov made the curious statement that I commented on in Volume 1 of these memoirs. I rediscovered Budapest, the topography of which I confess I had forgotten a bit. I remembered only vaguely the beautiful old Buda, today completely restored so apartments can be sold to the new bourgeoisie, the parliament, which was a copy of Westminster, and the large island in the middle of the superb Danube, the width of the Nile here, not that of the Seine, the Thames, or the Rhine. I also rediscovered, with nostalgia, the famous Café 1900s, located on a pleasant square in Pest, also completely restored, and the large square decorated with the imaginary statues of the nation's founders. The Hun leaders, Attila and others, well made up as Mongols with beautiful mustaches. Sex shops and massage parlors were also flourishing for the use of new German tourists. Isabel and I were lodged in the extraordinary old hotel in Buda called the Gellert, where I enjoyed the Turkish baths fed by a mineral spring. The hotel was a true masterpiece of the Belle Époque. My Hungarian friend, Imre Martin, was a longtime communist, a refugee in France fleeing the Horthy regime, a resistance fighter who returned to Hungary in 1945, and an Africanist who stayed in Guinea several times. I always found a way to discuss the problems of socialism with him quite freely. I invited him to one of our large North-South meetings organized by the Third World Forum. Martin fell into a bottomless despair to see the system fall to the right. He died in 1998. Another friend, the economist Thomas Sentes, I met for the first time in Dar es Salaam in the 1970s. In my opinion, he is one of the best analysts of world capitalism and the problems of really existing socialism. He is also a man of quality with a keen sense of humor. He had occupied important functions within the party committee charged with reform during the second half of the 1980s. During that time, he had defended tenaciously and with great skill centrist reform positions, market socialism, control over external relations, and a guarantee of reasonable income distribution. He told me in detail how and why the majority rejected this plan. The bourgeoisie of the party quite simply wanted to restore capitalism for its benefit. The left is still alive in Hungary, and I have had the opportunity to discuss its prospects with younger militants who are ensuring its continuity. The brilliant young woman Andrea Sego, Andor Laszlo, and Agnes and Gabor Kapetini, who are activists working with the unions and publish a quality journal, to which I contribute from time to time on the problems of the struggle for socialism. By contrast, most of those who formed the old guard of the fallen system's famous economists have quite simply changed sides and altered the direction of their careers, encouraged by the World Bank, like Janos Kornai. I returned to Czechoslovakia a few years ago as a tourist with Isabel, my daughter Anna, and her friend Claire. We spent 3 days in Prague. I had a precise recollection of this superb city and particularly of the amazing abundance of its Baroque style, which was characteristic not only of its monuments, but was widespread along all the streets of the old city. I rediscovered that. On the other hand, the university city of Opletalova, where I had stayed secretively, appeared to me to have been destroyed or transformed to the point of being unrecognizable. I had no political contact. On the highway, intended for German visitors, the sex tourists followed one another. A new fate for the re-established protectorate of Moravian Bohemia, probably waiting for the return of the Sudeten Germans. I felt only a profound contempt for the new ruling class, particularly President Václav Havel. Celebrated as a democratic liberator, this mediocre individual had never been more than a bad writer of stage plays. Supposedly boycotted by the communist government, these plays are probably not very interesting since they are still not performed. Cynicism and vulgarity characterize the new Czech bourgeoisie. Should we be surprised then that the Prime Minister, later President of the Czech Republic Václav Klaus, a liberal, declared right up front that the workers would have to give back what they got in the past? In Berlin, at one of the colloquia organized by some German foundations, I met a specimen of these new liberal managers who said to me, "We are a small country, we will always be dependent, but it is much better to depend on the rich, like the Germans he thought, than the poor, like the Russians." "Yes, you are right," I answered. "Look at Haiti. This country depends on the United States. Perhaps that is the paradise of which you are dreaming for the future of the Czech Republic." He was reduced to silence. I have not returned to Poland. I have warm memories of courageous comrades I had met, often just released from Nazi camps. When Solidarnosc appeared, I did not share the naive enthusiasm of those who saw in it a renewal of the workers' movement. Did not the CIA openly support the movement? I have learned that the imperialist powers have never supported any progressive movement whatsoever. Never. Subsequent events proved me right. An anti-Russian neurosis, idolatry of the papacy, and admiration for the United States inevitably won out over everything. I was in the former German Democratic Republic, GDR, only after it had disappeared and was annexed by West Germany. There I met some of the most enlightened and likable intellectuals I have known in Germany, such as the philosopher Joachim Wilke and leaders of the PDs, such as André Brie and Michael Brie, and some others. Most of them had been somewhat critical, often courageously so, of the GDR's real socialism, and consequently and not by chance were held in much more contempt by the dominant forces of unified Germany by the social Democrats as much as by the right than those who, having belonged to the former nomenklatura, did not hesitate to change sides. Will the PDs succeed in forming a unifying force in the East, sufficient to influence the West a bit and encourage a more socialist-oriented thinking that is not content with a Schroeder-type farce? The formation of the Linkspartei, Left Party, is certainly a good sign. Otherwise, the risks of a slide toward national-populism with a whiff of fascism, as with Jörg Haider in Austria or Fini Berlusconi Lega Nord Northern League in Italy, would find serious chances for success throughout Germany. Berlin's historic heart was located in the eastern part of the city, where almost all of the monuments and beautiful old districts under restoration are concentrated, making a real contrast with the insignificance of the American styles of the western part of the capital. The latter has now been abandoned following the reunification of the country, both by the German political bourgeoisie, proud to rediscover its true capital, and by the world of snobbery, inevitable in the societies of the opulent West. I had not imagined that signs of the Huguenots were so strong in historic Berlin. East Germans, who have remained cultured and imbued with a good knowledge of their history and culture, know this. Those of the West are unaware of this, having been educated in U.S. business schools. Andre Gunder Frank indirectly pointed this out to me one day by saying, "Ask the question in East Germany, who was Frank Andre's father? Anyone can answer you, an anti-Nazi writer. Ask the same question of intellectuals in West Germany, they don't know the name. Is the Marxist culture of historic Germany, which was preserved in the East after a fashion, despite the serious dogmatic reductions imposed on it, and disappeared in the West, going to come alive again? I do not know. I have followed the evolution of Yugoslavia much better, having visited regularly, specifically for the annual Cavtat conferences between 1977 and 1989. I have already spoken about this. Its market socialism was acceptable to me, on condition that it was viewed as a step in a long transition and not as a final system, as it was actually lived in fact, and on condition that appropriate adjustments were made to withstand the vagaries of internal and international developments. Its limitations and contradictions quickly appeared to me to be dangerous. No real democratization of politics, real power remained concentrated in the hands of the party nomenklatura, and too much market linked with too much openness to the outside, which was controlled very little and very poorly, and structured around federalism. In these conditions, only disaster could result, the worsening of inequalities between the constituent republics, vulnerability to conjunctures of global capitalism, the cynical manipulation of power by segments of the nomenklatura, and, in the end, the retreat of the latter into chauvinism as a way to take over companies. These were the questions that I discussed repeatedly year after year with comrades and friends, such as the Serbs Milos Nikolic, Radmila Nakarada, Mirjana Jevtic, the Bosniak Blagoje Babic, the Croat Vyacheslav Mikicin, and the Slovene Anton Vratusa, and with many others as well. I remember diverse viewpoints, but generally accompanied with an openness and sincerely held socialist convictions for the most part, to the point that I was relatively optimistic about the ability of the system to remain social, if not socialist, and save the Federation in the face of the challenge from the local and global offensive of capitalism. Events have disappointed my optimism. I admit I was mistaken about the reactions I expected from the Yugoslav people to the challenges of liberal globalization. I had viewed critically the concessions made in relation to Yugoslavia's insertion into the world market. I had expressed my well-founded fears that these concessions, accompanied as they were by increased decentralization of economic power, would only worsen regional inequalities of development, leading to serious problems in the management of a multinational polity. That is indeed what happened. Yet I was hoping that the working classes and a good part of the Communist Party, which had a fine history behind it, would avoid the worst, and that a balance, even if only a relative stability, would be found at the center, preserving the possibility for a later resumption of a development to the left. The country swung to the right and ethnic chauvinism, which was not necessarily as strongly rooted in the working classes as the media wanted to make us believe, became, in any case, the flag behind which the shattered fragments of the hard-pressed ruling class rallied. I shall not return here to what I have written elsewhere, that the crimes resulting from this choice were committed by all the national political leaderships, by the Croats as much as by the Serbs, by the Bosnian Muslims, or the KLA as much as by others. These criminal choices were, moreover, encouraged by the United States and the European powers, the systematic distortion of international information that attributes to Serbian chauvinism the responsibility for having begun the series of events which is false, and for having done more than the others which is also false, is simply the product of propaganda from the United States and its subaltern European NATO allies. That this propaganda has succeeded in dominating with such ease should make us think very carefully about the role of the media, whose servility should be a source of grave concern. Unfortunately, this is not the case, in the West at least. The U.S. operation, barely disguised in NATO and humanitarian accoutrements, Bernard Kouchner participated in this farce, as he had already done elsewhere, provisionally attained its objectives. Isabel and I had visited Moscow and Leningrad in summer 1964. Here are a few caricatures, conventional images known to everyone, that were yet part of my experience. First, the hotel, called the Ukraina. This was a gigantic palace from the Stalinist era, with armchairs that were so heavy to use up the raw material, since the plan set the objective in tons, that they were completely impossible to move. There were babas monitoring every floor. Then there was the infinite wait for service in restaurants. An Italian had exploded with anger at this situation and yelled, "There are 3 8s, 8 hours for work, 8 for sleep, and 8 for eating. 2 in the morning, 3 at midday, and 3 in the evening." A French businessman from the PCF had told us the secret to being served quickly, so long as you were willing to eat in the same restaurant every day. The first day, you order and make sure to indicate that you are pressed for time. Then wait patiently. When, 1 hour later, the server arrives with the food, you get up abruptly and look at your watch. "Excuse me, I no longer have time. I warned you. Now I must leave." The poor man must redo in the reverse order all the administrative formalities in order to return the plates of food to the kitchen. The next day, you choose the same table, which is served by the same waiter. You are served in 5 minutes. At the gum department store, established in a superb 1900-era arcade, then in a deplorable state, the layout was much like the style of colonial trading posts of Syrians in the cities of the African bush, shelves, a long table that separated you from them, and the sellers. You asked what you were looking for. "Yet, there aren't any." That was the automatic response. But no, there is, there behind you on the shelf. What a horrible customer to force the woman to make the effort of turning around. "It's too high," you insist. She has to call a strong fellow who climbed a stepladder. Then she gave you a paper with 4 or 5 copies. There is carbon paper between the sheets. You left 2 copies with her, went to the cashier, where you presented another copy, which was stamped, before returning to the seller to retrieve the object. And then there were the taxis. They were probably paid for the time they hid in the alleys. Having spotted one, you had to approach it nonchalantly. If the taxi sees that you are looking for it, it takes off. Then, when you draw level with it, you suddenly open the door and jump in. Having done that, the cab driver could not believe that I was not a local. All the same, he had a sense of humor and acknowledged, "Foreigners don't know the trick." Then there was the train from Moscow to Leningrad. There were only 5 classes. We took the best, extra comfortable. It was not called first or super first. It was a magnificent sleeping car, just as in the era of the Orient Express. Cushions and more cushions. Small, lovely curtains, a samovar, and always a baba coming and going to fill cups with tea. Moscow and Leningrad are cities that we liked very much, probably like most visitors. They are not common. Far from it. It is pointless, then, to elaborate on the Kremlin, Red Square, several old convents in the area, the banks of the Neva, the cruiser Aurora, the Summer Palace, or the museums, the Bolshoi, etc. There are pretty postcards of all that. On the political side, reality showed through in spite of the rhetoric. We visited a kolkhoz of the region. The director made a speech, a nice guy who spouted statistics that no one listened to because strawberries, beautiful, unlike the ones in the markets, were brought to us, and the members of our third world group went for them without restraint. I pointed out to the director that if his statistics were correct, 90% of the collective land provided 50% of the production by value. While the 10% that represented individual allotments produced the same amount, that would be proof that socialism is not worth it. Unless the statistics were hiding some deception, and in fact, a good part of the harvest from the collective land was redistributed to the kolkhozians and sold at much better prices as produce from the individual plots. He looked at me sardonically, smiled, and said nothing. African students, scholarship holders at Lumumba University, particularly the young, at the time, Malian, Funeke Keita, told us less comical stories. One young man from among his Russian friends chatted with us. "How many students are members of the Komsomol, the political youth organization?" Isabel asked him. He said there were 97%. "What happens to the remaining 3%? A lot of trouble. The professors are more demanding of them on exams. When they leave, they are given less desirable appointments." "Good, these are the 3% who are communists," Isabel said to him. "The same proportion as elsewhere." At the museum in Leningrad, a young, unconventional painter drew us into a corner to show us hidden paintings. That reminded me of something my friend the Brazilian painter Tiberio said. What happens to a non-figurative painter when he goes for a walk in Moscow? 2 very figurative characters follow him. At the Gosplan, someone I no longer remember by name met me and told me what was told to everyone. Everything is working well. But in walking through the halls, I encountered small functionaries carrying stacks of files, while the important functionaries were closely followed by those who carried their briefcases or attaché cases. In the offices, apparently idle women were doing their nails or eyes, and as soon as you entered, shut away their materials as if caught red-handed. We passed through Moscow in 1991 on the way to and from Central Asia. There was a new urban and social landscape in full disarray. Arbat Street was very lively and cheerful. Everything was being sold, in total disorder. There was a new model of nested dolls for sale. On the outside, Gorbachev, then successively, Brezhnev, Chernenko, Andropov, Khrushchev, Malenkov, Stalin, and the last, the very smallest, Lenin. We got onto a bus. The fare was several kopecks, but because of inflation, there was no longer such small currency, which had become useless. I said to the conductor, "The smallest bill I have is this one, 2 or 5 rubles. I don't know anymore." He said to me, "Shit, get on. It is free now for everyone. There is no more money." At the hotel, the Akademicheskaya, we had to spend an extra night, had been late for the plane. I asked the price, $100, was the response. That was a little expensive for the actual quality of the place, equivalent to 0 or 1 star at most, but since it was classed as a luxury hotel, we had to accept it. Then I had a fantastic idea. Can we pay in rubles, I asked. Yes, of course. That is how much? 50 rubles. Okay, I'll pay you in rubles. At the time, the dollar was worth 35 rubles. We had then paid $1.50 for our room. The system's incoherence did not seem to bother the woman at reception, which was all the better for us. I knew some of the dignitaries from the system, particularly academicians, professors, and researchers who were members of the Academy of Social Sciences, including the Russianized Armenian Avakian, who had worked at UNESCO for a long time. He and his spouse were intelligent and charming people who invited us to dine with them. We chatted freely. Avakov had guided us through the maze of the academy. The sense was that the system was coming to an end. The probably exclusive concern of the academicians was to get hold of something, an automobile, a dacha, an apartment, or furniture. The discussion centered only on the means of doing so, who to see, etc. When I attempted to lead the discussion to some political problems, I had the impression of profoundly annoying my interlocutors, who completely scorned my attempts. Yet some of them had been fighters against anti-Soviet deviationists. I knew them by name or reputation. They had probably become the worst. None of that effaces the greatness of the Russian people and the magnificent pages they wrote in 1917, and then saving humanity from the Nazis through their incomparable courage. I cannot hide the fact that I find them a very likable people, even their flaws, which are obviously the result of their history. This mixture of patience that is often mistaken for absolute resignation, which is not the case, romanticism, anarchism, irrationality, lack of practical sense, an exuberance that is often described as Slavic. What pleasure there is, I admit it, in breaking glasses after having emptied them, are not ordinary. They are never horrible, and there is nothing comparable to the spirit of submission that an unfortunate history has sometimes encouraged among some peoples, or to the conformism and hypocrisy of the dominant Anglo-Saxon ideology. Lumping together communism and fascism in the catch-all totalitarian makes utterly no sense. Certain apparently similar social phenomena such as mass demonstrations were widely common to all industrial societies of the time period, the product of capitalism, and its socialist version at that stage of its development. The suffering that the peoples of the former USSR are subject to today are, for me, simply appalling. I had the opportunity to visit Riga, the capital of newly independent Latvia, in 1997. I participated in a symposium organized by a friendly group of scientists from the hard sciences, physics, and others, inquisitive about social affairs. We were housed on the coast, some 10 kilometers from Riga, itself located on the estuary of the river Daugava, in a renowned seaside resort, Jurmala. This Deauville-like place, created at the time of the Tsarist Empire, was quite charming. There were dachas of sculpted wood lost in the forest. To visit Riga, I took a commuter train. It was there that I discovered there were Soviet-era train cars without bathrooms. But even more interesting, I observed that everyone 98% spoke Russian, and everyone read Russian-language newspapers. In fact, all the newspapers were in Russian. I did not hear a single word of Latvian or see a single person reading Latvian. Yet the Russian speakers, which were considered a minority, I bet that this minority was around 80% in Riga, had no rights. Those were reserved for pure Latvians. One specimen of the latter, who came to give his talk to the symposium, appeared to me to be what he most certainly was, a fascist cretin. Fortunately, thanks to his small intelligence, he fell into all the traps from my questions. Do you expect to give some rights to the Russians? Never. Even those whose ancestors were here since the 18th century? It was around 1720 that the Baltic countries were annexed by the Russian Empire. Even them. I concluded for my colleagues at the symposium by calling their attention to the double standard I spoke English implemented by the dominant Western media. The Russians came to the Baltic region during the same time period that the Protestant Scots went to Ireland. Did it ever dawn on the media to consider that Ulster should belong only to Irish Catholics and that the Protestants should have no rights? It is said that the Russians do not speak Latvian. Have the media ever demanded that the British in Ulster should learn Gaelic? And why treat the Irish Catholics, who perhaps might like to do what the Latvians are doing, as terrorists, and characterize the Latvians as Democrats? The new ethnocratic, not democratic, the two should not be confused regime, has erected a monument to praise the SS. No comment from the European media. I leave it to you to imagine what would have happened if an Arab country had taken a similar initiative. Riga deserves to be seen. Its urban form is typical of Hanseatic trading ports. The Latvian countryside, which I saw during a short car trip, is worth seeing as well. But what a horrible government it is of these friends of the West who strut about in a reconquered country. Let's return to Russian questions. I met a good number of people from the Soviet nomenclatura. I often listened to them. Except for Vladimir Kollontai, I never experienced the least desire to become friends with any of them. There was also the exception of the USSR consul in port said, Chikov. I knew pent pushers such as Bogomolov, who tried to destroy those they portrayed as deviationists or even as agents of imperialism. On a more amusing note, occasionally when I hear the name of one or another of the new great dignitaries, characterized as Democrats, reformers, and the like, or mafia chiefs and billionaires who appropriated 1/3 of the oil in Siberia or things of that nature. I recognize him as one of those who used to be highly placed in the system and whom I'd heard of here or there, or with whom I had actually engaged in a discussion, and sometimes they possessed recognizable intelligence. Since then, I have met some of the intellectuals from the Marxist New Left, who stand to the left of the Communist Party, which is not difficult. Vladimir Jordansky, whom I already knew, is one of those. He is a man of great integrity. They must be numerous in the former USSR, but they are not talked about, and they are never given the opportunity to speak, neither in the new Russia nor in the international media. Others, such as Boris Kagarlitsky or Alexander Buzgalin, were unknown to me. I have had many discussions with them, read their writings, and count on continuing our exchange of views. The future of Russia and those of the other republics of the former USSR seem quite bleak. Their peoples were not prepared to confront the challenges of global capitalism, let alone grasp the stakes involved. The primary responsibility for this twofold disaster, social and economic regression, and the breakup of the USSR falls obviously on the communist nomenclatura, which gradually became the headquarters of the bourgeoisie. As Mao wrote in 1960, a bourgeoisie that had hastened to grab hold of the public property it had already managed for a long time as quasi-private property owners. The breakup of the Union was also the result of a narrow nationalist, chauvinist choice of ruling classes in desperate straits. The borders of the republics had not been drawn with the idea in mind that they might become independent states. Kazakhstan, mainly Russian, in fact, could have been an autonomous republic of the Russian Federation. Belarusians and Ukrainians, despite some local particularities, are nothing other than two of the constitutive elements of the Russian nation. We can add example after example of the dramatic problems created for various peoples resulting from the absurd breakup of the Union. The systematic depoliticization of the Soviet peoples, systematically implemented to hide the real intentions of the ruling class, lies behind the failure of really existing socialism. The dominant classes of the capitalist centers in the West took advantage of the debacle and made it worse. The rhetoric of supporting democracy should not fool us. That is not the real objective pursued by the foreign policies of the NATO countries. The Soviet disaster has served not only to strengthen U.S. hegemony, but also to subject the Europeans more firmly to the latter in the wake of that disaster. All the rest is just for show. Proof of the reality of this strategic choice by NATO is certainly not lacking. I note that Western foreign policies, unanimously, always support the worst candidates to manage the countries of the former USSR, the worst for their peoples, but the best for the interests of dominant capital. Boris Yeltsin versus Mikhail Gorbachev, for example, if this be at the price of trampling underfoot the democratic principles that supposedly inspired their propaganda, such as when they supported the Yeltsin-ordered military attack on the Russian Duma. The double standards implemented in relations with Russia are glaringly cynical. The principle of nationalities on which the Soviet Union had been built was far from being perfect in its actual implementation, something I criticized elsewhere and shall not return to here. The dominant media highlight only the system's deficiencies. For example, they emphasize ad nauseum the poverty of the Samoyeds and Yakuts of Siberia in widely distributed reports. They refrain from saying, honestly, that the Soviet system had given these peoples of the North the theoretically autonomous management of Siberia. One would love to see the United States and Canada restore half of their territory to the Indians and grant them, even if only on paper, the same degree of autonomy. Rest assured, nothing like that will ever happen. This is clearly a case of seeing the mote in a neighbor's eye, but not the beam in your own. We could multiply to infinity examples of the same kind that characterize the anti-Soviet campaigns of the dominant media. After the collapse of the USSR, the Western powers immediately put themselves at the service of anti-Russian ethnocrats. The CIA financed the Rose Revolution to establish a bloody dictatorship in Georgia, which was in no way different from that of Shevardnadze, and the Orange Revolution to set up a nauseating mafia in Ukraine. The media reserve their violent critiques for Belarus simply because its government rejects liberalism and maintains the social advantages of the Soviet system, which the working classes appreciate, leading them to cast their votes for the government. Even if the percentages involved, more than 90%, are reminiscent of an old tradition. They are careful not to mention the NGO reports that there is no torture in Minsk's prisons, unlike in those of Tbilisi. A new South in Europe? Eastern Europe has remained a black hole in WFA activities. The reason is certainly the strength of the illusions to which the peoples of the region have clung, persuaded that belonging to Europe would allow them to catch up to the living standards of the continent's opulent countries, and consequently that the structural adjustments imposed on them were an acceptable price for the transition. In fact, and this is my contention, these adjustments were designed to meet the exact opposite objective: to open Eastern Europe to the expansion of monopolies from the West, in other words, transform Eastern Europe into a sort of Latin America for the capitalist centers of Western Europe, and primarily for Germany. Has awareness of this reality made any progress? I do not see much, despite the efforts expended by some activists with whom we finally succeeded in establishing fruitful contact, such as Anna Bazak in Romania, Capitani and Agnes Gabor in Hungary, and several others. It is said that there is no longer a north and south. There is a south of the poor and a north of the rich everywhere. There is nothing new in that. Moreover, this fact is irrelevant to what concerns us. The South is made up of social formations dominated by dominant capital from social formations in the North. The wealthy in the South are mostly from the comprador classes. They are the minority who benefit from happy globalization and are, consequently, complicit with capitalist classes that are not only dominant in the North, but on the world scale. Who is responsible for the disaster in Eastern Europe? Unquestionably, the communist parties of the region bear primary responsibility. Except in Yugoslavia, these Soviet-type parties had never been able to overcome their original weaknesses, or even their original non-existence. Still, we need to be careful and avoid confusing the Czech Republic with Romania, for example. But that is not our focus here. One could have expected more in Yugoslavia, where the party was the authentic result of a popular war conducted against fascist invaders and their local accomplices. Looking more closely, we discover the responsibility of Europe, specifically the ruling classes of capitalist and imperialist Western Europe, Great Britain, France, and Germany primarily. Without the forceful intervention of these reactionary forces, the contradictions between the peoples of the different Yugoslav republics would almost certainly have found a better outcome. It has to be said that the European project is a criminal political one. It was never about liberating the region from totalitarianism, an empty concept. The aim was actually to reduce Eastern Europe to the status of a colony, and that is what was done. We must speak of a political crime here, committed against all European peoples, but first of all against those from the East. This is the same policy that Europe is pursuing today in Ukraine. The crime is moreover now extended to other peoples in the European Union, in Greece, Cyprus, and Portugal, though they never suffered from communism. Of course, the reactionary leaders of Europe, whether from the right or the electoral left, have found accomplices in the East, just as they have in Greece and Portugal. In Eastern Europe, the Catholic Church formed a major reactionary force complicit in the destruction of the societies. The beatification of the Polish Pope, who was an active accomplice of the CIA and friend of the Croatian Ustashi and others, is simply indecent. When are we going to see a beatification of the popes of the Inquisition and the Borgias? But this beatification, which made millions of Poles happy, it appears, has its natural place in the plan to strengthen reactionary Europe and the colonization of the East. Are there signs of an awakening in the East? In Croatia, Sreko Horvat took the initiative to organize a subversive film festival in Zagreb, an effective way to mobilize the youth and advance their political awareness. I accepted his invitation to visit in 2010 and 2011. I took advantage of my presence to re-establish contacts with our Slovenian comrades at the University of Ljubljana. I also attended the first Balkan Social Forum in 2011. There is in Eastern Europe a visibly growing nostalgia for the communist era. A poll in Romania revealed that 80% of the people miss Nicolae Ceausescu. Portraits of Josip Broz Tito are reappearing. Nevertheless, the impression that I get from my visits and discussions and my semi-tourist trips, recalled earlier, is that we are still far from glimpsing an exit from the tunnel. Are our comrades in Western Europe aware of this? Russia out of the tunnel? My contributions to Russian debates? In Moscow, at the invitation of some old and new Russian friends, I had the opportunity to discuss all the questions raised in the following pages. But my attempts to make contact with the new Russian Communist Party were not successful. Nevertheless, I heard with great interest the analyses of Alexander and Ludmila Bozgalin, cultivated, charming, and intelligent people, vestiges of the best of the intelligentsia Russia has always produced. I could extend the list of my new Russian friends, Ruslan Zarasov and others. Living and creative Marxist thinking has not disappeared in Russia side by side with the obvious explosion of popular nostalgia for the USSR, including flags and the portraits of Joseph Stalin. Everything that Pravda said about socialism was not true, but everything it said about capitalism is often heard. Boris Kagarlitsky had invited me to the Counter G20 in St. Petersburg in 2013. My works are beginning to be published in Russian, which had never been the case in the Soviet past. I even had the surprise of seeing texts written in Arabic translated into Russian by Said Gafurov. My nephew, director of the French bank Credit Agricole in Russia, and his spouse are settled in Moscow quite close to Arbat Street. They accompanied us on our walks. But beyond all that, are there embryos of radical left forces in the process of being formed? My latest visits to Moscow were encouraging. The symposia now bring together not only a group of old-timers, but many young people who did not experience the Soviet era yet, are convinced that capitalism has nothing to offer their people. These young people had overwhelmingly joined the Communist Party. They were quickly excluded for various deviations. Obviously, nothing has changed. The reader will certainly have noticed that I have emphasized the systematic hostility of the Western powers with regard to the new Russia, even though it is capitalist. This hostility cannot be explained by some kind of paranoia that has suddenly struck Europeans. The explanation is much more ordinary. The strategies implemented by the ruling classes of the Triad, the United States, Western Europe, and Japan, are focused on a single objective, that is, to guarantee the continuation of their exclusive control of the planet, an objective that consequently implies such hostility. The imperialist powers, once again the Triad, intend to maintain their privileges on a global scale by deploying a strategy that combines, on the one hand, globalized neoliberalism, which allows the Triad's financialized monopolies to make decisions alone about everything on a global scale, and in that way, maximize their monopoly rents, and on the other hand, military control of the planet by the United States and its subaltern NATO and Japanese allies, the sole guarantee of the permanence of the globalized neoliberal order. The objective of this strategy is to hold in check any attempt by an Asian, African, or Latin American country to free itself from their control. Consequently, all peoples, all nations are enemies, at least potentially, even when a country's ruling class and power is aligned with them. The reason for such fear is that it is not possible to stabilize the neoliberal system. It is not even stable in its dominant centers, as the current implosion of the Euro system and behind it, the European Union, demonstrates. A fortiori, it is not stable in the peripheries, which are condemned to a lumpen development that reduces the legitimacy of established governments to nothing. Russia is not an exception to the rule. The Ukrainian crisis shows that the changes Russia has undergone over the last 25 years, as huge as they appear, are not a revolution or a counter-revolution. It instead expresses the acceleration of underlying tendencies that were already at work in the Soviet system itself in the 1930s. On this topic, I shall not be content with noting that the Soviet society was already not or no longer socialist, as the leaders of the 1917 revolution had envisioned, but was a particular form of capitalism, which I have dubbed a capitalism without capitalists, likely to become a normal capitalism, one with capitalists, which is indeed the project of the new ruling class, itself a product of the preceding one, even if, as we will see, the reality of the system it has established is far from being adequate to the objective. The 1917 revolution was a great event in human history that embodied and carried forward a huge amount of potential. My aim in these pages is not to retrace its history in order to make a liquidationist case against it, as it is currently fashionable to do, and still less to imply that the salient traits brought out here were already contained in the revolution, or in Leninism or even Stalinism. My sole aim is to clarify the nature of the processes underway and the challenges these now present for the survival of the peoples of the former Soviet Union. I define the Soviet system by 5 fundamental characteristics: corporatism, government, social stabilization, its delinking from the global capitalist system, and its insertion into the latter as a superpower. The concept of totalitarian regime, popularized by the dominant ideological rhetoric, turns out in this case, as in others, to be unimaginative and hollow, incapable of accounting for the reality of Soviet society, its management techniques, and the contradictions that governed its development and have controlled its current transformation. 1. A corporatist system. By this I mean that the working class, supposed to have become the ruling class, had lost its unifying political consciousness, both through deliberate policies implemented by the government and through objective conditions arising from the rapid increase in the workforce, produced by equally rapid industrialization. The workers of each company or group of companies united in an industrial complex, formed, with the administrators and directors, a social economic bloc, and jointly defended their place in the system. This corporatism entailed the accentuation of regionalism in negotiations with competing blocs. This regionalism was not primarily founded on national diversity, as it had been in Tito's federal Yugoslavia. The relations between Russia, the numerically and historically preponderant nation, and the other nations were not colonial relations. This is shown by the redistributional flows of investments and social advantages that took place to the detriment of Russians in favor of peripheral regions. I have, in this context, rejected the nonsense that likens the USSR to an imperial system, with Russia dominating its internal colonies despite the feeling of supremacy of the Russian nation. 2. An autocratic government. The choice of this term is not meant to weaken the criticism of the system. It is not difficult to notice the absence of democracy, whether that be of the representative kind, elections here being only ceremonial without any surprises, or the participative kind, which is more advanced by nature, as the 1917 revolutionaries had envisioned, with unions and all other possible forms of social organization having been domesticated, thereby precluding effective participation in decision-making at all levels. 3. A stabilized social order. The major conflict pitted the defenders of the revolution's original socialist project against the realists who, in practice, if not rhetorically, gave absolute priority to catching up through industrialization and rapid modernization. This conflict was the inevitable result of the objective contradiction confronting the revolution. It simultaneously had to catch up, or at least reduce the gap. Since the revolution had inherited a backward country, I dislike the term and prefer peripheral capitalism and build something else socialism. I have emphasized this contradiction, which I have placed at the center of the problem of surpassing capitalism on the world scale, the long transition from capitalism to world socialism. The victims of this first major reason for recourse to violence were communist militants. A second level of violence accompanied rapid industrialization. This violence was in certain respects comparable to that which accompanied the construction of capitalism in the West. It remains the case that the USSR accomplished its industrialization in record time, a few decades, compared to the century available to the central capitalist countries. The latter had, moreover, distinct advantages due to their dominant imperialist position in the world system and the possibility of allowing their excess population to emigrate to the Americas. In addition, we should not forget the violence committed by the global capitalist system, military interventions, of which the Nazi aggression represents the most savage form, and economic blockade. The Soviet system, as contradictory as it was, succeeded in building a social order that could be stabilized, and was effectively stabilized during the post-Stalinist period. Social peace was bought by moderating the exercise of power, although still autocratic in nature, by improving the material conditions of life, and by tolerating illegal deviations. Undoubtedly, stability of this sort is not likely to be eternal. But no system has an advantage in this respect, despite the claims of ideological rhetoric, whether that of socialism or capitalist liberalism. Soviet stability masked the system's contradictions and limitations, epitomized by the difficulty it encountered in passing from extensive forms of accumulation to intensive forms of the latter, and by the difficulty in making a transition from autocracy to democratization of its political management. But this contradiction could have found its solution in an evolution toward what I have called the center-left. The opening of market spaces without calling into question the dominant forms of collective property and democratization. That was perhaps Gorbachev's intention, but the failure of the attempt, naive and incoherent in many respects, caused the system to fall to the right from 1990. 4. Delinking of the Soviet system. The Soviet productive system was actually widely delinked from the dominant world capitalist system. By that I mean that the logic governing the economic decisions of the government, investments, and prices did not proceed from the requirements of an open integration into globalization. It is due to this delinking that the system had succeeded in advancing at such a rapid tempo. The system was not, nevertheless, independent from the rest of the capitalist world. No system can be, and delinking in my definition of the concept is not synonymous with autarky. The USSR occupied a peripheral position in the world system, primarily as exporter of raw materials. 5. A military and political superpower. The USSR, thanks to the successes and not the failures of its construction, had succeeded in raising itself to the rank of military superpower. It was the Soviet army that defeated the Nazis. After the war, it succeeded in putting an end to the United States' nuclear and ballistic missile monopoly in record time. These successes were behind its political presence on the post-World War scene. The Soviet government benefited, moreover, from the prestige of its victory over Nazism and the success of the socialism of which it claimed to be the proof, regardless of the illusions concerning the reality of this socialism, sometimes characterized as really existing. Yet it only made moderate use of these, in the sense that, contrary to the assertions of anti-Soviet propaganda, it proposed neither to export the revolution nor to conquer Western Europe, the false motive Washington and the European bourgeoisies invoked to force acceptance of NATO. Yet it used its political and military power to force imperialism to retreat in the Third World, opening up a degree of autonomy for the dominant classes and the peoples of Asia and Africa that they lost with the fall of the USSR. It is not by chance that the United States militarized offensive has been deployed with such violence since 1990. The Soviet presence imposed, from 1945 to 1990, a multipolar organization of the world. New forms of capitalism in Russia, the collapse of the Soviet system combined with the failure of third world populisms and the erosion of the social democratic compromise in the West, made possible the triumph of so-called liberal ideology and encouraged widespread acceptance of its rhetoric. This was as true in Russia as elsewhere. Elsewhere, I have pointed out the carefully maintained illusion that just as Germany and Japan had lost the war but won the peace, Russia was, thanks to liberalism, going to embark on an effective, finally, and rapid modernizing development and enter into democracy. It was forgotten, or there was a pretense of forgetting, that Washington's objective was not to allow the rebirth of a strong Russia any more than it is going to allow a strong China, even if it be capitalist, but to destroy it. Have 25 years of reforms ended up with the establishment in Russia of a capitalist system capable of being stabilized and, from there, of actually moving the country onto the path that leads to the fulfillment of liberalism's promises? Reality forces us to respond to this question in the negative. The USSR was broken up, and Russia lives under the same threat. None of the established institutions, its private companies, its state, is equipped to carry out the necessary investments to improve the effectiveness of the productive system. Quite the contrary. There is massive disinvestment and the systematic destruction of the positive achievements of the Soviet system, particularly in education, does not augur well for a better future. It is difficult to understand how a system with these characteristics could be stabilized, unless we understand stabilization to be one of complete poverty and powerlessness. 1. The inclusion of the new Russia as a subaltern periphery of the contemporary capitalist imperialist system. The open Russia is an exporter of primary commodities, especially oil, but it tends to be no more than that. Its industrial and agricultural productive systems no longer benefit from any attention on the part of the authorities and interest neither the national private sector nor foreign capital. Who is responsible for this huge decline? First, of course, it is the new ruling class, for the most part. This class has its origins in the former Soviet ruling class and unquestionably has been fabulously enriched by the privatizations, pillages from which it has benefited. This new class is unusually concentrated, so much so that the term oligarchy suits it perfectly. This class derives its wealth from three sources. Petroleum rent, which depends on the global conjuncture, that is, the higher or lower prices of crude. Of industries, privatized industrial firms are not intended to form the basis for larger and more efficient production, but only to allow the oligarchs to live off their decline, and commissions in connection with opening the country's markets to imports. Rents and commissions always define a comprador bourgeoisie, not a national one. The oligarchy's explosion of wealth led to the formation of a new middle class called the New Russians. The jobs that they hold are completely unproductive, derived from the spending of the oligarchs, whereas the earlier middle class of professionals and technicians, generally much more qualified and certainly productive, are now, along with the working classes, among the victims of this comprador capitalist development. Furthermore, the monopolies of the oligarchy, exclusive beneficiary of the state's generosity, stifle the possible formation of a real class of inventive entrepreneurs, who are hounded by the government and the mafias of the oligarchy, thereby making the formation of a capitalism from below impossible. 2. An irresponsible autocratic government. The capitalist forms of the new Russia exclude any democratic progress. The autocracy is not a vestige of the past, but the necessary form of the exercise of power by the new comprador oligarchy. What sets apart the new autocracy from the old one is found elsewhere, in the totally irresponsible character of the power it wields. The autocracy is in the service of the oligarchy and participates in the pitched battles in which the oligarchic clans are involved, though it does know how to get paid for its services. Moreover, the autocracy has placed itself at the service of globalized oligopolistic foreign capital, for which it implements without the least resistance the diktats formulated by the WTO, the IMF, and even NATO. The recent conflicts between Vladimir Putin and some oligarchs have not led to any significant change in the organization of the system. Putin's objectives have remained limited: rationalize the system by separating more distinctly the bureaucracy of the autocratic presidential state from the class that it continues to serve, the oligarchy. Are the Russian people responsible for this state of affairs? In part, they probably are, because of the disarray in which they found themselves following the sudden collapse of Soviet institutions. The new political parties had no social and ideological foundation that would have allowed them to emerge into any semblance of actual existence. The new rightist forces, reduced to coteries of irresponsible individuals stemming from the old system, have certainly successfully used demagogic rhetoric, which is amplified by corrupt media at their service. Their patter has nevertheless rapidly worn thin in the face of intelligent public opinion, which testifies to the strong politicization of the Russian people. Consequently, the new rightist forces have quickly found themselves prisoners of support from the bureaucratic power of the new autocracy. It remains the case that the Communist Party, despite the hopes placed in it by a strong minority of electors, has been unable to begin a self-reform and leave behind its own heritage of autocratic government management, or even resist the pressures of the new dictatorship. Russia now has a minor role in the G7, which has become the G8, or rather 7.5, but for all that, it is not an active participant in shaping the world. Balance of power. In appearance, it retains considerable military power, second in terms of its nuclear and ballistic missile capabilities. Yet the sorry state of its military organization gives rise to some doubt that it would be capable of using its armed forces effectively, if necessary that is, in case of aggression on the part of the United States. The pressures exerted by the Western powers in Central Asia, the Caucasus, and Ukraine have succeeded up to now in keeping Russia outside of the international great game. Russia could foil the U.S. project, which is aimed at reducing it to a subaltern periphery in the New World Order dominated by Washington, by playing a role in the reconstruction of a front of the anti-imperialist South, and, first and foremost, to that end, moving closer to China. It is not doing that. On the contrary, it often acts in the opposite direction, bolstered by the illusion that its alliance with the United States protects it against possible expansionist moves by Beijing in Central Asia and Siberia. In doing so, Russia reinforces Washington's strategy, which is to isolate its main potential enemy, China. We bet that Russia will be not paid in return for this service. On the contrary, it will find itself weakened, and the process of its decline to the rank of subaltern periphery accelerated. It remains the case that all these balances, or imbalances, from which the United States benefits are fragile, and the certain failure at its intervention in Iraq will end up one day or another by calling them into question. Will Russian diplomacy then find its place when the cards are reshuffled? I shall return to this question, which is one of the major aspects of constructing an alternative to the liberal U.S. globalization. Soviet ideology never gave up, even to the last moment, propagating the rhetoric of so-called socialism. The Soviet government, even in its deteriorated state, knew that it derived its legitimacy from the 1917 revolution. We can be annoyed about that or even ridicule it. The distance that separated the rhetoric from Soviet reality was, moreover, no larger than the one that separates liberal rhetoric from really existing capitalism. And since a large number of normal individuals subscribe to such a liberal rhetoric despite the social disaster that accompanies its implementation, there should be no surprise that socialist rhetoric had its believers up to the last day. The new oligarchic autocracy, on the other hand, needs to oppose Soviet rhetoric, but it does not know what to replace it with. All the patter about economic efficiency and democracy is not credible in Russia. Patriotic rhetoric is, then, the only mainstay of a hard-pressed government, The rhetoric in question serves to dispose of the real problems: social inequality, the ineffectiveness of the new economic management, the disappearance of the country's international role, by claiming to unite the entire country behind its leaders, implying that the latter are resisting globalized capital. All comprador ruling classes in the contemporary periphery attempt to give themselves a patriotic image, while they are responsible for the decline of which their nations are victims and, in fact, act only as transmission belts for the foreign domination of international capital. Is an alternative possible? The picture of Russia I have sketched here might give rise to a great deal of pessimism about the country's future. Yet the failure of the new Russian capitalism and its inability to build the conditions for its stabilization, on the contrary, should inspire optimism. Russia is, as on the eve of 1917, pregnant with a new revolution. It is sometimes said in Moscow, or at least with radical transformations able to rectify the direction of development. What are the local and world prospects for this, and what are the conditions? The basic principles on which the alternative to the current world system should be based are simple, obvious, and widely understood when put forward. On the internal national level, a mixed economy. On the one hand, giving the state the means to direct general development, and on the other, offering to private property and the market sufficient margin to allow initiative. Institutionalization of social negotiation among workers' companies. And the state, too, the strengthening of representative democracy by fostering initiatives in participatory democracy. On the world level, organizing negotiations over forms of economic management, trade, capital flows, technology transfers, monetary management, based on an acknowledgement of the diversity of interests and inequality of partners. Recognition of the principle of sovereignty of peoples, which is reinforced by the support for the progress of democratization, the foundation for a politically multipolar world. The implementation of all of these principles would make it possible to begin the first step in the long transition to world socialism. For Russia to implement them implies the renationalization of large companies, particularly in the areas of oil and energy, mineral production, and banking. Hence, it implies expropriating the oligarchy. The invention of new forms of joint management, workers and directors of industrial and retail companies, whether the latter are formally public property, state, community, collectives, or private. The reestablishment and strengthening of public social services, education, which was of high quality in the USSR, and scientific and technological research. The abolition of the 1993 Constitution, and the drafting of an authentically democratic one by a large elected assembly. A support for forms of participatory democracy. An opening toward large-scale negotiations between the republics of the former USSR, focused on building a regional economic and political space that respects the autonomy of the partners and capable of radically reforming interdependencies to the benefit of all. A re-establishment of Russian military power, while awaiting a general disarmament when the United States is ready to agree to such. A promotion of negotiated trade, technological and financial relations, to begin the process of building a larger Europe from the Atlantic to the Pacific. And a promotion of an active and independent, from that of the United States in particular, foreign policy that aims at strengthening institutions that can underpin the construction of a multipolar world. Yevgeny Primakov's government had begun a turnaround in the direction outlined here with, it seems, some determination, but also much prudence in the initial measures it undertook, which is easy to understand. Primakov envisaged the formation of a center-left economic and political system, as Gorbachev perhaps had wished without knowing how to achieve. Primakov was, first of all, a victim of the then still powerful Communist Party's inability to understand and support the initiative. But he was also the victim of international hostility, first and foremost from the United States, but unfortunately also from Europe, which has not departed from its aim of a Latino-Americanization of the former USSR, and likewise of Eastern Europe in the process of being integrated into the European Union. The result of this failure facilitated the initial success of the United States offensive and reinforced the subjection of Putin's government to its immediate demands. But perhaps Putin has now understood that the objective of the United States and its European allies is to destroy Russia, and not to help it reform itself. Nevertheless, the system on which he bases his government does not allow him to resist effectively the destructive attacks of the imperialist triad. To do that, he would have to give up his support for the oligarchy, which exploits and oppresses the Russian people. Otherwise, the latter will do nothing. The possible future alternatives for Russia and the states born from the collapse of the USSR are certainly not the same. I had never had a great deal of confidence in Gorbachev's perestroika and glasnost. His unconditional capitulation in Reykjavik to the arrogant Ronald Reagan caused me to fear the worst, which did happen. In 2003, I had accepted a curious invitation to come to Rimini, Italy, in the hope of hearing Gorbachev's comments on my remarks. I phrased my questions about Russia's future in extremely prudent terms, without going over the past. But I did not interest Gorbachev, who was exclusively attentive to and approving of the twaddle-mouthed by the North American economists. I then understood that Gorbachev had never really known what Marxism was. I could follow events in capitalist Russia only from afar, since the WFA had never succeeded in finding interested correspondents. And then, one day in 2007, I was invited by an odd Kremlin organization, close to Putin and headed by Vyacheslav Glaziev. Europe Publishers, the organization's publishing house, had just published The Liberal Virus in Russian, the only one of my works to have been published in that language, whereas all my major writings had always been published quickly in Chinese since the 1970s. The choice led me to understand that this fundamental ideological dimension of the challenge had appeared important to them. The debate, supported by impressive resources, television, and journalists, quickly convinced me that the sole concern of my interlocutors relates to geopolitics, understood in conventional bourgeois geostrategic terms, which separates these problems from social questions. The awareness of U.S. hostility to any attempt at emergence by Russia was visible, but nothing more. Subsequently, I received a no less curious invitation to participate in an annual conference held in Rhodes by Russian geopolitical specialists interested in the Middle East. But the approach, Dialogue of Civilizations, seemed too artificial to me to allow for a discussion of the region's real problems. In March 2014, Europe organized a Euro-Nazi putsch in Kiev. The Western media clergy's rhetoric crowing about the promises of democracy is purely and simply false. The powers of the triad have promoted democracy nowhere. On the contrary, the triad has always supported the staunchest opponents of democracy, including fascists rebaptized as nationalists. In the former Yugoslavia, the Europeans supported those who are nostalgic for Croatian fascism, returned from their Canadian exile in Kosovo. They gave power to drug and prostitution mafias. In the Arab countries, they continued to support the most reactionary political Islam, itself financed by the new democratic republics that Saudi Arabia and Qatar have become, and to believe the Western media's endless patter. Military intervention in Iraq and Libya destroyed these countries, without promoting the least possibility of democracy. In Syria, the triad powers military support for the Islamists, directly or indirectly through the democratic republics of Saudi Arabia and Qatar, promises nothing better. In Ukraine, the pro-Nazi junta has not succeeded very well in establishing its despotic government. The obstacle it has come up against is not ethnic, opposing Russian speakers and Ukrainian speakers. Certainly, the Soviet government had deliberately drawn the borders of the republics of the former USSR to the advantage of non-Russian nationalities, in an attempt to break with Great Russian chauvinism. The example of Crimea, which had never been Ukrainian, demonstrates that. Donetsk and Odessa had never been ethnically Ukrainian. Just as with the Yugoslav republics, these borders had never been drawn with the idea in mind that the republics in question would become independent states. Putin is probably not a hero of democratic causes, but in this context, he could not but support all those in Ukraine who reject the Euro-German colonization that Brussels intends to impose, just like it has done in Eastern Europe, Greece, and Cyprus. It is not only the Russian speakers of Ukraine who might come to reject the European project, even if the despotic powers exercised by the junta in Kiev do not allow the expression of such opposition to the Euro-German project. Russia is searching for a place in the current and future world system. Putin appears to have made building a vast alliance among the peoples of the former USSR his project. This project is now known as the Alliance of Euro-Asian Peoples. This is not a recent artificial invention. In an article I wrote a decade and a half ago, I observed that this idea responded to Russia's centuries-long search for its place in the I see no reason to refuse this right to the Russians and other peoples of the former USSR. Moscow's struggle against the imperialist order in Ukraine and elsewhere will be victorious only if it is firmly supported by the peoples concerned. This support will be possible only if Russia frees itself from the neoliberal yoke. Here as elsewhere the origin of the social disaster. Up to now, Putin has undertaken a perilous balancing act, attempting to combine continuation of his disastrous neoliberal internal policies with defense of the legitimate interests of an independent Russia. Abandoning neoliberalism and moving away from financial globalization are now necessary and possible. Segments of the political class that governs in Moscow are disposed to support a state capitalism that is able, in turn, to open the way to a possible advance in the direction of the democratic socialization of the system's management. But if the comprador fraction of the Russian ruling classes, exclusive beneficiaries of neoliberalism, come to gain the upper hand, then the sanctions with which Europe threatens Russia could bear fruit. Comprador forces are always ready to capitulate, to preserve their share of the loot from the plundering of their country. Russia could then not avoid being colonized by the triad's imperialism. China, Vietnam, and Cuba, fears and hopes. China. My political choices have led me to follow China's evolution closely since. Beginning in 1980, Isabel and I went to China regularly and stayed there for a month each time. We split our time between Beijing, where I was regularly invited by various institutes of the academy and usually met party leaders and the country's economic managers, and organized visits elsewhere in this gigantic country. We thus traveled thousands of kilometers from Beijing to Tianjin, Shanghai, Nanjing, and Hangzhou, the wealthy coastal provinces of the Center East, from Hunan to Guilin, Guangzhou, and Hong Kong, from Beijing to Xi'an, the poor provinces of the Northwest, from Sichuan, Chengdu, Chongqing, to Kashgar in the extreme west. We still have not visited three large regions, the Northeast, the former Manchuria, Yunnan, and Tibet. Chinese painters have captured to perfection the essence of the distinctive characteristics of the country's various landscapes, such as the Sugarloaf Mountains with their peaks lost in the mist. But nothing replaces traveling through these unusual landscapes, unparalleled in my experience. China is immense. It offers the visitor an infinite variety of landscapes because of its diverse climates, which extend from the Siberian to the semi-tropical, from the Pacific of tropical monsoons to the Taklamakan Desert. More fearsome than the Robel Kali or the Tener, and its relief, which descends from Everest to one of the lowest points on Earth, and rises from the flat rice plains to Tibet, Qinghai, and Altai. Sichuan, a province with a population of only 120 million, offered us several beautiful excursions. One was through the rich rice fields supplied with water by a system of dams that dates from very ancient times, constructed by moving the mountains with spades and mattocks to make them fall into the river and block its passage. Another was on the steep slopes on the eastern side of Tibet where magnificent Buddhist monasteries were perched. We also traveled from Chongqing to Wuhan on a 4-day cruise aboard a beautiful ship, along with some foreign tourists, of course, but mainly vacationers from the new Chinese bourgeoisie. We passed through the extraordinary gorges of the Yangtze and its tributaries. We were in the company of Fawzi and Gerda Mansour. This was the last year before the new large dam modified forever the topography of these places. To visit a gorge of one of the most untamed tributaries, we had to leave the large ship and board a canoe, which barely managed the current. On the banks of the river, the Chinese peasants, jovial as always, watched us with amusement. They had set up an entire business in rescue products, biscuits, tea, woolen garments, etc., in expectation of a possible shipwreck. What a beautiful opportunity to sell. The Chinese organizers of the trip also had a strong taste for risk, bordering on the irresponsible. One time, we were late, and it was not until night that we reached a bank of the Yangtze. Since there was a superb monastery perched on the mountain to visit, they did not hesitate to restart a chairlift and have us get on, despite the violent storm. Then we visited the monastery by flashlight. I shall not describe in detail the number of diverse landscapes and cities that we visited. In Beijing, beyond the Great Wall, we saw the Forbidden City, the Summer Palace, and many other monuments. In Xi'an, a superb city still surrounded by its ancient walls, we saw the well-known extraordinary cemetery of statues of the Imperial Army. In Nanjing, we visited the bridge over the Yangtze and many other things. In cities such as Hangzhou, Suzhou, Shaoxi, and others, we frequented the delightful tea houses built on artificial lake gardens the Chinese were crazy about. In Shanghai, we saw the imposing port districts of this capital of comprador capitalism, divided into foreign concessions. We traveled through the countryside of dusty Luos along the Yellow River on the way to Yan'an, and through rice fields lost to view. On the plains of the Center East, we marveled at the extraordinary mountains of Guanxi around Guilin, traveled on the Li River, then through Guangdong along the Pearl River. We saw Huangshan, the Green Mountain, source of inspiration for painters and poets, descending on foot by the stone staircase which climbed to 1,860 meters. Quite fortunately, there was a foot massager at the base of the mountain. In 1980, we were housed in the main guest house for party guests, outside Beijing. Certainly, we were given special treatment, but subsequently, we liked it much better when we stayed in one of the hotels in the city center, which today have become quite numerous. During the Maoist era, which we experienced directly, Beijing presented the unforgettable spectacle of a river of bicycles filling the entire width of its immense streets. The Mao suit, pioneered by Sun Yat-sen in blue or green military colors, adopted by young people who professed to be on the left in the party, along with the hat that girls wore tilted to one side, which made them look a bit like a mocking street urchin and enhanced their charm, was the uniform of the entire population. I never found this detestable. On the contrary, I think it was a good way to begin to create some of the conditions necessary to affirm the equality of individuals. Moreover, the blue jacket was both sturdy and elegant. Mao Zedong's China had succeeded, without truly wanting to do so, in creating a cultural fashion of worldwide scope as strong as that of American jeans. We stocked up on our Mao jackets, blue, green, and gray, and Isabel and I continue to wear them almost daily, when the season permits. Some perhaps look at us as dinosaurs, but that doesn't matter. Today, the uniform is abandoned, replaced by the sadly anonymous suit and tie for men. But giving up the blue or green Mao jacket allows young Chinese females, whom I generally find pretty, to enhance their stylishness. Light dresses and small straw hats, often decorated by a flower, or for more formal occasions, Chinese dresses slit on the side. Beijing is an unusual city. Prior to the accelerated modernization of recent years, it had retained its character as austere imperial capital. Long streets, narrow but straight, bordered by uniformly gray walls behind which the yamen were found. A yamen is an aristocratic residence arranged in a square around a courtyard closed to the outside by a beautiful Chinese door. From the street, roofs of colored tiles can be seen. The great variety of colors and the exuberance are enhanced by the contrast with the severe sobriety of the walls. Our friends Sol and Patricia Adler lived in one of these superb yamens on Nongkochang Street. Deng Xiaoping lived there in 1949, when Beijing was liberated. Mao had ordered at the time that all these beautiful houses should be cleared and either used to house foreign friends or as schools and cultural centers. Saul was an American who came with an aid mission to China during the war against Japan. Like Bill Hinton, whom I also knew, he remained in the country and placed all his skills at the service of Maoist China. And he had a lot to offer, cultured, subtle, and knowledgeable about U.S. politics, as well as the strategic views of the U.S. ruling class. The Chinese authorities always treated their foreign friends with the greatest fraternal trust, even during the harshest moments of the Cultural Revolution, when suspicion weighed on everyone. From this point of view, there is nothing similar to the behavior of Soviet authorities, who were often more than horrible with foreigners. Saul is dead. But he would have died much sooner if he had not been in China. Afflicted with lung cancer, he underwent successive operations by the best surgeons in Beijing, which gave him several more years of life. There was in Beijing a street of antique dealers where Isabel and I liked to stroll. Chinese antique dealers, even those in the public sector, were men of taste and refinement. But there was also in Beijing a sort of grand bazaar, the Chinese Khan Khalili, equivalent of the Cairo Bazaar, where anything could be found, including objects of high quality and beauty. A young Chinese student who had attended my lectures offered to be our guide. A charming boy, he led us to places infrequently visited by foreigners. We also continuously talked about politics with him. He spoke English, not well, but adequately. He was critical from a leftist perspective, but considered that it was still useful to be active in the party, which remained, according to him, sufficiently open to lively and serious debates. We ate with him in popular and inexpensive restaurants. There was nothing wrong with them. It was rare to eat poorly in China. Beijing's modernization is not a disaster, and that is something of note. The skyscrapers aside, which pop up like mushrooms, form groups that were distinguished by their diverse architectural styles. But always well spaced, the Chinese are careful to leave a lot of space for trees and gardens where they like to stroll. The old city has undergone some destruction, but on the other hand, the stylish, aristocratic, and shopping districts, which had deteriorated, have been renovated, sometimes a little too much. Belatedly, like elsewhere in the Third World, the Chinese have become aware that their heritage should be preserved. Restorations of old cities like Shaoxi or the old districts of Canton, those of the English and French concessions, magnificent in Canton, are a testament to this awareness. Generally speaking, the new urbanization, China now has 400 million city dwellers, 200 million of which are made up of first-generation inhabitants from rural areas, must be recognized as a definite success both by the quality and true originality of its urban planning and most of its housing developments. Facing Hong Kong, China built a city of the same size in 15 years, Shenzhen, with 7 million inhabitants. This story shows that China was able to build in 15 years a city the same size as the one it took the English 100 years to build. A comparison should be made here. Brasilia, a new city, is hideous. The new Chinese cities, like Shenzhen, are beautiful. The Chinese people are not ordinary either. It is not difficult to communicate with them, except for the challenging issue of language. The Chinese are, as a whole, curious to meet foreigners and approach them without hesitation. The government has never segregated foreigners from the population, as in the Soviet Union. I like to stroll through the streets of Beijing. One muggy September evening, I went to the Tiananmen Square. The Chinese are peasants, and their behavior is very baladi, a term from Egyptian popular language to refer to ordinary people. The square was overrun with families that had come to picnic. A plastic covering was placed on the ground, and while some people were stretched out on cushions, others were seated on folding stools. There were boxes of biscuits and thermoses of tea, without which no one ever went anywhere. Many were eating watermelon. Someone called to me and invited me to share their picnic. I accepted and attempted to chat. They had to recruit from neighboring picnickers a young man who had learned a little English. We spoke of politics, obviously, and quite freely. As for the market, it was viewed as good in some respects, but insofar as it had made some people wealthy, that was considered bad. There is great social diversity in Chinese crowds, unparalleled elsewhere in most areas of the Third World. Boys and girls mix freely and couples do not hide. But scratch a little, as it is said, and you will find the solid core of the patriarchy. That is undoubtedly true, but progress can be seen nonetheless, for example, in the forward characteristics of girls who do not hesitate to put boys in their place when necessary, and who show no timidity in doing so. There is nothing comparable in Japan or Korea where the same original patriarchal customs continue to govern all daily behavior. The same uninhibited behavior is observable between fellow workers. The Chinese, as I have said, are peasants. Thus, they love opportunities to feast as a group. In the numerous restaurants of Chinese cities, at least half of the space is set aside for booths separated by light curtains. Groups can feel at ease and enjoy a certain intimacy in such a setting. Every opportunity is seized to organize a collective or family feast of this type, official celebrations, retirement of a workmate, promotion of another, etc. Social gatherings are always mixed. Spouses and work colleagues of both sexes participate. The Chinese are coarse, drink a lot on these occasions at least, eat as much as possible, and according to what I've been told, use straightforward, rather bawdy language. There are other aspects of Chinese social life that should be noted. Confucianism has not been eradicated, despite the Cultural Revolution. The model of the perfect leader remains Confucian, elegant, sober, calm, and polite. When Mao was alive, dressed like the others, he was distinguished only by his understated refinement. The old Wang Yu, who had been our guide during our first trip to China, was a perfect model of that. It was the same with Pushan. I recognize that Confucian ideology, even if it includes obvious conservative dimensions, also has developed what appear to me to be good qualities. During the Maoist era, leaders were visibly divided into two models, the Confucians, which in no way implies that all Confucians were on the same side. Some were on the right, some in the center, others on the left, and the proletarians. The latter came directly from the working class or the poor peasantry, almost always anti-Confucian in principle, for good reasons, because Confucianism is the ideology of traditional China's dominant class, and, for the peasants, strongly affected by Taoism. The Cultural Revolution recognized only this second type of leader as communist. Today, a third model has openly appeared, the bourgeois. I will add, without hesitation, their style is nouveau riche, comprador, and vulgar. In the luxury hotels and on the boat during our cruise on the Yangtze, they were, and are, quite visible. Where do they come from? Most of them are Chinese from abroad who were always that way. Are they taking root in the new Chinese entrepreneur circles? Probably. Other aspects of Chinese life to take note of involve the family, the elderly, and children, the only child. The family was always a strong basic unit of Chinese society. It remains so. Respect for the elderly goes beyond what is found elsewhere, except for the Chinese cultural area of Vietnam, Korea, and Japan. If you are a leader, you never retire in China. At 80 years old, you are still considered an active director. A little later, you are named president. That way, you keep an office and continue to receive greetings from the young and provide advice. Grandmothers are always present and get together in public gardens or on the sidewalk in front of their houses. They take care of the children. The children are spoiled, due to the law allowing only one child, surrounded by their two parents and up to 4 grandparents. Many Chinese have told me that they are worried about what will happen in the future because of the egoism developed by this demographic policy. 2 comrades in particular, who occupied relatively high posts in the hierarchy, had invited me to China, Wang Yue and Pushan. Now deceased, Wang had been responsible for monitoring the activities of Maoists in the Third World, and among other things, had maintained a relationship with our journal Revolution, which I have already spoken about above. Pu and Wang were from the academy and, in my opinion, were among the most open, astute, and well-informed leaders about what was happening in the world beyond China's borders. I always enjoyed talking with them. The interpreter who had been assigned to us was the young Li Baoyuan, who had studied at Aix, spoke French perfectly, and, moreover, knew France and its cultural, social, and political life well. Li was well educated and was the best translator possible for the lectures I gave, especially since I did not want my analyses presented with less precision and nuance than elsewhere. I took up difficult questions about Marxist theory and presented my theses on world capitalism and third world societies, particularly those of Africa and the Arab world. I verified on this occasion that my theses were not unknown in China. A lot of my writings had been translated and circulated in the Academy and the party's Central Committee. Some had been published for the universities and the public. I was unaware of all that. Let me indicate in passing that the Soviets did not translate one line of my writings, which did not prevent the Bogomilovs and others from denouncing me in their journals. Li became a friend, obviously. He and his wife, Yiping, subsequently came to Dakar, where he was the first secretary to the ambassador. We saw both of them recently in Beijing. I devised a formula in China that pleased our hosts. I had well understood how tiresome it must be for the Chinese to receive all these foreigners curious to know more about their country, questioning and questioning again, without bringing anything to their hosts in exchange. I put myself in their place. I proposed to my host to alternate. One day, I would attend a discussion where China and its problems would be the focus, and I would pose questions, make comments, etc. On the other day, I would make a presentation on a topic concerning Africa, the Arab world, the world system, the problems of socialism and Marxism, that would be, in turn, the focus of our collective discussion. The approach worked perfectly and allowed me to establish good rapport with the Chinese. I can no longer count the dozens and dozens of discussions in which I participated using this framework. Invited by various institutes of the Academy and the management schools in Beijing, Nanjing, Shanghai, and Chengdu. I believe I know fairly well the corridors of all the buildings that are concentrated along the large avenue Jiangguomeni Daji in Beijing. In Shanghai, Isabel and I were housed in a splendid half-traditional, half-modern house belonging to a rich Chinese merchant and located in the middle of the former French concession, the most attractively urbanized part of Shanghai. Isabel claims to have recognized places about which she had read a clear description in some novel or other. The house served as a guest house for distinguished visitors. The sometimes quite numerous Chinese participants grouped themselves according to their political affinities, as in a parliament, left, center, and right, and everywhere. What struck me is that in each group there were men, and fewer women, of all ages, from youths in their 20s to octogenarians. The latter were always treated with great deference by partisans of the viewpoints they represented. We discussed issues quite freely, nothing comparable with the atmosphere in the Soviet world, where it had been unthinkable that someone would be invited to make a presentation on important issues from a point of view that claimed to be Marxist without necessarily being orthodox. In the Soviet world, it was reactionary US professors who were invited, and their liberal twaddle was attended to with deference, even open admiration. That was the only viewpoint, other than the official cant, that could be heard. In China, it was quite different. The debates were lively, sometimes heated with the thundering proclamations coming from various perspectives. I always expressed my viewpoint unreservedly, though always in courteous language, which I thought was very important. That has earned me, I believe, the honor of being considered China's sincere friend, which of course I really am. I certainly have opinions on most problems, but I do not think I am one of those who believe they have ingested some kind of magic pill that guarantees that their point of view must necessarily be the best. I present my arguments and listen to those from others. In any case, China's future depends, in my opinion, on the Chinese. And the numerous Westerners who sermonize on the virtues of the market, efficiency, democracy cannot stand this. The Chinese, like everyone, know all that, or can come to know it on their own. China's choices are, as elsewhere, the result of class struggles and the possible ensuing compromises. One can, of course, consider a given choice, good or bad, and one has the right to say so. But in my opinion, we can only hope that China is able to assert itself as a strong power, capable of standing up to external attacks. This is, in fact, a necessary condition for the emergence of the best, from the perspective of humanity's socialist future. It is in this precise sense that I am a friend of China. Consequently, I categorically refuse to back those who ultimately align themselves with the strategic objectives of U.S. hegemony, which are to weaken China and dismember it by supporting Tibet and Xinjiang, encouraging centrifugal tendencies among compradors, and showcasing apparently democratic slogans that are capable of being manipulated quite simply to serve the anti-socialist objectives of imperialism. That the inadequacies of the policies implemented by the party state create favorable terrain for the imperialist enemy is another matter, and I do not hide my opinion about these inadequacies. The solution advocated by the dominant forces of world capitalism is never the best. On the contrary, it is always the worst. The debates in which I participated were always continued by discussions with various people, particularly my friends Pushan, Wang Yu, and Li Baoyuan, and also with young people. In this way, I came to know those who profess to be neo-Maoists, faithful to the fundamental principles of Maoism and simultaneously critical of its anti-democratic practices. The conception of democracy that they defend subscribes to the twofold objective of being open to ideological and political pluralism and of allowing the working classes to promote respect for their social demands. This is a conception defended by Lin Chun with strong theoretical and political arguments. This is obviously quite far removed from the view orchestrated by the Western media, which highlights some of the slogans advanced during the occupation of the Tiananmen Square by those who, combining democracy with markets, are attempting to promote the positions of capitalism they represent. For them, democracy is only a means, intended to ensure the rapid transition to their domination, and then they can get rid of it subsequently, since their true objective is the triumph of the market and hardly anything else. On other occasions, I had the opportunity to discuss, with some degree of seriousness I believe, the economic strategies promoted by the state, particularly with Ma Jiantang, the plan director in the State Council equivalent of the Council of Ministers. My questions concerned three essential points: social redistribution of income, strengthening the integration of all China's provinces in a single production system, and, within this context, financing of poor provinces by the beneficiaries of opening, in other words, control of external relations. I have commented elsewhere on the responses I received and the supporting documents put at my disposal. There is one last observation I wish to make in these memoirs concerning Chinese leadership circles. China's ruling class under Deng and his successors is certainly split into different tendencies. Beyond the divergent currents that exist within the party leadership, we should also include in this class the heads of private companies and the leaders of semi-public companies that belong to provinces, cities, village groups, and the state. Other socio-political interests? The army, certainly, and the unions in some cases are also represented in the ruling class. All of these spheres of influence sometimes, or often, solidify into blocks to defend provincial interests, even if this is against the central state, taking into account the country's gigantic size and the immediate prospects for unequal development. These regionalist tendencies could become even more dangerous since external forces overseas Chinese. U.S. imperialism are devoted to encouraging such centrifugal propensities. Nevertheless, my feeling is that the central government has succeeded up to now in maintaining the unity of some kind of dominant national bloc through centrist policies, which lean to the center-right encouragement of capitalism. The means implemented are, it seems, effective, due, among other things, to a strong national sentiment. Despite the regionalisms that the country's size inevitably generates, the Han Chinese nation is a reality, and I congratulate them for that. The only national questions managed in a questionable manner are those involving the Tibetans and the Uyghurs, and imperialism is actively involved in exploiting these weaknesses of the government. Of course, I do not at all share the viewpoint of the supposed defenders of democracy, who, when it is no longer useful, move on to praising the lamas and the mullahs who, beyond their obscurantism, have always exploited their peoples with the most barbaric violence. until the Chinese Revolution liberated them. I will go a little further in expressing my insights on this issue. I have had the opportunity to discuss various problems with mid-level leaders, hardly more, who are responsible for diverse functions. My feeling, perhaps too generalizing, is that those who are in charge of economic management lean to the right, but that those who manage political power remain clear, headed on one point that, for me, is fundamental. They do not like the United States, and generally consider its hegemony to be the number one enemy of China, as nation and state, not only because it is socialist. They say so easily and often. I remain struck by the difference in this context between their language and what I heard with conviction. It seems from Soviet political leaders, and a fortiori those of the former popular democracies. The latter always appeared to me to be totally unaware of the true objectives of Washington and its Western allies. Gorbachev's rhetoric in Reykjavik, when he proclaimed with incredible naivety the end of U.S. hostility toward the USSR, is unthinkable in China. By chance, I discussed this a little later in Beijing. All the Chinese were dumbfounded by this imbecility, and getting worked up, did not hesitate to conclude, the United States is and will remain our enemy, our main enemy. The judgments that I am making about contemporary China, which I know is committed to a capitalist path, will appear curious to those who know my irrevocable commitment to socialism. This is not the place to take up again the political analyses I have made elsewhere on the subject. Up to now, China's capitalist development is not analogous to that which is well known elsewhere in the Third World, because the Chinese people have had the experience of a great revolution. Consequently, it has become resolutely and straightforwardly modern. There is no pseudo-cultural neurosis about specificity as flourishes elsewhere. That is why the Chinese should not be compared to other peoples of the Third World, but rather to those of the First World. That they think they can catch up is no doubt a dangerous illusion cherished by the rapidly expanding new middle classes, which well serves the opportunism of the ruling classes. But there is also a positive aspect of this leap forward into modernity. The Chinese working classes know how to fight and have confidence in themselves. There is no submissive attitude as seen elsewhere in many places on a daily basis. There is also a record of social struggles, often violent, and not always defeated, far from it. All of that forces those committed to the capitalist path to accommodate as much as possible the demand for equality carried by the revolution. The Chinese have a sense of equality and social justice as strong as the French, for example, who also made a great revolution, completely unlike the acceptance of injustice and inequality by Americans, who never made a revolution. China is, along with Vietnam, who also made a great revolution, the only country in the world where all rural inhabitants have retained, up to now, a right of equal access to the land that cannot easily be called into question. Of course, I continue to follow as closely as possible the country's development, thanks to our friends in the forum, Wen Tijun, Lin Chen, Lao Qinqi, and Huang Ping. The result is that China is a poor country, which succeeds in feeding 22% of the world's population with only 6% of the world's arable land, where few poor people can be seen. It is the diametrical opposite of Brazil, a wealthy country where only the poor are seen. I am choosing my words carefully. I traveled by automobile over thousands of kilometers through both the rich and poor provinces of China. There was nothing comparable to the atrocious poverty encountered at each step in India, Egypt, Mexico, Brazil, or South Africa. There were rich villages, which sustained comparison with those of Japan, and there were poor villages, like there were barely 50 years ago in some areas of Europe, but not millions of people living in slums as there are almost everywhere. All of that, however, is being threatened, it will be said. Will not capitalist logic eventually win out? Those who are the bearers of capitalism in China gain absolutely no sympathy from me. I view them just as I view all the vulgar comprador bourgeoisies of our time. The depoliticization of the young, no doubt in the middle classes, which the still autocratic government encourages, of course, operates in favor of a possible negative development. Will the Chinese people allow that? I do not think so, and I note that numerous friends whom I have in China, and to whom I continually pose pertinent and difficult questions, share this point of view, which will appear quite optimistic to some. China, emergent power. Over the last 20 years, I have prioritized making frequent, long visits to China. The latest was a trip of 1 month in December 2012 from Xi'an to Chongqing with a WFA-TWF China group, coordinated by Lao Qinqi, vice president of the WFA, who did it with faultless efficiency but still found time to be diligent and full of kindness toward Isabel and me. Isabel almost always travels with me to China, and by Wen Tijun, an influential person who leads a network for renovation of the Chinese countryside. The trip allowed us to have discussions with the leaders of grassroots organizations that are independent of the Communist Party, but not hostile to it, in 5 provinces in the center of the country. It was fascinating. What follows will enlighten the reader on the understanding of the Chinese challenge I gained from these discussions. I am known in China. A lot of my writings are translated into Chinese, sometimes more quickly than into English. That is the case for the interviews about the Arab revolutions, political developments in Africa, Russia, and elsewhere. I was thus received by influential leaders in numerous institutions of the country, Institute of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong Thought, Center for World Politics Huang Ping. China's Center for Comparative Politics and Economics Liqing, Tsinghua University and Beijing University, Wanghui, Luaiguo, Daijinhua, the journals International Critical Thought, Marxism and Reality, Beijing Cultural Review, as well as China Daily and Television. Sometimes I am consulted on difficult and controversial questions in the Chinese establishment. For example, this was the case concerning the convertibility of the yuan. Friends submitted 2 papers on the question to me, one produced by the British bank HSBC, liberal to excess, of course, and the other from a source close to the management of the Central Bank of China. My comments were published in China. The reader can find the English version on the palmbazooka.org website. Probably the central question of our time concerns China's future. Where does the path chosen by the Chinese government lead? Does it lead to a form of capitalism, even a national one, regulated by an active state, tempered by an agricultural policy that safeguards the access of all or almost all peasants to the land? And in this case, what kind of political system can ensure its viability? A slow evolution, on the model of Taiwan, in the direction of limited concessions to some kind of democracy, without calling into question the power of a ruling party state, should not be ruled out. The discussions on this topic in which I participated in Beijing and Taipei inspired me to put forward the idea, which might appear preposterous, of a communist party becoming a sort of Kuomintang. Would the prospect of socialism then be permanently remote? I heard that said by some of the participants from think tanks connected with our network of debates. But others do not think so and base their argument on the progress of social struggles by movements that call themselves neo-Maoist. Such movements might be capable of shifting the evolution of events, of inventing and advancing forms of democratization required for the progressive socialization of the management of a state capitalism that would then become a step, which could be called market socialism, in a long transition. There is visible awareness that the implosion of globalized capitalism and the rise of conflicts between an emergent China's national interests and those of the imperialist triad could force the government to move in this direction. China's different possible evolutions will weigh heavily on the future of the world system. China's advantage does not derive solely from its continental size, but above all from the fact that it is just about the only third world country, along with Korea, to be advanced in the building of a self-reliant economy, which gives it both an appreciable margin of autonomy and considerable bargaining capacity. However, we should not prejudge any guaranteed success for pursuing a project that might finally embark on the long transition to socialism, which would require a real blossoming of popular democracy. That is not impossible, even if this is not the choice of the nationalist but autocratic government or that of the new pro-Western comprador bourgeoisie. The questions I shall examine in the following pages were the subject of long discussions with my Chinese friends over the course of 4 one-month visits to the country in 2002, 2004, 2008, and 2012. Written fragments were sent to one or another of these friends for comment. Luaiguo had annotated in Chinese his remarks. We had a long exchange that helped me understand why he insisted on what he saw as a necessary distinction between state socialism and state capitalism. Wen Tijun is the best expert on conditions in rural China, from whom I learned everything found on the topic in these memoirs. He also shares with me the same understanding of the importance of China's resisting financial globalization, a condition of success for any sovereign project worthy of the name. Wang Hui, published and known abroad, clarified for me the Chinese view of long-term history and perspectives on the contemporary world and the challenge it represents. Wang Ping helped me understand better than anyone else the nuances and the conflicts that occur within the ruling political class of the party and the state. At a distance, I have learned much, not only from reading Lin Chun's works, but also from my discussions with her. I make no long-term predictions such as Western futurologists like to do. Will China inevitably be the #1 world economy, capitalist and imperialist, of course, even without being the #1 military power? I doubt that it is possible to be one without the other. Or will this colossus with feet of clay collapse like the USSR, which, in the 1930s, appeared to be building a superior system in opposition to the crisis-ridden United States and Europe? I am not going to answer this false question. For me, history remains open. The best and the worst are both possible. All depends on the development of the political consciousness of the partners and opponents battling in a society, in China as elsewhere. The debates about the present and future of China emergent power leave me unconvinced. Some consider that China has permanently chosen the capitalist path and are pleased about that. They only hope that this return to normal will be accompanied by an evolution toward Western-style democracy. Others deplore this in the name of the values of a betrayed socialism. In fact, the question of whether China is capitalist or socialist is poorly formulated because China has actually been involved on an original path since 1950, and maybe even since the Taiping Revolution in the 19th century. Mao described the nature of the revolution in China, led by its Communist Party, as an anti-imperialist, anti-feudal revolution aimed at achieving socialism. He always characterized this as the first phase of a long route to socialism. I believe it is necessary to emphasize that the Chinese Revolution initiated a special response to the agrarian question. Distributed agricultural land was not privatized. It remained the property of the nation represented by village communities and was only given to rural families for use. That had not been the case in Russia, where V.I. Lenin, presented with the fait accompli of the peasants' insurrection in 1917, recognized the private property rights of the distribution's beneficiaries. This Chinese uniqueness, the effects of which are of major importance, strictly prohibits describing China today as capitalist. The capitalist path is based on the transformation of land into a commodity. The principle land as common property, support for small production without small land ownership, is the source of these unparalleled results. It has allowed a relatively controlled rural to urban migration. Compare that with a capitalist approach, such as Brazil, for example. Private property in agricultural land has emptied the Brazilian countryside. Today, 11% of the population lives in rural areas. But at least 50% of the urban population lives in slums, the favelas, and survive only because of the informal economy, including organized crime. There is nothing like that in China, where the urban population is, as a whole, properly employed and housed. The first characteristic an analyst of contemporary China must note is state capitalism. It is capitalism in the sense that the relation between the workers and the authorities that organize production is similar to the worker-capitalist relation that characterizes capitalism: subjected and alienated labor, extraction of surplus labor. Extremely brutal forms of exploitation of laborers exist in China, in the coal mines, and imposed in a furious pace on female workers on the factory floor. Nevertheless, the establishment of a state capitalist system is inescapable, and will remain so everywhere. The socialization and reorganization of the economic system at all levels, from the company, the elementary unit, to the nation and world, require undertaking a long struggle for an entire historical period, one which cannot be shortened. Chinese state capitalism has been constructed to achieve three objectives: I, construction of an integrated and sovereign modern industrial system; management of the interaction between this system and small rural production; and T, control of how China is inserted into the world system, which is itself dominated by the generalized monopolies of the imperialist triad: United States, Europe, and Japan. China entered globalization beginning in 1990 through the rapid development of manufactured exports. The triumph of neoliberalism facilitated the success of this choice during a 15-year period. Continuing with this choice is not only questionable because of its political and social effects, but also because it is threatened by the implosion of neoliberal globalized capitalism beginning in 2007. To say, as I have heard ad nauseum, that China's success should be attributed to the abandonment of Maoism, external openness, and the entry of foreign capital is quite simply idiotic. The Maoist construction established the foundations without which the opening would not have ended in the well-known success. A comparison with India, which has not undergone a comparable revolution, demonstrates this. To say that China's success is mainly and even completely owed to the initiatives of foreign capital is no less idiotic. It is not the capital of multinationals that has built the Chinese industrial system and achieved the objectives of urbanization and infrastructure. 90% of the success is owed to the sovereign Chinese project. Certainly, the opening to foreign capital has fulfilled useful functions, such as increasing the importation of modern technology. But, through its partnership arrangements, China has absorbed these technologies and now controls their development. There is nothing similar elsewhere, even in India or Brazil, and a fortiori in Thailand, Malaysia, or South Africa. China's integration into globalization has remained, by the way, partial and controlled, or at least controllable if desired. China has remained outside of financial globalization. Management of the yuan is still the result of China's sovereign decisions. Beijing can say to Washington, "The yuan is our money, the problem is yours." Just like Washington said to Europeans in 1971, "The dollar is our money, the problem is yours." What is more, China retains a considerable reserve for the deployment of its public credit system. The public debt is negligible compared to the debt ratio deemed intolerable in the United States, Europe, Japan, and a lot of countries in the South. China can thus increase the expansion of its public expenditures without serious danger of inflation. The influx of foreign capital from which China has benefited is not behind the success of its project. On the contrary, it is the success of this project that has made investment in China attractive for Western multinational corporations. The countries of the South that have opened their doors much wider than China and unconditionally accepted their subjection to financial globalization have not become attractive to the same degree. In those countries, transnational capital is attracted only because it can plunder natural resources or relocate production and benefit from cheap labor. But there is no technology transfer or positive effects from training and integration of relocated units into a national production system that is still non-existent. The other reason multinational capital might be attracted is because of the possibility of conducting a financial raid, thereby allowing imperialist banks to dispossess national savings, as happened in Mexico, Argentina, and Southeast Asia. For my part, I contend that if China is indeed an emergent power, it is precisely because it has not chosen the capitalist path of development, pure and simple. Consequently, if it were to be won over completely to that path, its project of emergence would itself be in serious danger of failing. Mao understood, better even than Lenin, that the capitalist path would lead to nothing, and that the revival of China could only be the work of communists. The Qing emperors at the end of the 19th century, followed by Sun Yat-sen and the Kuomintang, had already cherished the project of a Chinese revival in response to the challenge of the West. But they could not imagine any other path than that of capitalism, and did not have the intellectual tools available that would have allowed them to understand what capitalism really is and why this path was already closed for China. As for all the peripheries of the world capitalist system, Mao, a Marxist independent spirit, understood that. Personally, I have always shared Mao's analysis, and I refer you to what I have written on the role of the Taiping Revolution, which I consider the distant origin of Maoism. China has been involved on a particular path not since 1980, but since 1950, although this path has passed through contrasting phases in many respects. China has developed a coherent and unique sovereign project that is certainly not that of capitalism, in which agricultural land must in principle be treated as a commodity. This project remains sovereign insofar as China stays outside of contemporary financial globalization. Because the Chinese project is not capitalist does not mean that it is socialist, but only that it opens the possibility to advance on the long road to socialism. Yet, there is always another possibility. China might deviate from its project and end up simply returning to capitalism. The success of China's emergence is completely owed to this sovereign project. In this sense, China is the only authentically emergent country, with Korea and Taiwan. None of the numerous other countries awarded a certificate of emergence by the World Bank is really emergent. That is because none of them persistently pursues a coherent sovereign project. All subscribe to the fundamental principles of capitalism, including for possible segments of their state capitalism. All have accepted submission to every aspect of contemporary globalization, including financial. On this latter point, Russia and India are still partial exceptions, but not Brazil, South Africa, or the others. Sometimes there are segments of national industrial policies, but nothing comparable with the systematic Chinese project of constructing a complete, integrated, and sovereign industrial system, notably in terms of technological mastery. For all these reasons, the appearances of emergence, respectable growth rates, capability of exporting manufactured goods, are always combined with processes of pauperization that affect the majority of the population, particularly the peasants, which is not the case for China. Certainly, the growth of inequality is visible everywhere, including in China, but this observation is superficial and deceptive. Inequality in the distribution of the benefits from a model of growth that nevertheless excludes no one, and is even accompanied by a reduction of pockets of poverty. That is the case in China is one thing, but inequality associated with growth that benefits only a minority from 5 to 30% of the population, depending on the case, while the lot of others remains desperate, is another thing altogether. Korea and Taiwan are the only two examples of successful authentic emergence in and through capitalism. These two countries owe their success to geostrategic considerations, which have led the United States to accept that they can achieve what Washington has prevented others from doing. Contrasting U.S. support to the state capitalism of Korea and Taiwan with the violent opposition of the United States to Nasser's Egypt or Boumediene's Algeria is quite illuminating in this regard. To understand the nature of the challenges confronting China today, it is important to realize that the conflict between the Chinese sovereign project and North American imperialism and its subaltern European and Japanese allies is going to increase in intensity to the extent that the project is successful. There are multiple areas of conflict: China's control of modern technologies, access to natural resources, the strengthening of China's military capabilities, and China's pursuit of the objective of reconstructing international politics on the basis of recognizing the sovereign right of people to choose their political and economic system. The preventive wars by the United States in the Middle East are part of the objective to counter China, and, in this sense, are a preliminary step in the nuclear preventive war against China, coldly considered as possibly necessary by the North American establishment, keeping hostility toward China active by supporting the oppressors of Tibet and Xinjiang, strengthening the U.S. naval presence in the South China Sea, and lavishing encouragement on Japan, who is involved in the reconstruction of its military forces, is inseparable from U.S. global strategy toward China. Simultaneously, Washington is working to mollify the possible ambitions of China and other so-called emergent countries by creating the G20, aimed at giving the countries involved the illusion that their support for liberal globalization would serve their interests. The so-called G-2 United States and China is, with that in mind, a trap which, by making China complicit in the imperialist adventures of the United States, would cause China's peaceful foreign policy to lose all credibility. The only effective response possible to this strategy must be to walk on two legs. I reinforce China's military capacities and equip them with the ability to counterattack as a deterrent. And two, tenaciously pursue the objective of reconstructing a multipolar international political system, respectful of all national sovereignties, and in this sense act to rehabilitate the UN, which has been marginalized by NATO. I insist on the decisive importance of this second objective, which implies, first and foremost, the reconstruction of a front of the South, the second Bandung, capable of supporting the independent initiatives of the peoples and states of the South. It also implies, in turn, that China realizes that it does not have the means for a possible absurd alignment with the predatory practices of imperialism, the pillage of the Earth's natural resources, since it lacks a military power comparable to that of the United States, which guarantees the success of imperialist projects. On the other hand, China has much to gain by developing its offer to support the industrialization of countries in the South, which the Club of Imperialist Donors is working to make impossible. The other aspect of the challenge concerns the question of democratizing the country's political and social management. Mao had devised and implemented a general principle for the political management of the new China, which he had summarized in the following terms: rally the left, neutralize, I add, and not eliminate the right, govern from the center-left. In my opinion, that is the most effective way to conceive of progress by successive advances, understood and supported by the large majority. Mao had in this way given a positive content to the concept of democratization of society, combined with social progress on the long road to socialism. He had formulated the method to implement it. The mass line: go down into the masses, learn about their struggles, return back to the summits of power. Lin Chun has precisely analyzed the method and the results it has allowed. The question of democratization linked to social progress, in contrast with democracy separated from social progress, and even frequently associated with social regression, does not concern only China but all of the world's peoples. In any case, the system advocated by Western media propaganda, multiple parties and elections, should simply be rejected. The democracy fostered by that system turns to farce, even in the West and a fortiori elsewhere. The mass line was the means to produce consensus on successive strategic objectives in a continual advance. It contrasts with the consensus obtained in the Western countries by media manipulation and the electoral farce, a consensus that is nothing other than aligning with the demands of capital. But today, where does the process of reconstructing the equivalent of a new mass line in new social conditions begin? This is not easy because the leadership passed largely to the right in the Communist Party and established a stable management based on depoliticization and the naive illusions that accompany it. The very success of the development policies reinforces the spontaneous tendency to go in this direction. It is widely believed in the Chinese middle classes that the royal road to catching up to the lifestyle of the opulent countries is now open without any obstacles. It is believed that the states of the triad will offer no opposition. The American way of life is even admired uncritically. China's government is not insensitive to social questions, not only because of a Marxist tradition, but also because the Chinese people, who have learned to fight and continue to do so, oblige it to give some consideration to such questions. Whereas in the 1990s, this social dimension had retreated before the immediate priorities of speeding up growth, today, the tendency is reversed. Repoliticization and the creation of conditions favorable to the invention of new responses cannot be achieved by propaganda campaigns. These objectives can only be reached through social, political, and ideological struggles. That implies prior recognition of the legitimacy of such struggles and legislation based on collective rights, of organization, expression, and leadership. That implies, in turn, that the party itself be involved in these struggles. In other words, that it reinvents the Maoist formula of the mass line. Repoliticization is meaningless if it is not combined with procedures that encourage the gradual assumption of responsibility by workers in the management of society at all levels, company, town, and nation. A program of this type does not exclude recognition of individual rights. To the contrary, it supposes their institutionalization. Its implementation would make it possible to reinvent new ways of using elections to choose leaders. A brief note about Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. When Isabel and I first visited Hong Kong in 1972, it was still under British colonial control. For 95 years, the colony had been subject to a ruthless police regime that did not grant Chinese habeas corpus or any elementary rights. Militants, trade unionists, and above all communists were subjected daily to arbitrary arrests and torture, and sometimes cold-bloodedly assassinated. It was only a few years before the restitution of the territory to China that the British granted the colony democratic status and accepted elections. This move was totally transparent, and its intent was immediately obvious. We visited Hong Kong as tourists. As everyone knows, the location is splendid. The impression I had from this visit was that once the British left, nothing would remain of their century-long presence. This impression was fully confirmed on our second visit in 2002. There were some large Victorian-style buildings, banks, like the ones in Shanghai along the banks of the Huangpu River, but nothing more. The total segregation that predominated in the territory, the isolation of the small English colony, their deep racism, and the contempt in which they held the Chinese, had deprived them of any cultural influence whatsoever. The Chinese who had continued living there once again became ordinary Chinese, just like their fellow citizens. For this reason, among others, I never believed that Hong Kong's return to China would pose any particular problem whatsoever, contrary to the opinion of probably a majority of observers, including journalists who claim to be specialists in the affairs of the Orient, and even a large number of leftist intellectuals. In Hong Kong, just as in Shanghai, the future will depend essentially on the evolution of China's internal relations, specifically between its working classes and ruling classes, between its peasantry and proletariat, on the one hand, and its old and new bourgeoisie from Shanghai, Hong Kong, and elsewhere, on the other, and on how their conflicts are settled. Whether that be by the triumph of socialism and its statist form, more specifically, or by a form of capitalism, national or comprador, or even by a historic compromise as a step along the way. We made the most of our 1972 trip to visit Macau as well, and we revisited in 2002. This mini-colony had a totally different appearance than Hong Kong. Here, as in Goa, India, the Portuguese really mixed with the indigenous inhabitants, producing an original, ethnically diverse culture. For example, there is a Sino-Portuguese cuisine in which dishes combine Cantonese traditions, olive oil, and wine. There is the same mixture, successful also, in architecture. It was only in 2008 that I first traveled to Taiwan. I was not surprised to observe that, despite their justified reservations with regard to the Chinese system, in particular concerning freedoms, attachment to the mother country and solidarity with it against foreign countries, United States and Japan, are strong. Beijing's slogan, "One Nation, Two Systems," finds a real echo, not only among businessmen who benefit from trade with China, but also among ordinary people and the political classes stemming from the old Kuomintang. The comments of the Minister of Relations with Beijing, who received me, convinced me of that. An amusing note. Lin Shenjing, who translated my French into Chinese, whom Lao Qinqi had introduced to me and who had organized our symposium, Isabel immediately recognized. She had seen him in Paris street demonstrations in 1995, which Lin confirmed. The world is truly small. Lin also took us out into the beautiful countryside of this island, which certainly merits the admiring name given to it by the Portuguese, Formosa, Vietnam. My first visit to Vietnam with Isabel dates back to 1997. Just like in Cuba, Vietnam's leadership had adopted a clear pro-Soviet line, to the point that the abrupt collapse of the Soviet system in 1991 completely surprised them, as it did many others. I was certainly not delighted with the collapse, but it certainly did not surprise me. For 30 years, I said and wrote that if the system did not engage in leftist reforms, democratization, and real socialization of public property, it was condemned to hasten its evolution, even if it were disastrous, which is what happened, toward the pure and simple restoration of a normal capitalism to which its ruling class had completely rallied. After the fall of the USSR, the Vietnamese system, which remained somewhat trapped by its dogma and under severe pressure, seemed strongly tempted by the Southeast Asian capitalist models Thailand and Malaysia. The crisis that struck the region, which had just begun when we visited Vietnam, gave pause for reflection and provided an opportunity to embark on a different path. The Vietnamese people were irresistibly likable. Isabel and I thus immediately liked Vietnam very much. I was invited to the Francophone conference held in Hue, a preparatory meeting for the summit held in Hanoi 2 months later. We first went to Hanoi. Our trip had been prepared by the contacts our close friend, the late Njo Man Lan, had established and consequently went off in superb conditions. Pham Xuan Phuong, a retired army colonel, welcomed us and acted as our guide. Pham had joined the Liberation Army barely out of adolescence in 1946 and had retired only after the liberation of Saigon in May 1975. 30 years of continual war, first the war against the French. Pham was a captain at Dien Bien Phu and had conquered one of the forts, taking high-ranking French officers prisoner, then the war against the United States. It is unnecessary to say that a person like him could not but immediately become our friend. We discussed everything at length, and Isabel especially questioned him in detail. On the personal side, his mother had remarried during the colonial period to a Corsican and had a son. Pham's half-brother had made a career in the French army, not in the Vietnam War, of course, in which he also had become a colonel. Pham recently went to Corsica to visit his mother's tomb. General Bigard had recently gone to Vietnam, and Pham had accompanied him to Dien Bien Phu. With all the thoughtlessness and tactlessness that often characterizes soldiers of colonial armies, Bigard insisted that a monument be erected on the spot to the French dead. The Vietnamese authorities put up a column for all the dead. Furious, Isabel wrote to Bigard to ask him how he would have reacted to a request from the Germans to build a monument to their dead on the beaches of Normandy. She then pointed out to him the disgracefulness of his writing about their treatment. As prisoners, the prisoners received the same ration as the Vietnamese soldiers, who were content with that because they knew why they were fighting. Bigard replied in such a way that his sad story came out. He was an army child with no political education, and he appeared to be aware of it. That being the case, the Vietnamese make a distinction between the French and Americans. The French war was a vile colonial war, but the professional army, the opposition of the French people, made it impossible to send conscripts to Vietnam, was content to make war with all of the accompanying brutality, summary executions, torture. The Americans, on the other hand, did not make war. They learned from the Nazi bombardment of Guernica that it is much better to subject an enemy people to terrorist bombing campaigns made possible by its technological superiority. Pham explained to us that they were ill-disciplined. As soon as they were surrounded, it was chaos. They killed one another. Their commanders avenged their defeat by a massive bombardment of villages in the area. That did not prevent the U.S. authorities from having the nerve to demand that the Vietnamese government return the bodies of all their soldiers, missing and dead, most often from hunger, thirst, or wounds, because all prisoners were treated properly. This was not the case for Vietnamese prisoners, always executed in the field by U.S. soldiers, their officers, and their paid henchmen. Moreover, the Vietnamese make a distinction between the opposition of the French people to a war in which they refused to participate because of the political conviction that the war was a just cause for the Vietnamese, and the opposition of the American people who were motivated only by the fear of dying in Vietnam. On the long road we traveled by automobile from north to south in Vietnam, we could not help but notice, every 5 kilometers perhaps, the cemeteries of combatants and massacred civilians. This is a density of deaths found only in Champagne and around Verdun. Consequently, I felt, and still feel, an unconditional hatred toward the U.S. ruling class. It is the main enemy of all peoples, the most dangerous criminal class of our time. With a guide like FAM, we obviously could reach a mutual understanding straight away and establish an ambitious program. In Hanoi, we stayed in the center of the old city, a few meters from the Rue de la Soie, in a cute small hotel that was perfectly comfortable. This imperial city has great charm. Moreover, the French left behind beautiful colonial buildings, as in Saigon, maintained with all the care the Vietnamese are capable of, which is to say to perfection. The military museum must certainly be seen, and the commentated reproduction of the Battle of Dien Bien Phu provides a lesson that should be understood. In Saigon, we also visited, for the same reasons, the military museum, and looked at the scene reproducing the liberation of the capital of the South. Chance had it that I was in New York on the very day of this liberation in 1975. What joy in following live on television the debacle of the U.S. Army. And what an incredible spectacle, though quite predictable, of officers, U.S. officers of course, rushing madly, shoving aside women and children to be the first to jump into the helicopters, holding under their arms works of art stolen from the country. What joy to see the amused look of Vietnamese soldiers observing the scene and checking watches to see if the time they had given to the fleeing Americans had expired or not. What I did not know and discovered at the Museum of Modern Art is that there is a high-quality Vietnamese painting of the scene, a creative synthesis of tradition Chinese style and modernity brought by the French. There is nothing comparable in China or even in Hong Kong. It is one of the signs, and they are numerous, of the complex relations between Vietnam and France. Vietnam, a strong nation that has never suffered from any inferiority complex in relation to others, has continually fought against colonial domination. Consequently, because it has no inferiority complex, which is not always the case among the colonized, and thus has no neurotic need to assert its specificity, the Vietnamese people see France and the rest of the world as they are in all the various facets of their reality. This is an advantage that can very well be decisive in knowing how to face the challenges of the modern world. We also visited Ha Long Bay by boat. The bay is so well known through the abundance of beautiful images available that we had the bizarre feeling of having already been there. But this in no way takes anything away from the beauty of the place and the wonder we experienced when we toured it. In a good little restaurant in the coastal village near the hotel where we were staying, we overheard a young man, a Vietnamese from New Caledonia who had returned, share fond memories of the comings and goings of the French actress Catherine Deneuve, who had come to Vietnam to make the film Indochine. From Hanoi, we also took a short trip to the mountainous province of Son La in the northwest, near the border with Laos. We stopped in the Thai village of Moc Chau, on the road to the Dien Bien Phu Basin. We wanted to go further and see more, but there was not always enough time to see everything. Hue, where the Francophone Conference was held, is a place of great importance in Vietnam's history. It was the imperial capital in the 19th century. You must see its extraordinary old imperial cemeteries and its Baroque monuments, built by order of the emperors during the Protectorate period, mixing traditional and modern styles. You should also see what remains of the old imperial palace, destroyed by the hateful and vicious U.S. bombing, fortunately now in the process of being restored. You also simply have to try its incomparably exquisite cuisine. And this is saying a lot since Vietnamese cuisine in general is exquisite, particularly the 20 kinds of banh quan rice pasta raviolis. We traveled the road from Hue to Saigon in a hired taxi with a nice guide whom a friend of NGO Man Lan had recommended. We passed through the superb Ocean Clouds Pass, along Da Nang Bay, ravaged by US destruction, just like Cam Ranh further south. It was long the main naval and air base from which the U.S. bombers took off for their infamous missions. All of the surrounding vegetation had been ruthlessly destroyed with chemical weapons to prevent infiltration by Vietnamese soldiers. Let's praise the American defenders of the environment. We are waiting for Greenpeace to initiate proceedings and bring before its court the criminals, some of whom are still active, Robert McNamara first of all, since it is this friend of the people, as he was presented at the World Bank when he was made president, who ordered this destruction. Shortly after Da Nang, we passed through the old port city of Hoi An. This is a marvelous small city, which experienced its greatest prosperity during the 18th century, when Chinese and Japanese merchant navigators came to procure exotic products, mother of pearl, among other things. Further south, we stopped in the seaside resort of Nha Trang. There we visited a magnificent beach, not at all crowded, facing islands that were no less magnificent to visit. We were about the only foreigners. There were a few beach umbrellas, a respectable distance from one another, under which Vietnamese families had gathered to enjoy the sea. From Nha Trang, we headed inland toward Dalat. Along the highway, we saw the Champa Towers, impressive vestiges of the civilization that existed prior to the more recent conquest of the country by the Vietnamese. Dalat is reminiscent of French-style spa towns, which is what it was in the colonial period, a mountain resort. It enjoys a dry and cool climate that contrasts sharply with the heat and humidity of the coastal plains that make up rural Vietnam. But we are used to tropical climates. They don't bother us. From Dala to Saigon, we passed alongside enormous rubber plantations, the main beneficiaries of colonization. Saigon is certainly very different from Hanoi, the commercial and economic capital during the colonial period, and it remains so, in part. The city has benefited from a modern urbanization that, in my opinion, is simply very successful. Isabel and I loved Saigon as much as Hanoi, but in a different way. Its beautiful colonial monuments, the Hotel de Ville, the opera, are well maintained. Its very Parisian cafes are quite pleasant for visitors on foot, as we were. I do not hide the extreme sympathy that Isabel and I have toward Vietnam and Cuba, its peoples, and the beautiful pages of history their revolutions have written. Thus, I wanted to respond to the invitation extended by their authorities to participate in some international symposia they were organizing. Even more, and a sign of confidence, I tried to respond to their expectations in internal debates, directly concerning the problems with which they were confronted. I made 2 memorable visits to Hanoi in 2007 and 2009, and 3 to Havana in 1999, 2003, and 2009. I did not hesitate to open the debate on the most difficult questions, the future of socialism, reforms, and through them, the requirements for safeguarding the future in the discussions organized in Hanoi by the Peace and Development Foundation, then directed by Madame Bin, and of which my friend Tran Dac Loy was long the active secretary. The powerful Ho Chi Minh National Academy of Politics, Center for the Ideological Education of the party's political cadres, and the Institute of World Economics and Politics. The first secretary of the Central Committee of the party, Truong Tan Sang, and other high-ranking cadres also participated. Madame Bin, Isabel, and I shared a mutual immediate friendship. I wish to say how much Madame Bin's personal gestures of friendship meant to me. Collaboration between Vietnamese institutions and the TWF-WFA networks is ongoing. Madame Bin had organized a meeting with a limited group of high-ranking leaders, including from the political bureau and administrative staff. That session lasted for more than 5 hours. I was expected to present some of my thoughts on revived imperialism and its strategic objectives, strengths and weaknesses, and its military interventions in the Middle East and Africa, which I did by focusing on difficult issues. I was not there to preach, but to clarify arguments and counter-arguments. The comments of the Vietnamese were quite astute. Then, the subject exhausted, I allowed myself to go further and straight out raise the question of the conflict with China in the South China Sea. In substance, this is what I said. If I were president of Vietnam or China, and since the probability of that is nil, you can see that my remarks will have no real impact, I would do this. I would say we Vietnamese and Chinese together will control this sea that we will call the Southern Sea, without any other qualifier, just as we say the Gulf to avoid calling it Arab or Persian. Our 2 navies will patrol it together. A senior Vietnamese officer will be on board on each Chinese ship and vice versa. We will prohibit intruders, Japan and the United States, from being there. And then, concerning the exploitation of the sea's resources, we will form a high commission charged with laying out the forms and conditions of that exploitation. I did not expect a response, and I didn't get one. But I could read on their faces, this man is a dreamer. He is totally unrealistic. My conclusion, yes, people in positions of power, everywhere, even now, think they are realists, but their realpolitik is not realistic. Realism is being revolutionary, acting to change things and not make day-by-day adjustments. Cuba. Cuba is certainly a special case in Latin America. The Cuban government had long boycotted me personally. I was considered to be pro-Chinese, but above all, I held opinions that differed from those of Moscow, which Havana adopted without much restraint. By conviction or under pressure on various questions concerning strategies for liberation in Africa during the debates mentioned previously. Things have changed since then. My discussions with Isabel Monel, Marta Harnecker, and others I met abroad helped me to follow a little more closely the internal debates that had long been delayed. But that circumstances had now brought to the forefront. Comrades from the Association of Cuban Economists Roberto Verrier, and more particularly my friend Dario Machado and his Argentine wife and charming militant Isabel Rauber, organized my visit to Cuba in 1999. A busy program of 2 or 3 substantial discussions every day in the main institutions of the state and party left little time for rest. I was still able to snatch a few quick visits here and there. That gave us an opportunity to observe that the old colonial city of Havana had escaped intact. It had been slated for destruction by the comprador bourgeoisie and North American tourism multinationals, who dreamt only of skyscrapers. Socialism saved it, even if this meant it was left to deteriorate for a long time because of a lack of resources. Today, it is in the process of being restored, and Isabel and I could appreciate its magnificence. A visit to the old colonial city of Trinidad allowed us to glimpse the island's beauty. In Santa Clara, one could see the very beautiful statue of Che. A visit to the memorial where his remains and those of his companions were laid to rest was very moving. At the city's cultural center, we met a cartoonist with whom we got on very well and who reminded us that humor remains a progressive political weapon in Cuba. It was also a great pleasure to meet again our old friend Jacqueline Mepiel in Havana, who, along with Isabel, was fined by a Parisian court for the same infraction, distributing anti-imperialist tracts. The Cuban people are open, welcoming, and friendly. They are also truly courageous and know that they must accept many sacrifices to resist the Yankee vulture. Without this patriotism, the system would have succumbed to the Soviet collapse. The Soviet Union had become its protector both because of circumstances, that is, the geostrategic reality, and through the errors of the revolutionary leadership, won over at the time to Soviet concepts of constructing socialism. Friends and enemies predicted that the system would not survive the terrible years from 1992 to 1995, when the food ration had to be reduced below sustenance level. Cuba has succeeded in bouncing back. But now what should it do? That was obviously the focus of all our discussions. What concessions should be made to triumphant globalized capitalism? How can the dangers of an internal social deviation necessarily entailed by such concessions be managed? The opinions I heard expressed, or sometimes guessed, seem to cover a fairly broad spectrum, the obvious expression of real and conflicting social interests and of diverse social and ideological views. The dangers are obvious. To get out of a difficult situation, Cuba has opened itself to tourism, the devastating effects of which are not only cultural, always, but also political and social. Throughout the Caribbean, the choice is made to stimulate growth through a new type of insertion into the world system to replace the declining sugar industry are identical. Emigration and the transfer of money payments back to families, tourism, free trade zones open to the establishment of light export industries whose profits, derived from low-wage labor and tax exemptions, are captured by the multinationals that control the technologies and dominate the markets. These activities have not become the development poles promised by the World Bank, but scourges that do not carry along the rest of the economy and society and gnaw away at them. The currency and profits produced in these sectors are either re-exported or reinvested exclusively back into the same sectors. The comprador bourgeoisie, the only local beneficiary of this type of unbalanced maldevelopment, is strengthened politically and can thus assume its function as a conduit for the management of peripheral capitalism. Will Cuba be able to avoid a similar fate? A fraction of the new class, resulting from bureaucratic socialism in the preceding decades, openly aspires, through privatization and the dollar economy, to carry out comprador functions of this type. But other voices are making themselves heard in Cuban society. Not all cadres educated in the spirit of Marxism are nostalgic for a simple and dogmatic interpretation of socialism. Some, or many, I don't really know, understand that the working classes will defend socialism only if they exercise effective control over decision-making at all levels. Thanks to my Cuban friends who share this viewpoint, we have noticed that there are, indeed, here and there, the beginnings of autonomous organizations of the working classes. Enough to tilt the balance in their favor, make it possible to expand their reach, or even assert themselves on the political scene? That is difficult to say. And what will happen after Fidel Castro? Enjoying an undisputed and deserved aura and certainly not the object of any personality cult, which is absent in Cuba, Castro can maintain a balance between competing currents that could, once he is gone, end up confronting one another in dubious clashes. Still, in light of some of the discussions I had, it seemed that the senior leaders were somewhat aware of the danger that the tourism-free trade zone's reliance on foreign capital dollarization complex would represent, as well as risk that this kind of development would become an excrescence on Cuban society. Measures have been encouraged to avoid it, mandating currency transfers and that profits be retained on the island in favor of financing the development of other activities aimed at strengthening the relative autonomy of the country in relation to the world system. Food self-sufficiency, maybe energy self-sufficiency as well, for example. Are they really being implemented and, if so, strongly enough? That is difficult to say. In any case, good signs are not lacking, such as an exit from dollarization, which is well underway. On the question of the Cuban involvement in Africa, my visits also allowed me to hear the viewpoint of some of the most senior officials involved, including in particular the very likable Comrade Risqué. There is not the least shadow of doubt about their fundamental internationalist conviction. I will even say that this choice has all my sympathy as a counterpoint to the attraction that Europe exercises over almost all of the Latin American left, causing it to forget that Latin America belongs, with Asia and Africa, to the peripheral capitalist world. However, whatever the opinions of various people may be concerning the best strategy for Cuba to safeguard its gigantic social gains in comparison with the rest of Latin America, to adapt to the new conditions of global imbalance, and to keep the door open to favorable development for the future, I maintain, and I repeat on every possible occasion, that the strict duty of all the world's Democrats is to support Cuba against its North American aggressor, from which nothing should be expected, despite all the possible democratic rhetoric it spews. The Latin American Democratic parties, and those of the European Socialist left, have major responsibilities in this area. They alone could force the aggressor to retreat and give the Cuban people the time and means to make progress in solving their problems. Unfortunately, they are not doing that. The Latin American parties remain quiet, believing they can justify their silence by saying things such as Cuba is no longer a model. Certainly, but that is not the point. The European Social Democrats and Socialists are, in this case, just like for the countries of the East, aligned with the rhetoric of the global right led by Washington and its instruments, the World Bank, the IMF, and the WTO. None of these groups give the least importance to the fact that Cuba has resolved basic problems that none of the Latin American countries, even those that are far wealthier, has even begun to deal with. Further, these groups accord no importance to the fact that the liberal solution that Washington wants to impose by any means will necessarily end in an incredible regression on every front, both social and democratic. In Cuba, I have had the possibility of participating in internal discussions on the same difficult subjects. I even had the good fortune to hear Fidel give his opinions on these questions in a select committee. I have already pointed out that there was no personality cult for Fidel. His colleagues did not hesitate to tap him on the shoulder gently and say, "Don't repeat yourself, answer our questions." Remy Herrera, executive secretary of the WFA, offers us a collection of excellent studies on Cuba, produced by the country's best intellectuals. Cuba, an authentic revolution. The Cuban Revolution is the third authentic popular revolution on the North American continent, after that of the slaves in Saint Domingue, Haiti, at the end of the 18th century, and the peasants in Mexico. On the other hand, the American revolutions in the English and Spanish colonies were nothing more than wars of independence led by local ruling classes, themselves the product of European mercantilist colonization. The Cuban Revolution, considerably more radical than earlier ones, was called socialist for this reason, and not without good reasons. In this sense, it is part of the first wave of struggles for the liberation of workers and peoples, alongside the Russian, Chinese, and Vietnamese revolutions. The growth of sugar production in Cuba, which maintained a slave system in the 19th century, was accelerated even more when U.S. colonization replaced that of Spain. Colonial proletarianization was more prevalent than elsewhere in Latin America, the origin of a radicalization that naturally combined the anti-imperialist dimension of the national struggle and the socialist ambitions of the working classes and intelligentsia. The Cuban Revolution traces its origin back to José Martí. He must be distinguished from the heroes of independence in the Americas by his acute sense of social equality and his awareness that the question of emancipation cannot be reduced to the conquest of independence and liberty, but requires a radical transformation of social relations. To the horror of the U.S. colonizers, Cuba responded rapidly by organizing the working classes and supporting communism. The authentic radicalness of the Cuban Revolution was exhibited internally by the effective implementation of revolutionary reforms and political structures of a socialist character inspired by Marxism and exhibited internationally by the consistent assertion of theoretical and practical anti-imperialist positions. In contrast, many earlier and later American revolutions often used violent rhetoric toward Washington, but simultaneously took care to weigh their words. When it was a question of calling into question the interests of the privileged national classes, Cuba directly confronted its local classes right away. Cuba has never nourished the illusion of an independent national capitalism. Committed to the path of building socialism, Cuba has immense real achievements to its credit, including not only in the areas of education and health, but even in areas affecting the daily lives of the working classes, housing, food. This is unparalleled anywhere in the Americas. Cuba is the only country in the Americas that does not offer the spectacle of the most distressing poverty, common everywhere else. It remains the case that the Cuban people and its communist militants rightly expect more than to do better than the rest of the continent. They have chosen to build a new society, without classes, freed from all forms of oppression and exploitation. They have implemented for that purpose various means, inspired by the experience of others or invented by themselves. Certainly, these means have not always benefited from the expected effectiveness, but ultimately have always given rise to useful critiques for the future. Certainly, the Soviet model provided broad inspiration for Cuba. Its influence was all the more real since the support of the Soviet Union, economic, petroleum, and politico-military, was necessary to face the blockade and ongoing military interventions of the United States and its allies. But Cuba was able to maintain a certain distance from this model in terms of the economic and political management of its system. The single party was here the result of the liberation and the merging of the Castroist movement and the older Communist Party, two partners that understood the demands imposed by history. Despite limitations in the theory and practice of this new party, the government has never fallen into a personality cult or into other extreme deviations of the Soviet model. Cuba's responses to the challenges that followed the collapse of the USSR demonstrated its capacity to reassess its policies and projects. At that time, it was widely assumed the Cuban government was lost for good. Against this expectation, Cuba was able to get out of the difficult situation in 5 years, between 1990 and 1995, and succeeded in getting back on its feet again. But since then, Cuba has faced new challenges, to which I shall return. Voices critical of the chosen model were always expressed from inside the Cuban system. Che Guevara was one of those. Che, Mao, and Palmiro Togliatti, each in his own way, had understood that the Soviet model had exhausted its capacity to innovate and move society along the path to socialism. Each in his own way had understood that the deviation led to a capitalist restoration, the inevitability of which was clearly revealed in the years 1985-91. We should analyze Che's writings on this deviation closely and make them the focus of careful debates rather than reach any hasty judgments, which I shall avoid here. From the beginning, Cuba adopted a consistent anti-imperialist and internationalist line of thought and action. Cuba was the only country in Latin America to realize the importance of the liberation front that started in Bandung and was continued by the non-aligned movement NAM. The latter was formed by Asia and Africa plus Cuba, as was said. Cuba rightly sought to integrate Latin America into this front of the South and, for this purpose, took the initiative in creating the tricontinental. However, while the Bandung Conference united the peoples of Asia and Africa and their states represented by governments that then benefited from the legitimacy conferred on them from liberation struggles, in Latin America, the tricontinental grouped together popular movements that were involved in a struggle against established governments that were dominated by the United States. Che attempted to shape the armed struggles in which the tricontinental was engaged. History has demonstrated that the objective conditions were not in place at that time for these struggles to succeed in overcoming their isolation. Latin America had to wait until much later to make its contribution to transforming the world in the form of civil grassroots movements, at the same time that the national popular wave begun in Bandung was becoming exhausted. This new wave of expanding grassroots movements and the resulting victories in Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Venezuela, Bolivia, and Ecuador released Cuba from the isolation in which the United States and the Organization of American States, Washington's Ministry of Colonies, had confined it for 40 years. The success of the assistance operations by Cuban doctors and teachers throughout the continent, combined with the response to the creation of ALBA by Venezuela, has reversed the balance of power. Today, it is the United States, and not Cuba, that is isolated throughout the Americas. Years earlier, Cuba had demonstrated its support for the anti-imperialist cause through its military support for Angola in a war against the combined intervention of South Africa and friends of the imperialist camp. The Cuban defeat of the South African army had other effects, among which was speeding up the implosion of the apartheid regime. Cuba is today confronted by new challenges. The Cuban Revolution occurred in the aftermath of the first wave of struggles for the liberation of workers and peoples, which shaped the 20th century. This first wave is now behind us, but already the first signs of the formation of a new wave of struggles can be seen. Cuba, which survived when the other participants of the first wave collapsed, could be the link between the past and future. Cuba hosted the Non-Aligned Summit, now non-aligned on imperialist globalization in Havana in 2007. It reminded the countries of the South that they can defeat the dictatorship of the financialized plutocracy of the imperialist oligopolies and the deployment of their project for military control of the planet. This imperialist system itself entered into crisis in autumn 2008 with the collapse of its integrated monetary and financial market. Behind this collapse, the systemic crisis of obsolete capitalism, imperialism can be clearly discerned. At the same time, the conditions for a humanist, popular, and democratic response are becoming apparent, with the initial victorious advances of the Latin American and Nepalese peoples. Karl Marx has returned. The second wave of workers' and people's liberation struggles is now on the agenda. This possible better future will become an imperative reality if the forces of progress in Cuba and elsewhere in the world learn from the limitations in the first wave's theoretical approaches and practices. 21st century socialism must be democratic, not only in the bourgeois sense of the term, which separates political democracy, limited to multi-party or allegedly multi-party electoralism, from social progress, but in a richer and deeper sense, capable of combining democratization of societies with social progress. Cuba can innovate in this direction. Cuba has already provided the example of a democratic life that, despite its inadequacies, was incomparably more real than the false electoral democracies elsewhere, which were invariably combined with social regression. That being said, Cuba must move forward, overcome the inadequacies, and invent adequate legal and institutional forms that are able to combine respect for individual rights with social progress. The conceptions of the Third International, which were behind the 20th century revolutions, did not sufficiently take into account the consequences that the polarization inherent in globalized capitalist imperialist expansion implied for the construction of socialism. We must understand that the polarization produced by the history of really existing capitalism requires another view of the long transition over centuries from capitalism to socialism. For the peoples of the South, this long transition must be formed from successive phases of implementing national, popular, and democratic structures. These alone are capable of combining the contradictory requirements of an effective development of the productive forces, which is still imperative, and the step-by-step progress of new social practices, those of socialism, able to give complete respect to democracy in all its social dimensions and meet the requirements of life on the planet, threatened by the irrationality of the logic of capitalist accumulation. Creative Marxism should strive to produce adequate theoretical concepts and stimulate the formulation of the necessary transition strategies for the development of 21st century socialism. Cuba is well placed to participate in this human creation, the World Forum for Alternatives and the Social Forums. Of the World Forum for Alternatives, 1996-1999. Capitalism celebrated its triumph during the first half of the 1990s. The Soviet Union had disappeared, Eastern Europe had been reconquered, Deng Xiaoping's famous sentence, "It doesn't matter if a cat is black or white as long as it catches mice," was interpreted as synonymous with saying, why not the capitalist path? And the countries of the South had, one after another, been subjected to structural adjustment policies. At this point, it is good to clarify that while some easily accepted the new order, having always been faithful representatives of local compradors and nothing more, others understood the scope of the disaster that awaited them. Abdou Diouf, the president of Senegal, literally burst into tears when he was told of the cuts. Senegal is going to be destroyed by this. But still, his French friends forced him to capitulate. I have already said that those heirs of the national popular governments, Arab among others, who were still in charge, chose to capitulate in order to preserve their positions. All our cowardly intellectuals, concerned about protecting their careers, took up the easy phrases heard at the time, "End of history, there is no alternative, Tina," and the like. The rest of us were sad, obviously. Some took refuge only in nostalgia for the past. At the time, I met some people in Egypt and Yugoslavia who confided to me, saying that we have been beaten, once and for all. It is sad, but nothing more is possible. Others obviously, and this is normal, sunk into a confused revisionism, Marxism has been surpassed by history, etc. There were very few, and without arrogance I am proud of having been one, who said, "I actually wrote it. We are only in the trough of a long wave, just like at other times in history." I recalled Gramsci, "The old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum, a great variety of morbid symptoms appear." History quickly proved us right. The triumph of imperialist monopoly capitalism was that of a colossus with clay feet. The horrors that accompanied its triumph, the rapid increase in poverty. NATO's wars of aggression brought about a quick rise in resistance of all kinds, spontaneous and disorganized. But it is always this way at the beginning. As for France, with the large demonstrations in 1995, Isabel said to me, "This horror is over. The people will not accept it." It was imperative to provide an organized form to critical analysis, one capable of advancing a correct analysis of the challenge and, consequently, able to contribute to defining consistent and effective strategies for struggle. A small group of intellectuals who had been active over the preceding decades and who had been aware of the obvious problems with existing challenges to capitalism and had offered critiques of Sovietism and national-popular regimes gathered together in 1996 in Louvain-la-Neuve at the Cetri, then led by François Outard, and decided to create a World Forum for Alternatives. Outard and Pablo González Casanova, if I am not mistaken, suggested the idea and the name. I instinctively supported the initiative. But how could we translate intention into action? Upon returning to Cairo, I contacted the Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Organization. This institution had been created during the height of the Bandung era and Nasserism, then had fallen into decay, but was still in existence, a building and a few employees, nothing more. Its president was Murad Ghalib, Nasser's former ambassador to Moscow. Despite our political disagreements, which appeared small with the passage of time, we maintained strong mutual respect. When I proposed the idea to him, he jumped at the chance. "We can organize some kind of congress for the organization, and you can invite whomever you want." Thus, the World Forum for Alternatives, WFA, was born in Cairo in 1997. The assembly did me a great honor by appointing me to be the president of the WFA. A working group, in which I voluntarily abstained from participating, drafted the WFA's manifesto, which the reader will find in Appendix A. An initial, very restricted executive committee was set up. Outard was the executive secretary. He gave everything to his responsibility. It is due to him and to no one else that the WFA has not remained an institution that exists only on paper, stillborn like so many others. He ran to the right and the left, as did I, to collect whatever necessary assistance he could to organize a minimum of meetings and activities. At the time, there were still a few Nordic donors that had not yet been won over to the neoliberal pack. The expansion of our activities convinced us to better reorganize ourselves. We ended up establishing the system still in force. 9 vice presidents: Outard, John Bellamy Foster, Bernard Faunu, Issa Shivji, Lau Kinchi, Amiya Bagchi, Mamdouh Habashi, Paulo Nakatani, and Wim Deer Caxons. 2 executive secretaries, Remy Herrera and PK Murthy, and a website administrator, Carlos Tablada. The WFA first appeared on the international stage when it organized the Anti-Davos in January 1999, on the occasion of the annual elite conference in Davos. We were, of course, denied access to the holy precinct itself, but we took up a position 50 meters away, on the other side of the snow-covered street in this beautiful winter resort. Our small group included a number of committed intellectuals and figures from mass movements in the 5 continents, chosen for their high degree of representativeness: the farmers' organizations of Burkina Faso, Brazil, and India, the labor unions of South Africa, Korea, and Brazil, the neo-Zapatistas of Chiapas and Mexico, the activists of the World March of Women, the Sans in France, and the ATTAC group. helped into Davos by Le Monde Diplomatique. We were there to say that it was we, not the club of billionaires, who represented the real world. The Davos organizers, like the narrow-minded Swiss authorities, were so furious that it was impossible to produce the surprise a second time around. Hence the idea of a World Social Forum on a different scale, for which Porto Alegre seemed a natural choice due to the considerable resources that the Brazilian Workers' Party, PT, could mobilize for it there. A collective work, rapidly published in several languages, offers a report on this, Anti-Davos at Davos. The WFA and the Third World Forum, which still exists, fortunately, operate in a close symbiosis. They have a relatively strong network of committed intellectuals in each of the three continents, Asia, Africa, and Latin America, which in no way excludes the importance of other networks, whether of tricontinental scope such as Via Campesina, Third World Network, Ideas in Delhi, regional scope such as Claxo or Forum de Sao Paulo in Latin America, Codesria in Africa, Arena and focus on Global South in Southeast Asia, the Tegu Forum in East Asia, the Arab networks coordinated by the Centre d'études arabes in Cairo, or even national scope. No less important in large countries such as India or Brazil. The committed intellectuals who sustain these networks, of course, maintain close relations, often organizational, with numerous social organizations that, in their respective countries, bring together sometimes millions of activists, such as the unions in Korea or South Africa, the landless movement in Brazil, or the neo-Zapatistas in Mexico. The same is true in many countries in the First World, in France, Sedatim, ATTAC, MEPEP, in Switzerland, SETIM, in Italy, Il Manifesto, Punto Rosso, in Germany, Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, in Europe, the Transform Network, in Japan, AMPO, Japan Asia Quarterly Review, in Canada, Alternatives, and elsewhere. The current electronic means of communication have increased the capability and speed of exchanging views on a massive scale and, among other things, facilitate contact between movements that belong to quite diverse political and ideological traditions, such as those in Europe, where the political life is mainly dominated by the large parties and unions, and the United States, where civil society is formed from a large number of small local organizations, which are distant from the two identical or almost identical establishment parties. The WFA is located within a complex universe. It is therefore a forum in the true sense of the term, that is, a place of mutual encounter and debate, not an international communist, socialist, Christian, Democrat, Islamic, or liberal, still less a centralized international like the Third Communist International was. It brings together currents of thought and action which, though totally independent of one another, a good thing, in my opinion, share critical points of view about the application of liberal policies to such areas of social management as relations between the sexes, environmental issues, human rights, or intercommunal problems. All these currents have a place in the WFA, whatever their ideological inspirations or practical choices. The WFA program for debate on the objectives, instruments, and achievements of social movements around the world. Whether it is a question of regional balance sheets, the stimulation of alternatives to agribusiness, or systematic reflection on universal values concerning individual, social, and collective rights, testifies to its openness, which is a matter of principle for the forum. The group of coordinators who appointed me chairman of the WFA did me a great honor, which is perhaps justified, if at all, by the fact that my activities over 40 years familiarized me with a large number of organizations and leading personalities around the world. The World Forum for Alternatives and Third World Forum as networks of networks. The WFA's role is to serve as a center for systematic analyses of alternatives to the present world order. Our enemy recognizes the importance of such systematic analyses, without which no effective action strategy is possible. I am referring here to the Mont Pelerin Society, MPs, founded in 1947, with members like Milton Friedman, Lionel Robbins, Ludwig von Mises, Friedrich von Hayek, and Karl Popper, all advocates of today's liberalism. I am also thinking of the Trilateral Commission, founded in 1973, which includes David Rockefeller, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Cyrus Vance, Andrew Young, and Paul Volcker among its members, all of whom have participated in designing the North American establishment's strategy. The enemy recognizes that the major problem confronting it today is managing the criminal and impossible system it is attempting to foist on everyone. In the accepted jargon, this management is called governance, which has been made into the dominant concern for the programs of international institutions. Unfortunately, a large number of NGOs have adopted this concern as their own, in the best of cases for lack of critical reflection, in most cases out of opportunism. It is not clear at the present moment exactly what the enemy's analysis is, though Susan George has attempted to evoke it with humor and sagacity in her 2006 Le Rapport Lugano, The Social Forums. The first meeting of the WSF was organized by a mainly Brazilian committee, which benefited from sizable financial support, in cooperation with ATTAC France and Le Monde Diplomatique Bernard Casson. Others have written the history of the WSF. The success of Porto Alegre I in January 2001 did not feature on the front pages of the major Western newspapers. The enemy's chosen strategy was to boycott the whole initiative. Nevertheless, the rich gentleman in Davos grew a little worried and suggested opening a dialogue with us on the occasion of Porto Alegre II in 2002. I was lucky enough to take part in the 10 minutes of airtime set aside for it on the radio. "Monsieur," asked my Davos partner, "how does it happen that an economist like yourself is not with us in Davos?" My answer was simple. There are 3 reasons. 1, I don't have $20,000 to spend on entering paradise for 3 days. 2, I wasn't invited, which doesn't surprise me, as my opinions are well enough known. 3, if by some mistake I had been invited, I wouldn't have accepted, as I am not a billionaire and have no interest in joining the club of their servants. "But, monsieur," he countered, "I am not a billionaire. I know. You are the public relations director of a company whose owners are billionaires. What have you got against billionaires?" Simple arithmetic, monsieur. Their profits doubled in the 1990s, but the incomes of all the non-billionaires, and there are a lot of them, obviously did not increase in the same proportion. You want inequality and I equality. So we are enemies, and I don't see what we could have a dialogue about. Even so, Davos will not fail to make an effort in the future, and from the wide spectrum of social organizations it will find some left-wing figures to go, consciously or unconsciously, on a journey to the mountain of reconciliation. In January 2002, Porto Alegre II took a great step forward that was well expressed in the appeal adopted at the final rally. The social movements have been growing more political, in the good sense of the term. Beyond the organization of struggle against the disastrous social effects of neoliberalism, they are taking the measure of a system that already entails, and will increasingly entail, military barbarism on the pretext of a war on terrorism. The aftermath of 9/11 had demonstrated this amply. The TWF and the WFA were very active at Porto Alegre, leading 5 major seminars at which the whole criminal political logic of global neoliberalism was subjected to analyses and commentaries by hundreds of the most lucid intellectuals in the contemporary world. I shall return later to subsequent events, specifically the developments, we have to speak in the plural here, that led diverse and numerous movements involved with the social forums to advance on some occasions, and retreat from my perspective on others. Participation of the WFA-TWF in social forums, whether at the world or other levels, is not our main objective. What is a priority for us, first of all, is organizing meetings by ourselves, for ourselves, in order to advance our own analyses of the requirements for the theoretical and practical construction of positive and real alternatives leading to popular and democratic advances. The reader will see in our current program, see Appendix B, how we define the questions we are asking. The reader will also find in preceding chapters my accounts of internal debates that I consider to be important and participated in China, Russia, Egypt, Algeria, South Africa, India, Senegal, Mali, Niger, Tanzania, Zambia, Nepal, Latin America, and the Caribbean. These genuinely productive debates have provided the main material for our analyses, yet we do not ignore the social forums and intend to participate in them. It is a not unimportant means, among others, to disseminate the results of our own analyses. In fact, the WFA-DWF has probably been in attendance at all, or almost all, social forums held throughout the world. Even if this presence has been more obvious in some cases, less so in others. I have personally participated in many activities of so-called civil society. A complete agenda for the social forums should exist. Perhaps the WSF Secretariat could provide this. I shall recall here only those forums in which I have personally participated, most often with others active in our networks. Reading through the list might be tedious, but for these memoirs, I believe I should do it. I have participated as part of WFA-WF teams in the World Social Forums of Porto Alegre, Mumbai, Bamako and Caracas, Nairobi, Belém, Dakar and Tunis. I have participated in some of the regional forums, which often are preparatory to the World Forums: Hyderabad 2003, Indian and Asian Forum, Lusaka 2004, African Forum, and Zagreb 2011, Balkans Forum. I have also participated in more topical forums: Amazonia in Belém, Brazil, and Via Campesina in Valencia, Spain. I have attended all the European forums since Florence, followed by Paris, London, Athens, and Malmö. I have personally participated in several Egyptian, Arab, and African forums, but not unfortunately at those of the network that called itself the Mashrek Maghreb Forum. At each of the forums mentioned, we have always led 4 to 10 roundtables, led by 6 to 10 of us who seemed the most competent in the areas in question. In some cases, the miserable working conditions certainly considerably reduced, for us as well as for others, the reach of our messages. For example, in Nairobi, the forum was held in a stadium, and it was impossible to isolate the voices in our roundtable from those in neighboring roundtables. What can be said about the real effect of debates held in these conditions? However, in Dakar in 2011 and in Tunis in 2013 and 2015, we benefited from much better conditions. Many participants and observers at these forums have noted the high quality of our roundtables. The interested reader can find reports on these roundtables at numerous internet sites. Responses to our enemies. The active members of our WFA-WWF networks and I personally have been invited to respond to the declarations of our enemies, the leading lights of happy globalization. To make an exhaustive list of these speeches would require some archival work, which I have not done. I shall restrict myself here to singling out a few of these speeches. An account of those of many other major actors in the WFA, particularly Houthart, would certainly make the WFA's work better known to the reader. A more exhaustive report of the WFA's activities, which I am not attempting in my memoirs, would be very useful. I shall indicate then, in chronological order, the speeches that I remember. The UN had organized in Copenhagen in 1995, one of the large conferences of its series, pompously described as preparatory for the renewal of civilization for the 2000s, or something like that. The topic was reduction of poverty. This conference, like the others in the series, was intergovernmental, that is, delegates with the right to vote were selected by member states. But members of civil society were invited as observers, sometimes with the right to speak, but nothing more. Our opportunity arose because the African states chose us, the TWF, to draft and present a report on poverty in Africa. I jumped at this magnificent opportunity to respond to our partners, in fact, enemies, the World Bank, the European Community, USAID, etc. Our report was drafted from the contributions of 20 active members in Africa. Each of them provided a good report that, instead of drawing up an inventory of the poor and of poverty, focused the analysis on a critique of the policies implemented, which had inevitably led to a worsening of poverty in the countries concerned. The synthesis report assembled these contributions into a document of around 200 pages. The report had an impact. Some of the official African delegates praised it officially. Our enemies were furious. They simply insulted me and attempted to prevent me from crossing certain barriers in the physical sense of the term, separating officials from others in the conference. In 2001, the World Bank had considered commemorating its 50th anniversary in Barcelona. The bank had proposed to conduct a dialogue on its policies with a group of carefully selected NGOs. We were invited to present a contrary opinion. At the last minute, the bank called off its planned dialogue, out of fear that some troublemakers, we and some others, might pose some awkward questions. A meeting was held all the same, organized by Spanish civil society without the bank. I personally presented the list of charges. We put on trial the neoliberal policies that are the cause of the poverty that the bank claimed to want to fight. A collection of documents had been assembled for that purpose under the scathing title, 50 Years is Enough. The last of the major UN conferences of this kind was held in Durban in 2001 on the very general topic of the struggle against discrimination. The dominant establishment and the UN bureaucracy had previously controlled the expressions of civil society that were invited to participate in these international conferences. It had managed to do this through its hold on the purse strings and its manipulation of NGOs sufficiently apolitical to sign up to the mainstream proposals, which in effect canceled any impact of the protests and demands of the peoples in the countries where the NGOs originated. The protest against racism and all other forms of discrimination was to be an innocuous event at which all participants, both governments and NGOs, would be called upon to perform some breastbeating over the vestiges of discrimination afflicting indigenous peoples, non-Caucasian races, to use the official U.S. language, women and sexual minorities. Some highly general recommendations were drawn up, in the spirit of North American legalism, according to which an act of legislation is all that is required to solve a problem. The social and international inequalities generated by the logic of globalized capitalism, which are the essential causes of the main forms of discrimination, were left out of the original considerations. This strategy of Washington and its allies was defeated by the massive participation of African and Asian organizations determined to pose the real questions. The issue of racism and discrimination, they argued, is not synonymous with the behavior of people still suffering from outmoded prejudices, who sadly are still present in large numbers in every society on Earth. Contemporary racism and discrimination are produced and reproduced by the expansionist logic of actually existing capitalism, especially in its so-called liberal form. The forms of globalization imposed by dominant capital and its political intermediaries, above all, the triad governments, United States, Western Europe, and Japan, can result in nothing other than global apartheid. On two issues, that of reparations due to the victims of slavery and that of Israeli colonization, the two opposing camps quickly took shape. The Africans and Asians in the majority in one camp, whereas in the other, unfortunately, were almost all the Europeans, lined up behind Israel. Any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. Having sensed the danger during the lively debates in the preparatory committee, the G7 governments had already decided to boycott the conference and decreed its failure in advance. The Africans and Asians stood their ground and held the conference anyway. In keeping with the strategy they had adopted, they forced discussion of the two questions the Western diplomats did not want to hear. The first question raised concerned reparations for the damage caused by the black slave trade. I have used quotation marks because, on this topic, American and European diplomats tried to undermine the whole discussion by condescending remarks about the amount of reparations and the professional beggars who were claiming them on behalf of formerly colonized peoples. Africans certainly did not see things in that way. For them. The issue was not money, but a recognition that colonialism, imperialism, and slavery were largely responsible for the underdevelopment of the continent and the legacy of racism. It was these arguments that provoked the ire of the representatives of Western powers. The second conflict concerned Israel's continual settlement colonization. Here, the Africans and Asians were clear and precise. The continuation of Israeli settlement in the occupied territories, the eviction of Palestinians in a process of veritable ethnic cleansing, the Bantustanization plan for Palestine directly inspired by the defunct apartheid regime in South Africa. These were but the latest chapter in its long history of evidently racist imperialism. Characteristically, the Palestinian question unites people in Africa and Asia, whereas it divides them in other parts of the world. The WF is always invited to participate in the counter G7 or G8 or G20 conferences. We are almost always in attendance, and I personally have attended twice, Lyon and St. Petersburg. I regret having missed the counter G7 in Genoa, where Silvio Berlusconi's police won notoriety by killing a youth. I have only a vague memory of the Lyon meeting. The conference had been organized by a panoply of Nice French and European NGOs, for which it was imperative to avoid turning critiques of the policies of the large imperialist powers into a trial of Europe. For them, since Europe as a community was not imperialist by nature, it should not have to bear responsibility for such policies. Thus, nothing was said at the conference that is worth remembering. A small number of participants from the Third World, including me, found this emptiness amusing. But the French had organized things well, culinarily speaking. At low prices, we could enjoy excellent dishes typical of Lyonnaise cuisine. A Moroccan, a Chinese, and I enjoyed a delicious meal together. In St. Petersburg in 2013, I referred to this event in Chapter 5 on Russia. Boris Kagarlitsky succeeded in getting financing to invite foreigners, including me, who would come to reinforce the Russian delegation. This was a G20, and the topic was reform of the international financial system. But we all knew that developments in Syria, the allegation that chemical weapons had been used by the Syrian government, were going to occupy most people's attention. Obama and Putin, moreover, had discussed nothing else. This was true of the Chinese, Brazilians, and several others also. The organizers of this counter G20 had invited for our debates an assistant to the Brazilian Minister of Finance, at least for the financial question. We had, like the G20, put Syria on the agenda for our discussions. Pedro Paez questioned the financial system with his well-known talent and presented his counter-proposal for reform of the international monetary and financial system. Very good, but the Brazilian in our group refrained from commenting. For my part, I had chosen another method to launch our discussion. I was content to say, you know, you Brazilians and other representatives from the emerging countries, we will never get a good reform of the system, since the G7 does not want it. We are going to be kept waiting around from G20 to G20, from Stiglitz Commission 1 to Stiglitz Commission 2, with anodyne proposals that will change nothing. So why take part in this game? We should move the debate, located outside of the G, and organize it among ourselves, the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, to advance, not an impossible international reform, but the construction of a space for us as distant and autonomous as possible from the influence of the Western powers. The minister's assistant warmly approved of what I had said. In some situations, I have declined an invitation to participate in undertakings to which I had been personally invited. I refused to participate in the Stiglitz Commission formed by the UN Secretary-General in 2010. I knew that it was a maneuver to impress and fool public opinion by leading people to believe that it was possible to reform the globalized system. Joseph Stiglitz, who has never ventured outside of the strictures of neoliberalism and is a specialist in window dressing reforms, was chosen for that purpose. History has proved me right. The Stiglitz report, delightfully empty, has ultimately and fortunately been remembered by no one. On the other hand, an UNCTAD committee proposed the beginning of a real reform. Obviously, its report was rejected by the Western powers. Solidarity among the peoples, nations, and states of the South. For all regions of the capitalist Third World, the construction of an auto-centered economy is the unavoidable precondition for any further progress. This requires that external relations be subordinated to the priorities of internal development, not that the internal economy be adjusted to external constraints, as mainstream economic discourse repeats ad nauseum. On the topic of delinking, I have not changed my opinion. On the contrary, a half-century of history has strengthened my fundamental conviction even more. It remains the case, but this is really just an uninteresting commonplace, that the concrete forms of delinking are not set once and for all. Yet the construction of an auto-centered economy, which remains indispensable at the national level, would encounter serious obstacles if forms of regional integration capable of enhancing its positive effects were not organized to reinforce it. I am speaking here not of regionalization as envisioned by conventional economists, common markets, etc., who are incapable of imagining anything other than the logic of capitalist accumulation, but rather of regionalization where the political dimensions are decisive and can challenge the scientific, financial, and military monopolies through which the First World imposes its project of world capitalist expansion. Regions such as the Arab world, Latin America, Africa, and Southeast Asia, or vast countries such as India or Brazil, can capitalize on certain advantages that history has bequeathed to them, a common language or culture, for example, but also, and above all, on the fact they have a common enemy. The ruling classes of countries in the South have always had ambiguous positions on this major question. When the comprador tendency is dominant, South-South solidarity is certainly not encouraged. The local beneficiaries of integration into imperialist globalization seek to strengthen their positions. For them, that means enriching themselves even more, to the detriment of the weaker states in the South, and, consequently, accept joining in imperialism's strategic game, which counts on unequal competition among countries in the South. On the other hand, the defenders of the national tendency in these ruling classes are able to understand the advantages of solidarity against the imperialist North. This was the case during the Bandung era. This is why, at that time, the TWF and I had pursued our collaboration with the Bandung institutions. The NAM, the OAU, later transformed into the African Union, a union in name only, the APSO, headquartered in Cairo, and more recently, the Asia-Pacific People's Organization, which has demonstrated its real strength at various official meetings of APEC. We were aware, without illusions, of the NAM's limitations and contradictions. We knew that the OAU expressed the solidarity of African peoples through its support for the liberation movements in the Portuguese colonies, South Africa and Rhodesia, the future Zimbabwe, but nothing more. We knew that, on the level of economic cooperation, the Bandung secretariats and the non-aligned states of that era envisioned little more than promoting regional, that is, continental and sub-regional integration by means of common markets. We criticized this capitalist path that, contrary to its declared objective, reinforced inequalities among partners in the South and, consequently, weakened the prospects for asserting their solidarity. But we understood that what happened in Bandung could evolve in the right direction. There were forces that worked for that. We also understood that the movement, despite its limitations, strengthened the governments of states in the South against the North. For example, the Gabon of Léon Oba, and later Omar Bongo, would never have been able to recover a fraction of the oil rent without OPEC. What the Gabonese government used this rent for is a different question. We know that a part of it was used to buy French politicians. At the time, the UN system itself was sensitive to the pressures brought to bear by the Bandung institutions. This was true particularly for UNCTAD, which was created by Raoul Prebisch and run by a number of directors known personally to me, Kenneth Dadzi, Gomani Correa, and Rubens Recupero. This was also true for the UNU at the time that Kinhide Mushakoji was vice-rector, or for UNESCO when Mahtar Mabo, in advance of his time, was waging the struggle for a new international communications order. The UN at that time offered its services to the pursuit of successful initiatives that advanced international law and the rights of peoples to self-determination, development, and social and collective rights. I personally participated in some of these progressive initiatives, particularly those promoted by my Italian friend, Lelio Basso. With the support of Algeria under the NLF, Boumediene, I have referred to some of these moments in the history of the Bandung Conference, as well as my modest interventions in these debates. The situation was turned upside down beginning in 1990 with the neo-imperialist offensive that set out to eliminate the role of the United Nations and succeeded. Unfortunately, then Secretary General Kofi Annan, whom I had known as a different person when he worked for Nkrumah, joined in this operation. His Millennium Report seemed to come straight from the offices of the U.S. State Department. Now, the UN no longer represents the international community. The new self-proclaimed international community, formed by the G7, the major imperialist powers, and by the two new democratic republics, Saudi Arabia and Qatar, has replaced these institutions. For the media clergy, who bore us to tears every day with information about the views of this international community, there is no other one. China, Russia, Egypt, Tanzania, India, Venezuela, and all the other countries of the world do not exist for this international community. Thus, what do we do now? The WFA and TWF are today participating in the fight to restore the rights of the only international community possible, the UN. In my recent speech to the Congress of the IADL in Brussels in 2014, I commented on this. On the other side of the world, in Hanoi, the Vietnam Peace and Development Foundation took the initiative in 2009 to establish a network charged with formulating proposals for strengthening South-South cooperation. Madame Bin and her talented collaborator Tran Dak Loi invited me to participate in this initiative. Many colleagues in the WFA, Tu and I responded enthusiastically, of course. I speak in these pages of solidarity among the peoples, nations, and states of the South. I know quite well that states are what they are and are not always true representatives of their peoples. But I'm not one of those who believe that we can change the world without modifying established states. Solidarity among peoples, and the struggle of peoples in their home countries, must and can have the objective of forcing states to change in ways likely to support popular advances. relations of cooperation between the WFA networks and networks from countries of the North, I am now going to broach delicate and difficult questions. The TWF is, as its name indicates, a network of the South. At first, it was strictly Asian and African, as was the NAM, Asia, Africa, plus Cuba, as it was said. Then it was enlarged to include Latin America and the Caribbean by conducting activities in common as frequently and systematically as possible, linking African and Asian networks with networks in Latin American countries that had worked together closely for a long time. Yet the TWF did not intend to forget the North. We thought it was more than useful, necessary, in fact, to make our voices heard in New York, Paris, London, or Tokyo. To draw up a list of meetings between the TWF in the South, or me personally, and persons and organizations in the North would require that I immerse myself into difficult archival work, all the more so because, as I have said, I did not keep a regular datebook that would facilitate the task. When the WFA was created, we well understood that it was different, because it is a world forum that includes the North in its network of collaborators. The task was and is difficult, and we knew it. Without the slightest intention of being malicious, I will say that the historical experience of North-South relations did not make the task easy. Relations among the world states are unequal by definition. There are dominant imperialists on the one hand and dominated peripheries on the other. Certainly, outside of these relations, there are other relations among persons, organizations, even political parties from the North and the South. To be brief, I will note that the communist internationals, just like the churches, formed places for such encounters. Later, with the independence gained by the nations of Asia and Africa, conditions were created that permitted the emergence of socialist or liberal internationals and facilitated meetings between organizations from the South, Bandung affiliated, and some political forces from the North, Europe and Japan, the United States to a lesser degree, that put themselves forward as friends of nations from the South. But the organizations and parties of the South of that era, with national popular tendencies, prioritized their relations with the East of that time, the Soviets and Chinese. That is understandable. The dominant imperialist establishment had, for its part, formed non-governmental, in appearance at least, organizations that were allegedly worldwide. The Society for International Development, headquartered in Rome, is a good example. These networks were formed, pushed by the World Bank, as north to south transmission belts. Decision-making powers were reserved for persons from the North or those from the South who were their devotees. The other representatives from the South occupied only minor roles. For that reason, I refused to join the SID, as was suggested to me. Of course, we had no intention of reproducing an unequal North-South relation in the formation of the WFA. To avoid this danger, we even bent the stick in the other direction, as it is said. That is, we gave to the South a representation that more accurately reflected the reality. The South is the minority that makes up 80% of the global population. There are thus 8 vice presidents in the WFA from the South and 2 from the North. There is 1 executive secretary from the South and 1 from the North. Immediately after its creation, the WFA contacted a large number of European organizations and individuals that we knew were sincere friends of peoples from the South. These include, for example, groups from the European left and the Greens that are linked to them in the European Parliament and in their respective countries: Setateam France, Setim Switzerland, IPALA Spain, Punto Rosso and 2 Manifesto Italy, the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation Germany, the Communist Party and Syriza Greece, and the European Network Transform Europe. We often found ourselves side by side with them in the World Social Forums and European forums. The results of our meetings are, nevertheless, quite meager, and there is no reason to deny it. Responsibilities are shared, and I do not say that out of diplomatic courtesy. I remain severe in my judgments of the new European left, but I am no less so with regard to our lefts in the South. Personally, I am an internationalist along with others, of course, in our WFA, TWF networks. I am among those who believe that a better world can only be built together when and if the radical lefts of the North and South are able to define jointly common strategic objectives and ultimately succeed through the struggles they undertake in producing advances in this direction. That is, win victories, not necessarily the final victory, in their own countries. In my analysis of the history of the 20th century, I reached what I consider to be a sad conclusion. Major progressive transformations on the world scale were initiated by struggles of peoples in the peripheries of the world system through the socialist revolutions Russia, China, Vietnam, and Cuba, and national popular liberation movements of the Bandung era. It was actually these advances that made possible those of the workers in the centers. There would have been no true social democracy whose achievements I do not denigrate, on the contrary, without the communist threat. Nevertheless, the truly anti-imperialist political forces in the North, by that I mean the communist parties of the Third International, did not succeed in overcoming the relative isolation to which they were condemned in their own societies. The tragedy of the 20th century is precisely there, in my opinion, the isolation of the USSR, China, and the countries of the South active in the Bandung era. These countries suffered terribly from the systematic hostility against them from the states of the North and the inability of the radical lefts in those countries to prevent this hostility from reaching full strength. This situation is mainly what lay behind the limitations of what could be achieved in the 20th century in the larger East and South, and even behind the abuses and excesses. The stifling and ultimate collapse of this first wave of attempts to go beyond capitalism and imperialism. To see a repeat of this same failure to achieve effective solidarity in the development of people's struggles in the North and South today, in the 21st century, would be even more tragic. That is why I am an internationalist, to avoid adding to the risks of a tragic failure for everyone. If I judge our European comrades harshly, it is for this reason. Their awareness of the importance of anti-imperialist action is, in large part, far short of what is required. There are several explanations for this state of affairs, of which justifies it. Excesses in countries of the South and East, which do not encourage solidarity with their peoples. The drift of the left in Europe, which originated in historical communism toward a humanist social democrat view of the world. And the focus of Europeans on the problems involved in the construction, reform, reconstruction of the European Union. I made my own analysis of the European situation. I am not going to return to that analysis, and, moreover, obviously do not demand that others agree with me. I am not that presumptuous. It is up to Europeans to define their strategic objectives, to reform and how to succeed in doing so, or deconstruct, without going back to the old nationalism, the European Union. But whatever the response or responses that progressive Europeans give to this challenge, it should in no way reduce their active and determined opposition to the interference and interventions that their imperialist states, aligned with the United States, undertake in the South and East. Europeans should know that, for us, NATO is the enemy. Its interventions, regardless of the pretext invoked, humanitarian or otherwise, are really in pursuit of only one objective: to perpetuate the domination of Western financial monopoly capital in our countries. For me, the alternative is a Europe that is non-imperialist in its relations with the rest of the world. That would be a Europe that places itself outside the triad, that would no longer be subject to orders from Brussels, the Central European Bank, and NATO. I have devoted some space here to assessing the difficult relations between the TWF, WFA, and Europe, and the insufficient results from those relations. I believe that as far as relations between Asia, including China and Japan, are concerned, our Asian comrades Lau Qinqi and others are better placed than I to make a correct assessment. As for the relations between Latin America and the Caribbean on one side and the United States and Canada on the other, our Latin American colleagues are better placed than I to speak of that. If the European reader finds my judgments too harsh, I will respond that they do not appear unjust. Moreover, I am no less harsh in my assessment of struggles in the Greater South. These memoirs should convince any reader of that, toward an assessment of the WFA's activities. The most favorable conjunction of factors for getting out of the current impasse involves combining a widespread demand for democracy with a widespread demand for social management that benefits the working classes. The geometry of these two dimensions is different from one place to another, and from one moment to another. They are variable in space and time. The art of politics in the noble sense of the term is not merely to become part of a particular spatiotemporal arrangement, whether passively or even actively, as do politicians who are avid for power and nothing else, but to act to change the established articulation of these dimensions. In other words, the point should be not to act within the established relations of force, but to act to change them. As always, the future remains uncertain. It is not programmed in advance by any linear determinism whatsoever, such as that of the rationality of the market. History is not written before having been lived. The worst and the best are equally possible. Breakthroughs in the right direction are likely to occur, here and there, without its being possible to predict them with more than an average degree of probability. If these breakthroughs occur in enough places and in a short enough time frame, then perhaps they will snowball and could overturn the world conjuncture. We must work toward that. All of the recent developments, subsequent to the writing of these memoirs, illustrate what I call the autumn of capitalism. But this has not coincided with, or not yet, a true springtime of peoples. The temporal distance between the two defines the nature of our era's tragedy. All societies on Earth, without exception, find themselves in an impasse where the only future ahead seems to be the destruction of human civilization. The reader of my writings will doubtless have come to the same conclusion, if, that is, he or she accepts the analyses I have offered of the Third World, the former socialist countries, and the First World. It may seem pessimistic in the extreme, but that is not how I see it. The point, rather, is that the world capitalist system has reached the end of its historical trajectory and can no longer produce anything positive, if we assume that circumstances will allow it to survive at all. Human civilization is therefore at a dangerous crossroads. It can avoid destruction only by embarking on a new road, an alternative, as they say, which for me is synonymous with the long transition to world socialism. The neoliberal view of the world, though seemingly triumphant, is not viable. But the certainty of its collapse does not guarantee that what follows will automatically take the right path. The demise of liberal capitalism might produce only indescribable chaos, with consequences impossible to predict. This is not, however, the only exit from the impasse in which obsolescent capitalism imprisons humanity. Real forces exist more or less everywhere in the world that might be able to initiate positive changes, forces visible today in the numerous struggles, the scale of which has already shaken neoliberal triumphalism. Capitalism has built a world system and can really be overcome only at the level of the planet. Although national struggles have to be the starting point, without which no progress can be achieved at the level of the world. They are not sufficient because the scope for change that they can unleash is inevitably limited by the constraints of globalization. It is therefore absolutely necessary that these struggles should converge and open a way beyond the logic of capitalist accumulation, both in its national bases and at the regional and global levels. The WFA has a major intellectual responsibility. Our moment is characterized by treason of the intellectuals, in the sense that the overwhelming majority of the experts, including academic ones, no longer seek an alternative for the current system. They close their eyes, not without a degree of cynicism, to the destructive dimensions of this system. Some act to make a fortune in the tradition of pure and simple opportunism. Others busy themselves sterilizing their own critiques by reducing them to the minimum compatible with the main requirements of the authorities. This treason is not surprising. It is always so in all the important moments of the end of an era when the established society declines, but the new has not yet crystallized from qualitative changes. The strongest argument for pessimism about the future is based on the lack of visible subjects capable of undertaking the necessary historical transformation to put an end to the hugely destructive dimensions of obsolescent capitalism. To say that the workers, or even wage and salary earners more generally, constitute such a subject is likely to cause smiles all round. But the optimist that I am will reply that active subjects appear only for relatively brief periods in history, when a favorable combination of circumstances allows the different logics of social existence, economic, political, geostrategic, etc., to converge with one another. At such moments, in ways impossible to predict in advance, potential subjects may crystallize into decisive agents of change. Who could have foretold 2,000 years ago that the great religions Christianity, Islam, Buddhism would become decisive subjects of history? Who predicted that the nascent bourgeoisie of the Italian and Dutch towns would become the decisive subject of modern history, a class for itself with a keen awareness of what it wanted and what it was capable of achieving, which its opponent, the proletariat, had acquired only here and there in short moments of its struggles? And who predicted that certain peoples in the periphery, the Chinese and Vietnamese, were going to take up the challenge and become the most decisive subjects of transformation in the post-war world? This is not to say that present-day social movements will not occasionally constitute themselves into active subjects whose precise shape is difficult to imagine. We need to give constant thought to the precise situations that might permit this, and to the strategies that would make it easier for their different elements to come together. These questions will find adequate answers only out of developments that take shape in the context defined by the state or nation-state, within which political and social choices are decided. But, as I have already said, I believe that the current stage of globalization demands that the most important possible breakthroughs acquire at least a regional presence. Europe, China, India, Southeast Asia, the Arab world, Africa, and Latin America are the major regions of the modern world where, it seems to me, it is possible to envisage the crystallization of alternatives. I will not offer here an appraisal of the WFA's organized activities in response to the challenges described in the preceding analyses. I believe that such an appraisal would be quite useful, and a WFA working group would be capable of doing it. I will content myself with indicating two milestones through which our progress and our weaknesses can be assessed. The WFA Assembly held at Bamako in 2006 that produced the Bamako Appeal, see Appendix C, and the Congress held in Caracas in 2008, the committee reports from which are available on numerous internet sites. We had advanced despite everything, but we noticed that the World Social Forum stagnated. The approach of the great majority of NGOs that set the tone for the WSF does not go beyond the framework of what the existing system can tolerate. The critique of the WSF, laid out in a collective letter drafted in 2005 available on numerous websites, was not listened to, and consequently, the WSF appears to have exhausted its capacities for organizing responses equal to what is required. The text presented later as a conclusion to this chapter reproduces the terms of our critique. Some moving commemorations. I have turned 80 years old. Comrades and friends who are very dear to me thoughtfully organized moving ceremonies to celebrate my 80th birthday. In September 2011, on the occasion of my birthday, my comrades in Cairo organized a colloquium in my honor in which 20 dear friends from 5 continents participated. Beyond the quality of the discussions, this colloquium, which took place on a Nile cruise ship between Aswan and Luxor, brought me much joy and happiness. The Egyptian left also honored me by instituting the Samir Amin Prize, awarded to researchers or activists contributing to the elaboration of common objectives for struggles. It was thus with great emotion that I had the pleasure to award the first prize in October 2012 to Ahmad El-Nagar, who produced a remarkable work of synthesis on the demands of various segments of the Egyptian popular movement. In Dakar, on the occasion of the WSF of February 2011, in the course of which the excellent participation of the TWF-WFA networks was duly noted. Qadesria also honored me by organizing a session devoted to my written work and to the initiatives I have taken over the course of the preceding decades to establish Pan-African institutions as an integral part of the liberation of the continent's peoples and nations. The Executive Secretary, Ibrahima Sall, and my friend Moussa Dembele published on this occasion a work dedicated to my activities, which touched me greatly. The preceding year, Issa Shivji organized an event of the same kind, accompanied by lectures in Dar es Salaam within the framework of the Julius Nyerere Foundation, whose activities he coordinated. On this occasion, I wanted to offer to a large audience of thousands of young people a general survey of the challenges confronting the continent's peoples, with a view to beginning a second wave of struggles for liberation and progress, taking up the torch of the Bandung era to advance the clear definition of objectives and means. The youth of Dar had prepared banners with my portrait and that of Julius Nyerere. As this was in the middle of an electoral campaign, I pointed out that I was not a candidate for the presidency. In Bamako in 2010, on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of Mali's independence, the RDA, originally US RDA, and Aminata Di Traore brought together some old-timers who were still alive, but also many young people who did not want to forget the lessons of their history. They did me the honor of requesting that I present the 1960-1965 Malian Plan and its achievements. In 2009, the committee of the Ibn Rushd Prize in Berlin, made up of well-known and respected Arab thinkers, writers, and artists, did me the honor of awarding me the prize. This recognition of my modest contributions to the cause of the liberation and progress of Arab peoples deeply moved me. Appendix 1, Chapter 7, IS the World Social Forum. Useful for popular struggles? Is the social forum approach useful? The author drafted the following text in 2008 in close consultation with François Hotard. The undeniable success of the World Social Forums, WSFS, as well as the national and regional forums from the first one up to the seventh, shows that the approach met an actual objective need, felt by many activists and movements involved in fighting against neoliberalism and the aggressions, including military, of imperialism. In these struggles, movements and activists have made many reforms to their forms of organization and ways of actively intervening in society. Yes, the left's dominant political culture in the 19th and 20th centuries had been characterized by the hierarchical, vertical organization of parties, unions, and associations. In the circumstances of that time, the movements they led transformed the world in a direction that was generally favorable to the working classes. Radical and reformist social transformations, revolutions, and national liberations. Nevertheless, the limitations and contradictions characteristic of these forms of action appeared forcefully beginning in the 1980s and 1990s. The democratic deficit of these forms, with organizations going as far as proclaiming themselves to be an avant-garde, armed with scientific knowledge and effective strategy, lies behind the later disappointments. The least that can be said about the regimes carried to power by these reforms and revolutions is that they frequently did not keep their promises and often degenerated, sometimes in criminal directions. These failures made possible the resumption of the offensive by dominant capital and imperialism. 2. The moment of euphoria for capital and imperialism, which moved on to the offensive under the banner of neoliberalism and globalization, was short-lived. The working classes quickly began to resist this offensive. Yes, generally speaking, this first wave of struggles is situated on terrains of resistance to the offensive in all of its many dimensions. Resistance to economic neoliberalism, the dismantling of social achievements, police repression, and the military aggressions by U.S. imperialism and its allies. The chain of these terrains of resistance is continuous and, depending on the circumstances of place, the struggles are conducted on the main terrain of the immediate challenge confronting the peoples in question. In this sense, the demand in one place to regulate the market, in another to protect the rights of women, in yet another to defend the environment, to support public services, to protect democracy. Along with armed resistance to the aggression of the United States and its allies in regions such as the Middle East, Iraq, Palestine, Lebanon, are all connected to one another. Peoples have been innovative in these resistance struggles. Many of the older political forces of the organized left have remained aloof and tentative in the face of aggressions, sometimes even moving to support liberal and imperialist choices. New forces began the movement, sometimes in an almost spontaneous way. As these forces have developed, they have promoted the fundamental principle of democratic practice. They reject a vertical hierarchy and promote horizontal forms of cooperation and action. This advance in democratic awareness should be considered a civilizational advance. To the extent that it is reflected in the social forums, the latter should then be considered to be perfectly useful to the development of current struggles. 3. Resistance struggles have recorded undeniable victories. They have only begun the defeat of the offensive of capital and imperialism. This setback is clear in every aspect of the offensive. The U.S. project for military control of the planet, which is indispensable to guarantee the success of existing globalization, along with the preventive wars undertaken to ensure its effectiveness invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq occupation of Palestine aggression against Lebanon, have already visibly suffered a political defeat. The so-called neoliberal economic and social project, designed to provide a strong and stable foundation for capital accumulation to ensure the maximum rate of profit at any price, is incapable of imposing its conditions. According to the institutions that are its originators, the World Bank, the IMF, the WTO, the European Union, the project has broken down, the Doha cycle of the WTO is at an impasse, the IMF is in financial collapse, etc. The threat of a violent economic and financial crisis is on the agenda. 4. Nevertheless, there is no room to be too self-congratulatory on these successes. They will remain insufficient to transform the social and political relations of force in favor of the working classes, and, consequently, remain vulnerable so long as the movement does not pass from defensive resistance to the offensive. Only going on the offensive can open the way to the construction of a positive alternative, that is, another possible world, and a better one, of course. The challenge confronting the peoples in struggle is entirely found in the response that they choose to give to the question posed here. In terms strongly expressed by Hautart, to pass from the collective awareness of the challenges to building active social agents for transformation. This challenge obviously involves, beyond the forums, the peoples themselves. To what extent does collective awareness find expression in the forums? Such awareness is certainly present, but in unequal levels of maturity, as always in history, depending on the moments, the places, and the movements concerned. But beyond that, do the forums contribute to the necessary progress from this awareness to the building of agents of transformation? I shall attempt to answer this question later. Progress is and will be difficult because it implies I, radicalization of struggles, and I, their convergence and diversity, to use the expression of the WFA in common action plans, which imply a strategic political vision and the definition of immediate and more distant objectives, the perspective that defines the alternative. Radicalizing struggles is not the equivalent of radicalizing their rhetoric. Rather, it is the articulation of these struggles with the alternative project proposed as a substitute for the established systems of social power. In other words, it is necessary to build social hegemonies, class alliances, and compromises that aim to be alternatives to the social hegemonies in power, the alliances dominated by capital imperialism, and the local comprador classes serving the latter. A vague coordination of struggles, or even simply exchanges of views, does not in itself create the conditions to transcend fragmentation and the consequent weakness. Convergence can only be the result of a politicization in the good sense of the term of fragmented movements. This requirement is actively countered by the rhetoric of apolitical civil society, an ideology imported directly from the United States which continues to wreak havoc. Convergence and diversity and the radicalization of struggles will find their expressions in the inescapable construction of stages. Some do not even want to hear the term evoked, as it appears to them synonymous with compromise and opportunism that allows advances in democratization understood as a process without an end, and not as a system established once and for all with Western representative political democracy as model, combined with and not separate from social progress, and assertion of the sovereignty of states, nations, and peoples, requiring forms of globalization that are negotiated and not unilaterally imposed by capital and imperialism. Certainly not everyone accepts these definitions of the content of an alternative construction. Some consider that democracy, multiple parties and elections, even if dissociated from the social question subject to market requirements, is better than nothing. It remains the case that the Asian and African peoples do not, as a whole, appear disposed to fight for this form of democracy, dissociated from social progress, and even linked to social regression at the present time. They often prefer to join para-religious ethnic movements that are not at all democratic. We can lament this, but it would be more helpful to ask why. Democracy can neither be exported by Europe, nor imposed by the United States. It can only come about through struggles for social progress by the peoples of the South, just as the European peoples did, and still do. The very mention of the nation, national independence, and sovereignty causes some people's skin to crawl. Sovereigntism is almost always considered to be a defect of the past. The nation should be thrown in the garbage. Besides, globalization has already made it obsolete. Popular in the European middle classes for obvious reasons linked to the problems of constructing the EU, this thesis finds no echo in the South, or, moreover, in the United States and Japan. Transformation by steps does not exclude the affirmation of a long-term prospect. For some, like the author of these lines, that prospect is socialism for the 21st century. Others reject socialism, now permanently contaminated for them by its practice in the past century. But even if the principle of convergence is accepted, its implementation will remain difficult because it is necessary to reconcile advances in the practice of democracy achieved in and through struggles necessarily, giving up any nostalgia for movements controlled by avant-gardes, and, 2, the requirements for unity in action, modest or ambitious depending on local national conjunctures. Not everyone accepts the principle of a necessary convergence. Some so-called autonomist currents, more or less inspired by postmodernist ideas, reject it. The movements they lead should be respected as such. They are part of a common struggle. Some go as far as claiming that the movement, even if it be fragmented, itself constructs the alternative, to the point of contending that the individual subject is already on the way to becoming the agent of transformation, Antonio Negri's theoretical view. One can, of course, not support this thesis. That is probably the case for most of the powerful popular movements involved in large and important struggles. We can also expect hope that organizations inherited from the past, political parties, unions, etc., are capable of transforming themselves in the direction of required democratic practices. The thinkers of the autonomist currents assert that it is possible to change the world without taking power. History will say whether that is possible or illusory. In any case, whether we are talking about large organizations or small ones, the main line of conflict pits the logic of struggle, which privileges the requirements of the latter, against the logic of organization, which privileges the interests represented by established leaderships, or those aspiring to become leaders, who wish to participate in established power structures, and, consequently, encourages opportunism. Convergence cannot be built on the world and regional levels if it is not first established on the national level because, whether one likes it or not, the latter defines and frames concrete challenges, and it is at this level that a radical change in the social and political relations of force benefiting the working classes will or will not occur. Regional and world levels can reflect national advances and certainly facilitate them, or at least not be a handicap, but not much more. 5. Advances in the direction of opening the way to building an alternative are taking place right now in Latin America. This is an evident contrast with their absence or near absence in Europe, Asia, and Africa. These advances in Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela, Bolivia, and Ecuador, and their visible success, which might become possible elsewhere. Mexico, Peru, Nicaragua are precisely the result of the radicalization of movements that have achieved an effective critical mass and political convergence. These are revolutionary advances in the sense that they have begun a change in social and political relations in favor of the working classes. Their success is due to their practice, which combines democratic management of the movements with the political crystallization of their projects, thereby overcoming the fragmentation still dominant elsewhere. Who would deny that the state powers produced by these advances pose a problem, that they might sink under pressure from external constraints and from local privileged classes? Must we then spurn the possibilities that these changes of power open to popular movements? These powers make possible other advances, based on combining and not keeping separate assertion of national independence vis-a-vis the United States, democratization, and social progress. Elsewhere, the reality, despite the struggles undertaken, is less advantageous. In Europe, the priority given to construction of the European Union encourages a shift towards social liberalism and the illusions maintained by the rhetoric of the Third Way and capitalism with a human face. Will the movement succeed in overcoming these weaknesses on its own? Personally, I strongly doubt it, and I think that decisive changes in the orientation of political power are a precondition. Particularly a break with Atlanticism. NATO is the enemy of the European peoples. Others do not think so. In Eastern Europe, which is becoming in its actual relations with Germany and Western Europe similar to what Latin America was and still is in its relations with the United States, the illusions are even greater. In Asia and Africa, we are currently witnessing deviations that can only be described as culturalist. These nourish the illusion of supposed civilizational projects based on para-religious or ethnic organizations. In this context, the rhetoric on cultural diversity often comes to the aid of those trapped in such impasses. This rhetoric is completely tolerated and even encouraged by capital and imperialism. It is necessary to find out more about how the advances were made in some places, on the one hand, and more about the reason for the movement's relative stagnation, even decline or defeat, on the other. That should be an essential focus for numerous debates, in the forums and elsewhere. The world forums, essentially meeting places, are poorly equipped to offer an adequate framework for extending these debates. National or even regional forums are much better, or could be. 6. The proposals drawn up in the Bamako Appeal, January 2006, intentionally called for giving more importance to extensive debates of this kind. These are only proposals, and not imposed decisions besides. Who would have the audacity to do that without the actual power to follow up on them? Naturally, they were rejected in principle by extreme autonomous currents and the huge number of apolitical NGOs. But they are gaining ground elsewhere. The WSF Charter does not prohibit in any way initiatives like the Bamako Appeal, which was, by the way, endorsed by the assemblies of movements. Yet this initiative has irritated the WSF Secretariat. Why? Perhaps because it does not fundamentally share the proposals contained in the appeal. Must we conclude from this that the Secretariat has in fact sided with the apolitical NGOs and maybe the extreme autonomist currents to close the forum to other currents of action? Who would deny that the appeal, drafted by 200 participants in one day and night, has inadequacies, even contradictions? But is it necessary to accuse its drafters of intellectual arrogance, of outmoded avant-gardist attitudes, even of dangerous political motives? It would have to be demonstrated that the extreme autonomist currents produce nothing that is not the spontaneous, eloquent, and coherent result of the direct expression of the masses, that the intellectuals that formulate the theses of these currents do not exist. It would have to be demonstrated that the apolitical NGOs do not use language that has an obvious political meaning by embracing the rhetoric of government institutions, reduction in poverty, good governance, exacerbated culturalism, etc. 7. The World Forums have a history and a prehistory. They did not suddenly appear without any preparation. Hautart, Bernard Casson, and others have recalled the essential stages of this history since the anti-Davos at Davos 1999 and other initiatives. To offer an evaluation of their development over the last 7 years is not the purpose of this paper. Even if it is thought that their success is certain and their impact real, which is what we think, it remains the case that the emphasis should be placed not on self-congratulations, but on the weaknesses. The institutions responsible for the actual management of the forums are diverse Secretariat International Council, leaderships of the main movements and NGOs represented. They are sites of power, by definition and as always, and it would be naive to ignore this. The often dominant concern is to self-evaluate with regard to internal criteria of performance. Often quite banal number of participants, number perhaps quality of debates, material questions of organization. The real criterion of evaluation is external to the forums. Do they contribute to the progress of, rather than stagnation of even decline in, struggles? It would be desirable if this dimension of evaluation were to find a wider echo in the assemblies and meetings organized by these institutions. Carrying the critique a little further, we dare to say that the World Forums suffer from a growing imbalance in the nature of their participants. Attendance is extremely costly in both money and intellectual work. Thus, it is not surprising that the forums attract more NGOs sometimes obviously devoted to supporting struggles with the personnel and financial means from the North, but also, to be blunt, from their clients in the South, than large movements in struggle. Hundreds of millions of peasants involved in ferocious battles or entire peoples facing the machine guns and bombs of the imperialist occupier occasionally make their voices heard in a workshop, but many other organizations, sometimes insignificant given the scope of their activities, have 10 workshops to present their propaganda. Quite frankly, some of these organizations are part of the system and are safety valves, rather than being part of the alternative. The question of opening up the forums, the principle of which should not be questioned, is problematic. However, the way this is managed should be subject to closer scrutiny. These flaws of the World Forums are also found in the national forums, but here the immediate proximity of the forces fighting against the existing order favors overcoming the weaknesses mentioned here, at least potentially. Any balance sheet, positive or less positive, depends on the concrete conditions of locale and the nature of the handicaps national political competition, as well as favorable factors radicalization of struggles. 8. Reconstructing a front of countries and peoples of the South is one of the fundamental conditions for the emergence of another world not founded on imperialist domination. Without underestimating the importance of all kinds of transformations originating in the societies of the North in the past and present, it should be emphasized that they have remained, up to now, tied to imperialism. It should not be surprising, then, that the great transformations on the world scale originated in the revolt of peoples in the peripheries. From the Russian Revolution, the weak link of that time, to the Chinese Revolution and the non-aligned movement Bandung that, for a time, forced imperialism to adjust to demands that conflicted with the logic of its expansion. The page of the Bandung Conference and the tricontinental of a globalization that was multipolar has turned. The conditions of existing globalization prohibit a remake of the Bandung Conference. The current ruling classes in the countries of the South are attempting to be part of this globalization, which they sometimes hope to bend in their favor, but which they do not fight. These can be divided into two groups, those who have a national project, the nature of which, mainly capitalist but nuanced by concessions or not, to the working classes. Yet an open or muted conflict with imperialism should be discussed on a case-by-case basis, such as China or the emergent countries of Asia and Latin America, and those who do not have such a project and accept having to adjust unilaterally to imperialist requirements. These, then, are comprador ruling classes. Various kinds of alliances are emerging between states, governments, some of which can be seen within the WWTO. We should not spurn the possibilities that such alliances might open for movements of the working classes, without, of course, having any illusions. Is a front of the peoples of the South possible, one that goes beyond the rapprochements between the ruling classes? The construction of such a front is difficult since it is set back by the culturalist deviations mentioned above and results in confrontations between peoples of the South on pseudo-religious or pseudo-ethnic bases. It will be less problematic if and insofar as the states that have a project could, under pressure from their peoples, move in a more resolutely anti-imperialist direction. But that implies that their projects set aside any illusions that national capitalist governments are resolutely and exclusively able to modify imperialist globalization in their favor and become active agents in that globalization, participating in forming the world system, and not unilaterally adjusting to it. These illusions are still widespread and reinforced by the rhetoric that flatters the emergent countries on the way to catching up, developed by institutions in the service of imperialism. But insofar as facts come to contradict these illusions, national, popular, and anti-imperialist blocs might once again pave the way to an internationalism of peoples. We can only hope that progressive forces in the North will understand and support this. 9. In conclusion, one could say that the future of the forums depends less on what might happen within them than what might develop elsewhere, in the struggles of peoples and the evolution of the geostrategy of states. This conclusion should not lead to any pessimism concerning the forums, but it should lead to a degree of modesty when evaluating their achievements. Other forms of intervention are necessary at the same time as, and not in conflict with, undertaking actions within the forums. This should allow an expansion of debates and discussions with a view toward organizing joint actions beyond a day of world protest against the debt, or against preventive wars, or in favor of women's rights, or in support of access to water, etc. The WFA has been committed to this path since its inception in 1997. A network of numerous think tanks directly connected with social and political forces struggling against the system. It attempts to organize working groups, and not only exchanges of views, and perhaps facilitates the emergence of joint action fronts. For your information, these are groups of union members: Reconstruct the United Front of Labor, peasant movements, mandate access to the land for the benefit of all peasants, and political forces not aligned on the global politics of capital and imperialism, working on questions of international law or for reform of the United Nations and systems for economic management of globalization, etc. Many other national, regional, and world networks are developing praiseworthy efforts moving in comparable directions. I shall not list them all here, but mention only, as examples, Attack in France, the work of Focus on the Global South and Arena. As a way to strengthen the effectiveness of the forums, it would be highly desirable if these programs found a greater presence there. Appendix 2, Chapter 7, Audacity, More Audacity. The following text takes up, in a shortened form, propositions developed in my book, The Implosion of Contemporary Capitalism. The reader should also read the program of the WFAWF for March 15, 2014. Appendix B. The historical circumstances created by the implosion of contemporary capitalism require the radical left in the North as well as the South to be bold in formulating its political alternative to the existing system. This system is visibly incapable of overcoming its growing internal contradictions and is condemned to continue on its insane path. But up to now, the strategy deployed by the monopolies has always given the desired results. Austerity plans are always successfully imposed in spite of resistance. The initiative has always remained up to now in the hands of the monopolies, the markets, and their political servants, the governments that submit their decisions to the so-called requirements of the market. Faced with a war declared by monopoly capital, workers and peoples must develop strategies that allow them to move to the offensive. This conjuncture of social war is necessarily accompanied by the proliferation of international political conflicts and military interventions by the imperialist powers of the Triad. The strategy of military control of the planet by the armed forces of the United States and its subordinate NATO allies is ultimately the only way in which the imperialist monopolies of the Triad can expect to continue their domination over the peoples, nations, and states of the South. Faced with this challenge, what alternatives are being proposed? First response: market regulation, financial and otherwise. These are initiatives that monopolies and governments claim they are pursuing. It is only empty rhetoric designed to mislead public opinion. These initiatives cannot stop the mad rush for financial return that is the result of the logic of accumulation controlled by monopolies. They are therefore a false alternative, and the Stiglitz Commission was designed to promote it. Second response: a return to the post-war models. This response fuels three forms of nostalgia. I, the rebuilding of a true social democracy in the West. T, the resurrection of socialisms, founded on the principles that governed those of the 20th century. And T, the return to formulas of popular nationalism in the peripheries of the South. These nostalgias imagine that it is possible to roll back monopoly capitalism, forcing it to regress to what it was in 1945. But history never allows such returns to the past. Capitalism must be confronted as it is today, not as what we would have wished it to be by imagining the blocking of its evolution. However, these longings continue to haunt large segments of the left throughout the world. Third response, the search for a humanist consensus. I define this pious wish in the following way: the illusion that a consensus among fundamentally conflicting interests would be possible. Naive ecology movements, among others, share this illusion. Fourth response, the illusions of the past. These illusions invoke specificity and right to difference without bothering to understand their scope and meaning. In this view, the past has already answered future questions. These culturalisms can take many para-religious or ethnic forms. Theocracies and ethnocracies become convenient substitutes for the democratic social struggles that have been cleared from the agenda. Fifth response, the priority of personal freedom. The range of responses based on this priority, considering the exclusive supreme value, includes in its ranks the diehards of representative electoral democracy, which they equate with democracy itself. The formula separates the democratization of societies from social progress, and even tolerates a de facto association with social regression in order not to risk discrediting democracy, now reduced to the status of a tragic farce. But there are even more dangerous forms of this position. I'm referring here to some common postmodernist currents, such as that of Negri in particular, who imagine that the individual has already become the subject of history, as if communism, which will allow the individual to be emancipated from alienation and actually become the subject of history, were already here. The war declared by the generalized monopoly capitalism of contemporary imperialism has nothing to fear from the false alternatives I have just outlined. So what is to be done? This moment offers us the historic opportunity to go much further, it demands, as the only effective response. A bold and audacious radicalization in the formulation of alternatives capable of moving workers and peoples to take the offensive to defeat their adversaries' strategy of war. Audacious programs for the radical left. I will organize the following general proposals under 3 headings. I socialize the ownership of monopolies, T, definancialize the management of the economy, and T, deglobalize international relations. Socialize the ownership of monopolies. The effectiveness of the alternative response necessarily requires the questioning of the very principle of private property of monopoly capital. Monopolies are institutional bodies that must be managed according to the principles of democracy, in direct conflict with those who sanctify private property. Although the term commons, imported from the Anglo-Saxon world, is itself ambiguous because it is always disconnected from the debate on the meaning of social conflicts, Anglo-Saxon language deliberately ignores the reality of social classes. The term could be invoked here specifically to call monopolies part of the commons. The abolition of the private ownership of monopolies takes place through their nationalization. This first legal action is unavoidable, but audacity here means going beyond that step to propose plans for the socialization of the management of nationalized monopolies and the promotion of democratic social struggles on this long road. I shall give here a concrete example of what could be involved in these socialization plans. Capitalist farmers, those of developed countries, like peasant farmers, mostly in the South, are all prisoners of both the upstream monopolies that provide inputs and credit and the downstream ones on which they depend for processing, transportation, and marketing of their products. Therefore, they have no real autonomy in their decisions. In addition, the productivity gains they make are siphoned off by the monopolies that have reduced producers to the status of subcontractors. What is the possible alternative? Public institutions working within a legal framework that would set the mode of governance must replace the monopolies. These would constitute the representatives of I farmers, the principal interests, II upstream units, manufacturers of inputs, banks, and downstream units, food industry, retail chains, T consumers, I local authorities interested in the natural and social environment, schools, hospitals, urban planning and housing, transportation, and V the state citizens. Representatives of these components would be self-selected according to procedures consistent with their own mode of socialized management, such as units of production of inputs that are themselves managed by directorates of workers directly, employed by the units concerned, as well as those who are employed by subcontracting units, and so on. These structures should be designed to associate management personnel with each of these levels, such as centers for independent and appropriate scientific and technological research. We are therefore talking about institutional approaches that are more complex than the self-managed or cooperative forms we have known. Ways of working need to be invented that allow the exercise of genuine democracy in the management of the economy, based on open negotiation among all interested parties. The proposed procedure abolishes the power by which the monopolies exploit workers and subcontractors using the mandatory system of prices. This monopoly power is replaced with social power based on solidarity and an authentically just price system based on an equal rate of profit for everyone. This system then allows another development, one that is more effective and more rational because it responds to the collective choices of society and thereby involves the entire productive system in real progress. and avoids the destruction characteristic of monopoly capitalism. This system opens the state capitalist model toward further evolution toward socialism. It could be considered a form of market socialism necessary at this stage. This is only a particular example from one sector of the economy, in this case, agricultural production. In the proposals I am making, I am respecting the constraints in which we find ourselves at present, particularly the large production units. The proposed methods of social reorganization are aimed at a single objective: to abolish the control of capital today, the generalized monopolies over production, and begin to substitute forms of management based on democracy and negotiation among the partners in the modern extensive division of labor. The nationalization, socialization of monopolies addresses a fundamental need at the central axis of the challenge confronting workers and peoples under the contemporary capitalism of generalized monopolies. It is the only way to stop the accumulation by dispossession that is driving the management of the economy by the monopolies. This solution does not intend to define the fundamental nature of any future communism. It simply responds to the immediate challenge to begin the process of ending capitalism by building the first stage of the long transition to socialism. This socialism has hardly left the entrails of capitalism, as Marx said, and the proposed step still bears traces of it. Nevertheless, based on the abolition of monopoly capitalist property, it is what I call a revolutionary advance that, by means of the democratic debate it fosters, prepares the terrain for later advances on the long road to communism. Definancialization, a world without Wall Street. Of course, the nationalization, socialization of monopolies also applies to banks, at least the major ones. But the socialization of their intervention, credit policies, has specific characteristics that require an appropriate design in the constitution of their directorates. Nationalization, in the classical sense of the term, implies only the substitution of the state for the boards of directors formed by private shareholders. This would permit, in principle, implementation of bank credit policies formulated by the state, which is no small thing. But it is certainly not sufficient when we consider that socialization requires the direct participation in the management of the bank by the relevant social partners. Here, the self-management of banks by their staff would not be appropriate. The staff concerned should certainly be involved in decisions about their working conditions, but little else, because it is not their place to determine the credit policies to be implemented. If the directorates must deal with the conflicts of interest of those who provide loans, the banks, and those who receive them, the enterprises, the formula for the composition of directorates must be designed to take into account what the enterprises are and what they require. A restructuring of the banking system, which has become overly centralized since the regulatory frameworks of the past 2 centuries were abandoned over the past 4 decades, is necessary. There is a strong argument to justify the reconstruction of banking specialization according to the requirements of the recipients of their credit, as well as their economic function provision of short-term liquidity, contributing to the financing of investments in the medium and long term. We could then, for example, create an agriculture bank, or a coordinated ensemble of agriculture banks whose clientele is composed not only of farmers and peasants, but also those involved in the upstream and downstream of agriculture described above. The bank's directorate would involve, on the one hand, the bankers, staff officers of the bank, who would have been recruited by the directorate, and on the other, clients, farmers or peasants, and other upstream and downstream entities. We can imagine other sets of articulated banking systems, appropriate to various industrial sectors, in which the directorates would involve the industrial clients, centers of research and technology, and services to ensure control of the ecological impact of the industry, thus ensuring minimal risk while recognizing that no human action is completely without risk, and subject to transparent democratic debate. The definancialization of economic management would also require 2 sets of legislation. The first concerns the authority of a sovereign state to ban speculative hedge funds operations in its territory. The second concerns pension funds, which are now major operators in the financialization of the economic system. These funds were designed, first in the United States of course, to transfer to employees the risks normally incurred by capital, which are the reasons invoked to justify capital's remuneration. So this is a scandalous arrangement, in clear contradiction even with the ideological defense of capitalism. But this invention is an ideal instrument for the strategies of accumulation dominated by monopolies. The abolition of pension funds is necessary, and they should be replaced by distributive pension systems, which, by their very nature, require and allow democratic debate to determine the amounts and periods of assessment and the relationship between the amounts of pensions and salaries. In a democracy that respects social rights, these pension systems are universally available to all workers. Definancialization certainly does not mean the abolition of macroeconomic policy, and in particular the macro management of credit. On the contrary, it restores its efficiency by freeing it from its subjugation to the strategies of rent-seeking monopolies. The restoration of the powers of national central banks, no longer independent, but dependent on both the state and markets regulated by the democratic negotiation of social partners, gives the formulation of macro credit policy its effectiveness in the service of socialized management of the economy. At the international level, delinking Here I use the term delinking that I proposed half a century ago, a term that the contemporary discourse appears to have replaced with the synonym deglobalization. I have never conceptualized delinking as an autarkic retreat, but rather as a strategic reversal in the face of both internal and external forces, in response to the unavoidable requirements of self-determined development. Delinking promotes the reconstruction of a globalization based on negotiation, rather than submission to the exclusive interests of the imperialist monopolies. It also makes possible the reduction of international inequalities. Delinking is necessary because the measures advocated in the two previous sections can never really be implemented at the global scale, or even at a regional level, for example, Europe. They can only be initiated in the context of states, nations with advanced radical social and political struggles, committed to a process of socialization of the management of their economy. Imperialism, in the form that it took until just after the Second World War, had created the contrast between industrialized imperialist centers and dominated peripheries, where industry was prohibited. The victories of national liberation movements began the process of the industrialization of the peripheries through the implementation of delinking policies required for the option of self-reliant development. Associated with social reforms that were at times radical, these delinking policies created the conditions for the eventual emergence of those countries that had gone furthest in this direction, with China leading the pack, of course. But the imperialism of the current era, the imperialism of the triad, was forced to retreat and adjust itself to the conditions of this new era, rebuild itself on new foundations, based on the advantages or monopolies of control through which it sought to hold on to the privilege of exclusivity. I have classified these monopolies of control into 5 categories. I, technology; T, access to natural resources of the planet; T, global integration of the monetary and financial system; IV, systems of communication and information; and V, weapons of mass destruction. The main form of delinking today is thus defined precisely by the challenge to these 5 privileges of contemporary imperialism. Emerging countries are engaged in delinking from these 5 privileges, with varying degrees of control and self-determination, of course, while earlier success in delinking over the past 2 decades enabled them to accelerate their development, in particular through industrial development within the globalized liberal system using capitalist means. This success has fueled delusions about the possibility of continuing on this path, that is to say, emerging as new, equal capitalist partners. The attempt to co-opt the most prestigious of these countries with the creation of the G20 has encouraged these illusions. But with the current ongoing implosion of the imperialist system called globalization, these illusions are likely to dissipate. The conflict between the imperialist powers of the triad and emerging countries is already visible and is expected to worsen. If they want to move forward, the societies of emerging countries will be forced to turn more toward self-reliant modes of development through national plans and by strengthening South-South cooperation. Audacity, under such circumstances, involves being committed vigorously and consistently toward achieving this goal, bringing together the required measures of delinking with the desired advances in social progress. The goal of this radicalization is threefold: the democratization of society, the consequent social progress achieved, and the taking of anti-imperialist positions. A commitment to this direction is possible not only for societies in emerging countries, but also in the abandoned or the written-off countries of the global South. These countries had been effectively recolonized through the structural adjustment programs of the 1980s. Their peoples are now in open revolt, whether they have already scored victories, South America, or not, in the Arab world. Audacity here means that the radical left in these societies must have the courage to assess the challenges they face and to support the continuation and radicalization of the necessary struggles that are in progress. The delinking of the South prepares the way for the deconstruction of the imperialist system itself. This is particularly apparent in areas affected by the management of the global monetary and financial system, since it is the result of the hegemony of the dollar. But beware, it is an illusion to expect to substitute for this system another world monetary and financial system that is better balanced and favorable to the development of the peripheries. As always, the search for a consensus over international reconstruction from above is mere wishful thinking akin to waiting for a miracle. What is on the agenda now is the deconstruction of the existing system, that is, its implosion, and a reconstruction of national alternative systems for countries or continents or regions, as some projects in South America have already begun. Audacity here is to have the courage to move forward with the strongest determination possible without too much concern about the reaction of imperialism. This same issue of delinking or dismantling is also of relevance to Europe, which is a subset of globalization dominated by monopolies. The European project was designed from the outset and built systematically to dispossess its peoples of their ability to exercise their democratic power. The European Union was established as a protectorate of the monopolies. Its submission to these monopolies effectively abolishes democracy, reduced to a farce. Now, with the implosion of the Eurozone, this submission takes on extreme forms. How are the markets, that is, the monopolies, reacting? That is the only question posed now. How the people might react is no longer given the slightest consideration. It is thus obvious that here, too, there is no alternative to audacity, disobeying the rules imposed by the European Constitution and the imaginary central bank of the euro. In other words, there is no alternative to deconstructing the institutions of Europe and the Eurozone. This is the unavoidable prerequisite for the eventual reconstruction of another Europe of peoples and nations. In conclusion, audacity, more audacity, always audacity. What I mean by audacity is, therefore, for the radical left in the societies of the imperialist triad to engage in building an alternative anti-monopoly social bloc. For the radical left in the societies of the peripheries to engage in building an alternative anti-comprador social bloc. We are in a crucial period of history. The only legitimacy of capitalism is to have created the conditions for passing on to socialism, understood as a higher stage of civilization. Capitalism is now an obsolete system, its continuation leading only to barbarism. No other capitalism is possible. The outcome of a clash of civilizations is, as always, uncertain. Either the radical left will succeed through the audacity of its initiatives to make revolutionary advances, the counter-revolution will win. There is no lasting compromise between these two responses to the challenge. All the strategies of the non-radical left are non-strategies. They are merely day-to-day adjustments to the vicissitudes of the imploding system. And while the powers that want, like Le Guépard, the leopard, to change everything so that nothing changes, the candidates of the left believe it is possible to change life without touching the power of. The non-radical left will not stop the triumph of capitalist barbarism. They have already lost the battle because they do not want to take it on. Audacity is necessary so that we can make sure the autumn of capitalism, announced by the system's implosion that coincides with a genuine springtime of peoples, has now become possible. The North and the question of imperialism. The conflict between the North centers and the South peripheries is an inherent part of the entire history of capitalist development. Historical capitalism, there is no other except in the unreal world of liberal doctrine, merges with the history of world conquest by Europeans and their descendants, who made the United States and Canada and Australia. This conquest was victorious for 4 centuries, from 1492 to 1914, before which the resistance of victim peoples had always failed. Such success made it possible to legitimize the conquest by citing the obvious superiority of the European system, synonymous with modernity, progress, and happiness, to use the terms from English utilitarianism, the foundation of Eurocentrism. The successful conquest persuaded the peoples of the imperialist centers, originally all Europeans, to which were added the Japanese who chose to imitate their predecessors, but excluding the Latin Americans, that they have a preferential right to the world's wealth. This is really a type of deep-seated racism, one that no longer takes on the elementary form of belief in the inequality of races. This phase of history is coming to an end, called into question by the awakening of the South. This awakening began in the 20th century with the revolutions carried out in the name of socialism, first in the Russian semi-periphery, followed by China, Vietnam, and Cuba in the periphery, and with the national liberation movements in Asia and Africa, plus advances in Latin America. I have offered, practically throughout all my writings, concrete analyses of these challenges, as well as more theoretical and general analyses of their connection with transformations of the capitalist imperialist system. Gabriella Raffinelli's small book, published in 2013, offers an excellent synthesis of my theses. In these memoirs, I have added a more personal note to all that. The struggle of the peoples of the South for their liberation, now victorious overall, is closely connected with the challenge to capitalism. The conjunction is inevitable. The conflicts between capitalism and socialism and between the North and the South are inseparable. No socialism is conceivable outside of universalism, which implies equality of peoples. In the countries of the South, the majority are victims of the system, whereas in those of the North, they are the beneficiaries. Both know this perfectly well, although often they are resigned to it in the South or pleased about it in the North. Thus, it is not by chance that the radical transformation of the system is not on the agenda in the North, whereas the South continues to be the zone of storms, repeated revolts, some of which are potentially revolutionary. Consequently, initiatives of peoples from the South have been decisive in transforming the world, as the entire history of the 20th century clearly demonstrates. Class struggles in the North have primarily been focused on economic demands that, in general, do not call into question either the ownership of capital or the imperialist world order. That is particularly visible in the United States, which I explain by the effects of successive waves of immigration that prevented the politicization of social struggles and led instead to the assertion of communitarianism within the context of a political culture of consensus. The situation is more complex in Europe because of its political culture of conflict between right and left, beginning with the Enlightenment and the French Revolution, then followed by the formation of a socialist workers' movement and the Russian Revolution. Nevertheless, the Americanization of European societies, underway since 1950, has gradually attenuated this contrast. Therefore, the changes in comparative competitiveness in the economies of central capitalism, associated with the unequal development of social struggles, do not deserve to be placed at the center of transformations of the world system, or at the heart of the different possible variations in the relations between the United States and Europe, as many partisans of the European project think. As for the revolts in the South, when they become more radical, they come up against the challenges of underdevelopment. Consequently, their socialisms always include contradictions between initial intentions and the realities of the possible but difficult. Conjunction between the struggles of peoples in the South with those in the North is the only way to go beyond the limitations of both. This conjunction defines my reading of Marxism, which begins with Marx but refuses to stop at him, Lenin, or Mao. In my view, Marxism is conceptualized as a method of analysis and action, and not as a group of propositions drawn from use of that method. Hence, there is no hesitation to reject some conclusions, even if they come from Marx himself. Ultimately, then, this Marxism is unbounded and always incomplete. This possible conjunction also explains why I am an internationalist, since capitalism is a global system and not the simple juxtaposition of national capitalist systems. I have always thought that for political and social struggles to be effective, they should be undertaken simultaneously in the national sphere, which remains decisive because the social and political conflicts, alliances, and compromises are formed there, and on the world level. This viewpoint, rather commonplace in my opinion, appears to have been that of Marx and historical Marxisms, proletarians of the world unite, or in the expanded Maoist version, proletarians of all countries, oppressed peoples, unite. The debates and struggles in which I have participated, the reader will have realized, are simultaneously located on these different levels. This obviously implies not a third worldism, but a worldism or internationalism, an essential nuance about which I have often spoken. I have even defended the necessity of a fifth international. The nature of the organizations fostering the debates in which I have participated, whether the IDEEP, the TWF, or the WFA, implied that we were seeking to build effective bridges for international action. At the present moment, the page of the South's liberation appears, nevertheless, to have turned. The South's ruling classes seem to accept being subjected to the requirements of globalization, some because they hope to profit, others because they are forced to do so. The westernization of the world is underway. The liberal doctrine is triumphing and believes that it has found proof for the correctness of its vision. Because of the homogenization of the world, catching up is possible within capitalism. Its achievement depends on the intelligence of the ruling classes involved. I believe I have provided good arguments demonstrating why this is not so, that polarization will continue to govern the system in the future just as it has in the past. The liberation of peoples in the South is thus inseparable from constructing a socialist perspective and progressing from capitalism to world socialism. But it is widely held that this is an illusion, illustrated by the ultimate collapse of the Soviet and Maoist models. To those who think that socialism is impossible, I say, capitalism did not emerge at a single moment from the London-Amsterdam-Paris triangle of the 17th century. 3 centuries earlier, it had crystallized in the Italian city-states in an early form that foundered, but without which its much later ultimate form would have been unthinkable. It will probably be the same for socialism. But this probability will only become reality if the connection between the liberation of the South and the invention of stages for the long transition to world socialism is created, with the effectiveness necessary to change the world. This implies that Marxism's Afro-Asian vocation must take shape, as I have written. Certainly, the South does not appear to be moving on this path. On the contrary, backward-looking illusions are dominant among many of its peoples. Will Latin America, but above all China, which are exceptions, move away from such illusions? I believe that is possible. A new Front of the South can bring together the states and peoples of the South in various ways. This would be a better equipped Bandung Conference than the first, since the countries of the South now have many more fruitful possibilities for cooperation. To believe the repetitive chatter from the Western media, the idea of reviving non-alignment would be a pipe dream. In this narrative, everything that happened in the world between 1945 and 1990 can only be explained by the Cold War and nothing else. The USSR has disappeared and the Cold War along with it, so any position similar to those known at that time makes no sense. Consider the absurdity of this attitude and the incredibly contemptuous, even racist prejudice that underlies it. The true history of the Bandung Conference and the non-alignment that emerged from it demonstrated that the Asian and African peoples undertook an initiative at the time by themselves and for themselves. The reader will find in what I have written on the subject a demonstration that non-alignment was already non-alignment on globalization, on the model of globalization that the imperialist powers wanted to impose on newly independent countries by means of neo-colonialism as a replacement for defunct colonialism. Non-alignment proceeded from a refusal to submit to the requirements of this reasserted imperialist globalization. This initiative won the battle and forced imperialism to retreat for a while. It was thus by itself a positive factor in transforming the world for the better, in spite of all its limitations. The Soviet Union understood at that time the benefit that it could derive by supporting the non-aligned. The Soviet Union was also in conflict with the dominant system of globalization and suffered from the isolation in which the Atlanticist powers imprisoned it. Moscow understood that it could break this isolation by moving closer to the non-aligned. On the other hand, the imperialist powers fought against non-alignment precisely because it was non-alignment on globalization. Today, the countries of the South are again confronted with an imperialist globalization project of which they would be the victims. Their willingness not to submit to its requirements places a rebirth of non-alignment on globalization back on the agenda. We can call that Bandung 2, if we want. Of course, the world has changed since the days of the original non-aligned movement. Such an observation is really quite commonplace. Consequently, the new imperialist globalization is not a copy of the one with which the original Bandung was confronted. The narrative that reduces non-alignment to an avatar of the Cold War proceeds from a stubborn prejudice in the West. The peoples of Asia and Africa were not capable of taking the initiative by themselves, any more than they are capable of doing so today or tomorrow. They are condemned to being endlessly manipulated by the major powers, first and foremost, the West, of course. This contempt poorly conceals a profound racism. In this view, it is as if the Algerians, for example, had taken up arms to please Moscow, or maybe Washington, that they had been manipulated to this end by some leaders who had chosen to turn toward one power or another. No, their decision derived simply from their desire to be freed from colonialism, the form globalization took at that time. When they implemented their own decision, the two sides were formed around those who supported them and those who fought them. That is the historical reality. It is impossible to project the trajectory that will emerge from the unequal advances produced by struggles in the South and the North. My feeling is that the South is currently going through a moment of crisis, but a crisis of growth in the sense that pursuing the objective of liberating its peoples is irreversible. The peoples of the North should take stock of this objective, and it would be even better if they were to offer their support for it. As part of the construction of socialism, solidarity of this kind existed during the Bandung era. At that time, young Europeans displayed their third worldism, undoubtedly naive, but much more admirable than their current sole focus on Europe. There is no need to go back over the analyses of really existing capitalism that I have developed elsewhere, but I would like to emphasize one conclusion from them. Humanity will be able to undertake the construction of a socialist alternative to capitalism only if things change in the developed West too. That does not mean that the countries of the periphery must wait for this change and, until that happens, be content to adjust to the possibilities offered by capitalist globalization. On the contrary, it is more likely that when things begin to change in the peripheries, societies in the West would be forced to change as well, and they could be led to move in the direction required for the progress of all of humanity. Without that, the worst, that is, barbarism and the suicide of human civilization, remains the most probable outcome. I locate the desirable and possible changes in both the centers and peripheries of the global system within the context of what I have called the long transition. Here, I refer the reader to my 2014 article, Popular Movements Toward Socialism. My analyses also led me to view China and maybe Europe as places with the greatest probability of developing possible favorable changes. Yet I recognize that the part played by intuition in this type of futuristic analysis can never be eliminated. Each of us knows, or believes we know, the societies of the developed West, the inertial forces produced by the advantage of their central position in the world system. The relative stability that this inertia provides to these societies, but also the openness that characterizes them, their creative imagination. In other words, their capacities to respond to challenges by often difficult to predict, but no less astonishing advances. Each of us knows the immense knowledge, good and not so good, accumulated in the universities and research centers of the First World. My memoirs essentially concern the global South. Nevertheless, my universalist and internationalist political position demands that, even if only as an epilogue, I clarify my view of the North. My political position and the exercise of my functions required that my contacts and exchanges of views were extensive. Inevitably, my choices led me to spend more time with the scientific, intellectual, and political circles of the First World, whose concerns were close to ours in critical analyses of globalization and development. At the same time, I had to devote some time to seeking out sources that might be likely to support our work with financial contributions. My experience with donors, Western or international, as they are called in the rather vulgar language of the profession, was certainly mixed. Some institutions are clearly in the service of imperialism, USAID, the large North American foundations, but also most of the development assistance services of the large Western powers. It was pointless, and would have been politically unacceptable for us to approach them. Others, at certain moments, can be possible partners capable of accepting viewpoints that do not reflect the dominant currents through which the unilateral requirements of capitalist expansion are expressed. This is either because the makeup of the leadership at a particular moment makes that possible, or even, in some cases, because some organizations are authentically democratic and manifest genuine openness. Such was the case for us with some development assistance institutions in the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, up to the time this country turned to the right in its views on international politics. Italy. Before the rise of the new right, which has the wind in its sails now. Luxembourg, some institutions of Christian inspiration. A few uncommon organizations clearly on the left, such as the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation of the German Social Democratic Party, and some institutions of the United Nations, particularly the UNU and UNCTAD in some circumstances. The United Nations system is now largely a vassal of the United States. This is particularly true of the UNDP, without mentioning the World Bank, obviously. I do not believe it is helpful to say more about this. It would be tedious and uninteresting. What are the conditions in which the countries of the North might very well move away from the path on which they embarked 5 centuries ago, that is, the continuing war against the peoples of the South, and no less permanent wars among themselves to determine distribution of the spoils? My thesis is that the imperialist system has moved to a new stage in its development, in which a collective imperialism of the triad has come to replace a multiplicity of imperialisms in permanent conflict characteristic of an earlier stage in the history of capitalism. Produced by the growing centralization of capital, this transformation puts a fundamentally anti-democratic financial plutocracy in positions of leadership. Having become obsolescent, capitalism must be surpassed by the invention of 21st century socialism. But capitalism will not die a quiet death. On the contrary, the current plutocracy has no other choice than to attempt to destroy the South, which has become capable of developing itself. Will the peoples of the North participate in this criminal undertaking of their ruling classes? To answer that question, my analysis does not emphasize, as others do, the contradictions that oppose the oligopolies of the centers to one another, particularly those of the United States and Europe, but rather focuses on the particularities of the political cultures of the peoples concerned, which allows us to perceive possible cracks in the front of the triad's plutocracies. In my opinion, these particularities explain both the paths followed in the past and the future prospects, just as much as general economic and social conditions do. Bourgeois thought, dominated by economism, ignores these considerations. Marx paid close attention to them. But that is not true of simplified Marxism, as can be seen in the rhetoric of numerous segments of the European extreme left. Content with denouncing exploiting capital without taking the time to develop political strategies for struggle, which necessarily implies that the force of the concrete political cultures in question cannot be ignored. The reader of what follows might consider my judgments a little too severe. They are indeed. My earlier analyses of the global South were no less so. It should be noted that political cultures are not transhistorical invariants. They change, sometimes for the worse, but just as often for the better. I consider that the construction of convergence and diversity toward the prospect of socialism demands it. United States. I have explained why I do not see how the wind of change could find its point of departure in the most advanced center of capitalism. This is so precisely because the perfection of the capitalist model means that the people here are, as a whole, deeply alienated in a political culture dominated by the idea that the market is king and by the illusion that the individual is also king. The power of the vulgar ideology of capitalism, here accepted by everyone, then makes possible the particular vulgarity of the ruling class. In the ideology of the Enlightenment, the values of liberty and equality are associated as if they were naturally convergent, whereas they are actually in conflict, and building their possible complementarity requires a social system beyond capitalism. In the United States, more than elsewhere, the value of liberty is imposed unilaterally, legitimizing inequality. The system's victims seem willing to accept that liberty in these conditions is deprived of any creative potential, becoming instead easily manipulated consensual submission. That the individual sanctified in the rhetoric is in reality no more than a boneless puppet incapable of participating in building their future. Moreover, politicization of class struggles was here weakened by communitarianism, resulting from the succession of waves of immigration. I have offered my analyses on these questions, which were also the focus of major discussions with many friends in the United States. It is always the case that this situation allows the dominant class in the United States to manage the society in its exclusive interest by formidable means that combine cynicism in action with extreme hypocrisy in rhetoric. Like Noam Chomsky, I believe that the United States is the actual leading rogue state, to use Clinton's term, in the contemporary world, and I always expect the worst from U.S. presidents, including genocide of opponents, as the very courageous Daniel Ellsberg demonstrated. Those who know this class well, from the inside like Paul Sweezy, confirm my fears. George W. Bush's questionable election was a quasi-coup d'etat, and a true junta of war criminals now governs the United States, giving powers to the police, similar to those found only in the police states of modern history. In the short term, nothing indicates that the American people are capable of realizing the tragedy inherent in the outrageous and criminal project of this junta, military control of the planet, which leads the world into a permanent war and deprives democracy, which has become laughable, of any meaning. Personally, since the U.S. leading lights have held very little attraction for me, I have always declined the tempting offers of positions at certain major universities in the country: Harvard, Yale, UCLA, Denver. But generally speaking, expressing this viewpoint immediately earns you the label of simple-minded anti-American, a facile anathema that illustrates the cowardly capitulation of media-friendly intellectuals. From the Atlantic to the Pacific, the United States offers up nothing but an urban desert, which would be absolute if it were not for the inspired invention of Manhattan in the 1920s. Of course, there is Los Angeles, which Barbara Stuckey had us tour via the freeways, only to say, with humor at the end, "You have visited everything." This inspired an article. Then there is the ultimate Las Vegas, with its cardboard reconstruction of Rome as third-generation Italian-Americans imagine it, with a giant statue of a cross between Bacchus and Nero, spinning and speaking American. We shouldn't forget Disneyland in Los Angeles, where you can admire a world tour sponsored by Bank of America, proudly announcing, "Wherever Bank of America operates, the people are happy." There is a documentary film seen by more than 100 million spectators. "You came here to get rich, you will be rich." I cannot believe that, if shown in Europe, such a cartoon would be greeted with anything other than whistles from the viewers. More examples can be found of such a ridiculous repertoire unique in the world. All these sad realities are nothing other, in my opinion, than the ravages of a capitalism that is, unfortunately, purer here than anywhere else. But behind this facade of plastic kitsch, there is still a people, in spite of its political stupidity. Beyond personal friends whom I hold in the highest esteem, such as Sweezy, Harry Magdoff, and Harry Braverman at Monthly Review, or Emmanuel Wallerstein, Giovanni Arridi, and G. Frank. My feeling, and Isabel's as well, is that these people are nice in the positive sense of the term, that is, not nasty. Wandering through the incredible West, stopping at Baghdad cafe-type establishments where everything is run down as in a third-world country, we did not meet embittered, petite bourgeois, type owners as there would have been in Europe in similar situations, but rather calm, carefree people, a lot of crazed ones too. It should be remembered, after all, that the American people are one of only three, with the French and the Swedes, who reacted to the 1930s crisis by moving to the left. The welcome given to Jose Bove in January 2000s in Seattle reminds us of this people's possibilities. Yet my intuition is that the initiative for change will not come from the United States, even if it is not impossible that the U.S. wagon might subsequently become hitched to others that will initiate the movement. I had, like others, placed some hope in American blacks, invited to their caucus during the heroic Black Panther era, which was ultimately held in 1972 in Montreal because it had become impossible to meet openly in the United States, was able to assess the extent of the intellectual, cultural, and political disaster of which they were the victims, and their inability to formulate the means to overcome it. There were many likable, even amusing actions, such as putting up portraits of Mao in the corridors of the prestigious Hotel Elizabeth II using strong glue. But no analysis, just purely emotional attitudes interiorizing racism, accepted and returned. Our friend Abdul Mumuni from Niger was seated at Isabel's feet in a packed room. Some of the caucus organizers were outraged, persuaded that the posture could be interpreted only as a sign of submission. Moreover, Isabel had to pass an exam before being allowed to enter the room. "Would you dare to fire on a white police officer who is attacking us?" Isabel's matter-of-fact response, "Yes, of course," was baffling. In the United States, this was unthinkable. This testifies to the immense depth of racism in this society. I have always thought that the devastating effects of internal colonialism exceeded those of external colonialism. The slavery practiced in the United States thus produced terrible effects compared with those caused by the slavery practiced by Europeans in distant colonies. Can Canada be something other than an external province of the United States like Australia? This economist by nature is unable to imagine a different Canada. In spite of English Canada's political traditions and Quebec's cultural rejection of the status quo. But the country's most lucid thinkers not only imagine it, but are working to raise awareness of this requirement. The road will be long and difficult. No matter how likable the people of Quebec are for Isabel and me, and however just and important their cultural struggle is, the major political forces of the country, their resistance polarized around the linguistic dimension, do not envisage any delinking of their economy from that of their large neighbor to the south. Obviously, these conditions make a mockery of any autonomy or even independence for Quebec. The United States will be able to continue plundering Canada's immense natural resources until they are exhausted water. Among other items, Japan. This is a country that is in the exact opposite position, a dominant capitalist economy and a non-European cultural ancestry. Which of these two dimensions will prevail? Solidarity with the partners of the triad, the United States and Europe, against the rest of the world, or the desire for independence sustained by Asianism? Analyses, even rambling rhetorical pieces, on this topic could alone make up an entire library. An economic and geopolitical analysis of the contemporary world leads me to conclude that Japan will continue to follow. Washington, just as Germany has done up to now for the same reasons. The currently fashionable globalization is built on an asymmetry between the main partners of the world economy, which is almost never pointed out. The United States continues to show a growing structural deficit in its external trade balance, whereas China and other major capitalist competitors, particularly Germany and Japan, have sizable surpluses. A solidarity of the partners in misfortune is based on this asymmetry. If this asymmetry were to disappear, the entire capitalist structure would sink into indescribable chaos, which humanity could overcome only by beginning to build another system. In addition, this solidarity appears very solid. Not only are the ruling classes in Japan and Germany clearly aware of the stakes involved, but even their peoples seem to be willing to accept the price. Why? And until when? A too easy answer points to the autocratic traditions of these countries, the spirit of submission, the willingness to accept the principle of inequality, and the like. These are historical realities. But like all such realities, they are not destined to last forever. A better approach, in my opinion, stresses Washington's strategic options following the Second World War. The United States had then chosen not to destroy its two enemies, the only ones to have threatened the inexorable rise of the United States to world hegemon, but on the contrary, to help them reconstruct and become faithful allies. The obvious reason is that there was at the time a real communist threat from the USSR and China. By the way, the leaders of the new Russia have not understood this. I heard some of them say that, having chosen capitalism, Russia was now in a similar situation to that of Japan and Germany. It had lost the war, but could win the peace and the economic battle. They ignored the fact that, no longer having any dangerous competitors, the U.S. establishment in this case opted for total destruction of its vanquished enemy. It did so with all the more cynicism since Europe followed suit, not really understanding that it was thereby contributing to making it much more difficult to challenge U.S. hegemony. Returning to Japan, are there any indications of a popular, not populist in the demagogic sense of the word, and national, not nationalist in the chauvinistic sense of the term reaction? What do the Japanese people think behind the facade of a glaring conformism so easily caricatured, a facade seemingly hardly touched by the end of the miracle and the stagnation of the single ruling party? Japanese society is difficult to understand. The obstacle is partly linguistic. The Japanese translate almost everything written elsewhere. More of my books are sold in Japanese than in French, but no one, or almost no one, translates from Japanese. To pierce the mystery, it is necessary to know the Japanese and know them well. I was lucky to be able to get to know the Japanese a little thanks to Kinhida Mushikoji, Masao Kitazawa, Muto Ichio, Yoko Kitazawa, and the activists connected to the journal Ampo, and to hear the analyses of old and young Orthodox and Maoist communists unknown outside of Japan. Once one has broken through the somewhat rigid formality, one obviously discovers a people like any other. It is a vulnerable people, never sure of itself. The repetitive use of the term may, the equivalent of isn't it, or isn't that right, which is characteristic of everyone's speech, probably attests to that. Invited to the theater where a dreadful melodrama was playing, which was easy to follow, I observed high-ranking bureaucrats in their coats and ties take out handkerchiefs or tissues because of their profuse tears. Another example of extreme Japanese sensitivity, one day I bought bus tickets for a trip to the interior of the country into the beautiful mountains around Fujiyama. I had mentally calculated the cost more accurately than the ticket seller with his useless calculator. I pointed this out to him. I believed that he was either going to kill me on the spot or commit suicide. It was a big effort to reassure him that I did not think he was a half-wit. The super hot bath switch I liked very much perhaps could also be put down to the permanent anxiety of culturally, if not naturally, worried human beings. Here are a couple more examples of Japanese character. In a meeting of a UNU committee, a North American was lording it over everyone with all the arrogance of a dimwit. My neighbor, a high-level Japanese academic, began to roar like a lion. I expected him to pull out a samurai sword and slit the throat of that pompous ignoramus. In a low voice, I suggested that very thing as a way of expressing my solidarity. That made him laugh out loud to the point that all the participants were surprised. I admit not only do I appreciate, but even love Japanese punctuality. I must share the same neurosis. I had been scheduled for an appointment at 3:03, and obviously I arrived at exactly that time. I realized that my host had wanted, out of extreme politeness, to put me at ease. The train that served the station arrived at 3, and it took 2 minutes to go from the station to the place of the appointment. If he had invited me to arrive at 3, I would had to have run to be on time. If the invitation had specified 3:15, I would have walked around for 12 minutes. I had the opportunity to systematically visit the country's largest universities in Tokyo, Yokohama, Nagoya, Kyoto, Osaka, and participated in discussions that I do not think were either commonplace or limited to technical questions, scholarly economics, political economy, etc., to which the Japanese usually limit their foreign guests, with the open intention of benefiting from others without giving anything in return. What I believe I came to understand is that the complacent certitudes suggested by the mask of conformism are less solid than is often thought. Among other things, an inferiority complex in relation to China seems to return frequently. We have messed up our modernization. Having aped the Westerners, the Chinese will do better. The second part is perhaps questionable, but that is another matter. Chinese remains the language of cultural reference. A bad English is used only for business relationships. One of my books appeared to me at first sight to be printed in Chinese rather than Japanese. My translator said to me proudly, "This is an important book. I thus wrote it just like the emperor writes his annual address to the Diet in Japanese, but with Chinese characters." Another time, invited to talk to the director of a large newspaper with an enormous circulation of several million per day, I was surprised that his English was totally inadequate. I asked him, "You don't know a foreign language?" I certainly got a reply to my stupid question. Yes, like everyone, Chinese and Korean. Yet the rapprochement with China that this type of thinking might suggest remains quite difficult. First, because the dominant capital in Japan, like dominant capitals everywhere, remains what it is, imperialist. On top of that, the Chinese and Koreans know this, beyond their justified mistrust of yesterday's enemy, Europe. Would there be more of a chance for change to begin in Europe than in the United States or Japan? I think so intuitively without underestimating the difficulties given the diversity of the Europeans. I shall attempt to explain my intuition here. The first reason for this relative optimism is due to the fact that European nations have a rich and varied history, which can be seen in the incredible accumulation of their imposing medieval remains. My interpretation of this history is certainly quite different from that of the dominant Eurocentrism. I have rejected, and I believe refuted, the latter's myths, developing the counter-thesis that the same contradictions found in medieval society, which were overcome by the invention of modernity, existed elsewhere. Yet I equally reject the anti-European ranting of some third-world intellectuals who probably want to convince themselves that their societies were richer, more advanced, and even better than those of backward medieval Europe. This is to forget that the myth of the backward Middle Ages is itself a product of the later view of European modernity. In fact, if the pre-modern history of Europe is not better than that of other regions of the world, the historical trajectories are more similar than many think. In my opinion, it is certainly not worse or inferior. In any case, having crossed the threshold of modernity first, Europe acquired advantages that it is absurd to deny. Europe is, of course, diverse, despite a certain homogenization underway and the European rhetoric. Many European observers of the particular characteristics of others, even if they do not reduce them to the common denominator of the empty descriptor Oriental, nevertheless attempt to relate the observed differences to European models taken as reference points. This is due to Eurocentrism. Thus, it is often said, for example, that Japan is the Prussia of Asia. I had the good fortune to discuss these problems concerning the general and the particular in history with Asian intellectuals, from China and Japan specifically, whose analyses were of great interest. This was partly because they spontaneously reversed the terms of comparison and saw, for example, in Germania Japanese model, in France and Russia, the China of Europe. This reversal, which was not always subconscious but deliberate, forces us to think both generalities and particularities in universal terms. This is the method I have tried to implement. What are the positive and negative elements affecting the potential for change in Europe? England and France are the pioneers of modernity, the two societies that systematically constructed it. This blunt assertion does not mean that modernity did not have earlier roots, particularly in the Italian cities and later in the Netherlands. The contributions of England and France to the construction of the final form of capitalist modernity, far from being similar, developed along different axes, even if they can be viewed ultimately as complementary. England went through a very tumultuous period of its history during the period of the birth of the new mercantilist capitalist relations. It changed from medieval Merry England into somber Puritan England, executed its king, and proclaimed a republic in the 17th century. Then everything was calm. It invented modern democracy in the 18th century, albeit with restrictions, and then experienced an accumulation of capital through the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century without major upheavals. Certainly this did not happen without class conflict, which culminated in the Chartist movement in the middle of the 19th century. But these conflicts were not politicized to the point of calling the entire system into question, and this characteristic appears to have continued up to our time. France, on the other hand, crossed the same stages through an uninterrupted series of violent political conflicts. It is the French Revolution that invented the political and cultural dimensions of capitalism's contradictory modernity. The French working classes were not as clearly developed as in England, which had the only true proletarians of the time. Yet their struggles were more politicized, beginning in 1793, and then in 1848, 1871, and much later in 1936, when they were organized around socialist objectives in the strong sense of the term. There was no 1968 in England. There have certainly been many explanations given for these different paths. Marx was quite aware of them. And it is no accident that he devoted most of his attention to analyzing these two societies, offering a critique of the capitalist economy from England's experience and a critique of modern politics from France's experience. Britain's past perhaps explains the present and the patience with which the British people endure the degradation of their society from the trains, which travel between London and Edinburgh in 5.5 hours, which is as long as during Marx's day, and he marveled at it. Poorly heated apartments, prevalent junk food, and visible poverty to the deterioration of education. It is true that education in England had always been more unequal than in France or Germany and long reserved solely for the aristocracy, which gave it a snobbish tone that persists in its most prestigious universities, Oxford and Cambridge. Industrial England was behind France and Germany in primary education and even in ordinary literacy. Certainly, contemporary England is in the forefront of research in some areas, but at the same time, there is a hollow conventionalism, particularly in the social sciences. All of that has convinced me that the origin of the degradation lies not so much in the decline of the empire and industry. The decline of the latter is more a consequence than cause, than in the weak attachment the British have to the values of equality. In the immediate post-war period, the Labour Party had attempted to get back on course. That page appears to be turned now. Perhaps this passivity is explained by the way British national pride has been shifted to the United States. The latter is not, for the British, a foreign country like others. It remains their prodigal child, though somewhat monstrous. Since 1945, England has chosen to align itself unconditionally with Washington. The extraordinary world domination of the English language helps the English people live this decline without perhaps even feeling it to the fullest extent. The English relive their past glory by proxy through the United States. Great Britain remains a key power for Europe's future. While much of its new left has slid to the right without hesitation, but that phenomenon is very widespread throughout Europe, a group of British intellectuals are actively contributing to the revival of critical thinking. They should certainly not be considered dinosaurs by anyone who sees that neoliberal chaos has no future. This is obviously true of Eric Hobsbawm and some others. Moreover, London is, in my opinion, one of only 3 global metropolises, along with Paris and New York. The city by itself is, in my opinion, rather ugly, a result of the demolitions and absence of taste during early Victorian capitalism. But it is a genuine cosmopolitan capital. All the other capitals of the First World, Berlin, Rome, Madrid, Tokyo, are provincial in comparison with the 3 world cities. The same is true of the Third World megalopolises, Beijing, Mexico City, Sao Paulo, Cairo, or Mumbai. The number of foreigners in the city is not the criterion for my classification. There are lots of immigrant workers in the whole First World. The cosmopolitanism of the 3 world capitals has roots in history and not only colonial and imperial history. You cannot understand Paris without knowing the role this city played in modern painting, for example. You cannot say you know London today and not know about the contribution of foreigners, not know about the problems confronting the innumerable Africans and Asians who move in and out of London just as others do in Paris. The question of coexistence with the new masses of immigrant workers is a completely different problem. The general tendency is to ghettoize them, but we should note the subtle differences. In England and Germany, as in the United States with the blacks and Hispanics, the separation is more pronounced than it is in France. To be convinced of that, it is sufficient to watch children leaving school at the end of the school day, mixed in France almost never elsewhere, or the relative number of mixed couples. The effects of France's traditional assimilationist doctrine, unfortunately attacked today in the name of the absurd reactionary right to difference, contrasts strongly with the effects of the communitarian or even ethnicist traditions. Opinion polls are here particularly misleading, belied by the actual facts. Yet history has no more reached its end in Great Britain than elsewhere. But my feeling is that this country will be able to join any movement of change only if and when it breaks the umbilical cord that still attaches it to the United States. I do not see the least sign of that for the moment. I asked Hobsbawm about this, and he seemed to share my fears. Could Germany make the move toward genuine change? The parallel I made above between it and Japan, both reliable lieutenants of the United States, the 3 forming the real triad, the G, United States, Germany, and Japan, rather than North America, Europe, and Japan, would not seem to imply that. Neither Germany nor Italy nor Russia would have succeeded in reaching capitalist modernity without the paths pioneered by England and France. That statement should not be understood to mean that the peoples of these countries would have been, for some mysterious reason, incapable of inventing capitalist modernity, solely reserved to Anglo-French genius. Rather, the possibilities for a similar invention existed only in other areas of the world, China, India, or Japan, for example. But once a people entered into capitalist modernity, it shaped its own path, whether as a new center, as with the European countries mentioned above and Japan, or a dominated periphery. I interpret the history of Germany and other countries using that fundamental method. In this way, I understand German nationalism, pushed by Prussian ambitions, as a compensation for the mediocrity of the bourgeoisie deplored by Marx. The result was an autocratic form of managing the new capitalism. Yet despite its ethnicist tone, this nationalism in contrast with the universalist ideologies found in England and, above all, in France. And later, Russia did not succeed in uniting all Germans, hence the eternal problem of the Austrian Anschluss, still unresolved today. This then became a factor that favored the criminal and demented excesses of Nazism. But there was also, after the disaster, a powerful motivation for constructing what some have called Rhenish capitalism, supported by the United States. This is a capitalist form that deliberately chose democratization, copied from the Anglo-French-American model. But it is without deep, local historical roots, even considering the brief existence of the Weimar Republic, the only democratic period of German history, and the ambiguities, to say the least, of socialism in the German Democratic Republic, GDR. Many German friends have confirmed my feelings on the subject, particularly my very dear friend from the former GDR, Joachim Wilke, but also, to a certain extent, the late Otto Krei and his colleagues at Starnberg, Elmar Altvater, Wolfgang and Frieda Haug, and others. My explanation is historical, not atavistic, and history has no end. Today, Germany is facing serious problems. Rhenish capitalism is not a good capitalism, in contrast with the Anglo-American extreme liberal model or the statism of Jacobin France. Each is different, but all suffer from the same illness, that is, a capitalism that has reached a stage characterized by predominance of its destructive aspects. Faced with this challenge, what are the possible German reactions? In the short term, Germany's position in globalization under U.S. hegemony, just like Japan's, seems to be comfortable. The resumption of expansion to the east through a type of Latino-Americanization of the Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary, the Baltic countries, Slovenia, Croatia, the bone with a little meat thrown to Germany by the United States, can nourish the illusion that Berlin's path is sustainable. This choice is easily satisfied with low-intensity democracy and economic and social mediocrity, and is reinforced by support for the European Union and the euro. If the political classes on the Christian Democrat and liberal right and the Social Democrat left continue in their stubborn pursuit of this dead end, we should not exclude the emergence of right-wing, even fascist-type, populisms, of which Haider in Austria is only a prototype, though this does not mean they would necessarily be remakes of Nazism. The Berlusconi-Fini-Bossi trio in Italy is not much better. The electoral successes of the National Front in France illustrate the reality of the general danger in Europe. In France, the Bonapartist tradition has triumphed again with Sarkozy, who interprets the Fifth Republic's very reactionary constitution in that way. In the longer term, Germany's difficulties will probably worsen, not improve. German fragility can be summarized in two observations: a declining population. In a quarter of a century, Germany's population will be no greater than that of France and Great Britain, and very limited inventiveness. The German educational system produces good executing agents, but few with creative capacities, as Joachim Wilke pointed out to me, observing further that his small, failing country, the GDR, was better in this area than the prosperous Federal Republic. Germany's current economic assets are based on standard industrial production, mechanical, chemical, that modernize by increasingly incorporating software invented elsewhere. Germany recognizes this, declaring that it is ready to open its doors to Indian computer scientists and mathematicians. Then what? What will happen? The generations pass, and the negative past fades. There is always the possibility that the German people will become aware of the necessity of initiating a real change off the beaten track. I believe that if France and Russia were to take more initiative, another future for Europe would be possible. This choice could also lead to a resumption of positive movements for change in Mediterranean and Nordic Europe, which have failed up to now. Southern Europe was momentarily thrust into the center of critical analysis and action during the long 1968 of the 1970s. I followed these developments as closely as possible, visited Italy regularly, supported by the networks of Il Manifesto beginning in 1970. Luciana Castellina, Rossana Rossanda, Lucio Magri, Valentino Parlato, the Critical Left, the Lelio Basso Foundation. I had known Lelio well during the period of his active support for liberation movements, the Punto Rosso, Giorgio Riolo, Luigi Vinci, and many others. The movement had sufficient power to influence to a certain degree the center-left state of the time, despite the withdrawal of the PCI into itself, which did not bode well. Therefore, the Third World Forum succeeded in obtaining support, including financial, from the Italian state, thanks to the dynamic Giuseppe Santoro, whose career was subsequently destroyed in a dubious operation of so-called independent justice, that in Italy, as in France, probably implemented a systematic strategy of destroying the political independence of the left. The magnificent seminar organized in Naples at the Castel dell'Ovo in 1983, which I discussed previously, was one of the results of the sympathy expressed by Italian officials for a different policy toward the South than the dominant one found in other countries of the North. Perhaps this was Third Worldism, as in Portugal, Greece, and Sweden. Yet they were exceptions in Europe. There were some amusing sides to my visits to Italy. Invited to sign the protocol of financial support to the TWF, My Roman hosts, Andreotti himself, accompanied by others, received me in an incredibly splendid hotel on the coast near Naples, developed from a beautiful old monastery. The bathrooms overlooked the sea that one could admire while soaking in a bath pool. At dinner, the neighboring table was occupied by two men with white shoes, wearing their Borsellino fedoras during dinner and talking in a low voice, accompanied by two blonde women of glamorous vulgarity. The mafia, here in its caricatured version, is still present. In Sicily, I traveled through Corleone's famous village with my friend Nicola Cipolla and the mayor of Palermo during a hot afternoon. The streets were deserted, but it was certain that our passage was noted by eyes that continued to watch us from behind closed shutters. But Sicily is not only the country of the mafia. It is also the country of those who resisted it and, in 1944, were massacred with the open complicity of U.S. authorities. A monument was erected for them. A magnificent block of stone was placed on each spot where one of the 100 victims fell. I found this to be an immensely beautiful idea. In traveling from Palermo to Catania, I made a prolonged stop in the curious plain of the Albanians to visit Giorgio Riolo, whose family is originally from this place, where Albanian is still spoken. Sicily is also the only Italian province that makes you feel that you are somewhere else than in Italy. The coincidence of three cultures, Latin, Byzantine, and Arab, has no parallel anywhere else in the Mediterranean world and produces a moment of exceptional cultural richness. My most moving memory of Italy is the diploma. I was awarded in 1975 by miners in Sardinia. Their cultural association had chosen to reward me for my book Unequal Development. That an association of this type, which usually honors a regional poet or an amateur archaeologist of the area, made their choice a testament to the serious politicization of that time. This phase of Italian history has probably come to an end. Now we can only examine the weaknesses of the society that made it possible. Our friend Carla De Benedetti explains the incompletely developed sense of national citizenship by the fact that the rulers of the Italian states were most often foreigners. The people generally saw in them only opponents to deceive as much as possible. The Italian nation, which does exist, has not sufficiently overcome this weakness, and perhaps weakened. It has left the door open to the unbelievable involution of the Lombard League. This disaster is linked with the emergence of a populism that feeds on a rising fascism. In Italy, as in France, the struggle for liberation during the Second World War had also been a quasi-civil war. Consequently, the fascists were forced to hide in the decades following 1945 without ever having really disappeared. Yet such an involution is difficult to understand without calling attention to two factors. First, the country's economy, despite the miracle that had given Italians a good standard of living, better than that of the British up until the current crisis, fragile. The sometimes eulogistic rhetoric on the Third Italy and its exceptional social capital maintain too much silence on this fragility. Second, European integration as presently constituted, since Maastricht above all, has encouraged the deviation and its illusions. Unreserved support for the European choice, which completely dominates the entire Italian political space, I believe, is the main reason for the dead end in which the country finds itself. The same unthinking support for the European project as it is has frustrated the radical potential of the popular movements that put an end to fascism in Spain, Portugal, and Greece. This potential was, it is true, limited in Spain, where Francoism simply died from the quiet death of its leader, while the transition was being well prepared by the same bourgeoisie that had formed the main support of Spanish fascism. The three components of the workers' and popular movement, socialist, communist, and anarchist, had been eradicated by a dictatorship that continued its bloody repression until the late 1970s. Supported by the United States in exchange for anti-communism and the concession of bases to the U.S. military. In 1980, Europe set as a condition for Spain's joining the European community that it should also join NATO, so that it should accede to the complete formalization of its submission to Washington's hegemony. The workers' movement, which I met as soon as it was possible, attempted to play a role in the transition through its workers' committees that formed underground in the 1970s. The Izquierda Unida and its heirs are friends that are still active. It was unfortunately obvious that, not having succeeded in gaining the support of other segments of the popular and intellectual classes, this radical wing of the movement could not prevent the reactionary bourgeoisie from controlling the transition. The feeling of helplessness, perhaps even the change of direction, of former communists like Jorge Semprún, who invited me to Madrid when he was Minister of Culture, or Fernando Clodin, an old acquaintance from the time of his exile in France, can then be understood. On the other hand, the radical potential of the forces that truly brought down fascism in Portugal and Greece was substantial. The revolt of the armed forces in Portugal that ended Salazarism in April 1974 was followed by a huge popular explosion, the backbone of which was formed by communists, both from the official Communist Party and from Maoist currents. The atmosphere in Lisbon, which I visited in the summer of 1974, demonstrated that. Welcomed by the de Nóbregas, family friends from our Bamako days, Isabel and I visited the magnificent city of Lisbon. For me, this was an opportunity to hold discussions with many of the grassroots leaders of that time, particularly Otello Carvalho, and to assess the effect that the reading of my works might have on the formation of their strategic thinking. Carvalho led the globalist internationalist tendency of the Portuguese ruling group and was suspicious, rightly, of Europe as it is. The defeat of this tendency within the ruling group and Carvalho's arrest earned me sometime later a strange reception in Lisbon. The police at the airport hesitated to allow me to enter the country. I suggested that they telephone the presidential palace, which was done. Admitted to the country, 2 days later, President Antonio Ramalho Eanes received me and explained, or attempted to do so, that the European and internationalist choices were not contradictory. He was not very convincing. The reversal played into the hands of the right and replaced the dominance of Lisbon and the country's south, where the left was stronger, with that of the traditional Catholic peasants of the north, which provided most of the Portuguese emigrants in Europe. The leadership of the left consequently passed to all too timid socialists. Since then, the political sphere has settled back into sleep, and what remains of the revolutionary movements live in nostalgia for the years 1974 to 75. It would not be a coincidence if the publisher, led by active comrades of Abril Amayo, Bruno da Ponte, Rodrigues Martins, and Ana Barradas, that published my works in Portuguese, decided to call itself O Dinossauro. In Greece also, the choice in favor of Europe was not obvious following the fall of the colonels. The Greek people had not forgotten that the fascist regime had, in fact, been supported by the United States and Europe, even if France welcomed as political refugees a large number of intellectuals. I got to know them at the Université de Vincennes, and my friendship with Kostas Vergopoulos dates back to this time. Among them was also the late Nikos Poulantzas. I met up with them again, as well as others, in leadership positions in Athens. Andreas Papandreou, founder of PASOK, who won the 1980 elections, himself had been the Greek translator of my 1974 accumulation on a world scale during his Canadian exile. The international choices he made at the time were not then without a carefully considered foundation. Even if the communists of the two parties, internal and external, expressed reservations about the person of Papandreou, a patriarchal-type leader, and the ill-assorted nature of PASOK, they all shared the heritage of the EM. During the Second World War, the Communist Party had succeeded, just as in Yugoslavia, in forming a single anti-fascist front. Greece and Yugoslavia not only resisted the German invaders, like others did, they continually fought a real war that played a decisive role in the instantaneous collapse of the Italian armies in 1943. Thereby forcing the Germans to station a large number of troops on their territories. The Greek resistance, which became a revolution in 1945, was defeated by the joint intervention of the United States and Great Britain. The Greek right was established in this way, with the approval of Western Europe. It not only had no part in the resistance, but was responsible for integrating the country into NATO alongside Turkey, within which the European project was taking shape. That the Greek working classes and their political leaders were suspicious toward the advances made by the EEC from 1980 is thus neither difficult to understand nor groundless. The large crisis that globalized capitalism has now entered, along with the strategy implemented by the dominant financial monopolies, transfer the brunt of the crisis onto the weaker partners of the system, Greece, among others in this case, should cause us to examine the strategic error of those who thought, in Greece and elsewhere, that adherence to the European project would offer an unexpected historical chance. The economic difficulties experienced by Greece under PASOK, combined with pressures from Europe, ended up eroding the hopes placed in the internationalist, neutralist choice, with third worldist undertones. Little by little, Greece moved toward closer integration into the new Europe, an integration that, in turn, strengthened the cosmopolitan in the negative sense of the term comprador bourgeoisie, of which these sometimes dubious shipowners are typical models, and in the face of which PASOK became a powerless socialist party, like elsewhere in Europe. Yet there are some bones that stick in the craw of the Greek people: the dominant position of Turkey in NATO, which has forgiven its aggression against Cyprus without much fuss, and NATO's aggression against Yugoslavia. The dominant media present the people's protests as a manifestation of orthodox solidarity. That exempts them from analyzing reality. Specifically, the contradiction felt by the Greek people between Europe's democratic rhetoric and its alignment with the arch-reactionary United States. I witnessed a similar turn in the small island of Malta, an interesting and likable country where Arabic is spoken and Catholicism, which returned with the Reconquista and the Order of the Knights of Malta, is the dominant religion. Memory of the past is still sufficiently alive for the Maltese to call Lent, the Christian fast before Easter, Ramadan. The few English words of the current language have been totally Arabized, the plurals broken. For a cash payment, the word cash is used in the singular, but the plural is kawash. An Arab reader will understand. A party of the popular left, the Labour Party, more radical than the members of the socialist family, tinged with communism and in the majority, nourished the hope of a rapprochement with the Arab world. The contempt in which the English held this semi-Arab people perhaps encouraged this feeling. but the Arab states, quite insensitively, never responded to the expectations of the Maltese. The only memory they have of the latter is of the second-class colonists who accompanied the British Army, invited in 1991 by its leader, Mifsud Bonnici, to discuss these problems with the political leadership of the party and government. I felt the wind changing direction. Would Malta be able to resist the European sirens? A few months later, the new Catholic right majority opted for Europe. Cyprus ended up succumbing in the same way after the era of Patriarch Makarios, friend of the Soviet Union and Nasser, was passed. The Cypriot people must miss him today. For different reasons, the Nordic countries have maintained, up to now, a suspicious attitude with regard to the European project. Sweden was outside of NATO by choice, Finland outside of it by obligation, while Norway and Denmark chose to join NATO. Under the leadership of Olof Palme, Sweden attempted to follow a globalist, internationalist, and neutralist path. I shall not go over what I have written elsewhere about my early contacts with this country, my participation in the Conference on the Environment, my relations with Palme and Sarek beginning in 1975, and the lecture series that I gave in the country's universities. Sweden at that time was a unique figure in Europe, which I summarized in a brief phrase: a civilized Soviet Union. My intention was to note that its state socialist choice, as well as its internationalist sense, broke with the dominant tendencies in European social democracy. I made numerous friends in Sweden during this turbulent era. Rolf Gustafsson, who had introduced me to various circles, has passed over to liberalism. The TWF owes much to my friend Gerhard Hulkrantz, who always passionately defended our project before Sarek. The reversal has been quite abrupt, beginning with the country's more recent European choice and the rightward drift of its social democratic forces. The current rhetoric is well known. The time of the welfare state is over, must be like other Europeans, etc. There is nothing original in all this nonsense. This reversal, however, forces us to look more closely at the weak points of Sweden's exceptional experience. Palme's perhaps too personal role, the illusions of the youth who, long confined to this relatively isolated country, belatedly discovered the world with a good dose of naivete after 1968, but also its somewhat tarnished and long hidden past during the Second World War. Norway, Finland, and the Netherlands have resisted better, it seems, for various reasons. Institutions in these three countries had, in the past, provided generous support for the Forum. Norwegian society was formed from small peasants and fishers, without the presence of an aristocratic class as in Sweden or Denmark. Thus, it is very much alive to questions of equality. This undoubtedly explains the relative power of its left Communist Party, the AKP, and the radical proclivities of social democratic forces that, up to now, have resisted the European and neoliberal sirens. The Greens appeared in this country before organizing in others, and the Norwegian Johan Galtung was a pioneer in ecological thinking. I must mention here Terje Asland, who lucidly defended the Forum's project before NORAD, with the idea of strengthening the universalist globalist tendency active in public opinion. In contrast, the country's membership in NATO and the financial affluence from North Sea oil, an affluence that is somewhat corrupting in the long term, certainly counteract these positive tendencies. The independence that Finland gained without a struggle during the Russian Revolution, Lenin had already unhesitatingly accepted it, was less the product of a unanimous demand than is often admitted. The Grand Duchy already benefited from a large degree of autonomy in the Russian Empire, which was considered quite satisfactory by opinion at the time. Its ruling classes served the Tsar with as much sincerity as those of the Baltic countries. The Tsar's statue in Helsinki was never removed. The working classes were not oblivious to the program of the Russian Revolution. That is why independence did not settle the country's problems, which were dealt with only at the end of the Civil War. In the end, barely won by the reactionary forces, with the support of Imperial Germany and later the Allies. These forces later drifted toward fascism and became allies of the fascist powers during the Second World War. However, given what the Soviet Union became, Finland's independence was certainly positive in the end. What is called Finlandization, which NATO propaganda presented as unacceptable, only a neutralism certainly imposed originally by the peace treaty that could have formed one of the bases for a better European reconstruction than that of the Atlanticist alliance. The presence today of a Finnish left grouped in the left-wing alliance is, in my opinion, the expression of a potential that has not disappeared. I have had the opportunity to discuss all these problems with the leaders of this group. Will European pressures, which have triumphed in the monetary area with Finland's participation in the euro, succeed in eating away at this interesting historical heritage? Can one expect anything from Denmark with an economy that is too dependent on Germany? This dependence is experienced neurotically, as can be seen in the ambiguous and confused series of votes on the question of the euro. But it does not seem that it can be called into question by a quite standard social democracy. My friends Jacques and Helen Hirsch, like those of the Red-Green Alliance, are rather isolated. It is well known that the Netherlands was the site of the original bourgeois revolution in the 17th century, before England and France. But the modest size of the United Provinces prevented this country from achieving what its competitor students were able to do. Yet the heritage of this history is far from being lost. The Netherlands is not only a democracy that, although bourgeois, is at the forefront of tolerance and freedom, but it is also a cosmopolitan country in the positive sense of the term, and Amsterdam is, on a small scale. What London and Paris are, world capitals, not so much because of the proliferation now quite common of exotic restaurants and immigrants as by its atmosphere and some of its institutions, such as the Institute for Social Studies, the Transnational Institute, and the Amsterdam School for Social Research. I have not then been surprised to find effective support for the Forum's activities in this country. The Forum owes much to my friend Hans Slot. Nevertheless, today the economic and financial system of the Netherlands functions within the Mark Euro environment. In the SNS, I thought that the formation of a north-south neutralist axis in Europe, made up of Sweden, Finland, Austria, Yugoslavia, and Greece, was possible, with positive effects on the countries of both Western and Eastern Europe. It could have encouraged the former to rethink their Atlanticist alignment and might have found a favorable echo in France. Unfortunately, de Gaulle was no longer there, and the Gaullists had completely forgotten the general's reservations about NATO. Such an axis might have opened up possibilities for East European countries to move toward center-left positions and thereby avoid their later fall to the right. This project might have initiated the construction of an authentic other, Europe truly social and thus open to the formulation of a socialism for the 21st century that respected its national components, was independent of the United States, and facilitated a reform worthy of the name in Soviet bloc countries. This construction was possible, concomitant with the Europe of Brussels, at that time consisting only of a still limited economic community. I was even able to present these ideas to the leadership of Finland's United Left and Swedish Social Democracy, to Chancellor Bruno Kreisky in Vienna, the Yugoslav government, and PASOK in Greece. I even had the impression that the idea did not displease them. But there was no follow-up. The European lefts have not properly assessed the stakes and have supported the development of the European project led by Brussels. This has been a reactionary project from the beginning, devised by Monet, whose fiercely anti-democratic opinions are well known, as shown in the 2006 writing of Jean-Pierre Chevènement. The European project, along with the Marshall Plan devised by Washington, was designed to rehabilitate rightist forces under the cover of Christian democracy, or even fascists, reduced to silence by the Second World War, so as to nullify any scope for the practice of political democracy. The communist parties understood that. But at the time, the alternative of a Soviet Europe was already no longer credible. Their later unconditional adherence to the project was no better, even though it was disguised as Eurocommunism. Today, not only has the European Union trapped the peoples of the continent in an impasse, consolidated by the liberal and Atlanticist NATO choice, but it has even become the instrument for the Americanization of Europe, substituting the U.S. culture of consensus for the European tradition's political culture of conflict. The ultimate adherence of Europe to Atlanticism is not unthinkable, based on the awareness of the advantages from exploiting the planet for the benefit of the triad's collective imperialism. The conflict with the United States turns around sharing the booty, hardly more. What I call the alter globalization of the bobos, to use a term from Parisian jargon that refers to segments of the middle classes from the opulent countries in question, perhaps clearly expresses this tendency. If ever the project were carried out against everyone, then the European institutions would become the main obstacle to the progress of Europe's peoples. My long-held thesis is that the more a society is impregnated with capitalist values, the market as king, the individual that is formed by that market viewing him or herself as supreme, the more difficult it will be to overcome them. European reconstruction, then, requires the deconstruction of the current project. Is it thinkable today to question the European Atlanticist project such as it is and construct an alternative Europe that would be both social and non-imperialist with regard to the rest of the world? I think so, and even think that the beginning of an alternative project originating from anywhere would find favorable echoes throughout Europe in a short period of time. An authentic left, in any case, should not think otherwise. If it dares to do so, then I am one of those who believe that the European peoples can demonstrate that they still have an important role to play in shaping a future world. Short of that, the strongest probability is the collapse of the European project into chaos, which would not displease Washington. In any case, whether with its constitution or in chaos, Europe is busily eliminating its place in the world. Europe will be socialist if the left forces dare to make it so, or it simply will not be. This text was originally written at the beginning of the 2000s, and I have only made minor updates that did not change the central argument. I did not imagine at the time that subsequent events were going to lend force to my fears so quickly. I refer here to the chapter that I devoted to the crisis of the euro, and behind it, the crisis of the European system itself in the implosion of contemporary capitalism. Yet how are the European peoples reacting to the challenge? It is clear that in the opinion of most people, it is not necessary to deconstruct the European system. They prefer to bury their heads in the sand and convince themselves that the current European system is reformable. Appendices. Manifesto of the World Forum for Alternatives Program for the WFA-WF for 2014-2015, the Bamako Appeal. Manifesto of the World Forum for Alternatives, ITI's time to reclaim the march of history. It is time to reclaim the march of history. Humanity's future is at stake. Scientific progress and technical advances, the supreme achievements of knowledge, fortify the privilege and comfort of a minority. Instead of contributing to the well-being of all, these feats are used to crush, marginalize, and exclude countless human beings. Access to natural resources, especially in the South, is monopolized by the few and is subject to political blackmail and threats of war. It is time to reclaim the march of history. It is time to make the economy serve the peoples of the world. The economy provides goods and services mainly to a minority. In its contemporary form, it forces the majority of the human race into strategies for abject survival, denying tens of millions of people even the right to live. Its logic, the product of neoliberal capitalism, entrenches and accentuates grotesque inequalities. Propelled by faith in the market's self-regulating virtue, it reinforces the economic power of the rich and exponentially increases the number of the poor. It is time to make the economy serve the peoples of the world. It is time to break down the wall between the North and the South. Monopolies of knowledge, scientific research, advanced production, credit, and information, all guaranteed by international institutions, create a relentless polarization, both at the global level and within each country. Trapped in patterns of development that are culturally destructive, physically unsustainable, and economically submissive, many people throughout the world can neither define for themselves the stages of their evolution, establish the basis of their own growth, nor provide education for their younger generations. It is time to break down the wall between the North and the South. It is time to confront the crisis of our civilization, the confines of individualism, the closed world of consumption, the supremacy of productivism, and for many, an obsessive struggle for sheer daily survival obscure humanity's larger objectives. The right to live liberated from oppression and exploitation. The right to equal opportunities, social justice, peace, spiritual fulfillment, and solidarity. It is time to confront the crisis of our civilization. It is time to refuse the dictatorship of money. The concentration of economic power in the hands of multinational corporations weakens, even dismantles, the sovereignty of states. It threatens democracy, within single countries and on global scale. The dominance of financial capital does more than imperil the world's monetary equilibrium. It transforms states into mafias. It proliferates the hidden sources of capitalist accumulation, drug trafficking, the arms trade, and child slavery. It is time to refuse the dictatorship of money. It is time to replace cynicism with hope. Stock prices soar when workers are laid off. A competitive edge is gained when mass consumerdom is replaced with elite niche markets. Macroeconomics indicators react positively as the ranks of the poor multiply. International economic institutions coax and compel governments to pursue structural adjustment, widening the chasm between classes and provoking mounting social conflict. International humanitarian aid trickles to those reduced to despair. It is time to replace cynicism with hope. It is time to rebuild and democratize the state. The program of dismantling the state, reducing its functions, pilfering its resources, and launching sweeping privatizations leads to a demoralized public sector, weakened systems of education and health, and the eventual usurping of the state by private economic interests. Neoliberal globalization divorces the state from the population and encourages corruption and organized venality on an unprecedented scale. The state becomes a repressive instrument policing the privilege of the few. It is time to rebuild and democratize the state. It is time to recreate the citizenry. Millions of people are deprived of voting rights because they are immigrants. Millions more fail to vote because they are angry or discouraged, because parties are in crisis, or because they feel impotent and excluded from political life. Elections are often distorted by influence mongering and deceit. But democracy is about more than elections. Democracy means participation at every level of economic, political, and cultural life. It is time to recreate the citizenry. It is time to salvage collective values. Modernity, conveyed by capitalism and ideologized by neoliberalism, has destroyed or profoundly corrupted existing cultures. It has imploded solidarities and dismantled convictions, extolling instead the high-performance individual evaluated on the basis of economic success. Rather than bringing emancipation to the peoples of the world, modernity is generating a crisis in education, fueling social violence, and triggering an explosion of insular movements that seek salvation and protection in nationalist ethnic identity politics. It is time to salvage collective values. In all this, it is not the internationalization of the economy per se that is to blame. It could represent a dramatic step forward for material, social, and cultural exchanges between human beings. But in its neoliberal form, it becomes a nightmare lived by the victims of unemployment. Young people traumatized by the future, workers shut out of the productive system, and nations subjected to structural adjustment, labor deregulation, the erosion of social security systems, and the elimination of networks serving the poor. It purports to link and unite, yet separates and imprisons. It is time to globalize social struggles. It is time to build on people's resistance. Across the world, people are organizing resistance, engaging in social struggles and creating alternatives. Women, men, children, unemployed people, excluded and oppressed people, workers, landless peasants, communities suffering from racism, impoverished city dwellers, indigenous peoples, students, intellectuals, migrants, small business people, outcasts. Declining middle classes, citizens, are asserting their dignity, demanding respect for their human rights and natural heritages, and practicing solidarity. Some have given their lives for these causes. Others practice heroism in their day-to-day existence. Some are rebuilding knowledge on the basis of the concrete situations. Some are trying out new economic forms. Some are creating the basis of a new kind of politics. And some are inventing new cultures. It is time to build on people's resistance. Now is the time for joining forces. Convergence of struggles, of knowledge, of resistances, of innovations, of minds and hearts for a world of justice and equality. Invention and material progress, optimism and spiritual development. We can build this world by seeking and discovering viable alternatives to neoliberalism and unilateral globalization. Alternatives based on the interests of peoples and respect for national, cultural, and religious differences. Now is the time for joining forces. A time of creative universal thought has arrived. Honest, probing analysis of the current economic organization and its economic, social, ecological, political, and cultural consequences can only delegitimize this phenomenon, which is paraded to the world as the paragon of progress. The search for a balance between personal initiative and the pursuit of collective goals, based on a celebration of human diversity and creativity, must open the way to new models. Studies of expanding non-market sectors, productive techniques that respect the well-being of those who use them, and the organization and nature of work will help create more human forms of organization. A time of creative universal thought has arrived. Time to rebuild and extend democracy. Democracy is no longer merely a goal for the organization of societies. It is also the key for the functioning of communities, social movements, political parties, businesses, institutions, nations, and international bodies. It is progressively experienced as an essential contribution to the respect of popular interests and the preservation of national and international security. By prizing open spaces for all cultures, not patronizingly, but because they represent humanity's endowment, we can reverse the retreat into enclaves of narrow self-interest and the seclusion of identity politics. The existence of democratic, competent, and transparent states is considered the basis for restoring their power to regulate. Regional economics and political groupings based on international complements are viable answers to the real needs of the population and a necessary alternative to neoliberal globalization. Strengthening and democratizing regional and international institutions is a realistic imperative. It is a condition for progress in international law and the indispensable regulation of economic, social, and political relations at the global level, particularly in the fields of financial capital, taxation, migration, information, and disarmament. The time to rebuild and extend democracy is here. Cairo, 1997. Program for the WFA-WF for 2014-2015 from the Algiers Conference, September 2013. This symposium resulted in rich discussions that revolved around a central axis, the question of the sovereign project, understood as the need for the peoples and states of the contemporary world to overhaul their policy choices, economic, social, cultural, management of power, etc., in a way that allows them to distance themselves from the pattern of globalization unilaterally imposed by the monopolies of the imperialist centers of the historically and still dominant triad, raising themselves to the rank of active agents in shaping the world, in initiating new forms of just and sustainable development. The symposium provided an overview of the multiple facets of the challenges of building a sovereign project, defining the means by which economic policies can end the processes of dispossession and impoverishment that are intrinsic to the logic of capitalism, ensuring instead the sharing of the benefits of development in favor of the popular classes, defining the means of exercising political power that paves the way for real and progressive democratization of societies, defining the means for guaranteeing the sovereignty of peoples and states, paving the way for a polycentric negotiated globalization and not one unilaterally imposed by the powerful for their own exclusive profit. The discussions revealed that the sovereign projects of those countries of the South, referred to as emerging, leaving aside the diversity of their origin and the efficiency of their results, fall far short of the requirements of social development as they emerge from pathways that are based on the fundamental logic of capitalism, a logic that is itself founded on forms of development of productive forces that are destructive of human beings and nature. The order in which the 5 following themes are presented here does not imply an order of priority. Theme 1. What do we mean by sovereign projects? The very notion of the sovereign project must be a subject for discussion, given the level of penetration of transnational investments in all sectors and, in all countries, one cannot avoid the question, what kind of sovereignty is being referred to? The global conflict for access to natural resources is one of the main determinants of the dynamics of contemporary capitalism. The examination of this particular aspect should not be embedded in other general considerations. The dependence of the United States for numerous resources and the growing demands of China constitute a challenge for South America, Africa, and the Middle East, which are particularly well endowed with resources and shaped by the history of the pillage of those resources. Can we develop national and regional policies in these domains as the beginning of a rational and equitable global management of resources that would benefit all peoples? Can we develop new relations between China and the countries of the South that subscribe to such a perspective, linking access to these resources by China with support for the industrialization of the countries concerned, that which the so-called donors of the OECD refuse to do? 2. The framework for the deployment of an effective sovereign project is not limited to the fields of international action. An independent national policy remains fragile and vulnerable if it does not have real national and popular support, which requires it to be based on economic and social policies that ensure that the popular classes are beneficiaries of development. This is the price of the social stability that is the condition for the success of the sovereign project against the political destabilization of the imperialist project. We must therefore examine the nature of relationships between existing or potential sovereign projects and the social basis of the system of power. A national, democratic, and popular project, or an illusory project of national capitalism? We will attempt to provide in this context a balance sheet of sovereign projects that have been implemented by emerging countries. Among other things, we consider the characteristics of the project of China, their various possible futures, state capitalism based on the illusion of a leader of the national bourgeoisie, or state capitalism with a social dimension, evolving toward a state socialism, itself a step on the long road to socialism. Is there a sovereign project being implemented in India and Brazil? Contradictions and limitations. Can we say that there is no sovereign project in South Africa? What are the conditions for a sovereign project to emerge in this country? Relationship with the rest of Africa? Can non-continental countries develop sovereign projects? What are their limits? What forms of regional coming together could facilitate such progress? Theme 2, exiting from financial globalization. Warning, this is only on the financial aspect of globalization, not globalization in all its dimensions. In particular, commercial. One assumes that this is the weak link in the established neoliberal globalized system. We therefore consider the question of the future of the dollar as the universal currency, taking account of the growing external debt of the United States. The question related to the perspectives of full convertibility of the yuan, ruble, and rupee C paper by Samir Amin on the debate about the yuan. The issue of exit convertibility of certain currencies in emerging countries, Brazil, South Africa. Measures that could be taken in the field of management by fragile countries of their national currency, particularly in Africa. Theme 3, thwarting the geopolitical and geostrategic plans of the United States and its allies of the Triad. Our starting point is the following. The pursuit of global domination by the capitalist monopolies of the historic imperialist powers United States, Europe. Japan is threatened by the growing conflicts between 1. The objectives of the Triad to maintain its domination, and 2. The aspirations of emerging countries and the revolt of the peoples who are the victims of neoliberalism. Under these conditions, the United States and its subordinate allies, partners in the collective imperialism of the Triad, have chosen the headlong rush ahead through the use of violence and military interventions, and strengthening of U.S. military bases, AFRICOM, and others. Military interventions in the Middle East, Iraq, Syria, tomorrow Iran. Military encirclement of China, provocations by Japan, issues of the conflicts of China, India, and China, Southeast Asia. But though it seems that violent interventions by imperialist powers remain on the agenda, evidence of them being part of a coherent strategy as a condition for eventual success is increasingly hard to find. Is the United States at bay? Is the decline of this power a passing phase or decisive? The responses of Washington, which are apparently decided from one day to the next, do not make them less dangerously criminal. What political, including military strategies, could reduce the United States project of military control of the planet? Theme 4, the civilization project, toward a second wave of the emergence of states, nations, and peoples of the peripheries. Preparations for the future, even if far away, begin today. It is good to know what we want. What model of society do we want? Founded on what principles? The destructive competition between individuals or the affirmation of the advantages of solidarity? The liberty that gives legitimacy to inequality, or the liberty associated with equality? The exploitation of the planet's resources without regard for the future, or by taking into consideration the precise measure of what is needed for the reproduction of the conditions of life on the planet? The future must be seen as the realization of a higher stage of universal human civilization, not merely a more fair or more efficient model of civilization as we know it, the modern civilization of capitalism. First hurdle for the organization of the debate, the risk of staying on the ground of wishful thinking, a remake of the utopian socialism of the 19th century. To avoid this, we should ensure the participation of highly competent people on the following topics. What anthropological and sociological scientific knowledge today interrogates the utopias formulated in the past? What is our new scientific knowledge about the conditions for the reproduction of life on the planet? Can we integrate this knowledge in an open Marxist thought? Second pitfall, avoiding dealing with only these problems while dealing with those concerning the ways and means for advancing in this direction. In this framework, we give space to projects on the emergence of states and of peoples in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The first wave of emergences, which was successfully deployed between 1950 and 1980, was exhausted. The new situation resulted in the imperialist powers seeking to regain the initiative and impose their diktat, not the so-called consensus of Washington. In its turn, this savage globalization project is imploding, giving the peoples of the peripheries an opportunity to engage in a second wave of liberation and progress. What could the objectives of this second wave be? Different political and cultural visions, reactionary, illusory, progressive, compete here. We will need to study the opportunities. We subscribe to the radical alternative perspective, paving the way for overcoming capitalism. Theme 5, Organization of Struggles, the Unity and Diversity of Active Progressive Forces. We come back here to the ongoing and major political questions concerning political parties, unions, movements and struggles, leadership, the vanguard, etc. These ongoing issues of modern history have always inspired various theoretical and practical responses, even conflicting ones. In certain periods, the ambition to unite all the progressive forces in action has taken front stage. At other times, as in our times, diversity has paralyzed the effectiveness of struggles and left the opposition the advantage of taking the initiative. The present is characterized, in my Samir Amin's opinion, by the deployment of the process of generalized proletarianization, segmented and diversified in the extreme, concretely different from one I refer to here in my writings concerning these transformations, and the audacious strategies needed to address the challenge. Modalities of implementation. The project for continuing our discussions, based on our discussions in Algiers, and avoiding reproducing once again another colloque d'Alger, is to propose a series of meetings to deepen the analysis and proposals for action on some specific questions. We will keep to the 5 themes mentioned above for the moment, without prejudice to any other suggestions offered by colleagues of our networks. The format of these meetings should be designed to lead to breakthroughs in our thinking. The number of participants should be limited 15, chosen on the basis of their competence in the relevant field. Preparation for the meeting will require drafting and circulation of introductory papers for discussion. The Bamako Appeal. More than 5 years of worldwide gatherings of people and organizations who oppose neoliberalism have provided an experience leading to the creation of a new collective conscience. The social forums, world, thematic, continental, or national, and the Assembly of Social Movements have been the principal architects of this conscience. Meeting in Bamako, Mali's capital, on January 18, 2006, on the eve of the opening of the Polycentric World Social Forum. The participants during this day, dedicated to the 50th anniversary of the Bandung Conference, have expressed the need to define alternate goals of development, creating a balance of societies, abolishing exploitation by class, gender, race, and caste, and marking the route to a new relation of forces between North and South. The Bamako Appeal aims at contributing to the emergence of a new popular and historical subject, and at consolidating the gains made at these meetings. It seeks to advance the principle of the right to an equitable existence for everyone, to affirm a collective life of peace, justice, and diversity, and to promote the means to reach these goals at the local level and for all of humanity. In order that a historical subject come into existence, one that is diverse, multipolar, and from the people, it is necessary to define and promote alternatives capable of mobilizing social and political forces. The goal is a radical transformation of the capitalist system, the destruction of the planet and of millions of human beings, the individualist and consumerist culture that accompanies and nourishes this system, along with its imposition by imperialist powers, are no longer tolerable, since what is at stake is the existence of humanity itself. Alternatives to the wastefulness and destructiveness of capitalism draw their strength from a long tradition of popular resistance that also embraces all of the short steps forward indispensable to the daily life of the system's victims. The Bamako Appeal, built around the broad themes discussed in subcommittees, expresses the commitment to construct an internationalism joining the peoples of the South and the North, who suffer the ravages engendered by the dictatorship of financial markets and by the uncontrolled global deployment of the transnational firms. 2. Construct the solidarity of the peoples of Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Americas, confronted with challenges of development in the 21st century. 2. Construct a political, economic, and cultural consensus that is an alternative to militarized and neoliberal globalization and to the hegemony of the United States and its allies. The principles. 1. Construct a world founded on the solidarity of human beings and peoples. Our epoch is dominated by the imposition of competition among workers and peoples. However, Historically, the principle of solidarity has played a role much more conducive to the efficient organization of intellectual and material production. We want to give to this principle of solidarity the place it deserves and diminish the role of competition. Construct a world founded on the full affirmation of citizenship and equality of the sexes. The politically active citizen must ultimately become responsible for the management of all the aspects of social, political, economic, and cultural life. This is the condition for an authentic affirmation of democracy. Without this, the human being is reduced by the laws imposed on him or her to a mere provider of labor power, an impotent spectator confronted with decisions handed down by those in charge, propelled toward the worst waste. The affirmation, in law and in deed, of the absolute equality of sexes is an integral part of authentic democracy. One of the conditions of this democracy is the eradication of all forms of the patriarchy, either admitted or hidden. 2. Construct a universal civilization offering in all areas the full potential of creative development to all its diverse members. For neoliberalism, the affirmation of the individual, not that of the politically active citizen, allows the spread of the best human qualities. The capitalist system's unbearable isolation, imposed on the individual, produces its own illusory antidote, imprisonment in the ghettos of alleged common identities, most often those of a para-ethnic and/or para-religious type. We want to construct a universal civilization that looks to the future without nostalgia, one in which the political diversity of citizens and cultural and political differences of nations and peoples become the means of reinforcing individual creative development. 4. Construct socialization through democracy. Neoliberal policies aim to impose as the sole method of socialization the force of the market, whose destructive impact on the majority of human beings no longer needs to be demonstrated. The world we want conceives sociability as the principal product of a democratization without boundaries. In this framework, in which the market has a place but not the predominant place, economy and finance should be put at the service of a societal program. They should not be subordinated to the imperatives of dominant capital that favor the private interests of a tiny majority. The radical democracy that we want to promote reestablishes the creative force of political innovation as a fundamental human attribute. It bases social life on the production and reproduction of an inexhaustible diversity, and not on a manipulated consensus that eliminates all meaningful discussions and leaves dissidents weakened and trapped in ghettos. 5. Construct a world founded on the recognition of the non-market-driven law of nature, and of the resources of the planet and of its agricultural soil. The capitalist neoliberal model aims at submitting all aspects of social life, almost without exception, to the status of a commodity. The process of privatization and marketization to the ultimate degree brings with it devastating results on a scale without precedent in human history. The threat to the fundamental biogeochemical processes of the planet, destruction of biodiversity through the undermining of ecosystems, the waste of vital resources, oil and water in particular, the annihilation of peasant societies threatened by massive expulsion from their land. All these areas of society-nature metabolism must be managed as the commonwealth and in accordance with the basic needs of all of humanity. In these areas, the decisions must be based not on the market, but on the political powers of nations and peoples. 6. Construct a world founded on the recognition of the non-market-driven status of cultural products and scientific acquisitions, of education and of healthcare. Neoliberal policies lead to turning cultural products into commodities and to the privatization of the most important social services, notably those of health and education. This option is accompanied by the mass production of low-quality paracultural products, the submission of research to the exclusive priority of short-term profits, the degradation of education and healthcare for the poorest sectors of the people, including even their exclusion. The reinstatement and expansion of these public services should reinforce the satisfaction of needs and rights essential to education, healthcare, and providing food. 7. Promote policies that closely associate democracy without pre-assigned limits, with social progress and the affirmation of autonomy of nations and peoples. Neoliberal policies deny the preconditions of social progress that some claim are a spontaneous product of the market, preconditions such as the autonomy of nations and peoples necessary to the correction of inequalities. Under the regime of market hegemony, democracy is emptied of all effective content, made vulnerable and compromised in the extreme. To affirm an authentic democracy demands giving to social progress its determining place in the management of all aspects of social, political, economic, and cultural life. The diversity of nations and of peoples produced by history, in all its positive aspects, along with the inequalities that accompany them, demands the affirmation of autonomy of peoples and nations. There does not exist a unique universal recipe in the political or economic spheres that would permit any bypassing of this autonomy. The task of building equality necessarily requires a diversity of means to carry it out. 8. Affirm the solidarity of the people of the North and the South in the construction of an internationalism on an anti-imperialist basis. The solidarity of all the peoples, of the North and of the South, in the construction of a universal civilization cannot be founded on the illusory notion that it is possible simply to ignore the conflicts of interest that separate different classes and nations that make up the real world. Such genuine solidarity must necessarily transcend the antagonisms inherent to capitalism and imperialism. The regional organizations behind the alternative globalization movement must seek to strengthen the autonomy and the solidarity of nations, and of peoples on the 5 continents. This perspective is in contradiction to that of the present dominant model of regionalization, conceived as consisting of mere building blocks of neoliberal globalization. 50 years after Bandung, the Bamako Appeal calls for a Bandung of the peoples of the South, victims of really existing capitalism, and the rebuilding of a People's Front of the South able to hold in check both the imperialism of the dominant economic powers and U.S. military hegemony. Such an anti-imperialist front would not oppose the peoples of the South to those of the North. On the contrary, it would constitute the basis of a global internationalism, associating them all together in the building of a common civilization in its diversity. Long-term objectives and proposals for immediate action. In order to progress from a collective conscience to the building of collective, popular, plural, and multipolar actors, it has always been necessary to identify precise themes to formulate strategies and concrete proposals. The themes of the Bamako Appeal deal with the following 10 fields, including both long-term goals and proposals for immediate action: the political organization of globalization, the economic organization of the world system, the future of peasant societies, the building of a workers' united front, regionalization for the benefit of the peoples, the democratic management of the societies, gender equality, the sustainable management of the resources of the planet, the democratic management of the media and the cultural diversity, democratization of international organizations. The Bamako Appeal is an invitation to all the organizations of struggle representative of the vast majorities that comprise the working classes of the globe, to all those excluded from the neoliberal capitalist system, and to all people and political forces who support these principles to work together in order to put into effect the new collective conscience as an alternative to the present system of inequality and destruction. Proposals of the Bamako Appeal. Only by building synergies and solidarity beyond geographical and regional borders is it possible to find methods of action that can lead to real alternatives in this globalized world. Working groups will continue during the year to inquire further into and concretize the topics addressed below, to prepare for the next meeting and to propose strategic priorities for action. 1. For a multipolar world system founded on peace, law, and negotiation. In order to imagine an authentic multipolar world system that rejects the control of the planet by the United States of America and guarantees the whole gamut of rights for politically active citizens, allowing the people to control their destinies, it is necessary to do the following. 1. Reinforce the movement protesting against war and military occupations, as well as solidarity with the people engaged in resistance in the hotspots of the planet. In this respect, it is crucial that the world demonstration against the war in Iraq and the military presence in Afghanistan envisaged for March 18, 2006, coincide with calls for the prohibition of the use and the manufacture of nuclear weapons and destruction of all the existing arsenals. Calls to dismantle all the military bases outside of national territory, in particular the base in Guantanamo, US-occupied Cuba. Calls for the immediate closing of all the CIA-run prisons. 2. Reject any interventions by NATO outside Europe and require that the European partners dissociate themselves from us. Preventive wars, while engaging in a campaign intended to dissolve NATO. 3. Reaffirm solidarity with the people of Palestine, who symbolize resistance to world apartheid, as expressed by the wall establishing the divide between civilization and barbarism. For this purpose, to give priority to reinforcing the campaigns that demand the demolition of the wall of shame and the withdrawal of Israeli troops from the occupied territories. 4. Widen the solidarity campaigns with Venezuela and Bolivia, since these are places where people are building new alternatives to neoliberalism and crafting Latin American integration. Besides these campaigns, it would also be advisable to set up of a network of researchers working in close connection with associations of militants acting at the local level to build extensive and up-to-date databases concerning U.S. and NATO military bases. Precise information on these military and strategic questions would make it possible to increase the effectiveness of the campaigns carried out to dismantle them. Create an observer group, an imperialism watch, which would not only denounce wars and war propaganda, but also expose all operations and pressures, economic and otherwise, exerted on the peoples of the world. Create a worldwide anti-imperialist network that could coordinate a variety of mobilizations throughout the planet. 2. For an economic reorganization of the global system. With the goal of developing an action strategy for transforming the global economic system, it is necessary to 1. Reinforce the protest campaigns against the current rules of operation of the World Trade Organization, WTO, and to define alternative rules for the removal of the WTO from agriculture, services, intellectual property. 2. Create working groups which build relations with existing social associations and movements that have already undertaken this work over an extended period to establish, in the most serious and exhaustive manner possible, an inventory of proposals for alternative measures in the most fundamental economic areas. The organization of the transfer of capital and technology. The proposal for regulations, codes of investments. For example, specifying the rights of nations and workers. The organization of the monetary system, control of the flow of capital, in particular speculative capital, suppression of tax havens, construction of regional systems of management of the stock exchanges, and their connection to a renovated world system, calling in question the role of the IMF and the World Bank. Returning to the principle of the rule of national laws to define the local economic system, overcoming the obstacles imposed by the unnegotiated decisions of international organization, etc. The development of a true legislation concerning foreign debts, requiring that national states provide audits allowing people to identify illegitimate debts, and the reinforcement of the mobilization, in the very short term, for the cancellation of third world debt. The reform of social services and their financing, including education, health, research, retirements. 3. Create groups of expert researchers who can follow the evolutions of the movements of capital and mechanisms of dependence of national financial capital on international financial capital. 4. Create working groups with internet site and news groups by country and area for the study of the structures of capitalist property and the mechanisms by which capitalism operates in each country and its relationship with the international financial system. 5. Create places to educate journalists and inform them about the complex mechanisms of neoliberal globalization. 6. Establish contacts in the form of connected internet sites between various associations of economists, progressives, and militants engaged in the search for alternatives to neoliberal globalization in each world region: Asia, Africa, Latin America, Oceania, Europe, North America. 3. For regionalizations in the service of the people and to reinforce the South in global negotiations, starting from the assumption that free trade, while supporting strongest countries and transnational monopolies, is the enemy of genuine regional integration and that the latter cannot be carried out according to the rules of free trade. It is necessary to create the conditions for an alternative means of cooperation within each great area. For example, a revival of the tricontinental, always in close connection with the action of the social movements. In Latin America, to confront the aggression of the multinationals, the workers have proposed the demand for regional integration from a new point of view, based on cooperative advantages instead of on comparative advantages. Such is the case of the alternative experiments of cooperation in the South regarding oil Petrocaribe, reduction of the debt, repurchase of debts between countries of the South, or of education and health Cuban doctors, for example. In fact, this cooperation, meant to support the growth and solidarity of all countries, must be based on political principles and not on the rules imposed by the WTO. In Africa, hopes for unity are very strong, as is the consciousness that resistance and development are impossible, while countries are isolated and confronted with pressures from neoliberal globalization. The many institutions of integration, however, are ineffective there, and the most active are those inherited from the periods of colonization and apartheid. The African Union and its economic and social program, NEPAD, do not include any idea of collective resistance. It is in this context that civil societies must become aware of the need to overcome their divisions. For the North African countries bordering the Mediterranean Sea, the Euro-Mediterranean Accords constitute an additional example of regionalization carried out to impose dependency on the South. In Asia, to confront neoliberal globalization, despite the difficulties, popular initiatives to carry out another type of regional integration have succeeded in beginning to join together a number of civil society organizations and NGOs in the majority of the countries, leading in particular to the development of a popular charter aiming to reinforce cooperation in trade. Consequently, it seems appropriate to recommend, besides an intensification of the campaigns against wars and the threats of wars, the following proposals. For Latin America, to widen the support campaigns to the ALBA to make sure the U.S. strategy of ALCA fails, to promote independence and the development in justice and equity among peoples, and to integrate based on cooperation and solidarity, and with the ability to adapt to specific needs of these two latter characteristics. To mobilize the social movements so as to broaden and deepen the processes of alternative integration, such as with Petrocaribe or Telesur, to promote trade in the context of a logic of cooperation and to strengthen the coordination of social and political action organizations to implement these recommendations. 2. For Africa, to sensitize the movements of civil society to the need to formulate alternative proposals for African initiatives, to take into account the need for coordinating actions undertaken on regional and national levels, to launch campaigns for peace to put an end to the existing conflicts or to prevent the risks of new conflicts, to depart from designs of integration founded on race or culture. 3. For Asia, to thwart the expansion and the competition of capital among countries, and to reinforce solidarity between working classes of the various countries, to promote the local circuit between production and consumption, to promote sciences for rural reconstruction. To be effective, cooperation among countries of the South must express solidarity with the peoples and governments that resist neoliberalism and seek alternatives from the point of view of a multipolar world system. For the democratic management of the planet's the concept of natural resources must be subordinated to that of sustainability, and thus of the right to a decent life for both present and future generations, with the goal of stopping the devastation and plunder of the planet. What is involved here is a vital principle and not a simple management of natural resources. These resources cannot be used beyond their renewal or replacement capacity, and should be employed in accordance with the needs of each country. Criteria for their use must be defined so as to guarantee genuine sustainable development, which means preserving biodiversity and intact ecosystems. It is also necessary to encourage the development of substitutes for non-renewable resources. The commodification of life results in wars over oil, water, and other essential resources. Agribusiness gives the advantage to the culture of exploitation and profits over the culture of ecological sustainability and the meeting of subsistence needs. It imposes technical methods which produce dependency and destruction of the environment, contracts of exploitation to impose certain material methods of production, machinery, chemical fertilizers and pesticides, and imperial seeds, along with GMO. Concretely, two levels of actions on the environment must be combined, micro and macro. At the macro level, which relates to the national governments, it would be desirable that an interstate framework of multilateral dialogue should have the ability to put political pressure on the national governments to take global measures. The micro level concerns local or regional actions, where civil society has an important role to play, in particular to disseminate information and to change practices in order to save resources and protect the environment. The local level must be at all times be reinforced, as decisions are too often considered only at the macro level. The following actions could result from this. 1. Constitute an international court charged with considering ecological crimes. The countries of the North and their local clients could then be sentenced to pay reparations to the countries of the South. Ecological debts. 2. Disallow as illegal contracts that force farmers to be dependent on the suppliers of seeds, a situation that leads to technological slavery and the destruction of biodiversity. Abolish pollution rights in their sale and purchase and oblige the rich countries to decrease their production rate of carbon dioxide, now 5.6 tons per person per year in the United States, and allow the poor countries, now 0.7 tons per person per year for the non-G8 countries, to industrialize. Prohibit the building of dams insofar as they are really necessary, without compensation for the displaced population's economic refuges. 5. Protect the living and genetic resources from being patented by the North, which impoverishes the countries of the South. This process constitutes a colonial-type theft. 6. Fight against the privatization of the water, which the World Bank promotes, even in the form of private-public partnership, PP, and to guarantee a minimum quantity of water per person, while respecting the rhythm of renewal of groundwater. Create a group to observe the environment, Ecology Watch, prepared to denounce and respond to those actions characterized as aggression against the environment. 5. For a better future for peasant farmers. In the domain of peasant agriculture, there are initially medium and long-term objectives related to food sovereignty, which are simultaneously at the national, international, multilateral, that of the WTO, and bilateral levels, economic partnership agreements, or EPA, negotiated between the African, Caribbean, and Pacific, or ACP countries and the European Union. Then at the national level, this also involves agricultural pricing and marketing policy more than structural policy, the access of the farmers to the means of production, and first of all, the land. In the very short term, in 2006, what is necessary is preventing the completion of the Doha round and the refusal to conclude the EPAs. For this purpose, the proposals here relate to two axes: the means to achieve food sovereignty in the medium term, and as a precondition imposing a setback on the Doha round and EPAs. Proposals to assure food sovereignty. Food sovereignty involves granting to each national state or group of states the right to define its internal agricultural policy and the type of connection it wishes to have with the world market, along with the right to protect itself effectively from imports and to subsidize its farmers, with the proviso that it is prohibited from exporting agricultural produce at a price lower than the average total production cost, excluding direct or indirect subsidies upstream or downstream. Food sovereignty is the lever that makes it possible for all countries to regain their national sovereignty in all areas. It is also a tool to promote democracy, since it requires the participation of all the various forces in agroalimentary production in defining its objectives and means, starting with the family farmers. It thus implies regulatory action on the national, subregional, and international levels. At the national level, The national states must guarantee access of the peasant producers to the productive resources, and first of all to the land. It is necessary to stop promoting agribusiness and the monopolization of the land by the national bourgeoisies, including government officials, and transnational firms to the detriment of the peasant producers. That implies facilitating investments in family farms and improving the local products to make them attractive to consumers. Access to land for all the peasants of the world must be recognized as a basic right. Implementing this right requires adequate reforms of the land systems, and sometimes agrarian reform. To share the objective of food sovereignty with the urban consumers, an essential condition to have the governments participate, 3 types of actions should be carried out. 1. Restrict actions of the merchants that penalize the farmers and consumers. 2. Hold public awareness campaigns for consumers regarding the immense harm done to agriculture and to the economy as a whole by dependence on imported products, which are virtually the only products sold, for example, in the supermarkets of West Africa. 3. Gradually raise farm prices by promoting the right to import, but only in such a way as to avoid penalizing consumers with very limited purchasing power. This must be accompanied by the distribution of coupons to the poorer consumers that allows them to purchase local foodstuffs at the old price, similar to what is done in the United States, India, and Brazil, while awaiting an increase in productivity of the farmers to cause a drop in their unit production costs, enabling them to lower their selling prices to the consumers. At the subregional level, so that the national states can recover their full sovereignty, and first of all their food sovereignty, regional political integration is unavoidable for the small countries of the South. For this purpose, it is necessary to reform the current regional institutions, in particular, in Africa, the West African Economic and Monetary Union, and the Economic Community of West African States, UMOA and CEDEAO in their French initials, which are much too dependent on the various megapowers. At the international level, to pressure the United Nations to recognize food sovereignty as a basic right of national states. When essential to implement the right to food as defined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948 and the International Treaty of 1996 relating to economic, social, and cultural rights. At this level, 4 regulatory instruments of international agricultural trade should be established to make food sovereignty effective. 1. Protect against irresponsible, socially destructive imports. One founded on variable deductions that can guarantee a high enough fixed entrance price to assure minimum domestic farm prices adequate to secure farmers. Investments and banks' loans, customs duties alone are insufficiently protective with regard to strongly fluctuating world prices, a fluctuation worsened by that of fluctuating exchange rates. 2. Eliminate all forms of dumping by prohibiting any export priced below the total average production cost of the exporting country, excluding direct or indirect subsidies. 3. Set the mechanisms of international coordination of price controls so as to avoid structural overproduction and to minimize conjunctural overproduction that collapses farm prices. Get agriculture away from WTO control by entrusting the international regulation of agricultural trade to an institution of the United Nations, possibly the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO. In particular, reform its organization on the tripartite model of the International Labor Organization ILO, which would associate to this regulation the representatives of agricultural trade unions, International Federation of Agricultural Producers, and Via Campesina, besides representatives of the agroalimentary firms which act, already in the shadows on the governments negotiating with the WTO and of the national states. Short-term proposals to prevent the Doha Round and the Economic Partnership Agreement, a major lesson of the Ministerial Conference of the WTO in Hong Kong, is that the governments of Brazil and India, and with them G20, abandoned the interests of the populations of the Third World and appeared the most determined promoters of neoliberal globalization. Since the Doha Round is a total package, individual undertaking, there is a way to cause its failure. International civil society, and first of all the countrywide organizations of the North and the South, will be able in a media campaign to show that these subsidies, particularly of the green box, are an instrument of dumping much more significant than the explicit subsidies for exports, and they will be still more significant starting in 2014 when the export subsidies are eliminated. 6. To build a workers' united front. 2 of the principal weapons in the hands of workers are the right to vote and the right to form trade unions. Up to now, democracy and trade unions were built mainly within the national states. Now, however, neoliberal globalization has challenged the workers the world over, and globalized capitalism cannot be confronted at the national level alone. Today, the task is twofold: to strengthen organizing on a national level and simultaneously globalize democracy and reorganize a worldwide working class. MSS unemployment and the increasing proportion of informal work arrangements are other imperative reasons to reconsider the existing organizations of the laboring classes. A world strategy for labor must consider not only the situation of workers who work under stable contracts. Employment out of the formal sectors now involves an increasing portion of workers in the industrialized countries. In the majority of the countries of the South, the workers of the informal sector, temporary labor, informal labor, the self-employed, the unemployed, street salespeople. Those who sell their own services together form the majority of the laboring classes. These groups of informal workers are growing in the majority of the countries of the South because of high unemployment and a two-sided process. On the one hand, the decreasing availability of guaranteed employment and increased informal employment, and on the other hand, the continuous migration from the rural areas to the towns. The most important task will be for workers outside the formal sector to organize themselves and for the traditional trade unions to open up in order to carry out common actions. The traditional trade unions have had problems responding to this challenge. Not all the organizations of the workers, except in the formal sectors, will necessarily be trade unions or similar organizations, and the traditional trade unions will also have to change. New perspectives for organizing together based on horizontal bonds and mutual respect must develop between the traditional trade unions and the new social movements. For this purpose, the following proposals are submitted for consideration. 1. An opening of the trade unions toward collaboration with the other social movements without trying to subordinate them to the traditional trade union structure or a specific political party. 2. The constitution of effectively transnational trade union structures in order to confront transnational employers. These trade union structures should have a capacity to negotiate and at the same time have a mandate to organize common actions beyond national borders. For this purpose, an important step would be to organize strong trade union structures within transnational corporations. These corporations have a complex network of production and are often very sensitive to any rupture in the chains of production and distribution, that is, they are vulnerable. Some successes in the struggles against the transnational corporations could have a real impact on the world balance of power between capital and labor. 3. Technological development and structural change are necessary to improve living conditions and eradicate poverty, but the relocations of production are not carried out today in the interest of the workers instead. They are exclusively profit-driven. It is necessary to promote a gradual improvement of the wages and working conditions, to expand local production along with local demand, and a system of negotiation to carry out relocation in other ways than simply following the logic of profit and free trade. These relocations could fit under transnational negotiation in order to prevent workers of the various countries from being forced to enter in competition with each other in a relentless battle. 4. Consider the rights of migrant worker as a basic concern by ensuring that solidarity among workers in trade unions is not dependent on their national origin. Indeed, segregation and discrimination on ethnic or other bases are threats to working class solidarity. 5. Take care so that the future transnational organization of the laboring class is not conceived as a unique, hierarchical, and pyramidal structure, but as a variety of various types of organizations, with a network-like structure with many horizontal bonds. 6. Promote a labor front in reorganized structures that also include workers outside the formal sector throughout the world, capable of taking effective coordinated actions to confront globalized capitalism. Only such a renewed movement of workers, worldwide, inclusive, and acting together with other social movements, will transform the present world and create a world order founded on solidarity rather than on competition. 7. For a democratization of societies as a necessary step to full human development, progressive forces must reappropriate the concept of democracy because an alternative socialist society must be fully democratic. Democracy does not come from on high. It is a process of cultural transformation because people change through their practice. It is thus essential that activists in popular movements and in left or progressive governments understand that it is necessary to create spaces for real participation, both in workplaces and in neighborhoods. Without the transformation of people into protagonists of their history, the problems of the people, health, food, education, housing cannot be solved. The lack of political participation contributed to the fall of the socialist countries of Eastern Europe. The citizens of these countries were hardly motivated to defend regimes where they were observers and not actors. The struggle for democracy must also be linked to the struggle to eradicate poverty and all forms of exclusion. Indeed, to solve these problems, the people must become wielders of power. That implies waging a struggle against the logic of capitalist profit and erecting in its place, in whatever areas that can be won, a different humanist logic of solidarity. It is no longer enough to just assert the need for an alternative society. It is necessary to propose popular initiatives that are alternatives to capitalism and that aim to break the logic of commerce and the relations that this dynamic imposes. But this also involves organizing struggles that cannot be reduced to simple economic demands, as necessary as these are, and that put forward an alternative social project, including real levels of authority and democracy, going beyond the current forms of parliamentary representative democracy and its elections. We must struggle for a new type of democracy, coming from below, for those on the lowest levels of society, through local governments, rural communities, workers' fronts, politically active citizens. This democratic practice of solidarity will be the best way to attract new sectors of society to the struggle for a fully democratic alternative society. In order to concretize these principles, the following broad outline is proposed. Insert democracy into the totality of the conditions that characterize movements of emancipation and liberation, in their individual and collective dimension. Recognize that the failures of the Soviet system and the regimes that arose from decolonization resulted largely from their denial of freedom and their underestimation of the value of democracy. The development of alternatives must integrate this fact and give preeminence to building democracy. Contest the hypocritical words of the dominant powers, which are all too ready to give lessons in democracy. U.S. imperialism's cynicism is particularly unbearable, as its agents reveal themselves as torturers, warmongers, and violators of liberty. Despite this, U.S. cynicism should not serve as a pretext to limit freedom and the exercise of democracy. Reject the dominant conception of democracy advanced by the United States and the Western powers. Democracy cannot be defined as accepting the rules of the market, subordinating oneself to the world market, to multi-party elections controlled from abroad, and to a simplistic ideology of human rights. This type of neoliberal democracy blocks genuine democracy by arbitrarily tying the importance of free elections and the respecting of human rights to demands for an expansion of the market economy. The curtailment of democracy in this way, which puts the market first, perverts its meaning. Recognize that there is a strong dialectic between political democracy and social democracy, because political democracy is incomplete and cannot last if inequalities, exploitation, and social injustice persist. Social democracy cannot progress without struggle against oppression and discrimination, while still keeping in mind that no social policy can justify the absence of freedom and disrespect of basic rights. Affirm that democracy requires an effective and increasing participation of the population, producers, and inhabitants. This implies transparency in decision-making and in responsibilities. It does not diminish the importance of representative democracy. On the contrary, it completes and deepens it. Since democracy must facilitate the struggle against poverty, inequalities, injustice, and discrimination, it must reserve a strategic position for the poor and oppressed, their struggles and their movements. In this sense, democracy in the operation of these movements contributes to their survival and successes. Democracy in the anti-globalization or other globalization movement is an indication of the importance the movement attaches to democracy and and indicates a renewal of the political and organizational culture, with particular attention given to the question of authority and hierarchy. For this purpose, one proposal for immediate action is to lead a campaign so that the movements for popular education have an important role in civic education in democracy, and that this dimension be present in teaching. Orientations. Let us recall indeed that the anti-globalization movement is carrying a fundamentally democratic project. It asserts the access for all to fundamental rights. These include civil and political rights, in particular the right to freedom of organization and expression, that are the basis of democratic freedoms. It also asserts the economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights that are the foundation of social democracy. It finally asserts collective rights and the rights of the people to struggle against oppression and violence imposed on them. It is a question here of defining a program to implement democracy. The anti-globalization movement also recognizes the importance of public services as one of the essential means to guarantee access to equal rights for all. It defends the struggles of workers and users of these public services. It promotes proposals coming out of movements to defend them in education and health. For example, in health, access to a list of free drugs, the rejection of monopolies, the dictatorship of patents, and their attempts to put living organisms under control of a patent. The struggle for democracy must take account of various levels of intervention. We will examine 5 of these levels: enterprise, local democracy, national democracy, larger regions, and worldwide democracy. For each of these levels, an action can be proposed as illustration. The choice of the priorities will be the result of debate over strategy. 1. Democracy in the enterprise is a major demand. It implies the recognition of the authority of workers, users, and territorial and national collectives. It necessitates the rejection of the shareholders' dictatorship and the destructive logic of finance capital. It leads to control of decisions, and in particular, to making them on a local level. The development of innovative forms of self-organization and mutualization is one way to assert the plurality of forms of production and to reject the false evidence that private capitalist enterprises are the most efficient. The movement demanding social and environmental responsibility from companies is of great interest in spite of the risks of co-optation, on the condition that it leads to putting enforceable public standards into international law. 2. Local democracy responds to the demand for proximity and participation. It bases itself on local institutions that must guarantee public services and that provide an alternative to neoliberalism. It puts the satisfaction of the needs at the local level ahead of arrangements for companies on the world market. It makes the acquisition of citizenship possible, in particular through residence, and its consequences in terms of voting rights. 3. National democracy remains the strategic level. The questions of identities, borders, respect of the rights of minorities, and the legitimacy of institutions form the basis of popular sovereignty. Public policies can be the arena of confrontation against neoliberalism. The progressive redistribution of wealth based on taxation should be defended and extended. Measures like a minimum income and retirement based on solidarity between the generations are not reserved for the rich countries, but flow from the division between profits and the income of labor specific to each society. 4. The larger regions can spread neoliberal policies everywhere, as in the European Union, or can demonstrate counter-tendencies or provide sites of resistance. As the development of Mercosur and the failure of the free trade area of the Americas EFTA, English, ALEA, French, ALCA, Spanish, Portuguese shows. From this point of view, the continental social forums have considerable responsibility. 5. Worldwide democracy is a prospect for response to widespread neoliberal policies. In the current situation, the mobilizations with the highest priorities to be carried by the anti-globalization movement are cancellation of the debt, fundamental questioning of World Trade Organization WTO, English, OMC, French, suppression of tax havens, international taxation, particularly on financial capital transfers of capital, profits of the transnational firms, etc., a radical reform of the international financial institutions, with in particular the principle of one country, vote, the reform of the United Nations in respect of the rights of the people, and the rejection of preventive war. We should create a democracy observation post, which is able to resist the hegemony of the dominant countries, primarily the United States, with its duplicitous discourse on democracy, to encourage citizen control, to promote the democratic forms invented and implemented by the social movements and politically active citizens. 8. For the eradication of all forms of oppression, exploitation, and alienation of women. The forms of the patriarchy are multiple, like its bonds with imperialism and neoliberalism. It is important and necessary to analyze its impact on women. Patriarchy refers to the domination of the father, patriarch, and is used to describe a family model dominated by men, who have authority over all other members of the family. This model is certainly not universal, a number of African societies having been matrilineal or dual, with paternal and maternal lineages, each having their own roles for an individual. This patriarchal system expanded with the rise of monotheistic religions along with colonial ideologies and legislation. Today, patriarchy specifically designates domination by males and inequality between genders to the detriment of women and their multiple forms of subordination. The family, which socializes the child, remains primarily for the domestication of girls and women. This imposition of a hierarchy of the genders is all the more marked in that it is supported by cultural standards and religious values, leading to the appropriation of women's productive and reproductive capacities. The state reinforces this patriarchal structure with its policies and family codes. Discrimination persists in relations within the family, in education, in access to material, financial, and natural resources, in employment, in participation in political power, etc. Despite a perceptible advance in women's rights, male domination is still firmly in place with the masculinization of institutions that constitute neoliberal organizations. The analysis of the relationship between patriarchy and imperialism and the balance sheet of the struggles of women against these systems leads us to propose several actions. 1. Break with the practice of placing the women's question on the side. This practice leads to a political and scientific apartheid. Since the question of gender cuts across many arenas, it must be taken into account in every recommendation. 2. Continue lobbying organizations of civil society and the political community in order to reinforce the alliance between feminist organizations and progressive forces, and to insert in the progressive agenda appeals in favor of women, including struggle against the image of their inferior position in the social, political, cultural, and religious discourse of the global society. Develop education and training of women in order to break the internalization of this position of inferiority. Spread a better consciousness of their active roles in society. Encourage men to question this masculine domination in order to deconstruct its mechanisms. Reinforce legal provisions for an effective equality between the genders. Increase women's equal representation in institutions' parity. 3. Render visible the history of women, their individual and collective actions, notably the nomination of Mille Women, established by some associations in Hong Kong for the 2005 Nobel Peace Prize. The campaign of women say no to war against the war in various campaigns on current subjects or social projects. 4. Promote the basic right of the women to control their bodies and their brains, to control decisions relating to their life choices, education, employment, activities, but also sexuality and childbearing, right to contraception, choice to have a child, right of abortion, as women's bodies are the site for all sorts of oppression and violence. 5. Support theoretical reflection, starting from feminine experiences, to counter male domination in order to reinforce the perspectives of women on various questions affecting society and in order to open new horizons for research and action. Women's perspectives need to be cultivated particularly on matters of population or environment, where women demanded the right to live in a healthy environment. 6. Develop databases and an internet site on the relationship between women and imperialism and neoliberalism, for the democratic management of the media and cultural. For the right to education, before the right to culture, the right to information, and the right to inform, the fundamental problem of the right to education arises. This right, though it is officially recognized everywhere, remains ineffective in many countries, and particularly for young women. It is thus a priority for all social movements to pressure governments to fulfill their most elementary obligations in this field. For the right to information and the right to inform, the right to obtain information and the right to inform enter in contradiction with the general logic of how the media are structured. Through their increasing concentration on a worldwide scale, the media are not only the direct recipients of the benefits of neoliberal globalization, but also the carriers of its ideology. It is thus necessary to fight tooth and nail to throw sand into the gears of this machinery for formatting the human spirit, machinery whose goal is to make the neoliberal order appear not only inevitable, but even desirable. For this purpose, campaigns must be launched in each country within the framework of an international coordination, for legislative initiatives aimed at fighting against media concentration. For legislative initiatives aimed at guaranteeing the autonomy of the editors as opposed to the shareholders and owners, by encouraging, where they do not exist, the creation of journalists' associations with real power to act. For education, encouraging criticism of the media in the school system and popular organizations. To support the alternative media and the nonprofit media, in all their forms, print, radio, television, internet, already play an important role in delivering pluralist information not subject to the diktats of finance capital and multinational corporations. This is why it is necessary to demand that governments create legal and tax conditions from which these media can benefit. A watchdog group of the alternative media could identify the most advanced laws existing in the world today. Just as the owners and directors of the large media do, it would be useful for the alternative media to organize each year a worldwide meeting of the people responsible for the alternative media, possibly within the framework of the process of the World Social Forums. Don't allow the television networks of the North a monopoly of the images broadcast to the world. The large networks of international television of North, like CNN, have profited for a long time from a de facto monopoly and have presented a view of the world corresponding to the interests of the dominant powers. In the Arab world, the creation of Al Jazeera with great professionalism made it possible to break with the one-sided vision of Middle Eastern conflicts. The recent launching of Telesur makes it possible for Latin America to be seen not exclusively through the prism of the North American media. The creation of an African network meets an identical need, and all effort must be made to assure that it is born. For the right to express oneself in one's language, the first way to recognize all the expatriate elites of the planet is by their use of English. There is a logical bond between the voluntary or resigned submission to the U.S. superpower and the adoption of its language as the sole tool for international communication. Today, Chinese and the Romance languages have the right, if one promotes mutual comprehension within the large family that they form, and tomorrow Arabic will have as much a right to play in parallel the role English does. It is a question of political will. To fight against all English, the following measures should be encouraged. Create a goal within the educational systems, if conditions allow, of teaching 2 foreign languages, and not only English for active and passive competence, understand, speak, read, write, and 1 or 2 other languages for passive competence to read and understand orally. Put into practice, in the education systems, methods to teach mutual comprehension of the Romance languages, Spanish, Catalan, French, Italian, Portuguese, Romanian, which are official languages in 60 countries. When each one speaks his, her own language and understands that of the conversational partner, that communication is most efficient. Make teaching and promotion of the national languages a political priority of the African Union. Create an international fund to support the translation of the maximum number of documents in the languages of the countries that have low incomes, in particular so that they are present on the internet. 10. For the democratization of international organizations and the institutionalization of a multipolar international order. The United Nations is a people's institution, and for this reason represents a step forward. But it also reflects the balance of power among national states, whose impact can prove to be ambivalent, even negative, regarding certain peoples or under certain circumstances. Changes in the UN are thus necessary, insofar as the hegemony of the most powerful countries enables them to use the UN for their own purposes. Consequently, we propose the following initiatives. Democratize the area referred to as the United Nations. 2. Initiate reforms of the UN with a goal of limiting the inequalities of the balance of power among national states. 3. act on the governments that constitute the UN, and for this reason, constitute within each country an observer group that permits a demonstration of the actions of the governments within the United Nations, its specialized organizations, and the authorities created by the Bretton Woods meeting, the IMF, the World Bank, WTO. 4. Refinance the specialized organizations such as the FAO or the WHO to avoid their dependence upon transnational corporations. 5. Ensure a wide and effective presence of social movements and non-governmental organizations within the international institutions. 6. Promote international courts of justice, in particular concerning the economic crimes, while preventing them from being manipulated by the dominant powers, and, at the same time, constitute courts of popular opinion in order to promote alternative means of establishing justice. 7. Democratize the United Nations, increase the power of the General Assembly, and democratize the Security Council in order to break the monopoly's right of veto nuclear powers. 8. Promote a United Nations that allows for regionalization that is equipped with real powers on the various continents. It is in particular proposed to promote a Middle East social forum, gathering the progressive forces of the countries of the area to seek alternative solutions instead of the U.S. project of the Greater Middle East. 9. Promote inside the UN respect for the sovereignty of national states, especially vis-a-vis the actions undertaken by the IMF, the World Bank, and the WTO. 10. Promote a world parliament of the people to bring humanity out of the vicious circle of poverty.